Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 246, The Ultimate Gladiator 17. A sour, generally silent house became a rather boisterous one once Uday learned to talk and walk. He seldom gave his mother and caretakers any respite, except for the blissful hours of the afternoon reserved for his daily nap. He'd recharge his energies through sleep and return to his antics by the evening, but Ruanjian would be home by then, and Mai could count on him to help her keep tabs on Uday. The child couldn't be trusted to have the run of the house without supervision after what would have been an unremarkable day if only he hadn't stumbled across his mother's dagger collection while ransacking cabinets and furniture, looking for more toys to play with. But he was asleep now, safely so, and Mai could finally sit down, close her eyes, relax if just for a few moments, until a powerful knock at the front door dispelled Manage Story's all delusions of tranquility. "I will get it, Lady Mai," said one of her maids, smiling reassuringly at the exhausted noblewoman, who nodded gratefully at her offer. Even before knowing for sure what awaited behind the front door, Mai's stomach twisted with unnatural nervousness. The unsettling days they'd lived through over the course of that week could only herald more unwanted developments, she suspected, and as much as she wished she could understand whatever was happening in the higher echelons of the Fire Nation's leadership, she suspected, as it had often been across the past years, that she wouldn't know until she had a chance to talk with Angela about whatever was going on. She didn't expect that chance would arrive anytime soon, if ever, after the rumors Ruanjian had shared with her once he'd returned home yesterday. The sky had been blackened by ashes and smoke when the Grand Royal Dome burned down with no apparent explanation. Word that the Gladiator business had been dismantled had reached Mai a few days ago. It was already a strange development to begin with, and it grew more muddled and disturbing once that uncontrollable inferno consumed the building down to its foundations. Even Mai, someone who had scarcely set foot within it a handful of times, was uncomfortable by the absence of that staunch, golden building in the city's landscape when she glanced in that direction from one of her house's windows. The unrest in the city, the uncomfortable, tense silence that had settled after the fire, only made everything worse. That all theories regarding whatever was happening suggested that Angela was, potentially, at the very center of the destructive event, did nothing to appease Mai. She had scarcely eaten her dinner last night after Ruanjian had told her about those rumors, and even today she found all notions of food sickening. She, certainly, had never expected to feel such empathy for anyone, but deep down she dreaded that she knew exactly what was happening, exactly what had triggered the Fire Lord's sudden destruction of a whole sector of Fire Nation economy and entertainment. What could she even do if her suspicions proved correct? The rushed footsteps of her maid only drove the knife of unease deeper inside Mai's chest. She breathed deeply just before the woman entered the room again, twisting her hands anxiously. "What is it?" Mai said, bluntly. "Well, it was a group of Imperial Guards, Lady Mai," the maid explained, swallowing hard. The Fire Lord has summoned you to his palace, at haste." Mai's brow furrowed, she couldn't repress a grimace, and a pained groan, as she covered her face with her hands. Right, the Fire Lord had summoned her right after something catastrophic that likely involved Angela had taken place over the past days. No doubt he just wanted to offer her a cup of tea and give her advice on how to endure her son's chattiest growth stages. The Fire Lord was ever so generous that way, wasn't he? "Can you and the others keep an eye on Uday while I'm out?" Mai asked, softly, "until Ruanjian arrives, at least." "Of course, Lady Mai." "Anything you ask," the maid bowed just as Mai unwillingly rose from her chair, wishing she'd had a chance to sit on it for longer than 2 minutes. "Then I guess I'll be on my way," she said, trying not to sound too ominous as she spoke, but knowing that, if her suspicions were spot on, and they frequently were, what awaited her in the palace could even prove deadly unless she made her moves more carefully than ever. She didn't march to the front door immediately, taking a detour to her bedroom and changing into more regal clothes, even applying a light layer of makeup for good measure. Were the circumstances any different, any summons by the Fire Lord ought to be met with absolute propriety. She had to dress finely, to present herself as carefully as possible, for he was none other than the highest authority of the Fire Nation. As she had to play up her innocence and ignorance as best as possible, she had to behave just as she would have if she had been summoned by the Fire Lord 2 weeks ago, for instance, when all had seemed right in the Fire Nation. She stopped by Uede's room one more time, pressing a soft kiss on her son's head, setting aside her usual stoic behavior, no matter if the maid would witness the display of affection. Uede didn't wake, though, and Mai didn't want him to wake up anyway. With one last gentle caress on her son's cheek, she rose to her feet and marched downstairs to the front door. The guards seemed to resent having waited for as long as they had, but they expressed no such displeasure once Mai bowed in their direction. "Excuse my delay, I wasn't expecting to visit the palace anytime soon," Mai said, rising to her full height. "I apologize for any inconveniences I may have caused you." Her rehearsed, false politeness eased the guards, who perhaps had expected defiance, rebelliousness, anxiety, and panic. That Mai seemed so calm proved reassuring. They urged her to climb aboard the carriage they had brought for her as they escorted her all the way to the royal palace. Unnatural silence settled across the city, causing the rumbling of the carriage wheels to echo within Mai's mind. She didn't want to think too much of this. She didn't want to think she'd kissed her son for the last time only a few moments ago. Whatever the Fire Lord wanted, there would have to be some way to ensure she would return to her family safely, or as safely as could be, anyway. Navigating the battleground Oze would likely present to her would be no easy feat, but she had spent most her formative years learning how to handle tense encounters with highborn people in the most dignified manner possible. This was the moment to make the most of her knowledge, to navigate this hazardous encounter with Oze as safely as could be. The carriage slowed down, stopping at what Mai suspected would be the palace's front gates. The heavy drapes over the carriage windows didn't allow her to identify her current whereabouts, and she wasn't foolish enough to tug them to the side just for a glimpse of the city. The palace had been heavily guarded over the course of the past days, preventing anyone from entering its premises unless the Fire Lord called for them. Within half a minute, the carriage took off anew, this time crossing the building's walls, only stopping at the very foot of the palace's entrance. "We have arrived," announced the guard who pulled her carriage door open. Mai nodded graciously in his direction. She climbed off the carriage, glancing across the palace's grounds with feigned carelessness that concealed her scrutinizing intent. Nothing seemed particularly out of place, but the same tension out in the city appeared 10 times as bad within the palace's walls. She waited by the carriage, expecting the guards to convey she should follow them, but they didn't make any moves immediately. Instead, she had to wait, standing still for about 3 more minutes until another carriage appeared by the palace gates. Mai had a foreboding feeling that she knew exactly who was in that carriage. Her pretense of calm perfection nearly shattered at the thought. It was one thing for her to handle Oze deftly, to feign ignorance and pretend she would have never been complicit to Fire Nation treason, despite finding the nationalism that ran rampant within the hearts and souls of so many other citizens, such as her parents, utterly pathetic. It was a whole other matter, though, to mislead Oze successfully if Ty Lee was part of this likely interrogation as well. Even then, Mai held out hope that it wouldn't be her friend, right until the carriage door opened as well, and a trembling, panicked young woman in her favored pink, midriff-revealing outfits stepped off the vehicle. Mai gritted her teeth, wishing Ty Lee were slightly less in touch with her innermost feelings. At times like these, those sorts of reactions could be damning before the uttering of a single word. "Did she give you any trouble?" One of the guards to escort Mai asked the leader of the group who had escorted Ty Lee. The newly arriving woman glanced at her friend just then, a streak of relief blended with fear crossing her eyes once she identified her. Mai, however, only regarded her with a perfectly calm grin, one that seemed utterly out of place in her face. Of course, the smile perplexed Ty Lee, but Mai hoped she'd understand the meaning of Mai's behavior soon enough. Their very lives, the future of everyone they loved, hinged on that understanding. "Not much, though her earthbender wanted to come along too," said the other guard. "At least he had the sense to back down before doing anything he'd regret." "Very well, then," replied Mai's assigned guard, who now motioned at her and Ty Lee to follow him. "Come along now. There's no time to waste." Still apprehensive, Ty Lee obeyed once Mai did. The two women entered the palace slowly, daunted by a building that, while never friendly, had never proven as unsettling as it was today. It was disquieting to know that they wouldn't likely see Angela today at all. It would be the first time they entered this palace without intending to meet the princess at any point in time. Long, dark, silent corridors led them to the royal gallery. They glimpsed very few servants, and those who crossed their path seemed to shrink away from the guards, their harrowing fear in plain sight as they slouched and cowered from the Imperial firebenders. Mai gritted her teeth upon noticing Ty Lee's evident, undisguised apprehension. She wasn't nearly as trained as Mai was in terms of containing her trepidation and anxiety. The more they walked, the more apparent it became that Mai would have to achieve the impossible today if she intended to keep both herself and her friend safe from whatever harm the Fire Lord might want to inflict upon them. The guards stopped right by Oze's portrait. Mai and Ty Lee refrained from glancing at it, turning towards the dark curtain that led into the throne room instead. When their footsteps quieted, the crackling, whooshing sound of pouring fire brought frowns to their faces. A voice, female, seemed to plead, and then a male roar. Fire Lord Oze's roar. Ty Lee almost whimpered. Mai's hand shot down to find hers, squeezing in a gesture of comfort, of reassurance. The guards, fortunately, focused on whatever had happened within the throne room and missed out completely on the silent exchange between the two young women. Ty Lee's tearful eyes met Mai's, who shook her head promptly. They couldn't speak, not right now. There was no way they could convey their thoughts, fears, and plans to each other, but Mai's determination brushed against Ty Lee's nerves, easing her into believing they might avoid the fate that Oze was inflicting on whoever was inside the throne room with him. Ty Lee had to trust her friend, even if she was terrified, deeply, that their meeting with the Fire Lord might yield a devastating outcome. After another minute of the same sounds, often shifting in intensity, finally the throne room fell silent. Still clinging to each other's hands, Mai and Ty Lee watched in chagrin as two more guards marched out of the throne room, carrying a woman clad in the now torn, charred uniform of the royal servants. The woman cried uncontrollably, whether over the outcome of the meeting or the pain caused by whatever burns Oze's wrath had inflicted upon her skin. Ty Lee trembled violently and Mai tightened her grip, urging her to stay strong and calm, though her own serenity had been shaken powerfully by that visual. Who was that servant? Where were the guards carrying her off to? Was her fate the same one that awaited her and Ty Lee? One of the guards with them crossed the curtain next, entering the throne room on his own. By the time he returned, his predictable words seemed poised to tear their world to pieces. The Fire Lord will see you now. Mai released Ty Lee's hand, almost unwillingly, before marching ahead. Ty Lee kept up with her, even though she longed to run in the opposite direction instead. The guard stood stalwart by the curtain, pulling it open so they could enter the ominous throne room, a location in the palace they had never set foot inside before. As children, Angela had often dared them to do so, hiding within the room when they played hide-and-seek, knowing both Mai and Ty Lee would be too intimidated by the royal gallery and the fear of angering the Fire Lord if they were found carelessly playing about in his royal court. They entered it now, trying not to tremble, stifling the urges to flee, as the towering barrier of fire flared before them. Even with that potent source of light ahead, the room retained a dark ambience intended to further daunt whoever would kneel before the Fire Lord, who sat up in his throne, glaring fiercely through the flames. Kneel, the guard accompanying Mai and Ty Lee commanded, curtly. The two women pressed a fist to their respective palms, bowing as gracefully as they could upon kneeling before the Fire Lord. The guard stepped back. By then, he would witness their encounter, Mai suspected, but interfere in no significant manner, much as the guards who had marched out that servant had likely merely stood by and watched as the Fire Lord unleashed his wrath upon her. She gritted her teeth for a moment, knowing her facial expressions would be hidden from the Fire Lord at the moment, while her head was tilted, knowing she would have to school herself into complete tranquility again soon, albeit she didn't expect she'd be able to hide all her apprehension anymore, which, in turn, might lend further credibility to her performance. The ladies Mai and Ty Lee. Oze's voice boomed across the throne room, sending unwanted shivers down both their spines. The edge with which he spoke said enough about how displeased he was, how willing he was to take out his wrath on anyone who rubbed him the wrong way in his interrogations. Raise your heads, now. They obeyed, though Ty Lee took longer to straighten herself up. Even then, she kept her head hung, unwilling to show her panicked face to the Fire Lord. You were summoned to the palace today for a simple reason. I want answers, Oze hissed. I have no doubts the two of you will have heard of the commotion, the chaos across the city over the past week, haven't you? I'm afraid I've been quite busy taking care of my son, Mai said. Truthfully, my husband did comment something seemed amiss with the city as of late, but I hadn't evidenced it myself until I was summoned today. Is that so? Oze asked, his eyes narrow. And what of you, Lady Ty Lee? You were always the more worldly out of the two of you, are you, as well, blissfully unaware of the reason why you've been brought here? Is it rumors truly haven't spread across this city of gossips, for once? Ty Lee flinched, and for a moment Mai thought she'd lie, but for once, it seemed her friend would make a more sensible choice, one that might risk the Fire Lord's wrath just as much as lying to his face might. I've heard many rumors, she admitted. I saw the fire, from my house's garden, when the Grand Royal Dome was burned. The Gladiator League has been abolished, too. I've heard perhaps the chairman displeased you somehow, but many rumors say that it's because of Princess Angela. Jose finished, when he realized the young woman might not even work up the courage to utter her friend's name. Do you happen to have any suspicion as to how her actions, her choices, could result in an outcome like the one you've mentioned? Well, Ty Lee said, trembling more violently now. You do know, don't you? Jose said, his eyes narrowing. You were aware of the princess's betrayals, her disloyalty to her very nation. Then again, you were guilty of the same crime, were you not? And it was Angela who defended you from the public shame you would have endured otherwise. Isn't that so, Lady Ty Lee? By now, it was apparent the young woman couldn't quite hold herself together. Her shoulders shook with a sob, and she covered her face with her hands. Mai, beside her, frowned before gazing up at the Fire Lord with pained eyes. Princess Angela was carrying out an affair with her gladiator. That she'd ask it, rather than state it, seemed to worsen Jose's mood, but Mai achieved her intent flawlessly. Jose's gaze shifted towards her, and that was how she needed it to be, for as long as possible. You speak of it as though you were unaware of it. Raising your child must have been quite taxing if you were completely oblivious to the treasonous activities Angela dallied in. Jose hissed. Do either of you have anything to say about this? Any ill-timed confessions of intent to convey this despicable crime to me, blocked by my daughter's threats, perchance? Or would you sooner pledge utter ignorance, pretending you were clueless about my daughter's treacherous misdeeds? Mai lowered her gaze, stilling herself with difficulty while under the Fire Lord's merciless scrutiny and harsh raised voice. She held her silence as she found herself thinking back on the very day she and Ty Lee had discovered the truth. So many years ago, Angela had insisted the two of them would have been better off not knowing what had happened between her and Sokka, for their own good. This dreadful confrontation with the Fire Lord was always likely to take place. None of them had been ignorant of that possibility. Mai had reassured Angela that they could play dumb, that they could feign they hadn't known anything at all. Clearly, that path had been cut off by now. But perhaps there was another path forward. An unforgivable one, maybe, but a path, nonetheless. I didn't believe Angela would act on her impulses in this manner, Mai blurted out. Jose's fury froze cold at those words, but she knew it was only a momentary respite, if it wasn't the herald of a cruel storm instead. But I did recognize those impulses of hers, a long time ago. I warned her, any closeness with a man like that couldn't result in anything good. Ty Lee, as well, reminded Angela of what had happened to her in the past. She believed her own story, her own mistakes, would serve as a cautionary tale for Angela, but if Angela did let her impulses run away with her, it means the two of us were mistaken to hope she'd see reason. You warned her? Jose repeated, frowning. Mai breathed deeply. This means you knew of her crimes. You were aware of her affair with that vermin. Not quite, my lord, Mai said. Swallowing hard. We did grow to suspect her interest in him might go beyond professional boundaries, but we didn't know for sure that their relationship had become immoral over time. Yet, it makes enough sense that it did, considering how she has gradually pushed us away, ever since she hired him. Pushed you away? Jose repeated. That didn't sound like a lie. He had even encouraged her once to meet with her friends more often when she had been distraught over the White Lotus's attempt on her miserable gladiator's life. Who'd have thought he'd ever find himself wishing Zhang Zhang and his goons had succeeded that night, after all these years? The closer she grew with him, the further away she drifted from us, Mai continued. Ty Lee glanced at her through her tearful eyes, as Mai shook her head. Eventually, our usual weekly meetings were only me and Ty Lee unless she needed her gladiator to train with Ty Lee's. We have seen less of her, constantly and consistently, across the years, and the only factor that has changed since we were teenagers was her gladiator. Until she found him, she was the Princess Angela we'd always known. Once he came along, she started changing. I guess, he influenced her in many more ways than we could recognize. And the more we warned her to be careful, the more she must have disregarded our warnings. So, I have to apologize profusely, my lord. Perhaps, if we hadn't allowed her to build walls between us, to push us away as she did after we begged her to see reason, none of this would have happened, though I don't know how, exactly, we could have stopped her from damning herself if she was so hell-bent on it that she refused to listen. Ty Lee shivered, gazing at Mai in amazed disbelief. Mai allowed her eyes to flicker towards Ty Lee, a silent motion intended to convey that she should follow her lead as best she could. Ty Lee swallowed hard, turning her gaze to the now silent Fire Lord. Is this the truth, then? Oze asked, scowling. Wasn't she involved in planning for Lady Ty Lee's wedding recently? We saw more of her in that month than we had in years. Yes, Mai admitted. I asked both Mai and Angela to be my maids of honor, Ty Lee whispered, her voice fraught with emotion. Even then, Angela was busy with so many things that she couldn't involve herself a lot, at first. She has always been driven and capable of performing her duties to the best of her abilities, without showing any signs of deception or foul play of any sort, Mai said, quietly. I don't know for how long she acted on her urges with that man, but regardless of whenever this started, she has succeeded at countless missions and achievements many times, even after Ty Lee and I warned her not to throw her life to waste. I suppose she must have thought she could outsmart everyone, to carry out this ridiculous affair and keep it a secret successfully as well. Do forgive me for my candor, but she has always been that arrogant. Arrogant? Oze repeated, though he soon scoffed. Yes, I suspect that would be the correct word for it. Though, if you were so concerned over her behavior with the gladiator, why didn't you share them with the appropriate authorities, especially once the princess started to drift away from you? Well, I suspect I may have made a mistake by going to the wrong authorities about it, Maya whispered. Oze's eyes narrowed at her words. I thought the former captain of her royal guards, Ruishi, was a responsible man, one who wouldn't turn a blind eye to the princess's missteps if he recognized them. I shared my grievances with him, for I'd noticed she seemed to rely on him, perhaps even trust him, but it just may be that I misjudged him, although he seemed the picture of the perfect guard, on the outside. Then again, it's also possible he warned her right after I did, only for her to refuse to heed his advice just as she disregarded mine. Unlikely. He is every bit as much of a traitor as she was, Oze hissed. Mai flinched and shook her head. It was my mistake. I didn't think it would have made sense to go directly to you with my concerns, my lord. But, perhaps if I had, none of this would have happened. Mai bowed her head once more, in submissive apology. Ty Lee followed her example, constantly glancing at her friend in sheer astonishment, awe, and horror at how smoothly and easily Mai seemed to lie to the Fire Lord. If she hadn't been aware of the truth at all, Ty Lee would have believed Mai completely. Perhaps. Oze said, the dangerous, sharp edge in his voice sent shivers down their spines yet again. But admittedly, you two are civilians. Going to a royal guard would be, I suppose, a natural course of action for the likes of you. It's only a matter of poor luck, and of the royal guard in question being a disloyal, dishonest fool, traitor to his own nation. If you had spoken to one of my imperial guards instead, we would have spared ourselves this miserable spectacle, but you wouldn't have had access to imperial guards easily, no matter if you are Yukino's daughter. I underestimated Angela's recklessness, for sure, Mai said, closing her eyes. I expected our warnings would serve their purpose. I didn't want to cause a larger problem by spreading rumors that could have devastated the stability of our nation. Any ill-intended rumors against the royal family are treason, whether baseless or not. I didn't wish to smear my friend's name. By now, though, knowing she disregarded my warnings so callously and betrayed this nation with no remorse, I'd dare question that we were ever friends at all. As well you should, Oze said, cuttingly. Ty Lee flinched beside Mai. And what of you, Lady Ty Lee? Is this all true to you as well? Did you warn the princess against this dalliance, based on your past experiences and tribulations? I attempted to. I did my best. Ty Lee said, trembling violently. I told her she didn't want to give anyone any reason to perform a purity examination. That even being too friendly with him, she could get people to spread bad rumors. That even if nothing happened, many might suspect that there was something going on. I told her she didn't want her life ruined the way mine was. I thought she'd listened. I really thought she'd understood. She sobbed again, shaking her head as she cried as quietly as she could, aware that Jose would be most cross with her if she were noisier than she already was. The tears poured down from her eyes, and she certainly hoped they'd be persuasive enough, for she couldn't trust her lies, based on Mai's own, would be strong enough to withstand the Fire Lord's interrogation otherwise. Angela has always been guarded about her private life. She must keep thousands of secrets none of us can even begin to imagine, Mai whispered, closing her eyes, whether secrets that could endanger the Fire Nation's stability, or the royal family's integrity. If she could hide these truths even from the father she claimed she admired and respected above anyone else, no doubt she could hide them from the rest of us as well. Jose huffed, a spark of fire glistening in his exhalation. Mai gritted her teeth, uncertain if her last words might come off as insolence in the Fire Lord's eyes. That must be so, he said, finally, and the knot in Mai's throat seemed to loosen up, if only a little. Unbeknownst to them, the Fire Lord's exhaustion was finally getting to him. He remained tense, furious, a pulsating headache persisting inside his skull, a pain he'd experienced non-stop ever since that accursed night when Iroh had conveyed the truth to him. After a day spent organizing the retrieval efforts to drag his daughter back home, as well as preparing a strategy to ensure she would never, ever attempt to escape the consequences of her actions anew, he had also spoken to each staff member in the palace who had served his daughter, whether during Angela's brief tenure as Fire Lord or all along, those who might have been likely to suspect what was happening between the princess and her gladiator. Their insistence that they had known nothing, seen nothing, noticed absolutely nothing amiss, had driven him to madness time after time. He had unleashed that wrath with flames more than once, scarcely restraining himself, possessed by an increasing rage that flared at every fool who sought to escape his anger through false claims of innocence. His daughter couldn't have hidden this relationship as successfully as to leave no trace of her misdeeds. He refused to believe as much. Everyone to claim otherwise had already been demoted into slavery, regardless of the severity of their new burns and wounds. All those servants, even those who had never been slaves in the first place, descendants of long dynasties of born and bred servants for the Fire Nation's royal family, all of them would suffer his wrath and pay for their carelessness with their very lives. All of them had been taken to Shaofeng after Jose was finished interrogating them. The general's bright spirits displeased Jose profoundly, but who else could have taken over Angela's slavery laws if not the man who had dealt with slavery in silence across the first 10 years of the practice's existence? Regaining the power Angela had taken from him a little over half a year ago had done wonders for the usually grim man's mood. Still, Mai's words reverberated in Jose's mind, forcing him to confront a reality he wasn't ready to face. All these punishments, all this retaliation, it was but a way to exteriorize his own frustrations with himself. A way to hold others accountable for not noticing a crime that had been perpetrated under his very nose. He had trusted his daughter and her judgment, so had Mai entirely, perhaps so had her staff, and everyone he had already demoted into slavery. He had no intentions of withdrawing such orders now. He was furious enough to believe Angela's staff deserved to suffer consequences for their lack of insight and observation, but perhaps he wasn't exempt from such accusations either. He had seen it enough times, hadn't he? That closeness Mai entirely referred to. He had laughed off the notion of letting Angela marry the fool so long ago, right after he had coerced him into withdrawing his troops from the South Pole. She hadn't appeared appalled by his words, had she? Shocked, certainly, but if she had found the man repulsive, she might have even protested the notion in a frantic manner, well before Jose could reveal he had no intentions of letting her marry a foreigner, let alone that specific foreigner. It wasn't the only sign of evidence, her willingness to share important information with him, that he had reportedly accompanied her in the first raid of the enforcers, that Cephas had revealed they'd chased him down together, that she would spend so many days in the man's company. Curses, she had even spent a night in his house once, causing a rather wild panic to spread across the palace when she failed to come home with no warning. The evidence had been there, all along, all over the place, always before him, waiting for him to pick up the thread and pull apart the seams of her lies. He had foolishly refused to do so, and now everything came undone by its own weight, both Angela's deception and Jose's willful ignorance of it. I've learned enough lessons over the course of the last days, however, he said, breathing deeply. The fire curtain flared anew, and both Mai and Tai Li tensed up again. Once he spoke. You two may be speaking the truth, but it's entirely possible that, much like Angela, you could be lying between your teeth. If I ever discover any evidence that either of you have deceived me today, there will be nowhere for you to hide. I will see to it that you receive the punishments you deserve for daring lie to your Fire Lord. You are both citizens of this nation, and your loyalty is mine. Show any signs that this is not the case, and you will find I was far too agreeable and lenient with the servant who preceded you in these hearings. Am I understood? Yes, my lord, Mai said, promptly. Tai Li trembled beside her. Yes, my lord, she echoed moments afterwards. Oze breathed deeply. You will remain under suspicion until I determine your words were sincere all along, Oze stated, but there is one way for you to persuade me to ease up on you, as long as all goes according to my plans in the coming days. Whatever you desire, it is our duty as citizens of the Fire Nation to serve you, Mai recited, bowing her head immediately. Tai Li did the same, and Oze hummed. We shall see if it is so, he said, though Mai's submissive words certainly sat well with him. I've sent troops to track down Angela. She has escaped, presumably to the South Pole, with the vermin she gave herself to, no less. Her former royal guards are missing. They are presumed to have helped enable their escape, commandeering her royal barge for that purpose. Their treacherous actions condemn them every bit as much as they've condemned the Gladiator. I will have them found, each of them, and they will be executed accordingly for their crimes. Angela, however, will live. She has a duty to this nation even now, a duty I shall see her performing, whether willingly or not. She will resist, I have no doubts that she will, but she will break eventually. The two of you, then, shall help me achieve that goal. Once Angela is back, you will be expected to help dissuade her from committing further treachery. You will see to it that she obeys the Fire Lord's every order above all else. Am I clear? Yes, my lord, said the two young women. Mai's certainty contrasted against Tai Li's dubitative voice. As for you, Lady Mai, Oze said, his eyes narrowing again, your family has served me well for many years as it is. You, no doubt, will wish to follow on your father's footsteps and honor me with your service as well. I, of course. Whatever you may require of me, I will serve you, Mai said, though her hesitation revealed she was utterly perplexed by Oze's sudden question. Then I will task you to inform me of my daughter's activities, whenever you learn of them, once she returns, Oze said, frowning. It is, after all, what you would have done, you say? If only you had believed you could speak with me directly. Yes, my lord, I would have, without question, Mai said, as firmly as she could present herself. Then you have a chance to prove that's the truth. From this day onwards, Oze stated, his voice deep, upon each of your future encounters with Princess Angela, you will provide me with a full report of any incriminating, dangerous claims she might make. You will acquire as much information about her crimes as you can muster without alerting her that you intend to report to me. Angela will be watched constantly once she returns. If you ever skip on any report, or I find any reason to believe you are feeding me false information, my previous promise about the nightmares that will await you will be fulfilled. You do not wish to cross your Fire Lord. I would never dream of it, my lord, Mai said, struggling to suppress the shivers that threatened to rush through her body. Very well, then. Prove yourself, and you will be rewarded, Oze said, simply. Fail to do so and both of you shall pay direly for your mistakes, Lady Mai. Mai nodded, bowing her head submissively to Oze again. She tightened her eyes shut, knowing she had walked herself into a most unpleasant corner, knowing, just as well, that there would have been no other way out besides this one. At least he had singled her out as the one to bring him reports. She supposed Tai Li displeased Oze for enough reasons, chief among them that Tai Li had committed the same crime as Angela, even if with someone less inappropriate than Sokka. Mai, though, was the daughter of one of his most loyal subjects, and she had taken the lead throughout this meeting, presenting herself as a faithful Fire Nation citizen as best she could. He still wanted answers, insight on his daughter and her future actions and decisions. Mai could only hope, most earnestly, that Angela would know better than to return under these circumstances. She still didn't know how or why her friend's secret had been discovered, let alone how that discovery had resulted in the Grand Royal Dome catching fire, but every word she'd spoken so far, every submissive claim, had been done to ensure her and Tylee's survival. She hoped they'd be much more useful to Angela alive than dead, yet this sudden, new job as a spy for Fire Lord Oze had caught her by surprise. After so many years of standing in the sidelines of the political intrigues that Angela had always been enthralled by, that she skirted around and even jumped headfirst into, the Fire Lord had dragged her into them, against her will. "Guards, take them away," Oze called. The men standing by the curtains stepped forward, and relief nearly flooded both Mai and Tylee, albeit they had yet to leave the palace's premises. "We will not fail you, my lord," Mai said, bowing towards him again once they rose to their feet. Oze huffed. "See to it that you don't," he replied, curtly. The two young women were led down the corridors again in the opposite direction through which they'd arrived. Neither one could seem to hide they had been shaken deeply by the meeting with the Fire Lord, though Tylee certainly showed it more, still breathing with difficulty as occasional tears poured from her eyes. Mai attempted to steel herself, to stay calm, but as the two were led to their respective carriages, all she could do was exchange a quick, worried glance with Tylee, knowing they wouldn't have a chance to talk privately, to further strengthen their deceit, to continue dissuading Oze from believing they were, in any sense, at blame for not reporting Angela's activities to him. Perhaps on the next day, if they could slip past the curfews and restrictions imposed on the city by the domestic forces, they would have a chance to see each other again and talk things over. Until then, however, they would have no choice but to go home and hope, perhaps even pray, that Angela would manage to avoid capture for as long as possible. There was no sign of the heat and urgency of the previous night in the exchanges between the two lovers once they returned to their cabin. That they could finally call it theirs, thoroughly, that they could hold one another while basking in that silent, blissful understanding that coursed between them through every kiss they shared, broke their hearts and amended them again on equal measure. Gentle, tender love-making preceded a long, thorough spree of kisses that seemed never-ending, perhaps precisely because of their awareness that it wouldn't be. They rebelled against their own future by ensuring the last kiss would still be far away, still impossible to glimpse behind the countless ones they intended to exchange until their time was up. Their dark room was scarcely lit by a lantern on the wall, so weak it couldn't shed enough light upon the crumpled clothes they'd discarded upon reaching the cabin, after their dance underneath the stars. Even though they hadn't thrusted for almost 10 minutes by now, Angela's arms and legs remained locked around Sokka's body, keeping him in place insistently, wanting the link between their bodies to endure for as long as possible. Her needs were met by his own, for Sokka wanted nothing but to stay atop her, kissing her deep and slowly, memorizing every inch of her body 1,000 times over, as though rereading his very favorite book, wanting its words etched across his soul until the end of time. The blissful spell could only be broken by one thing, and it was Angela's light wincing once she shifted her left arm. Sokka broke off their kiss, glancing at the lines across her shoulder as the princess grimaced, displeased with herself for reacting to the incidental pain. The ointment Jianghuo gave you. I should apply it right away, probably should have done it before we got carried away, Sokka said, pressing his lips to the tip of her nose. Angela hummed, finally nodding, and relenting to release him, albeit most unwillingly. I'd expect getting carried away is the better way to heal me, rather than that ointment. Angela mused. Sokka smiled knowingly, pressing one more kiss to her lips before uncoupling their bodies and rising from the bed, to search through Angela's discarded clothes for the small box Jianghuo had given the princess. It was before, wasn't it? I'm not sure regenerating your chi is the answer for that swelling, but if it is, I have no doubt we're making good progress to do away with the pain, Sokka said, smirking at her over his shoulder. To his delight, she smiled too, and if you don't mind, I intend to continue doing as much, even if I also intend to take care of your shoulder. Does that mean I'll have to lie down and you'll always be on top? Angela asked, teasingly. Sokka chuckled. Could be I'll lie on my side the next time, how about that? He said, then you can lie on your right shoulder, not the left, never the left. Sounds good, Angela smiled, closing her eyes as Sokka finally found the object of his quick quest. And there we are, he said, rising enthusiastically to his feet, thrilled to have another chance to sit by her, to return to touching and holding her as right away. Mind sitting up for me, beautiful. Beautiful. Angela repeated, with an amused scoff. Sokka grinned and nodded, taking his seat beside her to help her sit up too, his hands supporting her back and waist until she settled into a lotus position, right beside him. "You're not going to question the absolute truth of that one pet name now, or are you?" Sokka smirked. "Maybe you think it's tacky or cheesy, I don't care. You're beautiful and that's that. You're still struggling to find a good term of endearment for me, that's all." Azula smiled. "No other new ideas come to mind yet?" No, but I'll figure something out, don't you worry." He grumbled while pouting, maneuvering to open the box with the ointment as Azula laughed quietly beside him. The ointment was of a pale amber color, cold to the touch. Sokka gathered some with his middle and index fingers, careful about how he'd smear it across his lover's wounds. He wanted to believe the redness wasn't as visible as it had been last night, but he couldn't say so for certain underneath the poor lighting in the room. Not that the previous night had any better lighting, truth be told. Azula flinched when his fingers came into contact with her skin. Sokka withdrew them quickly, but she smiled at him over her shoulder. "It's cold, is all," she said. Sokka smiled and leaned close to kiss her cheek. "Let me know if it feels wrong in any way, though," he whispered, "whether because I'm a clumsy nurse or because the ointment is weird." "You're a great nurse as it is, you have more than enough experience tending to that damn shoulder of mine," Azula whispered. Sokka smiled gently and shrugged, rubbing the ointment softly all across the damaged skin, most of all upon the reddened areas. Azula closed her eyes and enjoyed the light massage Sokka offered her shoulder. He sought to knead her skin quite gently with the pads of his fingers, attempting to ease the circulation of blood and chi, just as he had learned to do back when she had first received the wound too. By the time the 3 scars were fully covered in the ointment, Sokka set the box on the nightstand before leaning close to kiss his lover's cheek. Azula sighed and relaxed against him, silently encouraging his hands to fall upon her bare skin again. Sometimes, forgetting the looming, impending future that awaited them was easy. Sometimes, they could close their eyes and pretend the moments they were sharing would last them a lifetime. Reality would hit harder once they returned to it, but those brief moments of truly careless bliss appeased their weary souls, in their own way. "We probably should talk about a lot of things, shouldn't we?" Azula finally dared say the words that had hung over their heads throughout that day. Sokka swallowed hard, wrapping his arms around her body, though his voice sounded far firmer than Azula's when he finally spoke anew. "Probably, yeah," he said, raising a hand to brush her long hair gently with his fingertips. Azula closed her eyes again, letting him do as he pleased with her long tresses. "Are you?" she started, but again, uttering her thoughts proved too challenging, even when she had hoped that moment of careless peace might have afforded her enough strength to do so. "Oh, to hell with her rampant emotions, really. Are you all right with this? With what I've decided to do?" "All right," Sokka repeated, softly, pressing his face to the back of her head. "No, I'm not. But I'm sure neither are you, so I can't say I feel like fighting anymore." "Those are words I never thought you'd say," Azula whispered, with a light teasing tone that couldn't be as sincere as she wished it were. "Want me to get back to badgering you about how you should stay with me, then?" Sokka asked, pressing a soft kiss to the back of her head as Azula fell silent, unable to answer his last question. "See? Better this way, for all of us, isn't it?" "Sokka, I..." She tried, but again, the words fled her. Curses, this was impossibly hard. Was she sick, somehow? Was it common for someone to find herself at a loss for words as often as she had been lately? Fortunately for her, he understood her even when she hardly understood herself. His arms tightened affectionately in a warm embrace, his lips pressing against her cheek again. "This isn't easy. Not for you, not for me," he whispered. The knot in Azula's throat seemed to thicken, to tighten. "I'll never want this, Azula, but I know neither do you. I know why you intend to do it. I understand, even if I wish there was another way out with every ounce of my being. But I haven't come this far in life by distrusting your judgment. I've led us astray more than once, haven't I?" Azula said, swallowing hard in a pointless attempt to dissuade her body from flaring up her emotional responses when all she truly wanted was to talk with Sokka, to make things better, as much as she possibly could. "I've made mistakes. We both have," Sokka whispered, but Azula shook her head. "I nearly got myself killed barely a month ago, didn't I?" she said. "You had to rush in to save me, and then you've spent all this time looking after me. Where I falter, you step in to fight in my stead. Where you lose your center, I help you regain it. Whenever either of us is weak, the other is strong. That's how we've come as far as we have, Sokka said, dragging his thumb gently over her hip, trailing across her smooth curves. Don't punish yourself for what happened in the past, for any of it. As it is, Azula, we had an amazing run, I'd say. As partners, as lovers. As everything we are and mean to each other. I may be a selfish piece of crap for saying I can't regret any of it, considering what the outcome has been, but I can't regret us. I know I never will. You gave my life purpose again. Which is why why you, what? Azula asked, finding his hands with hers. She could tell he was choked up as well, much as she was. Why I don't want to spend whatever time we have left arguing about our future, whatever it might be, he confessed. Azula swallowed hard, gripping his hands tighter. Yet I know you're right. I know it, deep down. It's hard to admit it because I never would want this. In many ways, I can't accept it. But you're right. I just don't know how I'll ever let go of you, but maybe I just never will. Maybe I'll just set out to follow you right away, whether you like it or not. I won't like it at all, Azula said, shaking her head, her voice strained, just as Sokka's humorless laughs. I know you wouldn't. So again, I wind up doing whatever you ask of me if that's what will bring you peace of mind, he said, pressing a soft kiss to her neck. I shouldn't ask this, I'm sure I shouldn't, but do you think you'll ever be able to? To what? Azula asked, when Sokka failed to finish his sentence right away. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the likeliest answer to his question. To come back for me, someday, he whispered. Azula's eyes widened. I'd wait as long as you need me to. I don't mind. I might even endure everything without as much complaint if it means I'll get to see you again. However long it might take, I just. Azula gritted her teeth, tears burning in her eyes again. She couldn't utter a direct answer to his question, not in the form of anything but the lowering of her head, and then Sokka flinched. Forget I said that. It's fine, Azula, it's fine, Sokka, don't. It's okay. It's fine. I'm sorry, he said, pressing his face to the back of her head. I've already told you apologies don't suit you so well. She responded, struggling to turn in his arms, to face him, as he continued to hide from her, keeping his face pressed to her right shoulder as she attempted to look at him. Sokka. I'm sorry. Might be they don't suit me, but I am sorry, he said. I don't want to give you more baggage. That's the last thing I'd ever want. It's just, you are going to miss this. Miss us, Azula finished, her throat burning just as the tears that rolled down her cheeks did. Sokka raised his head then, his own tears ran down his cheeks, his hands moving up to hold her face, to gaze at her with whatever dim light he could possibly make out the details of her face that he had committed to memory countless times by now. I'm going to miss you, he said, directly, enduring the strain of speaking his thoughts aloud. Azula gritted her teeth, pressing her brow to his, admiring his strength, even now, as he bared himself to her as he had. If only she could be half as strong as he was. I'm going to miss you too, she finally managed to say, her voice almost completely faded as she spoke, overwhelmed by emotions she wished she'd never had to experience, emotions that seemed to do away with what little self-control she had left. I don't know if I can come back, though. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, going forward. At best, I'd have to wait for my father to die. Or perhaps not wait that long. After all this, I really just wish I could kill him myself sometimes. You shouldn't have to. Not you, Sokka whispered, shaking his head. Azula let out a soft laugh, caressing his chest gently. Even when all this has happened, you see through me, huh? Like no one else can. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, even if he deserves it. I can't do that to my own father. Because you're 1,000 times the leader he ever was and ever could be, Sokka determined, brushing her tears away with his thumbs. I don't know about that, not for sure, but, whatever the case may be, I don't dare promise anything like that, Sokka. If I did, if I kept you waiting for years, I wouldn't forgive myself, ever. I can't. You might not promise it at all, but I'd look forward to the day I'd see you again anyway, Sokka said, swallowing hard. For every last day I have left to live without you, even if I can't ever come back to you, even if you can't come back for me, I'll never stop thinking of you. Ever. I won't stop thinking of you either. You're everything. You've always been. Angela said, her voice so strained she could barely speak before a sob shook her powerfully. Sokka tightened his grip around her body, reeling her in for a fragile kiss. He had pressed his lips to hers so many times, in countless occasions when her heart was breaking, and his own broke alongside hers. He had shared in her tears, finding an uncanny intimacy with her the first time they had shared a bed, after she had nearly broken down under the weight of her fears and confusion. How distant it all seemed to be now as they held each other, trading so many helpless kisses as they cried together, holding one another close in a most desperate attempt to never let go. Well, if this is what's coming, then I have something for you, Sokka whispered, swallowing hard again, trying to still himself once their kiss broke. Angela sniffled, dabbing at her cheeks clumsily to wipe away the tears. Something. Angela repeated. Sokka slid off the bed, rising to his feet as he made his way to his bags, the heavy luggage the guards had assembled for him. He had put away the necklace in one of the bag's pockets, suspecting it would come to this, suspecting he might truly be looking at a future where they would be torn apart irremediably. Had she given him any hopes, false or no, he might have considered using the necklace as a promise, instead, but it was pointless if she truly expected this to be the very last of their journeys. Angela's breath caught when she recognized the necklace. The tears she had intended to retain flowed freely now, as Sokka sat before her on the bed again, his hands trembling as he offered her the necklace, reaching for her hands so he could deposit it delicately upon them. It's yours. It's always been yours, he said, his heart shattering as he spoke. If this is really it, then I want you to have it. I need you to have it. To remember me by, if you will. I don't need it to remember you, Sokka, damn it. Angela said, her shoulders shaking with new sobs as he wrapped his arms around her, pressing her against his body. It belongs to you, same as my heart does, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. You should have it, you should have always had it. Just like in Firelight Town, like in Shujing, when you wore it and nobody cared. That's how it should be, but I guess that's not going to happen anyway, still. I think it's only right, isn't it? Even if you can't wear it, even if nobody else will ever see it, I can only rest easy if you have it. I was crazy enough to take it with me to the fight, you know? I hung onto it all along. I thought, if maybe I didn't make it, you might still be able to take the necklace back, if nothing else. I want all of you, Angela sobbed, shaking violently. I wouldn't know what to do. I don't know what to do, even if I know this is the right way to go forward. But if it's right, why does it feel so wrong, damn it? I don't want this. I don't want to be left with just a necklace to remember you. I want you. All of you, and not just reminders of what we had. I know, Angela, I do. Sokka sniffed as well, tightening his embrace around her as she sobbed helplessly in his arms. I love you. I can't ever imagine a day when I won't love everything about you. She cried, clinging to him with far more strength than she even knew she had left in her. I can't imagine a day when I won't miss you with everything I have. Sokka. Neither can I, he said, gritting his teeth. But, what about what you always said before, About once your dad died, that we'd get married by then, remember? However long it takes, maybe that's what we should vow to do. Sokka, by then Angela started, gritting her teeth. You'll be all wrinkly and white-haired? Yeah, me too, he smiled sadly, but I don't really care. If I can ever be with you again, it doesn't matter how long it takes. I just want to see you again. Even if it takes 50 years? 60. Whatever it takes, Sokka determined, stubbornly. Despite herself, Angela managed to laugh softly. You'll regret it. She whispered, you'll remember me, as I am now, as I was a month ago, and then you'll see me slouched, and moodier than I've ever been, whining that the bad weather hurts my hip. I will hurt the bad weather for hurting you, then. Sokka teased her, prompting Angela to laugh again, and a genuine smile to spread across his own face for the first time in what felt like an eternity, despite it hadn't been one. You think I'll be much better off? I might be worse than white-haired, you know. Maybe I'll go bald, how about that? Bald? You? Perish the thought. Angela smiled. Sokka chuckled, rubbing her back gently. All right, all right. I'll wear a wig for your sake by the time that happens, I promise, he smiled, kissing the top of her head. You wouldn't have to wear anything like that. Angela whispered, breathing deeply as she rested her head against his chest. As long as it's you, I won't need anything else. Wrinkled, toothless, bald as we may be. Yeah, Sokka's fingers trailed her hair softly, caressing her scalp lightly. If we can have that much to look forward to, at least, it will be enough. It'll be something to live for, and that's all I need, so, you want me to promise that, if I have a chance, I'll come back for you, even if it's decades away? Angela asked, softly. Sokka nodded weakly. I won't hold it against you if you never have the chance, Sokka mumbled, but if we can believe our paths might ever converge again, it'd be easier to believe our sacrifices are worth something. Angela breathed deeply before nodding, her nose brushing against his bare skin. Her hands rose to his bandages, grazing the fabric that covered the many wounds he had sustained over the last week. As ever, the reminders that she had nearly lost him pushed her to make decisions she might have considered too irresponsible otherwise. If there's any mercy in this world, any at all, this won't be the last time we'll be together, she finally spoke, despite her soul seemed to shatter at the possibility that her words might backfire on her. I can't vow something like this with complete certainty. But I do know that's what I'll hope for however long I may live. Though, you have to promise me you'll be patient. That you won't do anything stupid, that as hard as it may be, you'll learn to live with our shared sorrow, and wait until we can be together safely again. Don't take unnecessary risks. There's no point in trying to return to me if it'll cost you your life to make the trip, is there? I can live on, I told you so, if I know you still live, too. I can endure anything if you're safe. I'll do whatever I can to ensure that you are, so, please, promise you'll wait. Even if it's all those decades, even if it winds up being our next lifetimes, as well. Just promise that, and I'll find peace far more easily if you do. Sokka gritted his teeth, tightening his grasp around her body, but he nodded weakly. Angela raised her head at last, and he dove forth to kiss her lips softly, holding her closely. I have a purpose. He whispered. You've been giving me one for as long as you've been part of my life. That purpose has changed in nature many times, by now, that purpose is to look forward to the day our paths will join again. I will wait as long as I must. I will be ready to wrap you in my arms just like this once we meet again. Doesn't matter if it takes 1 year, or 10, or 100. I won't ever give up my faith that we'll find each other again, Angela. I swear it. She swallowed hard, pressing her brow to his, letting his promise envelop her warmly. Whether they could make it into a reality or not remained to be seen, but he was right to say that at least a shred of hope was something to cling to, something to live for. Her hand tightened around the necklace's fabric, her whole soul aching with the need to fasten it across her neck, to show to the whole world she belonged with him, yet another fantasy that would have to go unfulfilled, she knew as much. I don't know if it's safe for me to keep it, Angela admitted, trembling. The necklace, I mean. If anyone were to find it. I guess you might have trouble finding some place to hide it safely. Sokka mumbled quietly. Angela shrugged half-heartedly. And on top of that, I can't give you yours back. I couldn't even remember to fetch it in my room, but if I had, the guards probably would have ripped it out of my hands just upon opening the cabinet or so. The bastards were watching you inside your room?" Sokka asked, tensing up. Angela breathed deeply and nodded, sensing the edge of fury in Sokka's question. "Ugh. You'll have to knock me out and toss me overboard if you really want me to give up on keeping you with me. Damn them, and damn your father for giving all those blasted orders. I thought they'd only done that crap to me, not to you. My father thought we'd try to escape, and he wasn't wrong," Angela conceded. "If I go back willingly, he might not think it's necessary for his people to watch me at all times anymore. He'd likely interpret my return as a surrender of some sort. He'd be an idiot if he did." "You don't surrender," Sokka whispered, rubbing the space between her shoulder blades pleasantly. Angela sighed, compelled to relax and rest against him. "I do my best not to," she whispered, "but it'll be better if he believes otherwise, at least. I know it sounds dreadful, Sokka, but you need me to let you do this, I know." Sokka sighed. "I'll try, Angela. I'm doing all I can to wrap my head around it, but it's not easy. Every time it hits me what you'll be returning to, I end up pondering how to feign I climbed off the barge while I hide elsewhere on the ship, so I can stay with you without your awareness. I'd be so mad if you did that," Angela said, though a smile spread over her face as she spoke. Sokka grinned too. "Really? Doesn't look like it to me," he teased her, letting his fingers slide down to her flanks, tickling her gently. Angela pulled away from him instinctively, still smiling as Sokka grinned mischievously, making to pounce on her. The pounce lacked the danger that might have been inherent to it, under other circumstances, minding both their injuries. Sokka merely settled atop her, smirking still, holding his weight up with his flexed arms. Angela's amusement hadn't receded yet, though Sokka answered it with a tender kiss, which she reciprocated gladly. Again, that brush of their lips seemed to be a lifeline, one she never wanted to let go of. "I bet there's some storage rooms in this big ship you've never been in," Sokka teased her, prodding her nose with his own once the kiss ended. "Heck, I bet if I sneak off to the engine room, you'll never notice that I'm hiding there." "You underestimate me this much, Sokka." She smirked. Sokka snickered, shaking his head. "I know better, love. You'd be onto me immediately, that's why I'm not going to do that," he confessed, pressing one more kiss to her lips. "Ah, that's why." Angela smiled, raising a hand to his neck, holding him in place by letting her palm rest upon his nape. "Are you truly not going to persist in this madness of yours, or is this some feigned defeat just to coax information out of me, Sokka?" Can be whatever you want it to be, I guess," he answered evasively, smirking a little as Angela laughed, pulling him closer. "It's futile, I'm afraid," she said. "The best place to hide it all in this barge is well out of your reach, sad as it may be." "Sounds juicy. What's the best, top secret hiding place, huh?" Sokka asked, nudging her by prodding her nose with his own. Angela chuckled, daring venture a kiss he returned gladly. "It's not too far away. Right by the foot of the bed," Angela said, gesturing at it offhandedly. "Roll the rug away, just as it was back in my room in the palace, and you'll find a locked trapdoor that only opens with fire-bending," Sokka finished, bitterly. Angela laughed and shrugged. "Were you truly expecting anything else?" She smiled warmly, and he couldn't resist the urge to kiss her. "There's always been a secret room right below us. I've never used it, but I was told about it when I first climbed aboard the barge. It's a naval tradition of some sort in the Fire Nation, in case the ship is attacked or so. The most important person aboard can hide safely in there for days, as long as they remember to stock up on resources if need be. I'm surprised we've never used it at all, honestly." Sokka smiled a little. "Could have made for a good hiding place if anyone caught us like this, in the past?" Angela asked, stroking his cheek curiously. "That never was necessary, was it? Whenever someone knocked on the door it would be Ruishi, and you were generally stealthy enough to sneak off to your room before anyone noticed you. That the guards couldn't seem to know for sure that we were together suggests you were far more effective with your stealth than I ever expected." "Heh? Who's underestimating me now, princess?" He teased her, and Angela laughed as he covered her face with kisses. "I'd be the stealthiest guy ever if that's what it took to spend nights with you." I'd be the smartest guy ever if that's how I'd learn to keep up with your wit. I'd be the strongest guy ever if that's how I'd fight side by side with a warrior of your caliber. Whatever you'd need from me, I'd give my body, mind, heart, and soul to ensure you'd get it, no matter what it might be. I know, but you didn't need to give any of those things to achieve that. Angela smiled, warmly, her brow against his. You're all I wanted, you're already the best man I could ever hope to find in this world. Whether I was ever worthy of your love or not, you always have been. Not true. Angela smiled sadly. Not for a while, I wasn't. But just as you walked forward, just as you strived to become the man you are now, so did I. We've both grown in 1,000 ways, Sokka, we've grown until we found and built balance between us, as best we could. I am who I am today because of you. Well, that's a lot of credit you're giving me, Angela, but I guess I can accept it, eh? Because I, too, am who I am today because of you, Sokka admitted, pressing his brow to hers. I've changed, so have you. We learned how to be partners, didn't we? And we did pretty damn well at it, too. Better than anyone else, as far as I can tell. Angela smiled, closing her eyes as she held him close. It's undebatable, as things stand, Sokka grinned, letting his fingers stroke her cheek tenderly. I love you, Angela. I'll always love you. I love you too, she managed to say before they joined in another heartfelt kiss. She breathed deeply, her brow against his once they parted. I love you, Sokka. I lived most my life not knowing how to say those words, not having anyone worth saying them to, either. By now, I don't know how I'll get by without saying them to you every day. You won't have to, Sokka said, smiling sadly. Angela swallowed hard. Take the necklace, and whisper those words to it. Say them, and no matter where you are in the world, I will hear it. I know I will. Angela swallowed hard, her eyes burning with tears again as she threw her arms powerfully around him. Sokka released a breath slowly, trying to still his own rampant emotions as he wrapped her into his own embrace. Their last night together still lingered over a week away, if Taiwei's estimations for their trip were accurate, but bottling up these thoughts and emotions throughout their journey would have made their final days a nightmare for sure. Talking thoroughly had always proven to be the best way to clear up their conflicts since the earliest days of their relationship, a vital lesson to ensure their bond remained as honest and pristine as it could be. After the difficult days they had already faced, this journey would be a respite, a chance to regain their strength together, to lie in bed and embrace intimately, sharing as many kisses as could be before they were breathless, uttering their love countless times breathily, taking in the warmth in each other's eyes just moments before closing them and letting themselves surrender to their need for rest, most unwillingly. If only they could remain alert, awake, for as many days as they had left, wasting no time, ensuring to make the most of each instant they would spend together. But when the night faded, and morning arrived, the two lovers woke still wrapped in each other's arms, enveloped by the tenderness of every soft kiss and shared smile. Again, they were free from the rush, from the fear that had permeated their love since its very beginnings. They lingered in bed for most the morning, giving themselves to each other slowly, generously, smiling and laughing together often, although tears surged in their eyes with each small fissure the impending future streaked across their battered hearts. Near noon, they finally settled on dressing up and finding something to eat. Bodily needs went forgotten easily, frequently, over the stress they'd undergone across the past days. Even after one full day of apparent rest, as the previous one had been, neither the princess nor her gladiator felt all that normal just yet, and healthy habits proved more difficult to return to than expected. They had only finished dressing up when a knock on their door surprised them. The man standing behind it didn't surprise them, however, and Ruishi appeared most relieved to find his friends not only seemed to act perfectly civilly now, but they were fully dressed too, a miracle as far as he was concerned. Well, I expected something a lot worse when I finally made up my mind to come here, Ruishi confessed, earning himself a set of rolled eyes from the princess he served and a sympathetic grin from Sokka. Will you head downstairs for breakfast? Or lunch, as the case may be. I had hoped, with how frantic you both are about keeping each other safe, that you wouldn't disregard common sense and force each other to eat, at least, but we were on our way there, actually, Angela clarified, raising her eyebrows. Thank you for checking on us, it wasn't our intent to dawdle, but I don't need any explanations. My imagination suffices, and I don't even want to exercise it when it comes to the two of you, Ruishi said, raising his hands defensively. He earned himself a scoff and a light bump from Angela's uninjured shoulder as she passed him by, on her way to the stairs, though Sokka still grinned remorsefully at the guard before they set out after her. Sorry about this, guess you had other duties to tend to, Sokka said, though, come to think of it, you probably shouldn't have any. When's the last time you got any sleep? I wouldn't know. I don't particularly care, Ruishi confessed, surprising his two friends. If there's such a thing as being too tired to sleep, that's exactly how I feel right now. Well, if you thought to ensure we had to eat, you can't disregard your need for rest either, Angela said, casting a glance at him from over her shoulder. I shouldn't be surprised you'd use that argument, Ruishi smiled, shaking his head. Well. I only came to find you because the others insisted that I took a break too. I guess I can try to nap for a few hours after I've made sure you haven't starved yourselves to death while locked up together in your cabin. Well, you already know we won't do that, so no need to worry anymore, Sokka said, patting his back gently. You can go rest for now, unless you needed food too. Lunch in my case, but yes, Ruishi said, as his semblance darkened. I fear the last of the packed food is about to run out now. Might as well make the most of it while we have the chance, right? That confession gave Angela pause, as she slowed and glanced at Ruishi remorsefully. Sokka as well appeared uncomfortable by Ruishi's revelation, lowering his hand as his eyes met Angela's. The same hesitation arose in both of them as they stood halfway down the tower's staircase, in front of the very room Song had used whenever she had joined them in their travels. You can have it all, you know. Sokka said, swallowing hard. I can try to cook something, maybe. I can help. As long as we have supplies for the kinds of food we've cooked before. Angela said, and Sokka nodded promptly. We can take care of our meal just fine, Ruishi, Sokka insisted, but Ruishi scoffed in their direction. I hope you can. But you'll try your luck with cuisine in the meal after this one, anyway, he declared, stubbornly. Angela and Sokka blinked blankly, unsure of how to respond to Ruishi's unexpected choice. You don't have to share it with us, Ruishi. Angela insisted, but Ruishi shook his head. If anything. I do have to, he said, sternly. It only feels right. If I wanted to be selfish and hog everything up for myself, I wouldn't have come here looking for you. Whatever your choices may be in the future, Princess, Sokka, you can let me have this at least, can't you? They were floored by his petition, by how he worded it as well. Ruishi swallowed hard and kept walking, past Angela, down to the next flight of stairs. Sokka stepped closer, sliding his hand into hers. He shouldn't. Angela whispered. Sokka shook his head. I know. But, you don't mean to bring them with you either, is what you said, Sokka spoke quietly. You already told him so, didn't you? I might have, Angela acknowledged, with a deep sigh. Maybe that's why he wants to do this, Sokka mused. If I had a chance to share my favorite meal with friends for the very last time, I wouldn't want to hog it up for myself. Even if it's my favorite meal, and that's saying something, I suppose I can understand the sentiment. I'm just not sure we deserve that generosity, Angela said, swallowing hard before tugging Sokka onwards, but if it is what he wants, I guess we can leave him with the better and bigger shares of food, right? If we get there before he does and distribute the food ourselves, yeah, Sokka smiled a little, nodding as he fell into pace, following Ruishi down to the dining deck with Angela's hand tight around his own. The dining deck was empty, every other guard was hard at work, easing each other's loads by sharing in the difficult duties to keep the barge sailing at full speed successfully. Only by their insistence, and upon confirming that they had everything under control, had Ruishi relented and decided to take it easy, to rest for the day, if possible. Even as he worked with Angela and Sokka to distribute the food on their respective trays, his shoulders hung heavily, as though tugged by an anchor downwards. The bags under his eyes looked darker yet when the shade of his disorderly bangs fell upon them, yet as uncharacteristically disheveled as he might be, Ruishi continued to work as best he could, putting up little protest upon realizing Sokka and Angela were attempting to sneak him the better portions of food. That they'd agreed to eat with him was enough, a better outcome than he'd expected, if anything. The table they picked stood close to a wall, away from the door and most potential intrusions, offering them further privacy as they took their seats before their respective food trays. Ruishi sank into place across Azula, and Sokka took his seat beside her, although he refrained from openly displaying any affection while Ruishi could see it, for once. Again, silence hung between them for longer than expected once they'd taken their seats. It was good to confirm it wasn't only a problem that surged between her and Sokka, Azula realized. That suspended, uncomfortable silence was but a lingering consequence of everything they'd been through, as well as an unpleasant reminder that the future wasn't as bright anymore as it once had been. Ruishi breathed deeply, breaking the silence once he picked up his chopsticks and collected one slab of roast duck, ever one of his favorite dishes as prepared by Song. He bit into it slowly, closing his eyes, picturing her bright, expectant smile as she waited to know if the food was to his liking. It always had been. Might be a good idea to eat slowly, huh? Sokka mumbled, biting his lip as he gazed at his own plate sadly. Probably, Ruishi said, halfway through chewing the first bite of his meal. He swallowed before speaking anew. The longer it lasts, the better. It feels as though she were here with us, despite everything. Ruishi. Sokka said, eyeing him compassionately as Ruishi breathed deeply. I'll return to her one day. I know I will. It's just difficult to accept that the last meal we shared was that morning, just before your fight, Ruishi said, quietly. All four of us, I mean. I guess we're all thinking the same things all the time, aren't we? Azula mused. If we'd known what might happen, we would have done things differently, though I guess, if we had done some things differently, a lot of this wouldn't have happened at all. Possibly. But now that it has, the moments we cherished as best we could seem even more valuable than they already were. Ruishi sighed, lowering his gaze. You got her to safety, though. Sokka whispered. You'll return to her one day, Ruishi. I know you will. I intend to, Ruishi said, nodding. Eventually, we'll all be back together, Sokka said, his voice trembling with a lack of conviction. Both Azula and Ruishi recognized immediately. The four of us. I don't know how long it'll take, really, but I want to believe that wasn't the last meal we shared, not for good. Ruishi gazed at Sokka wistfully at first, but his brow drew with determination moments later. He nodded, raising his cup, filled with water. I suppose toasts ought to be done with something stronger than this, he admitted, prompting both Azula and Sokka to smile a little. But in all our rush, we didn't bring any liquor, so. Considering how difficult this whole operation was, I don't think liquor should have been anyone's priority, Azula said, pressing her lips into a tight line. Could have made some things better, I suppose. Ruishi laughed softly. Azula smiled awkwardly. Or worse. Entirely possible too, she said. Toasting with water can't be a crime, though, can it? Ruishi asked. Azula shook her head, as Sokka grinned and raised his own cup. If Azula approves of it, it counts, Sokka decided, prompting Ruishi to chuckle quietly as the princess smiled, rolling her eyes. It's hard to say what the future has in store for any of us, she admitted, yet her hand wrapped around her own cup, and she raised it delicately. But if there's any chance we might find our way back to each other someday, we'll have to do our best to make it happen. All of us. For sure, Princess, Ruishi smiled, nodding. The three friends brought their cups together, letting them clash softly. Despite the pain that dwelled in their hearts upon making such a vow, their determination shone brighter than their misery. In one more meal that the three of them would share, it almost felt as though Song sat with them, right beside Ruishi, as she ever did, smiling proudly at their resolve, looking forward, just as they did, to the day all four of them would meet again. Despite spacing out the food as much as they could, it ran out eventually. Ruishi sat in place, eyes closed, clinging to yet another connection to the love of his life for as long as it lasted. Sokka sighed too once the food was finished. Song's culinary abilities always had amazed him, but now that he knew he wouldn't eat any of her meals anymore for many years to come, it felt as though his friend's absence breached his broken heart just a little further. Just how much more devastation could he take? Most of all, when he couldn't help but hold himself responsible for all of it, no matter if deep down he knew the man at blame was Fire Lord Oze. I should go check if everything's going well with the rest of the guards, Azula announced, startling Sokka and Ruishi from their respective, reflective silences. If Jianghuo's not that busy, I'll probably ask him if he can give you another look right now, Sokka. Ah, sure, then Sokka smiled weakly. I can go with you, if. No need, you can wait here with Ruishi, Azula said, with a small smile. He can use the company, I'm sure, and you're wounded still, even if you keep forgetting about that. You probably shouldn't drink the midnight nectar today. True, Sokka admitted. He wasn't looking forward to the likely pain, but he guessed that if it got too awful, he would ask for a small dose, at the very least. Just as Azula made to stand up, Ruishi closed his eyes tightly again and covered his ears with his hands, startling both Azula and Sokka. I'll play blind and deaf now, if I must, he declared. Just get on with your displays of affection quickly, will you? Are you kidding me? Azula started, just as Ruishi began rambling syllabic nonsense at an unnecessarily loud volume, an obvious intent to dwarf out the sounds of Sokka and Azula's romantic exchange, which they hadn't intended to exchange at all. He's silly, Sokka admitted, with a weak laugh, but guess that way I can kiss you. Good luck anyway, right? With Ruishi acting like this, I'm not sure it's me who needs the luck, Azula admitted, though she smiled as she leaned carefully to press her lips softly and quickly to Sokka's. See you in a bit. Try not to move around a lot, alright? I'll be good. As good as I can be, at least, Sokka answered, prompting Azula to grin fondly at him as she rose to her full height, and then she turned a skeptical glare on Ruishi, whose nonsensical rambling had yet to cease. Azula had to clasp Ruishi's hands in her own and yank them away from his ears, catching him by surprise to the extent where he had no choice but to open his eyes. Despite her surprise at his childish behavior, she couldn't help but smile anyway. All done. You can return to your normal status now. We'll just pretend you haven't lost any of your dignity, she said, releasing him from her hold and patting the top of his head. Ruishi nodded solemnly in her direction. I would appreciate that very much, Princess, he answered, as serious and stern as ever. The ridiculousness of his behavior, of the situation itself, found Azula laughing quietly to herself as she walked to the dining deck's doorway. Sokka's eyes followed her, his fond smile fading once she was out of sight. Ruishi finished his cup of water before glancing at Sokka with unease. Guess you couldn't persuade her to change course in any sense, could you? He asked, softly. Sokka breathed deeply and shook his head. I tried. I don't know if I could have succeeded if I'd come up with something more solid, but... Sokka started. You still have a few more days to think of something, if that's how it is, Ruishi interrupted, and Sokka eyed him with uncertainty. Or, have you desisted? Well, I'm not happy, obviously, Sokka admitted, averting his gaze from his friend, but after that last attempt, I can't bring myself to try again. Not if my words will only hurt her even more than everything else already has. It will hurt all the more to let go of her, believe me on that, Ruishi said, but Sokka shook his head. The more I think about it, the more obvious it becomes this is, in many ways, my own damn fault, he said, with a sad smile. From the earliest stages of our partnership, I kept telling her I believed in her. That I knew she'd make the right choices for her people, for the rest of the world. Even when she had barely said she had any intent to change anything for the better, I was already convinced she would do exactly that, and then she started changing things indeed. She only helped people when I badgered her to do so, back in the day. As time went by, she started doing it all by herself. She took to protecting others, to taking a stand even against her own father if need be. She took so many risks, countless ones, whether by doing the right thing or by enabling me to do it, like when she told me about the slave riot. I always appreciated it, of course I did, I still do, but I can't help but think that all my wishes that she'd change the world for the better have backfired on me. What she's choosing, it's what she hopes will be better for countless people. It's not easy for her, it never could be. But she's doing the right thing, she's setting out to face Oze again, to protect everyone she can by doing so. How can I begrudge her, or beg her to make another choice, when she's making the selfless, right choice while I'd only be selfishly wanting to protect her, at the cost of the whole damn world if that's what it takes to keep her safe? Well, that's all true, no doubt. But it sounds like you begrudge her a little, anyway, Ruishi pointed out. Sokka gritted his teeth and shook his head. No. I really don't. I just wish it could be me, you know. He said, covering his face in his hands as he rested his elbows on the table, that I could be the one fighting, that she could be the one to recover safe and sound with people who won't bring her harm. That I could stand up to Jose and make him regret the day he ever tried to force us apart. And if it can't be me, then I wish it could be the two of us together, instead. That she intends to fight alone, it terrifies me. I don't know what will happen. I don't know if it will pay off. I'm scared of whatever's going to happen once I climb off this barge, Ruishi. And yet, after pushing her for so long to do the right thing, to take advantage of her power and position to set our world on the right course, what damn right do I have to ask her to be selfish and stay with me instead? I don't have any. She has made her choice, and maybe it's not the right one in the end. But for now, it's the better one, as far as the world may be concerned. I suppose that's true, Ruishi conceded, lowering his gaze. You're a much stronger man than I if you can see it that way, truly. As if you've sacrificed everything to help us, Ruishi, Sokka whispered. If anything, you're just like her. You had no idea how things would turn out, so you saved Song before taking action. Azula's doing the same thing, apparently. She already saved me, and now she intends to go back and fix what her father's hell-bent on breaking. I don't know if she'll succeed, but I'm not sure any alternative would be better for the world. For us, no doubt, staying together would be ideal, but we have already gotten away with much more than I ever expected us to. Maybe this is just the point where all our luck has been spent and run out. You won't get to stay with her forever either. If you did, I'd just ask you to remember our old promise, back from when Zhang attacked me, but she intends to drop us off someplace, or see us off, somehow, Ruishi said, quietly. I haven't told the others yet. I'm not sure they'll take it well, or rather, I'm sure they won't. I can't blame them, Sokka admitted, breathing deeply and shaking his head. The knee-jerk reaction from anyone who cares about her, upon hearing she intends to commit figurative suicide by turning herself in, is never going to be positive. I still see a million things wrong with this, but like I said, you don't think you have the right to make demands from her, Ruishi finished. Sokka shrugged. At the end of the day, I am the gladiator, aren't I? He said, sadly. She's the one who calls the shots, even now. Really? Ruishi said, skeptical. Sokka, you are her partner. You are the man who helped her achieve so many of her dreams. She probably can't even keep count of the fulfilled ones anymore. No one has reached her as deeply as you have. No one has ever understood her as you do. Sell yourself short with someone who doesn't know you any better. I'm aware of how much you mean to her, of how much you've inspired her growth into the incredible leader she is right now. At the end of the day, you are her gladiator just as you are her husband. Maybe she calls the shots, fine, but you are more than just a slave. I think we all knew that, from the very beginning. Sokka swallowed hard, glancing at Ruishi with unease. Despite they understood each other far more acutely these days than ever before, forced apart from the ones they loved against their will, aware that it was the better choice even if it destroyed them on the inside, it startled Sokka to find Ruishi offered him a fragile, respectful smile. He bowed his head curtly towards Sokka, raising it only after a short moment. We're not at the end of the line just yet, but I wanted you to know it was an honor serving alongside you, Gladiator, Ruishi said, still smiling in the same way. Sokka offered Ruishi a sad grin of his own as he raised his hand towards the man he had grown to think of as a friend, as one of the very best friends he'd ever had. To think they had started off at odds frequently, that Ruishi had even taken offense often over Sokka's antics, that the once captain of the royal guards had been so outraged by discovering the truth behind their relationship, and now they found themselves exchanging words and gestures of honor, of true friendship, after doing their best to protect Azula as best they could. It was an honor, Ruishi, Sokka said. Ruishi hesitated before attempting to clasp his hand, but Sokka lunged further, wrapping his hand around Ruishi's forearm instead. You did this, once before, Ruishi said, smiling a little. It's a gesture from your people, isn't it? A gesture of respect, yes, Sokka said, nodding. Can't think of many people who would be worthier of it than you, Ruishi. I don't know if that's the case, but he said, softly, as his hand gripped Sokka's forearm the same way. "Thank you, Sokka." Sokka smiled and nodded. It wasn't a farewell yet, but it almost felt like one, more than anything because Ruishi knew Sokka would want and need to spend most his time left with Azula. They had both been blessed and cursed with a much longer period to say goodbye than he and Song had. It meant they'd have a chance to be together for a little longer, but it might make it far more difficult to go their separate ways once the time came. It wouldn't come yet, though. No, Jianghuo had to check on Sokka first, and as the two men lowered their hands, Azula strode into the dining deck with the guard trailing behind her. Sokka would make more progress in his recovery before they reached the South Pole, as would Xian Long, whose scorched scales mended gradually. Azula confirmed as much right after Sokka's medical check was finished. The dragon lounged on deck, still lacking drive and energy to take flight, and as no one had enough skills to amend the burned saddle, it wasn't likely that Azula would be able to fly with him, even once he recovered fully. The days grew shorter, the nights longer. It was the middle of the 5th month, and where the sun would stay high in the sky in the Fire Nation during these days, that wasn't the case the deeper they traveled southwards. Still carefully avoiding every known patrol route, and every mass of earth recorded upon their maps, the barge sailed onwards, still at alarming speeds that only decreased under one night's battering storm. It had been quite the eventful, even frightening situation, seeing how none of them were fully trained sailors, and even Tai Wei's orders weren't enough to reassure anyone that they'd get through the fierce winds and rain without trouble. Tall waves rose, crashing chaotically against the main deck, and by next morning, once the skies were perfectly clear and blue again, they found quite a few fish had been slammed onto their ship by the force of the wild storm. Most of them seemed edible, and the guards were quick to gather them for cooking before they began to rot. It was a wild, strange journey, far less controlled, less reliable than any others they'd been on before. The guards did their best, but their lack of training certainly made this job grievously exhausting for them. Despite the men's insistence that they shouldn't help at all, Azula and Sokka still did their part aboard the barge by helping with several meals whenever they were feeling up to the task. Sokka's slowly decreasing dosage of midnight nectar often found him squirming in pain in their shared bed as Azula held him delicately, rubbing the ointments Jianghuo had recommended across his battered, damaged skin. Her shoulder seemed to make improvements of its own, but whenever she rolled in bed carelessly, she flinched and even cried out if she ever supported any weight on it by accident. Sokka tended to it as best he could, but his face showed evident remorse that he couldn't be of more help than he was, a concern Azula shared, deeply, regarding his own health. Even if the wounds plagued them, though, the princess and her gladiator made the most of their journey together. It wasn't only the tender mornings spent in each other's arms, making love leisurely if their many wounds allowed for it, or the dark nights where only a few bright lights allowed them to see each other amid so many shadows, as they gave themselves to the other once again. It was also the meals they shared, whether with a few guards or just by themselves, the hours they'd spend sitting with Xian Long on deck, the frequent visits to the command and engine rooms, to ensure everything was going well, that they weren't out of resources yet, that no pursuers had caught up to them, either. All the while, it grew colder. At first, it was only a light breeze, then it was a stronger one that would chill the firebenders to the bone, prompting Sokka to wrap his arms protectively around his princess whenever it buffeted her. Their breaths became white, ephemeral clouds, and the more layers of clothes they wore, the better. The heat in the engine room seemed to be the only reliable method to chase away the unpleasant low temperatures that only seemed to dive lower and lower, just as the sun barely seemed to rise over the horizon for a few hours, and then, it didn't rise at all. On a deeply cold morning, Azula had woken first. She kissed Sokka warmly, and he reacted softly at first, only to fall asleep again. Many of his wounds were of faded colors by now, though they still hid underneath his bandages. Her shoulder pained her less that day, Azula noticed, as she climbed out of the mattress almost unwillingly, collecting as many thick clothes as she could muster. In other circumstances, her inner fire would have kept her warm enough to chase away the biting cold. In circumstances where her chi wasn't still recovering from the nefarious day when she had nearly died in Sokka's arms, that is. Covering herself with several layers of clothes, Azula climbed downstairs, intending to start on breakfast, regardless of how dark it was. Her internal clock was certain it was morning, before Sokka awoke. She wasn't as good at cooking on her own, but Sokka had struggled to sleep without the midnight nectar last night, and waking him when he finally seemed to relax enough to get proper rest would be an act of cruelty she refused to commit against him. If she was quick about it, she might return upstairs before he was awake again. She might even use her bending to warm up their food, if need be. She rubbed her hands together, blowing softly into them. Sparks of orange flittered about as she did, reiterating that annoying certainty of not being fully recovered, fully strong, just yet, but there were other things for her to focus on right now. The food first, the food. She slowed on her tracks as she climbed down the stairs, reaching the threshold that led out of the tower and onto the main deck. The ocean before her eyes had been dark blue the last time she had glanced at it. White, glistening ice formations were jutting out throughout their surroundings now, lit by the stars and moonlight. Her whole world seemed to fall to shambles at the sight of those icebergs. At the distant pale line beyond the blackness of the ocean, it was land. For the first time in 10 days, it was land, or ice, it made no matter. The South Pole loomed ahead, conveying the unmistakable message that their long journey would soon reach its end. Chapter 247, The Ultimate Gladiator 18. A lifetime ago, she had taken her seat on the throne-like chair she had used to keep on the barge's deck before it had become a training site for herself and her gladiator. She had stemmed in her frustrations, determined to succeed at her personal quests, as she glared at the icebergs they passed by while sailing to their destination. She had hoped her first diplomatic mission would jumpstart her political career, forcing her father's many nobles and military leaders to acknowledge her, to stop looking at her brother's absent figure as the only possible next Fire Lord. That mission had changed everything, but not in the way she had wanted matters to change, back then. No acknowledgement had arrived, most of all, because her credit had been stolen by a man upon whom she'd taken her revenge later. She had been kept home instead, waiting impatiently for another chance, for her moment, dreading it might never arrive, yet willing to craft it with her own hands if need be. For 2 years, she had never considered the greatest change in her life had already been set in motion when she had first stepped into that icy pole, expecting to find nothing in it but a meeting between bickering fools. What she had found, instead, had been her first battle against a genuine enemy, a man who embodied everything she should have wanted to destroy. Even then, she hadn't wanted to do it. The man who had offered her respect, who had fought and sacrificed himself for his people, had puzzled her, filling her with curiosity she never expected would be sated. She had assumed she would never see him again after he had been carried off to Hawaii, and she had lived 2 years of her life sparing him nothing but occasional thoughts, if even that. It had been 6 years since that day. 6 years since she had last seen those tall ice spikes rising out of the water, since she had taken advantage of her bodily heat, of her inner flame, to fight off the cold while suspecting lesser firebenders would have never been able to withstand the low temperatures she could field successfully. 6 years since she had expected her life to change. Now, 6 years later, she returned with the certainty that everything would change in the South Pole, yet again, and this time, not for the better. These days, she cared nothing for the acknowledgement she had sought so desperately in her youth. She no longer would have minded, she realized, if anyone still wanted Zuko as Fire Lord. Curses, she'd choose him as Fire Lord over her father as well, in a heartbeat, if the opportunity arose. The power, the glory she had once coveted and fought for, the recognition, the greatness, none of it held the slightest appeal to her anymore. For they were sailing through the frozen, icy waters of the South Pole, and it meant the end was nigh, no matter how she might try to delay the inevitable. For delaying it too long would only be counterproductive. She knew that, Oze's ships, which she had no doubt were sailing their way already, would catch up to them and lay waste to the South Pole if they could, if they happened to catch up with the barge there. They had to intercept the barge at sea instead. It was the only way. It was the only way. Yet every thought of what needed to be done, of the simple breakfast she had intended to find just now, had fragmented and shattered inside her mind. The barge continued to progress, likely at a much higher speed than was safe, at much higher speed than Angela wanted it to, anymore. She could barely breathe, and not because the air was thinner. Her hand found support on the archway that led out of the tower as she forced her eyes off those icebergs. Feeling lightheaded, uneasy, Angela didn't walk to the dining deck. Instead, she crossed the corridors that would lead her to the bridge. The world felt unfocused and unreal as she endeavored to retain her footing, to move without faltering towards the command room of her ship, where she'd confirm the obvious, where she'd find out just how long they had left, if they had any time left at all. Tai Wei stood at the ship's helm, with Chiang aiding in navigation and Ru Yishi standing by, likely ready to convey messages between the men in the engine room and the bridge. They had been speaking amongst themselves when she opened the door, but Angela didn't take her time to listen in on what they were saying. All their eyes shifted towards the door, panic plain across their faces once they recognized her. "Princess!" Ru Yishi called, softly. "I didn't think you'd be awake yet." It was cold." "I thought, it doesn't matter," Angela said, swallowing hard. Her teeth chattered as she spoke. It wasn't the cold's fault, however. She wished it were the consequence of something as physical and straightforward as that. "Are we?" I saw the icebergs. I just wanted to know for sure if it is the South Pole, Princess," Tai Wei confirmed, his voice soft, remorseful. Angela clenched her jaw, hard. She had known it, of course she had known it, but she hadn't wanted it to be true. If just for a few more days, if just for a little while longer, she wasn't ready to say goodbye. She knew, deep down, that she never would be. "We won't reach the available docks at the settlement for another 2 hours or so, will we?" Ru Yishi asked Tai Wei, loudly enough to snap Angela out of her torrent of thoughts momentarily. The temporary captain of the ship cleared his throat and nodded. "If they're still usable, yeah. It will still be a while before we get there, it's true," Tai Wei said, nodding. Ru Yishi bowed his head in acknowledgement before glancing at Angela meaningfully. Her throat was closing in, but the sympathetic, meaningful gaze of her close friend spoke lengths to her, eliciting a moment of clarity in the princess's aching soul. 2 hours it is, then," he said, softly. "Go to him." No scolding, no reminder that she should find something to eat, which indeed had been her purpose when she had come downstairs. Again, Ru Yishi encouraged her to act on her feelings, on her impulses, for he understood the very depths of the pain and fears overtaking the princess. He, as well, had said goodbye to someone he had intended to spend his life with. After everything Angela had been through recently, it didn't surprise him at all that a woman who had ever been a paragon of strength would lack it when she was faced with the worst challenge she had ever known. Yet, as skittish as he had been over their many displays of affection throughout the trip, whether simple ones such as their hand-holding, or more intimate ones, such as knocking on the door of their cabin when the sounds of love-making had finally subsided, he didn't merely turn a blind eye to it now. He, instead, offered her one more chance to be with the man she loved. 2 more hours, and then it was over. The 6 years that had changed her life would come to an abrupt, unwanted end, and a new period in her life would begin. A life without Sokka. She didn't hesitate, nodding towards Ru Yishi before dashing away down the corridors of the ship. The former captain watched her go, fearful for her stability, for her heart's evident turmoil and struggle. He was no stranger to the devastation that took hold of the princess whenever she was at risk of losing Sokka. He couldn't help but dread how she would react, how she would act, once he was out of her life for good, even if this was her own decision, her own sacrifice. "I don't think they should tarry much longer once we arrive," Ru Yishi, Tai Wei said quietly, swallowing hard. "If we're going to try to get caught closer to the Earth Kingdom, we have to get going as fast as possible." "We will," Ru Yishi said, quietly, after they're done saying goodbye." "Ru Yishi," Tai Wei whispered, eyeing his fellow guard remorsefully. "We'll take off at haste, as soon as they're done." Ru Yishi whispered, "We'll keep the engines running on low power, then set the ship in motion once he's no longer on board." "That's what we'll do." Tai Wei sighed but nodded. They had sacrificed much for the princess already. Giving her 2 more hours, or perhaps 3, hardly seemed a dreadful notion. None of them knew what would happen later anyhow, only that they would be traveling still, away from the South Pole, leaving the Gladiator behind. Whatever fate awaited them after that final moment, none of them looked forward to the princess's promised heartbreak once she said her last goodbye to the man she had grown to love most deeply. Clinging to the handrails with far more desperation than ever before, Angela rushed upstairs as fast as her feet could carry her. The cold bit into her legs, into her skin, into her soul, regardless of the thick clothes she had clad herself with before leaving her cabin. No matter how she trembled, no heat seemed to return, just as her breaths escaped her in a wild frenzy. Another flight of stairs, just one more, and she'd reach him. No, it didn't matter if she was exhausted once she arrived, her energies still low and scarcely replenished, despite their frequent sex, should have aided further in the regeneration of her chi. She gritted her teeth, though, and pushed through, climbing the last steps as hastily as she could, longing to do nothing but lock the door behind her and stay with Sokka in that room forever. She had left the door open when she had gone downstairs. Through it, she could see his sitting shape, by the edge of the mattress. His strong back glistened under the pale light of the room's lanterns, though some bandages still crisscrossed over his abdomen and lower back, hiding away the bruises that had taken the longest to fade away. The burns over his limbs were slowly fading too, shifting into natural skin color, in some cases, into a more faded color, when it came to the more serious ones. The bandage he had sported on his head for most the journey had come off merely 2 days ago. His long hair, reaching down to his shoulders, covered the remnants of the healing wound on the back of his head. Perhaps she should have been used to seeing him like this, after 10 days at sea with him, but the silent strength in his figure, the straightness of his muscular back and shoulders, the flow of his smooth hair, all of it entranced her as she stood in place, gazing at him as though she had spent her life searching for a sight as magnificent as him, as though that sight would fade before her eyes if she didn't keep them upon it for as long as possible. He had woken up without her. He had been halfway through dressing up, it seemed. He had pulled up his trousers, at least, but now he sat in place, on the bed they had shared, amid the many layers of sheets and blankets he had insisted on using all at once, to ensure Angela's body heat would be preserved perfectly. Yet, while he had a clean shirt in his hands, he still seemed to be reflecting on whether to clad himself with it or not. Perhaps he was pondering something else instead, something similar to the thoughts that coursed through her mind right now. For, unlike her, Sokka might have glanced out the cabin's windows to discover they were close to their destination at last. He might have realized it right away, and he might be regretting not having fought harder against Angela's designs. He might be wishing for more time, he might long to take her into his arms and never let go, he might still want to keep their final kiss as far away as possible, delaying it until somehow the stars changed indeed, until they were ready to offer them a chance to live out the rest of their days together, just as they had wanted it to be. Angela stepped closer to the doorway, unsteady still, uneasy, even if the very sight of him calmed her slightly. He was still here. She still had him, no matter if the sand was running out of their hourglass. They had about 2 hours left, and it seemed so little, contrasted with 4 years of nurturing a bond gradually until it had become the very core of their lives, their purpose, their motivation, everything that mattered. No longer did Angela crave glory of any sort, she wanted nothing but him. No longer would she begrudge herself for wishing she had been born a commoner just to be with him. She would have given up everything in a heartbeat if the consequences for it were less steep than she knew they would be. No longer would she fight against what her heart longed for. She gave in to those desires today, for the last time. She knew he would be just as determined, as desperate as she was, to make every remaining second count, to create the last treasured memories they'd ever share. A sigh left Sokka's chest, his shoulders dropping gently before he glanced over his shoulder. Those clever, soulful blue eyes found Angela's gold. A streak of fear crossed his face for just one moment, fear she reflected in her own gaze, just as inevitably, just as honestly. Yet within moments, serenity settled upon his handsome features. Angela breathed out slowly, and she stepped inside the room. Sokka didn't move from where he sat, but his gaze followed her as she crossed the cabin with slower footsteps than she intended. Whatever strain she had put her body through by rushing upstairs went forgotten now. Their silence, this time, didn't feel uncomfortable, and neither one was desperate to break it as Angela came to stand right in front of Sokka, unable and unwilling to tear her eyes off him. He returned her gaze without cowering, reflecting nothing but affection in his loving eyes as she raised her hand slowly, letting her fingertips skirt over his left cheekbone before her fingers enticed him to raise his head just a little higher, just enough to tilt it in the perfect angle for her to lean down over him and press a soft, almost shy kiss upon his lips. Sokka responded quietly, though he ached with loneliness once she pulled away only moments after bringing their lips together. His hands, strong and rough as they always had been, rose to her hips, reeling her in, letting her support her weight with her hands upon his shoulders, her knees resting against the mattress, right between his spread legs. Heartfelt gazes conveyed the deepest understanding between their souls, the keen awareness they shared that, unless their destinies proved more merciful than they had been so far, they stood at the very end of the line. This was their last opportunity to share in each other's love as deep and intimately as possible. When Sokka's hands guided her gently, Azula followed. She climbed back on the bed, her knees at either side of him as their lips met once more. Brisk, chaste kisses seemed to open the way for the long, deep ones they ever relished in offering each other. Azula's nose dug into Sokka's left cheek as she leaned in, deeper, her tongue twirling around his own as his hands tightened their grip around her waist. The foreboding future hung over their heads so heavily, threatening and unwanted, but every kiss seemed to stall it, to push it aside, to force it to wait, to let them take their time loving each other thoroughly, as they always had. As they ever had intended to. Even now, when an acute, unbearable pain struck at their hearts, the two lovers, hearts linked, energy combined, seemed to understand each other without words, and in that understanding, they could only rejoice in how far they had come together. Mistakes had been made from the earliest moments of their relationship, but what occupied them were the beautiful memories they had crafted together. Every step they had taken, every choice they had made, every day and night in each other's company, strengthening their bond by sparring, by debating endlessly, by stealing kisses that seemed to shake the very foundations of their world each time they dared act upon their impulses. That their love had withstood every test until now could only fill them with the hope that it would withstand this one, as well, that perhaps this wasn't the end after all, despite having no true basis for such hopes other than the faith they shared in each other. Sokka had regained a fair amount of strength across the 10 days they had spent at sea. Many of his wounds pained him less these days, most of his bruises and burns faded and faint by now. Where he had needed midnight nectar to clear his head from pain when they had first boarded the ship, he could ignore the many stabs of pain by now, as they grew weaker every day. He had regained his risk-taking attitude, even if in small matters. The arm he kept wrapped around Azula's waist reeled her close enough to hoist her up, to lay her across the mattress once again, on the spot he had vacated mere moments ago when he had awakened. Azula didn't protest, although she gasped, eyeing Sokka with concern until he had deposited her perfectly upon the soft fabrics of their multiple layers of sheets and blankets. That he betrayed no pain, that he didn't flinch not even once, lit her eyes with blissful relief mere instants before she wrapped her arms around his neck, legs around his waist, trapped in her hold, scarcely holding himself in place above her. Sokka wanted nothing but to remain exactly where he was, a desire he conveyed by kissing Azula as willfully as she kissed him. He didn't forget about her wounded shoulder. Azula did, though, unconcerned with the injury that had plagued her over the course of the past month. The ointment Jianghuo had offered her had done its job and her skin had returned to its natural color after the brutality of the Imperial Guards had caused it to swell and redden. She could forget about it often now, even if every time she mistakenly laid down on her left side it would shoot jolts of pain through her system. Right now, though, she laid on her back instead, and she embraced Sokka fully, much as she had the first time she had ever found herself on a bed with him, with a time limit dangling over their heads and hearts, yet a much more forgiving one than the one that tormented them now. Silent as she had remained, she hadn't told Sokka how long they had left. Perhaps it was for the better. Sokka's lips scarcely left hers, and Azula suspected he wanted to hear no explanations, no warnings, no predictions. He wanted to surrender to the love they shared one more time, without allowing the pain of the impending future to dampen the moment, to hinder the devotion he wanted to continue offering her freely. Truthfully, Azula felt the same way. The melancholy of the situation couldn't muddle their last opportunity to be together. If this wasn't the last time they would ever meet, if it wasn't their last chance to share in each other's company, then it meant the situation wasn't as hopeless as it seemed, and if it was the last time, they didn't wish to look back on it and remember only heartache and misery. No, they wanted to remember much more than that. They wanted to create memories worth treasuring, memories of moments that should last them a lifetime. Sokka broke off the kiss, his soft breaths brushing against her skin as he gazed upon her longingly, every detail across her face, each smooth feature, the deviously sharp angle of her beautiful golden eyes, her straight nose, her full lips. It was a face he had carried with him, in his soul, from the moment their paths had first converged. It was the face he would carry in his heart for the rest of his life, for it belonged to the woman he loved with every fiber of his being, with every component of his soul. The first words he spoke to her that morning were the words he had inevitably thought, from the very moment he had first laid eyes upon her. "You're beautiful." Azula had accepted that brief pause between kisses, letting herself gaze upon the man she loved just as well. The light from the lanterns fell upon his dark skin, highlighting his features, letting her marvel in the strength of his set jaw, the depth of his clever azure eyes, the defined cheekbones, the stubble on his chin that he had deliberately preserved ever since he realized she seemed to like it. Yet just as her fingers trailed delicately over his face, softly caressing his cheek, he spoke those words, and she found she coveted the sound of his voice just as well. That man who could make her laugh herself to tears with his silliest antics, the same man who could make her knees weak with anticipation whenever she saw his most serious facade, just as well. She had grown to love every part of him. Right now, lying down underneath him, a mere breath away from his lips, she found said love renewed and strengthened yet again, ever reforged by his own love for her. "So are you," she whispered, softly, words she would usually speak to tease him, to trigger his most ridiculous instincts to preserve and protect his manliness, were devoid of jocosity this time. "Just so," Sokka only smiled warmly, as did Azula. That comfort of knowing each other so intimately, to the point of being perfectly capable of predicting each other's responses, to knowing exactly how to tease one another in the most agreeable way, that kind of understanding didn't come easily, it couldn't be born between any two people. From wanting to outsmart one another, in a constant contest to earn each other's respect and acknowledgement, their jabs at each other had gained another purpose, this very purpose, making each other smile, their eyes lighting up with the purest form of fondness, familiarity, and comfort. There was no chasing away the heartache, both knew as much, yet now, as their lips met again, they still smiled as they held each other closely. For as long as they had left, they were triumphantly together, triumphantly belonging to each other. Those very smiles were meant to be remembered and treasured, along with all the sensations, the actions, and words they longed to commit to memory for eternity. Neither one had known how to contain tears many times across the past weeks, but right now, as their eyes met before their lips did, the cold that surrounded them seemed to flee in the face of the purest warmth they felt, breaking the spell that grief and misery had held upon them. They devoted themselves to each deep kiss, to the delightful game between their justing tongues, to the tightness of the embrace they shared. Azula's hands trailed down over Sokka's bare back, over the many light scars she had draped across it, over the large one that crossed down to his waist as well. Every familiar ridge of his body, every single inch of him, seemed to belong to her just as much as she belonged to him. She knew him so intimately, down to every weak spot across his body, every place he longed to feel her touch in, and she sought to sate his needs for certain today, letting her fully spread hands travel across his shoulder blades, down his spine, and to the trousers he had likely fastened mere instants before she had returned to their cabin. Her fingers slipped through the fabric, between the clothes and the skin, softly kneading as they went deeper, clasping his rear as boldly as she pleased. When he laughed softly against her lips, Azula couldn't contain a grin of her own. The cleverness in his gaze as he pulled away set off a blissful jolting sensation within her chest, the joy she ever felt when she was with him. "I'll get my turn at that too," he whispered with certainty, and Azula laughed before nodding. "You always do," she smiled, squeezing each buttock deliberately, prompting Sokka to groan playfully in response. Still laughing softly, she pushed down his clothes as best she could in the restrictive position they were in. Sokka writhed, shrugging off the trousers and underwear as best he could. Azula pulled him close, setting him down on the mattress and climbing over his body to push down his loose clothes. Her hands wouldn't waste the opportunity to caress as much of his skin as she could, most delicately as she moved down his thighs, where he still sported a few healing wounds. Sokka had relaxed at first, allowing her freedom to strip him naked before sitting up, ready to reach for her once she tossed his clothes aside. She took her time revealing him, though, and she didn't cower from his manly body the way she had the first time they had lain together. Now she smiled at the full sight of him, at his strong muscles, his defined abdomen, his firm collarbone. Long ago, she had found herself too flustered to even look at him. Now she couldn't look away, knowing she had loved this body for years, knowing he had been hers, by his choice, for even longer than that. She could have admired him forever, she gladly would have, but Sokka's hands clasped hers delicately, reeling her close until she sat between his now spread legs. His fingers delicately found her chin, tilting her head towards him, letting their lips meet once again, in a slow and tender exchange that gained heat when Azula leaned closer to him, as she sought to make out every contour of his body with her adventurous hands. Sokka never had failed to rise up to her passion, returning every caress with as much devotion as she offered them, Kissing her so powerfully she soon found herself breathless and delighted with her resulting lightheadedness. This was how she wanted him, strong, true to his needs and desires, honest and forthright, with that clever smile and the kindest eyes she had ever gazed upon. Breathing heavily, Angela raised her own gaze to meet his own when their kiss parted, only for his hand to move back and cup the nape of her neck gently, angling his face smoothly. His lips returned to hers in that same heartfelt manner, and Angela surrendered to his affection and the fumbling of his free hand with the fastening of the first layer of her clothes. The sash with which she had held everything together came off easily enough, but their long, deep kisses were interrupted by the next layer, a long tunic. Before they could return to them, the next tunic stood in the way, and afterwards a long-sleeved shirt. After offering her brisk kisses before setting out to undo the next layer, Sokka couldn't help but laugh at the fourth layer, his shoulders shaking as Angela's did as well, weakly. To this day, you still wear too many clothes, he teased her. Angela grinned and shook her head. Try not to slice them off me this time, or rip them to pieces with your bare hands, she responded. Sokka chuckled, shaking his head too as he kissed her again. As mad as I was afterwards, that was. Sokka asked, with a knowing, flirty, teasing tone that brought Angela to laugh as he slid closer to her, towering over her frame as he knelt while she sat on the mattress. Far more exciting than it should have been, and far more amusing too, when you found you weren't done yet, Angela laughed, pressing her brow to his. Sokka's mouth fell upon hers again, a hum of disapproval sending her into another soft spree of laughter. His lips traveled further, kissing her cheek, her jawline, then descending to her neck, which was, on the most part, covered with tall-collared clothes he'd be tearing off her in no time. I bet you want to laugh at my expenses just as much today as you did that day, eh? Sokka smiled. Must be why you did this. I did it because I was cold, Angela said, and a gasp escaped her lips as Sokka's wrapped over what little exposed skin of her neck as he could reach for, between her jawline and clothes. But if I'd thought it'd annoy you this much, I'd be wearing even more of them. How dare you? Sokka hissed teasingly, prompting Angela to laugh even harder as she swayed in his firm arms. His kisses grew more voracious, just as his hands tugged at her clothes again, pulling the long-sleeved shirt over her abdomen and breasts only to reveal, of course, yet another shirt. She was still laughing as he changed their position again. Now she sat comfortably on his lap as he relieved her of each clothing garment, one by one. To satisfy both his needs to kiss her without restraint and to relieve her of her outfit, he would pause after each item had been discarded, kissing her deeply just as he stripped her bare. He was free to caress her rear in this position, much as she had touched his own when the opportunity arose. Teasingly, Angela swayed against his hands, welcoming his intimate caresses as willfully as she dared. Sokka grinned, tugging loose the final, tight shirt she had clad herself in, finally exposing the neck he couldn't help but dive for, and she couldn't help but expose for him just as well. With her legs fully spread, no matter if they were still covered in clothes, Angela pressed tighter to Sokka, her body leaning against his, delighting in the friction and the wonders his mouth would weave upon her near-feverish skin. He groaned lovingly, arms wrapping tenderly over her lower back to reel her close, to take advantage of the opportunity to kiss across her exposed body while his fingers trailed upwards, to find the tip of the bandages she kept across her chest. Just one strategic tug and her upper body would be fully exposed to him. His lips pressed every smooth kiss they could offer upon her skin, most delicately upon her 3 scars, as the fabric that concealed her chest came undone smoothly, slowly, letting those entrancing mounds and their perked nipples beckon and tempt him to travel lower, so he could meet them with his voracious kisses. But he would strip her fully first. He needed to do so. He wanted to see all of her, just as she could see all of him. It didn't matter how many times they had given themselves to the other, they could never seem to lose the excitement, the anticipation that ever took hold of them upon sharing in any form of intimacy, let alone the deepest of them all. Without waiting for him to speak aloud his intent, Angela hoisted herself slightly, allowing him to tug down her trousers, one pair of them, seeing as she had clad herself in 2 layers. Sokka sighed in feigned frustration, prompting Angela to laugh as she pressed her brow to his, delighting in his knowing smile, the loving mischief that gleamed in his eyes. His hands crawled under the fabric, slipping between the layers until finally he found bare skin underneath. She pressed a warm kiss to his lips once his hand clasped her buttock fully, kneading softly and longingly, and he grunted pleasantly under her affectionate gestures. Little by little, Sokka dragged the trousers down, exposing her waist while letting his fingers trail upon her hip bones. She rose to her knees, allowing him to push the trousers lower, then she leaned forward, as though to lie down on the bed, atop him, and offering him a most generous view of her breasts moments before he found himself blissfully smothered by them, soothed by the warm, soft skin he ever was tempted by. Against his reservations, he took to pressing willful kisses upon her skin, eliciting low but heartfelt moans from his lover. After delicately rolling with her upon the mattress, he finally could remove her lower body's clothes smoothly, keeping his face buried in her chest while he tugged the last clothing items off her body. Her legs hugged him, retaining him in place. A chilling breeze drawled into the cabin, seeking to steal away their comfortable warmth, but neither one appeared aware of its presence. Heat rose within their bodies, underneath their skin. With every kiss Sokka pressed upon her waiting chest, Azula's heat swirled and rose, instinctively gearing up for a release she could only wish would arrive later, much later, once she'd had her fill, though she knew she never would. He toyed with her breasts most pleasantly, switching between them, offering them no end of kisses and soft suctions while cupping them in his rough hands. He seemed to hold back from devouring them as wildly as ever, though Azula suspected he wished to do exactly that. She pressed up against him, compelling him to gasp as her body rose to meet his. The tender kisses gained a hungry tune, giving some room to his instinctive needs amidst all his overflowing affection and playfulness. Her skin beckoned him, and he obeyed its call, letting himself go wild with pleasure as he listened keen and attentively to the symphony of moans that poured from Azula's lips. Her chest heaved by the time he finally offered it some respite. Her nipples felt blissfully raw once his own chest met them, as he rose over the bed to gaze at her with a guilty grin. "Sorry if I went overboard," he whispered. Azula smiled back. Never apologize for pleasuring me so well, silly," she said, raising a hand to the nape of his neck and reeling him close, claiming his reddened lips with her own as their bodies met, soft and warm, offering each other the perfect means with which to fight off the cold, the ones Sokka often had told Azula they'd resort to in order to deal with low temperatures. The proposal had been tempting even when she wasn't ready to accept it, completely agreeable afterwards. Today, she found it was the perfect moment to fulfill that particular idea of Sokka's. Their tongues brushed together longingly as Sokka held himself above her with one arm only, his right hand returned to raking her body, down the breasts he had devoured so delightfully, and to her abdomen next, teasing her navel gently just to smile once her body jolted. Their kiss broke by then and he gazed at her with enough fondness to set Azula's heart on fire. "You always put me to the test in the best of ways, huh?" he whispered, teasingly. "I can't make up my mind. Do I want to kiss you, or do I want to gaze at every inch of you?" "You could always try both," Azula answered, softly. Sokka snickered and leaned in, eyes open even as he was less than a breath away from her. "Such an obvious solution, isn't it?" he said, and Azula smiled while struggling to keep her own eyes fully open, despite the impulse that compelled her to close them, much like his own. He dared kiss her while gazing at her, insistently, intently, and her excitement only surged and boiled because of it. His free hand would travel delicately upon her shuddering pelvis, no doubt on its way to her core and clit. She could barely wait until it got there. Yet moments before it did, Sokka broke off the spree of bold kisses, laughing and shaking his head. "It's fun, but I can't see you all that well this way," he confessed, between chuckles, "too close to take in all of you, evidently." "Guess your conundrum remains unsolvable," Azula smiled, pressing her brow to his. "Might be you ought to try seeing with your lips, how about that?" "Ah? And should I kiss you with my eyes too, if so?" he smirked. Azula snorted, and she couldn't restrain her laughter once he leaned close, pressing his face to hers, his closed eyes rubbing her skin dorkily, eyelids fluttering against her in a ticklish manner. Complicated, but doable." "Sokka." She called his name with amusement, intending to drag him up to her lips again, but his hand finally slid lower, and her words and intentions froze when a sudden wave of pleasure rose and crashed inside her, rendering her thoughts mute when his fingertips parted her nether lips and teased her sensitive clit. The next time she called his name, she did so breathlessly. When she tilted his head upwards towards hers, she stole a kiss as though to find her bearings through it, to anchor herself to reality with him, yet he only hoisted her higher and higher, exploring every crevice, every fold of her soaked, heated skin, retreading each step he had ever taken whenever he made her his. The tender amusement they had basked in, the many smiles they had shared, had now been put on hold. Their bodies swayed together, all their senses overflowing with passion they unleashed upon each other through non-stop, deep kisses. They tasted, touched, inhaled each other, listening to every moan and sigh, every groan and cry, every brush of skin and every heartbeat that raced hastily, flooding their minds with thoughtless desires, impulses that tore down the remnants of whatever walls had ever existed between them. In every chance of respite, every instance when they needed to breathe in air despite wanting to breathe in nothing but each other, their eyes would meet as well, warm gold with loving blue, much as the flames Angela had learned to bend, just as the result of blending both types of fire proved to be an extraordinary, beautiful spectacle, the union between them had proven to have a similar outcome. Between their eyes, their hearts, their ever-growing devotion for each other, they had created a love stronger than the forces that meant to tear them apart. No matter the distance between them in the future, that truth would remain unchanged, their love would not falter, not for a second, not even when a whole ocean, countless miles, and who knew how many years, might stand between them. Her body reacted easily, eagerly to his touch, perhaps far more enthusiastically than she would have liked, if only he hadn't known her as well as he did, if only he hadn't always thrilled her as profoundly as only he could. Perhaps she could have delayed that first peak for a moment longer, but the vulnerable moment loomed closer with each intimate caress, and he could tell. Delicately, smoothly, Sokka allowed his fingers to slip down, towards her opening, the soft walls wrapped around him, smooth enough to prompt him to groan against her as she moaned urgently, longing for more than just his fingers, and yet treasuring that just as well, welcoming every intimate caress as he stroked her core, deeper and deeper. Her body shuddered, her chest heaving with each breath, and his lips pressed gentle kisses upon her hoisted mounds while his eyes shifted knowingly towards hers. She was close, she mouthed as much to him, and Sokka only nodded as he continued onwards, prodding and caressing her intimately, letting his thumb rise up to the swollen clit. Angela gasped, clenched up, damn near screamed, but Sokka didn't pull away. Her legs shuddered as she held him in place, wordlessly begging him to keep going, to guide her through her climax as expertly as he ever did. Sokka complied, pressing more kisses to her lips, muffling the cries of passion. His caresses didn't slow down, not even after those walls had tightened and shuddered, rubbing against his fingers pleasantly and encouraging him to long for the moment he'd replace them with his manhood instead, but not yet. They would take it easy, they would take it long and slow. Today, he would worship every inch of her body with all of his own. He refused to rush this. He didn't slow down after the first release, even though he wasn't as intense as he had been in other trysts. Even so, his fingers remained buried inside her, and the kisses he offered her to soothe her back into tranquility helped her catch her breath, clear her mind from blinding pleasure, only for that same excitement to build up one more time, with Sokka's intense, deep eyes gazing into her own, as though wanting to see through her. Across each figment of her soul, she spread herself open. Clinging to no pretenses, no lies, giving herself to him completely, without holding anything back, vulnerable, fragile and afraid, just as she was unashamed, devoted and overflown with conviction that she belonged in his strong arms, now and forever. He breathed heavily against her too once her second peak burst across her body, causing her to throw her head back as her body reacted powerfully to the magic Sokka elicited upon it. Even now, he seemed tempted to keep going, and he might have indeed taken his time to stir her excitement yet again, only for Angela's hand to reach down to his, compelling him to withdraw it. He swallowed hard, gazing at her warily. Had he gone too far, or was she simply ready for something else? It wasn't easy to tell which option was right, but Angela wasted no time with explanations as she pulled him closer. Sokka's lips found hers instants before she rolled them on the bed, pinning Sokka on the mattress before she crawled down to his waist. Angela! He gasped, recognizing her intent a moment too late, supporting her weight with her right hand. Her left clasped his manhood by the base, guiding the fully erect organ into her waiting mouth. He had never asked her to do this, not in all the years of their relationship. It was always Angela who chose to offer him this form of pleasure, taking the initiative to drive him wild through oral pleasure. Yet today it was, once more, a decision with countless layers, chief among them her need to feel him, to remember everything about him, to take him as deeply as she could, to let her tongue trail across every ridge of his shaft, to expose his tip with her lips by leaning closer to him. allowing the head of his cock to brush against the roof of her mouth. Never had Sokka expected a blowjob would feel as emotionally charged as it did today. In all that bliss, he nearly found himself tearing up again, but he restrained himself. That Angela had come to love him so sincerely meant the world to him, where she had once been so hesitant to do this, uncertain of herself. She had slowly learned to do it when she sought to stir his excitement to the extreme. Now, she did it simply because it was him, because every part of him belonged to her, just as every part of her belonged to him. He gritted his teeth as the pleasure rose higher and higher. He wouldn't be able to withhold his climax for later if she continued this way, but where he had always warned her vocally in the past, this time he caressed her face delicately, wordlessly urging her to glance at him. Their eyes met, and his parted lips and heaving chest conveyed his relentless fingering of her might have excited him more than he had anticipated. Even so, Angela's determined golden eyes bore into his own. She had no intentions of slowing down now. She would carry this to term, tightening her lips pleasantly as she bobbed her head back and forth, seeking his very essence, betraying no doubts or hesitation as she guided her lover closer to the cusp of uncontrolled pleasure. His attempts to contain his cries went to waste as he groaned, his whole body trembling as the pent-up passion surged, singing across his veins. Echoes of the countless times he had felt so fulfilled with her pulsated with his every heartbeat. It was a sensation he had never experienced until he had known her, and even now, as she devoured him, breathing deeply through her nose as her face rested against his strong, bandaged abdomen, he felt it anew. He was only at peace, only truly unafraid of being who he was, whenever he was with her. His fingers could have tightened over her hair, or ensured she remained in position despite she had no intentions of pulling back, not even as his cock jolted in that familiar way it ever did when he was close to finishing. Instead, his hands cupped her face, shivering violently, offering her the gentlest of caresses as his body came undone, unleashing his seed as his head spun with blissful pleasure, born from the delightful, warm contact of her mouth, lips, and tongue, with the erect shaft that emptied itself in her now. Sokka breathed with difficulty, seeing clouds and stains dancing before his eyes. Angela had yet to release him, lavishing his shaft with earnest affection as she sucked and licked it yet again, as though she couldn't have enough of him just yet. He allowed himself a careless smile as she covered his sensitive skin with slow kisses, finally letting his shaft out of her mouth, though most unwillingly. Her gaze rose towards his, and she crooked an eyebrow at his grin, finding there might be far more meaning in it than mere elation over receiving oral gratification from the woman he loved. "What is it?" she asked, softly. He shrugged, caressing her hair delicately. "Can't help but remember that a certain princess once said she'd never be caught doing something as undignified as this," he said, letting his fingers trail over her cheekbones, down to her lips. Angela smiled a little, kissing his fingertips as Sokka smiled fondly at her. "What can I say? It's an acquired taste," she whispered, teasingly. Sokka chuckled and shook his head, pushing himself up with difficulty by resting his weight on his arm. "If you say so, but I know something that tastes marvelously, and always has," he whispered, sitting up. Angela smiled again, letting his hands move lower down her body, reaching her waist and pulling her closer to him. "Let me return the favor." "Always," Angela answered, pressing her brow to his. Sokka grinned, stealing a quick kiss from her lips before rolling them both on the mattress anew, basking in yet another chance to gaze at each other for as long as they dared, until Sokka's eagerness to taste Angela overcame all his other impulses. One more kiss, this time longer and deeper, and he took off on his typical path, pressing his lips across her body as he made his way to her legs. Some of the kisses were chaste, gentle, whereas others were passionate and intense, leaving wonderful red marks across her pale skin, marks she'd had to hide urgently merely a few weeks ago, marks that she now longed to sport across her body for as long as she might live. She spread her legs fully, offering him full freedom to dive in, to bury his face in her folds, to keep him in place until his jaw couldn't withstand the constant effort of devouring her. She wondered if he would continue endlessly if she allowed it, if they had enough time for it, even if his muscles gave way. As his strong, calloused hands caressed her exposed thighs, she let herself believe he would be that resilient. She allowed her imagination to take wind as she closed her eyes and focused on the sensations upon her skin. Both the touch of his hands and the smooth work of his mouth upon her legs proved so delightful she found herself at a loss for breath as she trembled when Sokka released the air he'd been holding against her soaked folds. A shudder of pleasure shook her instants before his mouth, tentative and slow, inched closer, trailing upon her warm skin, letting her scent fill his lungs, her taste flooding his mouth when he finally dared wrap his lips over her nether ones. Her pleasure answered him faithfully, as it ever did. He had memorized her every weak spot after so many years of acquainting himself with her body. He could elicit every sensation he wished to, knowing exactly what to touch and what to kiss in the order she liked it best. While her pelvis would jolt whenever the pleasure overwhelmed her, she didn't pull away from his lips, not even for an instant. If her body somehow couldn't withstand these rushes of adrenaline and bliss coursing inside her veins, despite all the years of practice, she would certainly lose her senses in the best of ways, blacking out in bliss as the man she had given her heart to made love to her with his mouth, lavishing her skin with his tongue, his brow drawn together in heartfelt concentration. He offered her everything he had, and she accepted it all, gladly, just as he ever had with her. Their hearts would beat as one, echoing each other, ignoring all matters of cheating or injuries as their souls blended again and again, their very life forces bonded intimately in every sense. Angela's hands moved to her own thighs. Finding Sokka's, he allowed her to lace their fingers together, to grip his hands tightly as she swayed against his powerful mouth. His hands were anchors, keeping her locked around him when his love seemed to offer her a chance to fly off to places unknown through strength she'd only found with him. But she didn't wish to go anywhere, not if she couldn't bring him with her, not if she couldn't bask in his generous affection, whether in bed or outside it. It was impossible to keep it out of her mind completely, no matter if she wanted to focus on the here and now, on the wonderful moment they had been allowed to share in that chilly, difficult morning. Her mind rang constantly with reminders that this would be the last, that this would be the end. That from this day forward, her partner, lover, husband and best friend would become her most precious memory instead, yet it served as an effective reminder of why she couldn't let a single instant go to waste. Why she couldn't take anything for granted, no matter how many times he'd done it before, such as this long and thorough cunnilingus. His tongue skirted across each fold, mapping them out for the 1000th time, his fingers tight around her own, offering her the support she had been seeking when the pleasure took her by storm. Even in bed, where one faltered, the other stood their ground. Theirs had never been a relationship of conformity, of half measures, it had been a relationship fated for understanding, for balance even if they had failed to balance their love with the demands of their world. Yet the flow of energy between them remained pure and smooth. It reminded them that they belonged, that they were loved, and that they always would be. The swirling bliss Angela had already experienced earlier could be recalled easily. Sokka's mouth gave her little respite, taking full advantage of her submission until she was trembling violently on the mattress, in a tangle of wild moans and desperate cries of passion that ever spurred him onwards. She had ever been vocal when he took to arousing her as best he could, but the sound of her voice right now, a mix between bliss, hope, despair and excitement, was one he never intended to forget. Each of those soft cries accompanied the sway of her hips. She asked for more, wordlessly, and he delivered, bringing her to the soaring heights of her latest orgasm, for the second time in that cold morning. She dropped heavily on the mattress when the throes of excitement shuddered out of her body in a rush. She couldn't seem to stop trembling, her hands still retaining Sokka in place, not that they needed to do so, for his mouth had yet to stop its motions, his tongue lapping at her folds hungrily still, lips wrapping around her sensitive core, boosting her excitement once again when she scarcely expected it. She whimpered, her grip around his hands tightening, just as it had been the very first time she had lain bare before him. She knew she could ask him to stop whenever she wanted to utter the word, yet she couldn't bring herself to do so. No, she would be self-indulgent, she would let him continue as long as he could, as long as her body still endured. Her loud moan was virtually a scream, and she did nothing to contain it. Another burst, and Sokka still wouldn't ease up. He would seem a starving man, stuffing himself at haste, caring little for the consequences, mindlessly acting on impulse, leaving her red skin pleasantly raw under his mouth's reckless ministrations. Oh, but he was unfair, she should have kept going longer too. She could have, if they had time to spare, she certainly would try it again, as long as he gave her the chance. As each climax burned through her system in the most delightfully pleasant way, setting her body on fire so many times she felt her whole soul soaring away into another plane of existence, she suspected he might actually give her no such chance, and she selfishly couldn't put a stop to it. This felt good, so good it wiped away every other thought from her mind. Her shuddering core couldn't appear to stop jolting under the touch of his mouth, blinding pleasure numbing her mind enough that she failed to notice as tears spilled from her eyes, whether she shed them because of the complicated emotions she was experiencing or the excessive pleasure, she didn't know. Despite his intent, he couldn't do this forever. Sokka pulled away after another of her many loud cries had faded. He breathed heavily, lips red, jaw sore as he gazed at his wife's naked body, exposed for him and him alone. He trembled as each of her curves drew him in, ushering him to continue using his mouth as he had so far, upon every single inch of her body now. Oh, he wanted to. He certainly intended to. His lips trailed over her hip bones, hands finally leaving hers just so he could caress her body tenderly. Angela continued to breathe with difficulty, eyes closed as the blinding bliss destroyed whatever was left of her self-control. We were so quiet over the last days, and now. Angela spoke breathily, with a guilty grin as Sokka climbed over her body with each kiss he placed upon the body he treasured so deeply. Now we're not so quiet. I like it better this way, Sokka smirked, before taking one of her breasts in his mouth, offering a long, teasing suck to her nipple. Angela whimpered, arching her back into him. I've noticed, you just want to embarrass me, don't you? She spoke between moans, prompting Sokka to laugh as he shifted to her other nipple. Angela gasped and groaned, fingernails trailing over his back delicately. Sokka, damn. I just want you to be happy, he answered, and his earnest words seemed to bring reality back into focus, even if neither of them cared to confront it. As far as I can tell, orgasms help a lot with that, don't they? If you're the one gifting them to me, of course they do, Angela said, swallowing hard, yet the lump in her throat didn't go away despite that. So, you shouldn't be embarrassed, he whispered, teasingly. Why would happiness be embarrassing? Beats me. Angela said, smiling a little, despite tears burned in her eyes again. Just give me a little while and I can do it again, if you want. He whispered, burying his face in the valley between her breasts. Jaw's a bit sore right now, but... Silly, injuring yourself by giving me oral sex, Angela laughed, wrapping her arms around her amused lover's body. There's other ways to make me happy. One very obvious way, at that. Ah? Very obvious. Sokka repeated, teasingly. Angela urged him to rise to her level, and he lingered perched in place, gazing warmly into her golden eyes. Well, my jaw shouldn't be a problem for that. Hopefully not. Because I intend to kiss you all the while, if it's all the same to you. Angela smiled, cupping his face. Sokka chuckled, leaning close, and pressing his brow to hers. With a proposal like that, you can't honestly expect me to say no, can you? He said. Angela smiled and nodded before offering him a quick, almost shy kiss. That was the hope, she responded, teasingly. Sokka chuckled before leaning in, kissing her fully as her legs shifted underneath him, his own slipping into position right underneath her thighs. Her arms slid into place, locking around his neck as their bodies pressed together. The remaining pain that might plague them had gone forgotten for the time being as they focused on nothing but each other. Sokka's lips sought Angela's repeatedly, even if he had been tired moments ago, but it was notoriously easy to dismiss any exhaustion if he'd have a chance to kiss her once again. His shaft's length pressed against her swollen clit, eliciting soft moans from her throat that poured into Sokka's mouth. Her warmth already invited him to go all the way, but so focused he was on kissing her that he made no move to enter her yet. Neither one seemed plagued by urgency, despite knowing their time was running out, but every angle of their lips brushing together elicited spirited bliss within their souls, a heightened pleasure with subtle differences as they explored each other once again, thoroughly, eagerly, as if it were the very first time they'd ever tasted each other's lips. Sokka shifted his position slightly. The friction between his manhood and Angela's exposed nub brought her to as good as yelp against his mouth. He smiled, despite himself, as his cock throbbed with need. He wished to delay as long as possible, but perhaps he had delayed it long enough. He might just end up bursting again just by grinding together this way, and he didn't know if they'd have enough time for further rounds. If he did. I'm going for it, he whispered, softly. Angela nodded, pressing her brow to his. Please. She replied, just as quietly. Sokka smiled. She needed this just as much as he did. She longed for the joining of their bodies, and he had done his best to fulfill her every need if it was within his power to do so, it would be no different today, he would see to that. Releasing a breath slowly, letting the air caress her skin smoothly, Sokka shifted again, raising his hips, allowing the tip of his manhood to find her entrance. Azula's legs, wrapped around his waist, tightened as she pulled him closer. Sokka's hands held him in place above her, the head of his cock breaching through her smooth, ready folds and diving deeper inside her, flowing with remarkable ease after Azula's previous multiple climaxes had paved the way perfectly for him. Sokka groaned, gritting his teeth and shutting his eyes tightly as to ensure his tears would stay where they were. She was so warm, so comforting, offering him a chance to find his bearings as he cherished every inch of her his manhood would explore. He thrusted slowly, gently, opening his eyes to find her own were gazing at him lovingly, half-lidded as they were. Boldly, he dove in for another kiss that she returned gladly. His every thrust went deeper, her moans ever louder, even when his mouth kept hers occupied. She held him closely, ensuring he would stay in place, that once her body molded around his, he would linger inside her for as long as possible, for as long as they might have left, if she could get away with it. He moved slowly, and she did nothing to spur him onwards. If anything, her body shivered pleasantly enough at his easy rhythm, and she knew that if he grew any wilder her body might fail to keep up with him. Yet it was clear, even though his hips swayed smoothly against hers, that he wasn't chasing after a climax this time around. He wanted her, to feel every inch of her body, to resonate his soul against hers. He wanted to spur on her heartbeats, to fill her lungs with their shared breaths, to abandon himself to oblivion if he could do so in her arms. The belonging he had found with her was unparalleled, like nothing he had ever experienced in his life until she had come along. He knew that knowledge of being part of her being part of him, forevermore, would prove comforting someday. Right now, it seemed to shatter his heart in a million pieces. He didn't want to let go. He knew he had to, for her sake, for the world's sake, he'd have to, even if it killed him. But he still didn't want to. Overwhelmed, he broke off their kiss, pressing his face to the side of her neck as he picked up speed, recklessly unleashing his emotions through actions. Azula rejected none of it, moaning freely, holding him closely, her face right beside his. She offered his ear a soft kiss, trailing her hands over his strong, muscular back, and he knew she was trying to smooth over his pain with her caresses. Again, he faltered only to find strength in her, even if strength he wasn't ready to act on yet. He wasn't sure he had ever experienced so many emotional ups and downs in rapid succession before, but that would merely be one more new thing he had discovered with Azula. Who could have told him he would ever feel anything quite as intensely as he did when he was with her? How could he have expected himself, his very energy, would find such vibrant life upon responding to Azula's own? She had cast the most entrancing of spells upon his soul and he never wanted to wake from the dreamlike bliss she could elicit masterfully within him. Overcome by his own impulses, controlled by emotions that conquered him, Sokka returned to Azula's lips, kissing her passionately, and she responded with just as much enthusiasm. Clinging to him, Azula turned them on the mattress until they were on their sides. Even then he didn't stop thrusting, trapping her lower lip between his own as he allowed her to reclaim control if she wished it. He didn't resist against her, not anymore. Azula gripped Sokka tightly as she made to sit up properly. Sokka understood her intent, pushing himself up, letting her tighten her legs around his waist again as his own settled on a lotus position. Sitting together, halfway down the mattress, the weak light of a lantern fell upon their bodies, offering them the chance to gaze at each other, wound up closely together as they were. Their rhythm had slowed again after the shift in position, by Azula's design. She wanted more, much more, and she had needed him to slow down not because her body couldn't take it, but because her heart couldn't. If he finished too fast, if he did, it would be over. It couldn't be over yet. Just as he couldn't let go, neither could she. The excitement had risen earlier, however, and hers, in particular, was easily reclaimed. Her body shivered as his thrusts drove through her and she let her head fall back, exposing her neck for his hungry mouth to devour. Sucking slowly on her neck, shifting on the bed lightly, Sokka continued to thrust as best he could, with what strength he could muster while Azula did the same while sitting atop him. Her urgent moans said she was close, perhaps far closer than she had intended to be, and Sokka knew he was no better off. If only they were less efficient at sex, their wishes to carry on for as long as possible might have gone fulfilled, but instinct took over emotion, Whether they wanted it to or not, Angela's body clenched as her walls squeezed Sokka's cock, a tearing cry leaving her lips when her body burned again. That delightful warmth couldn't be resisted, Sokka knew as much, but he tried. He certainly tried, until his whole body gave way to his overwhelming need to find fulfillment inside her. Drilling harder into her than he had intended, Sokka gasped and whimpered until his spurting seed rushed out of him, his body betraying his mind cruelly by failing to endure, if just for a little longer. Angela breathed heavily by his ear. The pressure of his pelvis against her swollen clit still thrilled her, still seemed to encourage them to continue. Sokka turned his head, stealing a wanton kiss from her lips that Angela offered quickly before glancing towards the nearest window. Sokka's lips pressed softly to her cheek, down her jawline, as her narrow eyes studied the outside world, if just for a moment, focusing both on sights, sounds and even the motions of the barge to determine. "We're still moving," she whispered. Sokka gazed at her questioningly, his face pressed against hers. The barge. It's still in motion. So, we still have some more time. We do, so. So, round 2? Sokka asked, with a light grin. Angela laughed, pressing her brow to his. As many as you want. Anything you want, love, she whispered, before stealing a deep kiss from him, one he surrendered most willingly. They didn't slow down, scarcely giving each other any respite after every climax. Neither one seemed to think of wounds, of hunger, of any other bodily needs when everything they wanted was each other. There would be time to worry about everything else later, much later, once they had conveyed everything they needed to say, whether with words or without them. They rolled across the mattress, sharing countless kisses, shifting in position as many times as they could. Climaxes were no longer the mark of the end of a tryst, only a brief pause, a moment to cherish every sensation before they gave themselves to each other once again, emotional and careless as they were. Every surge of unwanted thoughts of their doomed future was countered by ferocious kisses, by verbal jabs and well-natured taunts, after which they would inevitably smile at each other, all tears kept at bay or brushed away as the present gained focus anew. Thrusting deep inside Angela one more time, holding her atop him, her body pressed to his, Sokka rolled them in the bed yet again and pushed his way through her ever-ready core until she cried out blissfully, eyes closed, the whole world at a standstill as she burned brightly, as he shot his own essence inside her as well, fulfilled contentment flooding his system as he pressed a longing, heartfelt kiss upon her lips, groaning as their climaxes melted together, triggered and unleashed at the same time, in the perfect sync they had long been immersed in, their hearts beating bravely as one. His heavy breaths brushed against her lips, compelling her to kiss him again, to wrap her arms around his strong body and thrive in their connection still. Maybe there was still time, maybe they could go again, even if her body appeared to be utterly demolished by the overload of pleasure. The lack of noise, beyond their room, brought a light frown to her face. She turned her head towards the window, no silhouettes moved past it anymore. If anything, the distant shapes she could see were static, beyond the light buoying movements of the large vessel. They had stopped. The barge had docked and anchored in the South Pole's shores. For a moment, she thought she'd be sick. The violent shift of emotions within her chest sent her spiraling, and she felt as though she was falling despite she was firmly lodged in the bed, between Sokka's strong frame and a mattress. The sudden tightening of her grip around him, the light clawing of her nails into his skin, brought Sokka to close his eyes, to refuse to face reality for a moment, despite he knew what her reaction meant. He swallowed hard before daring venture a glance through that same window. Angela couldn't seem to tear her eyes off, trembling violently in his arms now, and not over pleasure. "We aren't moving anymore, are we?" he said, his voice choked. Angela swallowed hard, shaking her head as Sokka breathed out slowly through his mouth, gazing at her with the same doubt he saw reflected in her eyes. We have to." He couldn't seem to finish uttering the sentence. Instead, he breathed deeply several times, trying to still himself, before sweeping Angela into a warm, tight, urgent embrace, his face buried in her shoulder, breathing in the scent of her hair as he clung to her, still unwilling, still not ready to let go. She put up no resistance as they rolled on the bed again. Even now, so distraught as he was, Sokka made certain to turn them so Angela would rest on her right arm, never on her left. Facing her on the mattress, he took to a spree of quick, reckless kisses that Angela responded to without wasting a single moment. Kiss by kiss, they soothed each other gradually, finding profound comfort in the tangle of limbs they'd become, wrapped together in that cold, dark day in which the sun wouldn't rise. The closeness and intimacy allowed them to channel the emotions, to speak to each other wordlessly, to bridge their souls anew until they had calmed. They lay exposed across their bed, heartfelt eyes conveying just as much love and affection as their kisses had. "Someone's bound to come check on us," Sokka mumbled softly, half-heartedly. Angela nodded, pressing her brow to his. "And whoever does, is going to find us completely naked," she finished, and Sokka snorted at her words. "Oops. Maybe no one will come after all," Sokka smiled, pressing his brow to hers. "They'd know what we were up to, they're not stupid. Rather, there's enough of them filthy-minded enough to guess correctly," Angela said, between soft laughs. "And then there's Ruishi too, who knew this was exactly what we'd do. He told me we had around 2 hours. I can't really believe they've already passed, to be honest." "Neither can I," Sokka said, closing his eyes and breathing deeply. "I've wanted to stop time on so many occasions when we've been together, you know? To make our very best moments last a lifetime. Should happen now, shouldn't it? Would be good if it did." "It would be," Angela agreed, her hand cupping Sokka's face. Their eyes only met with a brief glimpse of sorrow before she leaned in for a deeper kiss, letting her tongue and lips engage each other as true peace failed to find them. Silence reigned again in their cabin, only interrupted by the shifting of their bodies, by the sounds of each exchange between their mouths, by each breath that escaped their lips. Still, neither one seemed to make any move to go anywhere, and Sokka smiled inevitably at that realization. "I kind of thought you'd be the responsible one here," he whispered. "You usually are." "I guess so," Angela conceded, caressing his chest gently. "Can't say I feel like being responsible today." "That's great. Two irresponsible fools, in bed for eternity," Sokka decided, beaming teasingly, as Angela laughed and pressed her brow to his. "You should take that as a distress call of a sort, implying you're the one who should take charge now, because I can't seem to," Angela smiled. Sokka snorted. "What makes you think I can? No way. You're stronger than me in every sense that counts. If you can't do it, I can't either," he said, innocently, prompting Angela to laugh again and shake her head. "What a pair we make, husband," she said, her nose brushing against his cheek before her lips pressed against it softly. "The best pair there is, as far as I'm concerned," Sokka decided, closing his eyes under her tender kisses. "No question there, absolutely none," Angela said softly, releasing a soft sigh against his skin. Sokka hummed, trailing a hand over her flank, the other smoothly traveling up and down her arched spine. "But I guess we'll have to find our resolve sooner than later. Otherwise, all this will have been a waste, right?" "Right," Sokka said, swallowing hard. "Just imagine the looks on their faces when you show up at the village's walls," Angela said, with a tender smile. "All strong and handsome as you are, none of them will expect it at all. Your sister, she'll be pleased to see you again, right? We'd planned on seeing them again in Whaletail Island, but surely she'll think this is better." "Heh, she'd only think that for about a week, tops," Sokka said, with a smirk. "By then, she'll be sick of me all over again and you'll get a letter begging you to take me back as soon as you can." "No way," Angela said, smiling as Sokka laughed, pressing his brow to hers. "She's been desperate to see you for as long as she has. You really think she'll be bored of you in a week?" "Of course. I'll be a pain, you see," Sokka said, as the hand on her flank traveled lower, to her waist. Angela smirked and shook her head. "Why? Plan on talking her ear off about how much sex you had with me?" she asked. Sokka snorted. "That's a thought." He smirked, prompting Angela to grunt in a teasingly menacing manner. "Well, now, I can absolutely do that. I'll tell her all about how manly and commanding I was, and you melted in my arms every time. She'll be vomiting all over your boots if you do that, but go ahead and try, I dare you," Angela taunted him, prodding Sokka's nose with her own as he laughed again. "Here, I thought you'd tell me you're far more commanding than I am," he said. Angela snorted, shaking her head before kissing him softly. "You've done a number on me since the first moment, reckless man that you are," she whispered. "If only you were anyone else, I'd probably want to walk all over you." "You did once, though," Sokka pointed out, smiling as Azula raised an eyebrow literally, too. Forgot about. Ah, damn, that was so long ago. Azula groaned, laughing as she hid her face from him and his shoulder. Sokka chuckled, kissing her shoulder softly. I'm just teasing, no need to feel bad about that nonsense now. He said, caressing her face as Azula sighed, shaking her head. For what it's worth. I shouldn't have done that kind of thing, even if I was well beyond reason back in the day, Azula said, pressing her brow to his. I'm sorry. Apologies don't suit you any better than they suit me, Sokka teased her. Azula laughed and shook her head. Guess that's one more reason why we're perfect together, isn't it? Maybe, Azula said, gazing into his eyes lovingly. Either way, I won't protest the notion that you've dominated my whole world in bed. At least, not too strongly. You've done as you've pleased with me too. Damn, don't pretend you're all meek and submissive now, wife, Sokka snickered, tickling her softly so she'd writhe against him, laughing again. I'm trying to pick a fight here, you've got to bite the bait. That's how I'm picking the fight, you see, by not biting at all. Then you're the one frustrated and I win either way, Azula smirked. Sokka chuckled softly, pressing a kiss to her lips. You're so perfect, damn it, he said, letting his fingertips trail down her cheeks, where countless tears had spilled across the past weeks. Azula smiled warmly, tightening her legs and arms grip around him. So are you, she whispered. Maybe that's what will infuriate your sister, come to think of it. What? That I think you're perfect, or that you think I'm perfect? Sokka smiled. Azula laughed and shrugged. That you are, I mean, as sibling rivalries tend to verse around that topic in my experience, but either of those answers would work, she said. Jokes aside, your father will probably be thrilled to see you again, if what Katara told you in Whaletail Island is true. If what Zuko told me is true, too. Well, that's... Sokka said, a knot forming in his throat as Azula smiled as encouragingly as she could. All those boys you trained, they're all probably fully grown men by now, huh? She said they'll probably flock to you for all sorts of lessons on how to fight, and you really ought to humor them, too. Surely it'll come in handy. Hopefully. Sokka whispered, his voice choked. Though. I guess the best part is my brother, isn't it? Azula said, with a weak smile. If you'll allow me one request, it's that you annoy and pester him for the both of us. Ah. Sokka said, smiling through his tearful eyes. That sounds ambitious. Surely you can pull it off, Azula laughed. Start by calling him Zuzu and he's never going to stop seething. Sokka chuckled through the tears that blinked in the corners of his eyes. His hand cupped Azula's face delicately, softly, before pressing a gentle, tender kiss to her lips. She proved yet again to be braver and stronger than he could ever expect to be, by encouraging him to find a brighter side to going back to the South Pole when the very words she had uttered were likely destroying her. If only he had any hopes to persuade her to stay, but just as easily as the idea sparkled in his mind, it fizzled away. He couldn't beg for more. He couldn't continue to be selfish. Azula intended to sacrifice herself in thousands of ways for his sake, for his people, and delaying it or stopping her would help no one. With strength he wasn't sure he knew he had in him, Sokka collected Azula in his arms, wrapped warmly around her as he pushed himself up to a sitting position, bringing her with him. A slow sigh left his lips as he settled in place. Little by little, step by step, he would do what needed to be done, so that Azula, in turn, would be able to do what she needed to, just as well. Sitting upon his lap, Azula cradled Sokka's face between her hands before kissing him softly, almost gratefully, for making the effort to move at all, an effort she wasn't sure she could have put in without his initial push, frankly. Try as though she might to convince him, and herself, that this was the only way, her heart trembled at the knowledge of what was coming, at the impending loneliness she wanted to keep at bay for as long as possible. I don't think I'll ever be ready for this, Sokka admitted, pressing his brow to hers. Azula swallowed hard, her fingertips tracking gently over his cheekbones. Me neither, she confessed in turn, and once more, they found comfort in their shared feelings, in understanding each other perfectly. Sokka hugged her tighter against his chest, and Azula nestled there warmly for a long moment, but soon, he moved across the bed, bringing her with him as he reached the edge of the mattress. Once more, a sigh left his lips once he reached his temporary destination, Why had it been so much easier to charge into an arena while half-starved and badly beaten, to fight a man who couldn't be defeated, than simply dressing up and heading home? The broad strokes of what he had to do next were, generally, simple enough, and yet he couldn't do it without taking at least 10 seconds to brace himself for each of his next moves. "It's so surreal, being here again," he whispered, glancing out the window. The tall ridges of familiar tall mountains and hills of snow had been everything he had wanted to see back when he had been stuck in the amateur arena. If only he could feel half as excited about seeing them now. "Well, in some ways, it's only fitting," Angela said, smiling as she raised her head, as she forced her unsteady legs, still affected by the onslaught of relentless love-making, to move and allow her to stand up. "It may not be the way we intended it, rather, it certainly isn't the way we intended it, but we've fulfilled the terms of our deal, haven't we?" "We have?" Sokka asked, puzzled. His hands lingered on Angela's waist even as she stood up, both because he longed for any contact between them and to help Angela, as her stance seldom looked as unbalanced as it did right now. "The league is gone, but even so, just before the dome was destroyed, you defeated the top gladiator, didn't you?" Angela said. Sokka scoffed. "That's the newer deal, not the first one. The first one said I had to become the top gladiator for real, you know? Number one, and that sure didn't happen," he said, stubbornly. "It would have for sure, don't get me wrong, but where were we in the ranking, last we knew, huh? I mean, I'm afraid it's not particularly important anymore, is it?" Angela said, with a remorseful smile. "But you're still the last man standing, altogether. Doesn't matter if we ran away, you lived to fight another day." I guess so," Sokka whispered. Her hand cupped his face, and she leaned down to kiss him again before encouraging him to stand with her by nudging him with her hands on his flanks. Okay, I'm going." The two lovers barely wanted to relinquish their hold on each other, but they had no choice to do so as they collected each other's clothes in the unusually messy cabin. Sokka's simple change of clothes had cluttered to the side of the bed he'd been sitting at, while Angela's had scattered all across the room when Sokka had removed each layer from her body earlier. The princess couldn't hold back from taunting her lover as he struggled to collect her garments, stepping closer to him with his clothes as he reached behind a bedside table to find the sash he'd taken off her waist. Her hand slid up his back, almost tickling him, and Sokka rose back to his full height with the sash in hand, proudly. "Just got to find your underwear now, but I guess you're all done first, right?" he said. Angela smiled, raising Sokka's own set of underwear. "Maybe you should have been faster," she teased him, but Sokka snorted. "Or maybe, just maybe, you were wearing 3 times as many clothes as usual, which is already saying something, seeing how you've always worn too many clothes." Sokka teased her right back, wrapping an arm around her waist and prompting her to laugh as he kissed her softly. "Still, I don't see the issue. If I can't find all your clothes that fast, it just means my eyes get to feast on your gorgeous body for longer, isn't that right?" "Oh, really, now? You intend to make me walk out there, fully naked?" Angela asked, smirking. Sokka scoffed. "Well, no, but you know, while you're in here," he pouted, prodding her nose with his own, spurring on Angela's amusement. "I'd much rather be able to walk out there with you without risking frostbite, but if you insist," she said, and Sokka groaned before wrapping her in a tighter embrace. Her laughter warmed his heart and soul, and he wished he could hold that very sound in his mind for as long as he might live. "I can just wear my usual outfit, though, might be for the best if I do, anyway." "You're sure? Not 20 layers of clothes, then? I don't get to delay this forever," he whined, pressing repeated kisses to her shoulders. "Oh, fine. I'll dress you up, I can do that. I could do it with my eyes closed, even, but I won't because that'd be boring." "I wouldn't want you to do it with your eyes closed, anyway," Angela chuckled, as Sokka released her from his hold, smiling gently at her. He stroked her jawline gently with his fingers before reaching for the last of the garments he had yet to collect for her. They took turns dressing each other, starting by dragging each other's underwear up. Sokka had knelt before Angela, pressing countless kisses to her hip bones and abdomen as he finished, rising all the way to her lips to find his princess smiling with genuine delight under his affection. Most unwillingly, he collected her breasts' bandages and rolled them over her chest, a most amusing pout on his lips as he hid the mounds from his gaze, prompting Ajala to laugh as she placed a hand on his still bare chest. One would think you didn't just spend 2 hours or more doing whatever you pleased with them, she said. One would think you'd know it takes longer than that to satisfy my need of you, Sokka said, smiling gently, especially after all this time. I suppose. Ajala smiled, letting her eyes drift down to his now covered manhood. You did keep up remarkably well with me all along. Today, in particular, I'd think I went overboard, huh? Not possible, Sokka smiled, pressing his brow to hers again. You're remarkably resilient, then. You and Mr. Boomerang down there, Ajala smiled, pressing a quick kiss to Sokka's lips, finding him laughing once she did. Did you seriously just address him by his proper, noble title at last? Sokka asked, feigning absolute surprise and amazement. Ajala laughed and shook her head, dropping her head on his shoulder as Sokka breathed deeply. I can't believe it. This is a truly momentous occasion. I'm sorry, I think we'll have to postpone all this drab business of getting dressed. Mr. Boomerang wants to thank you for. Don't be ridiculous, Ajala laughed, shaking her head as she reached for his trousers. Come on. We can't stop now, we've already taken so long. It's a miracle Ruishi hasn't dropped by to check on us yet. I suppose it is, Sokka smiled sadly, but he complied by letting Ajala tug his clothes into place, making Ajala laugh through the process. He realized, made it a little less difficult, a little less painful. He wrapped her chest smoothly with her bandages, reaching for one of her sets of pants as well and returning her earlier favor. She was already reaching for the shirt he hadn't finished dressing in earlier, sliding it over his shoulders whenever his hands weren't occupied. Ajala smiled as the shirt hung open over his chest, raising her own arms as Sokka slid her long-sleeved shirt over her frame as well, aiding her by tugging out her hair from the neck of the garment. Say. I probably should wear the armor, shouldn't I? Sokka suggested. Ajala raised her eyebrows questioningly. You shouldn't wear yours, though, your shoulder's still a problem. I could, though. No need, Sokka smiled, caressing her cheek. Not unless you think it'll help you with the cold or something. Would it? Doubtful, but it might just be more appropriate anyway, Ajala said. I guess you want to wear yours because it'll be easier than carrying it around, huh? I do have a few bags, after all. Sokka said, glancing at his luggage and raising his eyebrows, though, you know, you and the guys could help me haul all this into the village. Ah. Ajala smiled a little. How far away is it that you'd need our help? I guess about 20 minutes walk from the settlement. Sokka said, with a shrug. It's not that bad, but, no, it's actually really bad. I'm still so weak, you and the guys have to help, and then you could stay for supper, and... Ajala raised her eyebrows, and Sokka grinned guiltily before sighing. Can't blame a guy for trying, can you? He said, pressing another quick kiss to her brow. But we're still not done with the clothes anyway, love. Ajala sighed but nodded, caressing his chest, longing to make his wish come true, despite knowing it would be wrong, utterly irresponsible to even indulge in those thoughts. If she had even a glimpse of the village, of the lives they could lead in it, together, she might fail to find the strength to leave it all. Sokka knew as much, that he'd desist so easily, in such good nature as well, proved the last thing he wanted was to burden her any further, as he'd told her in the early days of their voyage. Instead, he picked out her long tunic from her cabin's closet, sliding it over her frame just as he had with her shirt earlier. He'd brought the belt with him as well, and Ajala followed his example, tightening Sokka's sash over the waistcloth he ever had favored wearing. Should I go on with more layers, or? Sokka asked, smiling a little, but Ajala shook her head. I know you said you didn't need more, but... I'm not as cold anymore, probably because of all the action we had, she smiled. I'll be fine like this. Don't worry. Want me to brush your hair? Sokka asked, caressing her face gently. Want me to brush yours? Ajala responded, and Sokka grinned before nodding quickly. Well, good. I would have, even if you had said no. Your hair's nicer than mine, he said, reaching for the hairbrush Ajala had always kept on her dresser. The princess snorted and shook her head, raising a hand to slide her fingers across his smooth locks. Your hair's far nicer, and a lot more entertaining too, Ajala chuckled. Every time I remember how it frizzed up after Xin Long did that dive, when we visited Firelight. What, you're not going to laugh about that even now. Sokka said accusingly, just before Angela indeed gave herself to a new spree of laughter. My poor hair, disrespected in this manner. It was far too amusing, I'm not going to apologize. She chuckled, and Sokka grinned before shaking his head, pulling her towards him by spinning her gently in place, so he would face her back. Not going to ask you to apologize anyway, Sokka said. He took to brushing then, and Angela released a blissful sigh as she closed her eyes. I love it when you're mean. I always have. That's not healthy for you, you know. She said. Sokka chuckled and shook his head, liking it when people aren't nice to you. I like it when you aren't. I don't even know why, it always gets me going, he said, though I won't deny I love your gentle sides as well. I love everything about you. Not that that's news, but still. It's not, but it's nice to know anyway, Angela whispered, letting her hand reach back blindly, caressing Sokka's hip bone gently. He grinned, composing her half knot as she ever liked it, leaving the twin strands to frame her face perfectly. His lips pressed to her cheek once he was done and she could feel him smiling against her skin. As beautiful as ever, if not more so, Sokka whispered. Nah, never mind, definitely more so. You always outdo yourself. I doubt that's true, but sure, Angela smiled, turning in his arms and kissing him softly. Your turn now. It was much easier and faster to compose Sokka's usual hairstyle, no matter how much longer his hair was these days. Angela's fingers combed through his strands before and after tying it up, smiling as she toyed with the resulting wolf's tail. Not much preparation was left, she knew. Sokka reached for his own bandages, set on the nightstand, and the fingerless gloves he had ever liked to wear. Angela knew her assistance was unnecessary, he could bandage his forearms easily enough, but she helped regardless, and Sokka smiled as their fingers met, often through the process. He couldn't hold back from stealing another kiss from her before they moved on to the next items. So, where did your hairpiece end up at? Sokka said, with a guilty smile as he looked through the cabin. I'm usually a little more careful, but I don't think I was wearing it right now, actually, Angela said, moving towards her dresser and rummaging through its cabinets. It's here somewhere. Ah. There we are. Found it. Sokka said, with a small smile. You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. Just checking we didn't misplace it or anything. You have to bear with it forever, you know? Can't replace it, otherwise, how will you be constantly reminded that I stabbed someone with it? Of all the things to bring up, Sokka, really? Angela said, shooting him a teasing glare from over her shoulder as Sokka laughed guiltily. He had collected their boots, setting them at the foot of the bed, and Angela joined him there, only for him to steal the hairpiece from her hands and set it in place, right atop her half knot. There we are, that's my princess, he whispered, touching her face with his knuckles softly. Angela smiled, taking his hand in hers to press a kiss to his fingers. Always yours, she said, earnestly. His smile was heartbreaking, but genuine, and he kissed her lips quickly before helping her with her boots, only for Angela to return the favor, ever keeping up with each other. Sokka glanced out the window as Angela returned to her dresser. He wasn't sure what she'd be looking for now, but reality seemed to hit him again as he gazed at the mountains. If only the circumstances were any different, this situation would feel like a dream come true. Returning home should fill him with a wondrous sense of nostalgia, not melancholy for what he'd leave behind. He released a sigh, picking up his armor from a corner in the room and setting it in place without waiting for Angela's help this time, ever minding that she wouldn't overuse her recovering shoulder. He expected her to complain, but she seemed to understand as she turned to face him again, holding her own armor in her hands. You're sure? Sokka asked. Angela swallowed hard and nodded. He sighed but smiled before stepping forward, raising the armor over her head delicately. Angela held her arms up so he could clasp the armor properly around her body, and she thanked him for his delicacy with another tender kiss. Her hands fell upon his arms, and the sensation of his bandages brought her to realize he was missing something. Well, you need the arm guards too, don't you? She said, with a sad smile. I'll get them. I guess I do need them for the full warrior regalia. Sokka smiled a little, hands on his hips as Angela took to rummaging through his bags. She went through all of them, failing to find the arm guards that, as it happened, were sitting just behind a bag, right next to where his armor had been. Sokka chuckled as he noticed that, and Azula smiled before shutting tightly the bag she'd been searching through before rising to her feet, bringing the arm guards with her. "And that's my blue wolf," she said, smiling fondly once she tightened the arm guards perfectly, as she had long learned how. Sokka's hands fell upon hers, warm and gentle, no matter how rough the skin of his palms might be. "We've come a long way, eh?" Since the two of us were here last," Sokka said, with a sad smile. Azula swallowed hard but nodded in agreement. "Couldn't have expected, well, any of what we lived through, back when we first met. You were impossibly beautiful and that definitely messed me up from the get-go, but I couldn't have dreamt we'd ever become everything we are for each other. I'd think it would have been rather strange if you'd dreamed up a partnership like ours back then." Azula smiled, especially with the asshole who thought very little of the idiot who was charmed by her blue fire. Sokka smiled teasingly. Azula laughed and shook her head. "To be fair, I just wasn't paying enough attention to you. It was dark too, it's always the dark period when I drop by," Azula said, shrugging as Sokka scoffed. "So, I was totally taken with how beautiful you were, but you thought I was just completely ordinary, is it?" he said, smiling teasingly too. "Guess I shouldn't be surprised." "Oh, come on, I wasn't paying attention to how handsome you were because I was too busy drinking in my own glory to think of anything but myself," Azula said, shaking her head. "The next time we met I was a lot more aware of it, mind you." "Sure, because I was way bulkier by then," Sokka teased her, prompting Azula to laugh again. See? I know you better than you wish I did, princess. Doesn't matter if you didn't realize how handsome I was since the start, you were charmed sooner than later just as well." "By the fool who was charmed by my blue fire, yes," Azula smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck, reeling him in for another kiss. "What an adventure this has been, huh?" "It has," Sokka said, smiling sadly again. "I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. And I know it was only as extraordinary as it was, because I lived it with you." "Yes," Azula said, swallowing hard and nodding, "because we lived through all of it, together." They stood in silence after those words, forehead to forehead, eyes closed, breathing slowly, following each other's rhythm, much as they did when they danced together. A long, tender moment of peace, of silent appreciation, of gratitude for the journey they had cherished so profoundly, a journey they couldn't help but feel had been cut short far too soon. Yet it would always feel that way, they both knew as much. Even if they were to live out all their lives together, it wouldn't suffice. Another life would be required, another cycle for their two souls, attuned and bonded, to further the love that had fulfilled them so profoundly across the years of their partnership. Perhaps another life wouldn't be enough either, they might need thousands of lives, and even then, every time they were torn from each other's side would be an unfairness, a wrongness that would need to be set right. If it couldn't be set right in that very lifetime, then the next one would have to allow it. One way or another, they'd find their way back, they'd reclaim what they were set to lose today. It was the only relief, the only respite they could cling to while refusing to let their love become nothing but a memory. It was, instead, a reality, one that they intended to fight for with every ounce of strength in their battered hearts until their paths finally converged again. "We should," Azula said, her voice faded. Sokka offered her a soft affirmative, yet again unwilling to move. "We should," he agreed. Azula breathed deeply, opening her eyes, to find him doing the same thing. Gold and blue met, merging through their joining lips, infusing them with life, with strength, with certainties that they hoped would never waver. Their love would endure. The distance between them wouldn't change the truth, they were part of each other and they always would be. Watching Sokka strapping the many bags onto his back brought back memories Azula didn't wish to think of, not right now. Where thoughts of Shujin could come and go with ease before, now they pained her profoundly, constantly filling her with a pointless urge to turn back time and forget the world with Sokka so they could live on together, far from the political life she no longer coveted as eagerly as she had in the past. As hurtful as it might be, though, Sokka looked strong, almost fully recovered, as he rose to his full height again, all 4 bags on his armored shoulders, all weapons in place, even a small, reassuring smile upon his face, attempting to offer her the courage she now lacked, in the face of stepping out of their room together for the last time. Let's go then," he said, his voice faint, no matter how strong he tried to present himself. Angela nodded, gritting her teeth as she stepped forward, her hand curled around his, guiding him out of the cabin, ensuring he would climb the stairs beside her, as the equals they had become, as the partners they would always be. Their slow pace resembled that of a temple rite, reverent, timed, conscious of every move of their bodies as they moved down, from one floor to the next, until they finally reached the threshold of the barge's tower. Angela breathed deeply, glaring at it reproachfully for just one moment, before tugging Sokka onwards. He followed, a step behind her, uncertain if they ought to continue holding hands upon glimpsing a few shadows on deck. All her guards were there, and the old impulse to hide their relationship nearly brought him to stop walking altogether, yet Angela held on to him. Her firmness spoke for itself. She would hide nothing anymore, not from her guards, not from the rest of the world, regardless of how it might condemn them. Sokka swallowed hard, closing his eyes briefly before taking a step forward. His fingers slid between hers, intertwining their hands gently as they stepped out into the open, amidst the shadows of a persistent night that would only let up in a few more months. The guards glanced at them as soon as they appeared. Strangely, they had been silent rather than talking among themselves as usual. All 10 men had been on deck, and while some resolved to stay put, standing close to the barge's railing, others stood up straight and stepped closer to the newly arriving pair. If they took notice of their linked hands, they made no mention of it, no matter how much bolder the gesture was than the princess's so far contained affection towards the gladiator while the guards were around. "Princess," Ruishi whispered, the first to react to their arrival. Angela nodded curtly in his direction, acknowledging his presence and the words he left unspoken. Is the barge ready to set sail again?" she asked, quietly. Ruishi nodded, glancing at Tai Wei, who had stepped up as well. "We're ready to go. I just figured I'd be here for now," Tai Wei said, with a weak smile he directed at Sokka. "Ready to disembark yet?" "Not really," Sokka admitted, with a pained grin of his own, "but I'd better not delay you guys any further, right?" Angela's grip on his hand tightened upon his words, and Sokka responded by stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. The guards reacted as well upon hearing them. Voices carried over easily in such a silent, still land, where only the cutting chill of the night, when spurred onwards by the wind, made a whistling noise that coursed across the icy territory. The ones standing by the railing stepped closer, all of them intending to say their goodbyes, Sokka realized, with a heavy heart. He gritted his teeth, trying to smile, but failing to find the strength for it as Taro set a hand on his shoulder first, and then leaned in for a quick hug, patting his back gently over his many bags. "It was a true honor getting to know you, my friend," he said, smiling kindly once he pulled away. Sokka smiled as well, nodding. "Make sure to keep up with your medicine, all right?" he said. "Take care of yourself, Taro." "Always, always," Taro said, reassuringly, only for many of his fellow guards to shoot him looks of disbelief and skepticism. "You'll owe me another mahjong game," Sokka faintly said, smiling sadly as well. "I'm not done restoring my reputation, you hear me? One day, I'll avenge myself against your evil hands, all right?" "Heh. Guess you'll know where to find me for that," Sokka said, raising an eyebrow with mild amusement, "though I won't pull my punches if you discard the perfect tiles for me to win." "Oh, come on now," Fei Li huffed, though he grinned afterwards as Sokka chuckled softly. One by one, the guards spoke to him, offering him encouraging words, kind wishes, good fortune, as well as the occasional hug that would never fail to throw off Sokka, even after Taro's own. If he ever had doubted he had a place among them, in this royal procession, that moment cleared it away perfectly. Every man aboard the barge believed him to be one of them, an equal, or perhaps even more than that. He was, after all, their princess's partner. The respect they offered him warmed his heart enough to break it further, as he allowed himself to think, to feel, to know, that he had found true belonging among the least expected people, the very same people who had taken him from this pole when he hadn't wanted to leave it at all. The very people who had brought him back today, at huge cost to themselves, when he no longer wanted to stay for good. Ruishi, naturally, went last. By then, Tai Wei and half the guards had entered the barge's tower again, preparing for sailing away yet again. The former captain breathed deeply, meeting Sokka's sorrowful gaze with his own. "They've all said it already, but I hope you won't be tired of hearing it yet, said Ruishi, solemnly, breathing deeply before speaking those words anew. It was an honor, Gladiator. Sokka gritted his teeth, nodding as he offered Ruishi his hand once more time. Aware now of what Sokka's intent would be, Ruishi smiled and clasped his forearm firmly, just as firmly as Sokka clasped his own. Until we meet again, Sokka said, his voice strained by emotion. Ruishi, as stoic as he tried to be, seemed as choked up as his friend was upon nodding in agreement. Until we meet again, Sokka. Ruishi released Sokka's forearm, almost unwillingly, and stepped back. His eyes shifted towards Azula, finding her head unusually hung, suspecting, immediately, that she was containing tears she didn't wish to shed at all, let alone before them all. Ruishi nodded in her direction, unsure if she would see it, before taking a step back. The way was clear now. There were only 2 more people for Sokka to say goodbye to. One of them lingered by the end of the barge, curled up as he shivered in the cold weather that did no favors to the dragon's endurance. They would be out of this freezing environment soon, but even that bittersweet thought did nothing to soothe him. Sokka breathed deeply as he guided Azula towards Xianlong gently. The dragon reared his head upon realizing his second rider was approaching, upon realizing it might be the very last time that Azula's chosen mate would be with them. He groaned softly, as good as a whimper, when Sokka and Azula stopped before him. Sokka smiled sadly, reaching a hand down to Xianlong's head, only for the dragon to nearly tackle him as he pressed his snout to Sokka's armor, groaning repeatedly, in a spree of thoughts that, despite all his progress at understanding the dragon, Sokka couldn't make any sense of. He chuckled, wrapping an arm around Xianlong, pressing his face to the creature's hair, as Azula often did. I'm going to miss you too, buddy, he said. Twin tears escaped his eyes, spilling onto Xianlong's pale mane. The dragon didn't seem to notice them, or, if he did, he found no harm in them. I have no idea what you're saying, but, you'd better believe I will. He's telling you this is no place for a dragon like you to live in, Azula said, with a sad smile, as you've been acknowledged as one, by his friends. Oh, damn. I see now, Sokka chuckled, smiling too as he slid his free hand into Xianlong's hair. I'm a really weird dragon, I guess, but this is where I was born, Xian. It's dark here, yeah. Not as bad as your cave, but somewhat lonely, too. Maybe that's why we both love Azula as we do, eh? We discovered so much more of the world thanks to her, didn't we? Azula sniffed beside him, dabbing at her eyes quickly with her free hand. Xianlong groaned, pressing his face against Sokka's now. The gladiator sighed, hugging Xianlong's frame as best he could. Watch over her for the both of us, Xian, he said, with a thread of a voice. The dragon grunted affirmatively, and Sokka smiled. Take care, big guy. I love you. Xianlong grunted again. He made the effort to speak the words back to Sokka, it seemed, though his draconic features didn't allow it. Sokka chuckled, letting a few more tears spill down his cheeks as he caressed Xianlong's brow. Goodbye, Xianlong, he whispered. The golden eyes of the magnificent creature had never seemed more heartbroken than they were now, even when hidden under a shroud of perpetual night. Sokka stepped back, his eyes still locked with Xianlong's. The dragon made no other efforts to move, though. All he could do was gaze at the man who smiled at him with a heavy heart before tearing his blue eyes off the creature, and settling them upon the woman who had accompanied him, hands firmly locked, even now. I'll walk you down the ramp, Azula said, simply. Sokka's breath caught, and his words were cut off, but he smiled and nodded. The guards had set the ramp in place already. It led to the poorly maintained docks that had been left behind by the Fire Nation troops. The vacated settlement still stood in place not too far from the port, on the level land that stood in the space between 2 large ice cliffs that hugged the harbor. The metal structure, abandoned and unnatural, loomed before them, and it looked so much smaller than either of them remembered it to be. It used to appear so threatening, eh? Sokka said, with a small grin, as they stopped at the top of the ramp again. Azula breathed deeply and nodded. Maybe it's just because there's no more soldiers there. Strangely enough, you did achieve what you set out to do that day, huh? Azula said, with a sad smile of her own. Took you longer than you planned, but they left for good. And you taught the fool who defeated you that her people never belonged here, just as well. Well, now, not in the way they were invading, no, Sokka said, with a sad grin, but I think we've both learned lots of things over the years. Among them, sometimes you can build a true home in the least expected place, if you do it the right way. Yeah. I guess you're right, Azula said, smiling again before taking a deep breath. Together, they stepped forward, down the ramp and onto the dock. Sokka had no recollection of having walked that dock before, as he had been dragged by the guards while losing consciousness the last time he had ever been there. He breathed deeply as they stepped deeper into the cold, into the pole, into the snow that soon muffled their footsteps, chilling their feet within instants. They stood together in silence for another moment. Sokka breathed deeply, taking in the familiar surroundings that somehow seemed so foreign now, after so long of being removed from them. Memories flowed in his mind, countless childhood moments spent frolicking in the snow, playing with his sister, attempting to grow up into a great warrior like his father, but nothing was stronger than the memory of the first time he had laid eyes upon the beautiful woman who stood beside him now. To think we were out for blood the first time we were here, together, Sokka whispered, smiling as he shrugged off his bags, releasing Azula's hand begrudgingly to set everything down. We were certainly the definition of young and foolish, Azula replied, smiling a little as she allowed memories to rise in her mind again. I'll never know how I ever earned your love after that, but I'll never know how I earned yours either, and yet here we are, Sokka said, smiling teasingly too as he turned to face her directly. Azula swallowed hard, turning to face Sokka as well. So much had changed since that first encounter. Their whole worlds had been torn apart, turned over countless times, until everything they had ever taken for granted had been questioned, every certainty dispelled, forcing them to set aside all their learned beliefs if they hoped to ever understand each other. All these years later, it went without saying that they had been successful. Azula's fragile grin rendered her vulnerable, showing emotions no one would have never believed possible from the young woman who had stood her ground against an attack of Water Tribe warriors. Just so, the loving eyes Sokka turned upon her would seem impossible for a man who had been determined to rid his people and home of the Fire Nation, no matter the cost. It's been the adventure of a lifetime, for sure, Sokka said, with a grin that held more confidence than he felt at the moment. I know I've said it 1,000 times, but I'm proud of us. I'm proud we're no longer those two young fools. So am I, Azula said, breathing deeply but smiling as well. All those years couldn't have gone by in vain, after all. They most certainly didn't, Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. Azula laughed softly, and again Sokka wished he could capture the moment, even if just that final glimpse of laughter, no matter if it was tinged with sorrow. Make sure to reach the village as quickly as you can. You're probably not accustomed to the weather anymore, so. Azula said. Sokka nodded weakly. Don't worry about me, Azula. After all this time, you still think you can convince me not to worry? She asked, with a sad smile. Sokka grinned back, warmth rising in his body. Even when the cold bit into their bodies as carelessly as it did in every gust of wind, I'll always worry, Sokka. Even if you gave me no reason to, I'd still worry. That's pretty lousy of me, now, isn't it? Sokka chuckled. What a trustworthy gladiator I am, if you couldn't stop worrying about me at all. You are, the greatest gladiator there ever has been, Azula said, earnestly. Sokka's chest tightened again. His gaze didn't leave hers, not even for a second, not even if, in the darkness of the pole, he could scarcely glimpse the beautiful hue of her golden eyes, just as she barely could see his own. You're also the best husband I could have ever asked for. And you the best wife I could have asked for, as well, Sokka whispered, his voice as heartfelt as hers. Azula swallowed hard and nodded. Then you agree that it's only natural for spouses to worry about anything and everything, whether there's basis for it or not, she concluded, smiling a little. Sokka chuckled again, his smile nearly shattered her resolve right then and there. How would she ever find the strength to live on, knowing she might never see him smiling at her in that tender manner again? The miserable thought weaseled its way into her mind, and she shut her eyes tightly as though to lock it away, to dismiss it, to leave it for her to ponder later. Not now. Not at the very last instance she'd share with the love of her life. Just make sure you get proper rest and food. And that your wounds heal properly, too, Azula said, swallowing hard, though the lump in her throat didn't recede. be patient with yourself, if you can. It won't be easy on either of us. But if we stay true to our promises, there's still a chance this isn't the end, Sokka said, his voice deeper, but frayed nonetheless, a chance this isn't truly goodbye, not for good. There is, Azula said, with a sad smile. I'll wait for it. I'll live for that. I promise. So will I, Sokka whispered. His hand rose, and it was cold against her reddening cheek, but Azula clasped it with her own hand, to ensure he wouldn't pull it away just yet. In the meantime, though, I know I'll dream about you. I know I'll see your face every time I close my eyes. I know I'll hear your voice in the wind. I know I'll never truly be alone, because you'll never truly leave me. I won't. Nor will you leave me, Azula said, trembling as she clung to his hand. We're attuned. Our souls are one and the same, Sokka said, smiling. No one can tear us apart, not for real. Not forever, Azula agreed, nodding. His other hand rose to cup her face, and he leaned closer, just as she did. Azula clung to him, her nose brushing his just as he whispered in a white, lingering breath. I will always love you, Azula. Always. She nodded, at first failing to find the strength to respond, then realizing, almost immediately, that these might be the last words she'd ever speak to him. The last chance to tell him how she felt, no matter if he had long known it, the last chance to say words she never thought anyone would elicit from her. And I will always love you, Sokka. Her voice seemed to shatter as she spoke his name, her hand clasped the nape of his neck as she pulled him in, and he wrapped his arms around her waist as their lips met in the middle of their impulse. There was no restraint to their exchange, to the blatant, earnest gesture of love they made, as though to seal their many promises, hoping to live long enough to see each of them fulfilled, hoping the world's many changes would forgive their trespasses one day, and allow them the freedom to spend as many days as they could, together. They swayed in place, overcome by passion, regardless of how spirited and genuine their earlier love-making had been. Azula's arms wrapped around Sokka's neck, pulling him close just as he raised her up to his level, tightly embracing her as their breaths mingled, as their tongues danced and twirled together, as their lips moved against each other, flowing in the same perfect harmonic motion of their attuned, kindred souls. Just as before, they'd have to end it. They'd have to step away. It would have to end, for if it didn't, the consequences would be unimaginable. All their sacrifices would be worth nothing. It had to end. They would have to pull away. They would have to, but just one more moment. One more brush of their lips, one more intake of breath, one more muffled whimper of passion and pain, one more tear, escaping down their cheeks, threatening to freeze upon their skin. Most the men that lingered on deck had intended to give the princess and her gladiator as much privacy as they could, but even the more curious of them couldn't stand to watch their exchange now. They had never seen the princess as unabashed, as devoted to displays of affection of any kind, and now that they did, they could feel the outpour of emotions, even at a distance. The agony of separation overcame every possible smidge of pride the princess might still have left. Losing the man she had given herself to, with whom she knew she belonged, had shaken her profoundly even now, when she still nestled in his arms and he was held by hers. No one would interrupt. No one would speak a single word, only venturing occasional glances, with no intentions of putting a stop to that final kiss. It meant one of them would have to pull away. One of them would have to find the strength to end it indeed, even if, as things stood, neither one seemed to know how to so much as breathe without the other. Warning signs continued to shoot off in their minds, but just one more moment. One more, to keep the last at bay, for a little longer. They would remember the taste of each other's lips, the tenderness of each kiss, the warmth and wonder, the blissful moments they had shared, where they had found strength and joy in their ever-improving bond. Every stolen kiss, every sneaky caress, every word to taunt and tease, to lift up and praise, to offer affection and comfort, every danger they had faced together, every milestone they had overcome, every misconception they had proven wrong, every achievement they had claimed, side by side. If they had been able to fight off even death, as many times as they had, surely they could do this. Surely they could live without the other, if just for a little while, if just for a little while. They would remember how to do so. They had done it, through all their childhood and teenage years, until meeting when they had. They would relearn how to carry on without letting go of everything they had accomplished together. Whatever might come in the future, they would remember they were loved unconditionally by the one in whose arms they would always belong, from the very first moment, forevermore. One more kiss, one more brush between their lips. One more dance between their tongues. One more caress of their hands, one more moment of breathing each other in, of the thrilling, heartwarming sensation of being one. And Angela turned her face to the side. Cold seeped through the seams of his clothes, through his heavy armor, through his soul, as Angela stepped out of his embrace, marching back to the ramp without another word. Without another kiss. Without another final, stolen moment. Panic shook Sokka suddenly. No. Not yet, no, he had known he wouldn't be ready, but now that he was facing this reality, the vertigo that snagged him, that shook him, that paralyzed him made it clear he truly wasn't. He couldn't do this, he couldn't let her go, no matter if she begged him to. By the time he dared glance at the ramp again, it was no longer there. 2 guards, with their heads hung, had collected it, raising it up to the deck and putting it away. He couldn't see her anymore. And no, he mumbled, almost unconsciously, shivering so violently he could barely contain his heart's shattering anymore. Angela, no, you can't just. He stepped towards the dock again, leaving behind his bags, just as he was being left behind, whether he was ready to face a life without Angela or not. Angela! Angela! He called, the urgency in his voice ringing in the distance, across the sea, throughout the frozen tundra he had once called his home, until the woman whose name he had called had changed the meaning of that word forever. She had barely been able to hold herself upright once she reached the deck again. Ruishi had stepped forward, as he ever did, when he saw Angela holding her face in her hands, breathing with difficulty. He had only been able to set a hand on her shoulder when Sokka's voice reached her, and she reared her head instantly, her heart answering his by sheer impulse, by true instinct. She stepped closer to the railing the guards had only just sealed up, the location where the ramp had been set a moment ago. Whether he had something to say or not, whether he had 1,000 regrets, whether he was merely going to make a last request, Angela needed to hear him. She needed to hear that voice, the one voice she had loved and longed for, the one sure source of comfort she had found throughout her life. Don't. Sokka gasped, as tears broke every barrier, pouring down his cheeks, spilling into the snow. Don't ever give up. Don't ever forget that I'm with you, no matter what. She had braced herself for other words, for other demands, not for further reminders of how much strength he had ever helped her find. She shivered violently, nearly crumpling on the deck, held upright only by the hand she used to still herself as tears poured down her cheeks as well. Damn those tears, she could barely see him through them. No, she couldn't possibly let her final memory of him become a blurry mess, could she? She rubbed her eyes almost violently, nearly failing to stay upright as the weight of her sorrow overcame her yet again. You'll come back to me? Sokka shouted, fists tight and trembling. And if you can't, then I'll go to you. Don't. Sokka, please. Angela barely managed to utter the words, knowing he wouldn't hear them. I belong with you. I know I do, and I know I always will. He roared, shuddering powerfully. You are everything to me. You are my true home, you always will be. So don't. The whirring sound of engines shook Sokka to the bone. Trails of smoke suddenly rose from the chimneys of the barge, and just so, it started moving. No. Sokka nearly shrieked, rushing to the very edge of the dock. For one wild, stupid moment, he allowed himself to consider jumping into the freezing water, to chase the massive ship that was slowly pulling away. Don't, Sokka. Don't. Oh, even now she saw through him. Even now, as she shrank in the distance, beautiful and devastated, she knew his heart and soul better than even Sokka himself did. He froze at the edge of the dock, the tears pouring down his cheeks in a torrent, his whole body shuddering violently as the barge pulled away, as Angela raced towards the stern, rushing to the very end of the ship so she could still see him, so she could still gaze upon him until the last moment, just as he longed to gaze at her the same way. The last moment. How could it possibly be the last moment? How could everything end this way? No. Sokka sobbed, falling to his knees on the dock, as good as pleading with Angela as far as she was. Don't go, don't leave me, don't leave me. His earnest cry tore through his heart, straight into hers. Angela still could hear him, and her chest seemed to split open as she finally lost control of her body. She fell as well, clinging to the railing of her ship as powerful sobs shook her to her core. She couldn't even feel the hands that attempted to aid her, Ruishi's hands. All she could feel was devastating pain, a hemorrhage of misery spilling out of her heart, overtaking her senses, but not enough for her not to hear him. Not enough for her not to still see his silhouette, smaller and smaller with each moment that passed. The reality of their separation had been imminent, but it hadn't sank in properly until he lingered behind, until she sailed away, to a future dark, unknown and unwanted. Never before had she left him in this manner, with this sense of permanence, this knowledge that it was, indeed, the end of the greatest period of her life. The knowledge that she wouldn't just come back in a few days, that she would have to stay away from him, who knew for how long, until everything was settled, until her father was no longer a threat. Until she either found the strength to depose him, kill him, or endure him until he dropped dead, and who knew what sort of punishments he would inflict upon her in the meantime. That Sokka would be safe, she knew, would be her only solace, but how could it even feel like solace now as his blurry shape continued to fade in the distance? As his desperate, shattered voice barely reached her anymore. Angela. Angela, please. He had held back, for her sake. He had allowed this to happen because she had needed him to allow it. He had agreed to this course of action because he had realized she would accept no alternatives that meant risking more lives than they could protect through this devastating plan. He had never wanted this, neither had she. But that he'd contained his pleas, that he'd restrained himself throughout their voyage, only to finally be true to his feelings when he could no longer act on them, was the final act of love he had showed her. The final way for him to accept her choices, to respect them, no matter how profoundly he disagreed with them. He had wanted to cause her no more pain, but he couldn't hold back any longer. Angela certainly didn't blame him. If she could have found her voice, she would have raised it one more time, she would have tried to reach him. If she'd had any strength left, she might have been just as tempted as he was to jump off her ship and swim towards him, even if she'd likely die frozen in the process. He was already so far away, curses, he was as good as one dark dot in the middle of even darker surroundings by now. Sokka. She managed to speak, but only those nearby could hear her as she shivered and sobbed painfully. Sokka. Angela. He called his name, as though to answer her across that distance. But he couldn't hear her anymore. She couldn't hear him, either. And no, don't go, please, don't. Sokka sobbed, shivering as he continued to sink in place, on that old metallic dock. Angela, come back. I thought I could, but I really can't. I can't do this. I can't. I can't go back, not without you. Come back. Come back. The barge was smaller yet, so small he could hardly distinguish it amidst the icebergs, the sea, the dark horizon ahead, let alone through the film of tears that clouded his eyes and mind at the same time. Overcome by a mix of fury, sorrow, and despair, Sokka screamed. It was the last sound of his voice that would reach Angela's ears. She couldn't see him anymore, either. She didn't return the scream, shuddering and shivering in place as she was. Ruishi's arms were wrapped around her body, and she hardly registered them at all. Cradled by the former captain of her guards, Angela found no comfort, no relief from the grief that now had seemed to take the place of her heart, her soul, everything that had ever seemed so essential for her. He was gone. She had left him behind, he was gone. She had to face the future, whatever it might be, without him. There was no turning back, no second thoughts would amount to anything. There was no chance to do anything but regret wasting whatever time they had wasted, regret not spending every instant of their shared time making certain they conveyed just how deeply their love went, fighting to preserve their relationship, being far more careful than they had been in order to live on together, even if in secret forevermore. By now, all their wildest ambitions didn't matter one bit. Who needed a throne? Who needed a crown? Who needed a wild fortress to hide away in? All Angela could have asked for, all she would have asked for anymore, if she could have one wish fulfilled, would have been Sokka. And yet she was sailing away from him, knowing in her utterly wrecked heart that it was the right choice, even if every element that composed her existence refused to believe it. She would only keep him alive this way, she would only be able to dream of a future where they'd return to each other this way. But it would hurt, terribly, until that day arrived, if it ever did. She would have to learn to live with that pain, to endure it as best she could, or to let it consume her and put an end to her misery if she ever failed to evoke thoughts of him, if she couldn't find his strength whenever she lacked it. And it hurt terribly now, as she was torn from the man who had become everything for her, just as she had been everything for him. Angela had never expected to cry violently before her soldiers, but as deeply afflicted as she was, the notion of shame didn't even present itself in the least. Nothing seemed to matter at all anymore, not even the specks of snow that started to fall from the sky, startling the guards that lingered near her. It's not a good idea to stay out here," said Feli, quietly. Ruishi gritted his teeth and nodded, tightening his grip around Angela, her head resting against his chest. She shivered and wept, as small white crystals fell upon her skin and hair. Inevitably, Ruishi wondered if perhaps the world itself might mourn this heartbreaking moment alongside the two lovers who had been torn apart. He swallowed hard, rubbing Angela's back gently before rising to his feet, carrying her with him with difficulty. She wouldn't cooperate easily, he knew, but he refused to let her catch a cold, or worse than that, by staying out in the open as she cried at will. "I'll take her upstairs," Ruishi said, softly. Feli and the remaining guards nodded. "Go, help Taiwei." "I'll be fine." "You sure?" asked Jiang Huo, and Ruishi nodded. "Go," he said, tightening his grip around Angela's waist. He tugged her towards the tower, but Angela refused to move. She cast one more glance at the shore, as good as shrugging off Ruishi's hold, to find she couldn't see the docks anymore. To find only a few of the mountain's silhouettes could still be recognized as they sailed north, as they sailed in a wholly different direction, headed towards the Earth Kingdom now. She shivered and shook her head. Cheek eruption had felt like this, a ghostly sensation of emptiness tearing through her, pulsating across her body, rendering her helpless, lifeless. Suddenly, without Sokka, she was bereft of comfort, of protection, of peace. Never before had she been so desolate just to be apart from him, but never before had she said goodbye to him with no hopes of seeing him again. Never before had she let go of what she had loved most with no true plan of how to reclaim it, if she ever did. "Come," Princess Ruishi spoke, softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulders again. "It's too cold out here. Come." This time, she didn't resist. There was no point in fighting back, nothing to fight for, either. He was gone. She had left him behind. Fool that she was, she had abandoned what she had loved most. What she had needed most desperately in order to breathe, to wake up each morning, to sleep every night. Xian Long seemed to howl, voicing her pain for her, and Angela wanted to curl up with him and cry into his scales, but she lacked the strength. She couldn't move anywhere but wherever Ruishi was shepherding her off to. She couldn't elaborate thoughts anymore, at least, none that weren't about him. He was gone, he was gone. It took them almost 5 minutes to reach the topmost cabin of the tower. Ruishi sighed as he helped Angela inside, glancing warily at the room in fear of finding anything of Sokka's in the vicinity, but it seemed he had packed properly. Nothing stood out right away, yet even the lack of signs of Sokka's presence wouldn't change the fact that he had been right here with her, mere moments ago. Maybe Ruishi couldn't see those signs himself, but maybe the princess could, maybe in the scent that hung in the air, still carrying reminders of Sokka. Or in the way he had set the hairbrush, right after using it. Or in the multiple layers of crumpled sheets on their bed, sheets that still might retain some of his warmth, in such a cold day. Angela disengaged from Ruishi's hold only to reach for the mattress, touching the lingering shapes of bodies across it. What fools they were for sleeping on whatever position inside they pleased. Their essence had mixed so much she wouldn't be able to find the place where Sokka's presence could still be felt most strongly like this. Gritting her teeth, failing to contain more sobs, Angela simply sank in the bed, amid the many sheets Sokka had insisted on setting for her benefit. Even now, his loving concern for her, his constant care to ensure she would be all right, could be felt in his past actions. Unconcerned with any propriety, with common sense, Angela gave herself to her tears, as good as wailing in misery upon a love lost, beyond hope of recovery. A love she'd long for until her last breath, a love she'd seek out anew in her next life, whatever it might be. A love she'd feel in her every heartbeat, a love that would be ever present on her mind, no matter how hollow she felt upon losing him, upon knowing she wouldn't wake beside him anymore, or hear him speak his loving, silly, heartfelt words to her. Upon knowing she would no longer make new memories with him to chase away the misery that overtook her. Ruishi breathed out slowly, understanding Angela's sorrow far too acutely. He swallowed hard before settling on helping her, disregarding that she had voiced no need for his support. He unbuckled her boots, removing them from her feet, before covering her with a blanket smoothly. "I will check on you in a while. I doubt you want me here now, anyways," he whispered, softly, expecting no response, and none came. He couldn't hold back from stroking Angela's hair in an affectionate gesture that he knew would be meaningless for her right now. It wasn't his hand she longed to feel upon her skin, to cling to with her own. He understood as much, and yet he wished he could do more. Her pain was much like the one that dwelled in his heart, and he knew firsthand he had needed time alone, as well as an urgent mission, to keep his head together when he had said goodbye to Song. Perhaps, in time, Angela's own mission would come back into focus, but until it did, Ruishi knew she would benefit most from time, space, and patience. He was prepared to give her all three. He rose, stepping towards the door, gazing at her one more time. He would check on her again in a few hours, maybe bring her something to eat, though he doubted she'd want anything at all. Still, he had to look after her, just as he always did. It was, he knew, his last unspoken mission for the princess he had been sworn to. It could be thankless work, he was aware of it, but he didn't want or need any rewards. All he needed was the knowledge that he had helped her, one way or another, and the hope that she'd find her way out of her misery if he did. That misery would be her only company for now, though. Lying across that bed, shivering violently, feeling pain in places within her soul she had never known until then, Angela could only evoke thoughts of Sokka, the feeling of him, against her, on this very bed. The sensation of his hand upon hers, as it had been as they walked out of the tower, as it had been as they walked together into firelight, and underneath the Fire Nation's capital. What she would give if only she could hold that hand once more, just for another moment. She raised a hand indeed, towards nothingness, as though by willing it hard enough, he would appear beside her again. As though by wanting it with all her heart, she would turn back time and keep this catastrophe from taking place. Similar thoughts ran through the mind of her now estranged lover, who lingered still on that dock, shivering over pain and cold, which seemed one and the same to him right now. He had raised a hand, as though to call them back, even if he couldn't see them anymore. He couldn't drop it, not when he longed to feel hers curling around it, her fingers slipping smoothly between his own. His teeth chattered, his tears froze on his cheeks, painfully so, and he didn't care. He couldn't care. Come back. His voice still left his lips somehow, amid the stirred snow that grew more persistent by the minute. He should have taken cover, but he couldn't move. He didn't have the strength to do so, not beyond dropping on his side, curling into himself as snow piled up around him, as though poised to freeze him alive. "See, come back," he said again, stretching out his hand, his fingers, towards the ship that wouldn't turn back to find him this time around. For one moment, he thought he could feel her. For one moment, she thought she could feel him. For one moment, it was as though their fingers had touched, regardless of the constantly increasing distance between them. For one moment, their souls were bridged, and their griefs swirled together in a hurry, conveying a hint of comfort in understanding one another, just before emptiness settled within their freezing, broken hearts, right where the truest fulfillment had dwelled once instead. Cold, slow, and swirling, enveloped them, little by little. The world they had once intended to save for seemed to wither into insignificance around them, and they only closed their eyes and surrendered to the darkness that consumed them. Chapter 248. Broken Apart. 1. A scream tore through the sky and across the land. The despair in that voice was so uniquely, unexpectedly human that Zuko dropped the snow hare he'd successfully speared moments ago, whipping his head in the direction of that sound. "What in the world?" he said. Despite knowing no one would hear him, he had always preferred hunting by himself in areas not too distant from the tribe's territories. Many hunters were out that day, or what counted as day when it was dark as night all the time, but he had elected, as always, to do his work by himself, counting on his increasing experience at catching animals through stealth and quick, effective maneuvers. He had always believed he was better served by putting his methods into practice while he was alone. Now, though, he wished he had someone else working alongside him, someone else to reassure him that what he'd heard wasn't the ghoul-like scream of some lost soul in the icy tundra, but just the blowing wind that often whistled with sounds akin to those of human voices. He wanted to believe he had misunderstood it, that it was nothing, that he should just collect the third of the hares and fasten it to his pack along with the pair he'd caught before finally spearing this one. He gritted his teeth and returned to his task, pulling out a thin rope and tightening it around the creature's small body. He had come here to find dinner, that's what he was supposed to do. He'd go back to the tribe, tell someone about the noise he'd heard, they'd put his mind to rest by reassuring him that he had merely imagined things, that he had thought too much of something irrelevant, in the end. That was all there could be to that strange voice, right? The wind, it had to be the wind. His forceful explanation, he knew, was unreasonable. What little breeze blew today had been too tame to elicit any such sounds regardless of the menacing, swirling snow clouds that gathered above the pole. If that sound had been the whistling of the wind, surely a powerful gust would have followed, and none had. It had been too human. There had been something genuinely desperate about it. There was no way wind could make a sound like that. It didn't matter how inconvenient it might be to accept it, Zuko knew he had no choice but to do so. Maybe another team of hunters was in trouble. If he was the only one close enough to hear their distress call, it'd be up to him to help them. The thought that a tribe member might be in danger finally pushed him to his feet. Zuko threw the bound hares over his shoulder and he breathed deeply. He couldn't play deaf if someone needed him. Suki would have to forgive him for bringing the meat of their dinner stew a little later than intended, but considering the urgency of the situation, Zuko had no doubts she would understand. He set out through the snow, his boots sinking slowly as he strode towards the source of the noise. He frowned upon realizing it had come from the north when most hunters sought their prey deeper into the core of the South Pole, or at its western or eastern shores. Zuko frowned, using the butt of his spear as a walking stick to help him probe the snowy grounds ahead for any unexpected stabilities or shifts in the terrain that might not be apparent under the layers of snow. Another layer of it was bound to join soon as well. Small snowflakes tumbled gracefully from the sky, sending yet another wave of unease through his chest. He had learned a few tricks for recognizing the more hazardous snow clouds with the rest of the tribe across the past years, but his judgment on the matter, he knew, was nowhere near as solid as that of the many tribespeople who had been born and raised in this fickle, beautiful, and merciless weather. What seemed to be an innocent snowfall right now could easily prove to be a punishing snowstorm, and he certainly would be better off finding his way back home before this got any worse. Whoever was responsible for that scream was still out there. He wasn't sure it would be a hunter anymore, but it could be someone like Kino, perhaps, if the goofball had somehow decided to go fishing by himself for once instead of waiting for someone else to finally relent and bring him along on any of their trips. If that were the case, he certainly had to fetch the former soldier and give him quite the earful about his recklessness, especially for putting others at risk with his antics. He couldn't carelessly make someone, anyone, brave the frozen lands of the South Pole to find him over his fickle whims. Years of enduring the biting temperatures had taught Zuko methods of resistance against the bad weather. In the earlier days, he had kept his inner fire alive through stubbornness and irritation at the cold more than anything. By now, that inner fire burned strong and steady in his chest. The only part of his body exposed to the chilling environment was his face, and the icy air no longer bothered him as much as it used to. He could keep progressing towards the shores of the South Pole regardless of the low temperatures, though he certainly hoped it wouldn't grow any colder, and he also hoped that the snowfall wouldn't be too heavy until he was safe and sound in his family's igloo. He slowed to a halt about 10 minutes after he had resolved to seek out the source of the noise. His eyes fell upon the building that would never belong in the South Pole, the abandoned building of the occupation forces that had been called back to the Fire Nation's other southern outposts. He frowned at the sight of it. That cry couldn't have come from there, could it? He suspected the sound had come from here, somewhere, but a single glance at the settlement, at its tall, unwelcoming walls, led him to conclude the place was empty, as it had been since before his arrival in the south. "Is it a ghost?" Zuko said, with a grimace. It wasn't as though he truly believed in such things, but it seemed the likeliest explanation at this point, for he hadn't come across anything alarming so far. A careless glance further north saw his eyes falling upon a strange mound of snow at the base of the unused docks, not far from the settlement itself. Zuko blinked and frowned. It looked like odd rocks, but he was certain there had been no such rocks there when he had arrived in the South Pole many years ago. He approached warily, still holding his spear before himself, ready to use it if he found anything dangerous. Yet the closer he came, the stranger he found the rocks, for, up close, they didn't seem to be rocks in the least. Instead, it looked like fabric, of some sort. Brown fabric, or was it some sort of leather? Puzzled, Zuko sped up, cutting the distance between himself and the strange mounds of snow with strong strides until he finally reached them. A thin layer of snow coated the top of them, but as soon as he struck the nearest one with the butt of his spear, the rustling sound of shifting fabric revealed it was, in fact, some sort of sack, or a bag, full to the brim with contents that brought a frown to his face. "What in the?" he said, leaning down to tug the flap of the bag open with his gloved hand. He would have recognized a boomerang easily, even before having spent all this time living in the South Pole, where it was a common weapon, yet the design in this one was familiar, alarmingly so. A sudden rush of confusion shook him as he tugged the bag closed again, reaching for the next one, the largest of the bunch, tugging it open as well to find the detailed, engraved pommel of a sword he had last seen long ago, that he had even fought against, as well as the club that rested beside it. "The hell is?" he said, blinking repeatedly as he rose to his feet. Was he hallucinating? Had he been out in the ice for too long and he was seeing things? Because there was no way he'd found bags with Sokka's belongings in them, with absolutely no explanation, sitting here, in the cold. Zuko raised his gaze to the dark horizon, finding nothing in the distance, yet he suddenly glimpsed something at the far end of the main, otherwise empty, dock. A shudder rushed through his body as he stepped closer, apprehensively. Yet again, he had no doubts there had been nothing upon that dock the last time he'd been here. Now, however, there was something there, lying flat upon the unkempt, metal pier. Something that didn't move, something lined with fresh snow, much as the bags had been. He forced himself to walk towards it at first, uneasy, unwilling to accept the reality he suspected he was about to face, but the closer he came, the better he could distinguish that shape in the darkness. The first thing he made sense of were the legs, clad in boots ill-suited for this weather. The fabric of those trousers, too, appeared so thin it likely wouldn't keep any of the cold at bay. But then there was another layer of clothes, bound around the waist, then, what appeared to be a black, smooth armor. Zuko shuddered for a moment, as denial flared in his mind, as confusion gripped his chest and his mind demanded for a rational explanation, but there was none to be found. Not unless he reached the man lying on that dock to ascertain he wasn't dead just yet. That thought jump-started his mind. Zuko raced down the dock, dropping his spear as he kicked up snow everywhere. This couldn't be happening, it really couldn't be, but if it was, he had to do something. He had to do something, anything. By the time he reached the man, who lay on his side upon that dock, a wave of fear gripped Zuko. Was he too late? He clenched his jaw, violently pulling the armor towards himself, making the man roll on his back. His face was unhealthily pale, and frost clung to his cheeks. The color of his lips was nearly purplish by now, and as the eyes were closed, Zuko truly feared the worst just as he accepted the reality he couldn't deny for another moment. It was Sokka. It was Sokka, and he was freezing to death. "You, what the hell are you doing here?" Zuko exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he pulled his gloves off in a quick motion. "Why are you? What the hell happened to you, damn it?" He rubbed his hands brusquely, enough to spark heat in them, and he pressed his palms to Sokka's face. He was so cold, so damn cold. For how long had he been here? If he had been the source of that despaired cry, maybe not that long. Yet it was long enough to do serious damage to an unprepared body in such low temperatures, Zuko suspected. He snarled as he tugged Sokka up, placing 2 fingers under his nostrils, hoping to find out whether he was still breathing or not. A very light intake of breath caused Zuko to gasp, in disbelieving relief. You're not dead, damn you, and you're not going to die. Not on my watch, curses. He groaned, pulling Sokka closer in an attempt to hoist him up. But not only was Sokka a rather large man, taller than even his father, he also was clad in a heavy armor that only made matters worse. the metal was freezing cold, another detrimental factor in the freezing man's already delicate condition. "Fucking hell, Sokka!" Zuko growled, struggling to find the clasps to undo the breastplate and yank it off his body. His own hands were starting to lose what little warmth he'd evoked in them, but he managed to release each buckle before the cold got to him too badly. That he would be wearing his usual, sleeveless shirt underneath the armor nearly made Zuko balk in utter outrage. This was absurd. This had to be a ridiculous hallucination because, if it was real, Sokka was utterly mad for having traveled to the South Pole in such a get-up. But what man would willingly travel back to his hometown just to freeze to death when he was a mere 10-minute walk away from his family? Fear gripped Zuko as he shrugged off his gear. He set down the 3 hairs he had hunted and he yanked off his parka in a smooth motion before struggling to slide it down on Sokka's cold, heavy, and rigid body. He didn't bother pulling Sokka's arms through the sleeves, as it was probably better to keep them pressed to his body. "And now I have to carry you to the tribe." "That's going to be fun," Zuko said, releasing a breath as he pulled his parka's hood over Sokka's head. "Don't suppose you'll surprise me by coming to your senses now?" No response. "Of course not." Zuko gritted his teeth and shook his head before clasping Sokka's arms and pulling them around his own neck. He leaned forward, hands underneath the gladiator's thighs, and he rose with difficulty to his feet. "You are fucking heavy, you hear me?" Zuko hissed, struggling to retain his footing, but resolving to do as much, no matter what. It was Sokka. He couldn't make heads or tails of whatever this meant, but he had to save him. Katara would likely kill him if he didn't do everything in his power to help Sokka. Hekata might, too. And Azula would as well, wouldn't she? Where was she? The fact that seeing Sokka without Azula felt so utterly wrong to Zuko only dawned on him then. Maybe, if it had been their 2 freezing bodies, he would be less inclined to believe this was a weird hallucination. But just Sokka? What on earth could have caused his sister to ever part ways with the one man she had admitted to loving? Zuko swallowed hard as he cast a glance at his bags and the dinner he would have to come back to collect later. Curses, he hoped the weather wouldn't worsen too much before he could bring Sokka home. "If you want to make things a little less uncomfortable, this would be the right time for you to wake up," Zuko said, gritting his teeth as he took a first step towards the base of the dock, towards the settlement, and beyond it, the water tribe. No response, yet again. Zuko sighed as Sokka's hooded head hung on his shoulder. He deliberately forced Sokka to shift positions so that his nose would be uncomfortably close to Zuko's neck. However irritating as it was to have this man breathing down his neck quite so literally, it was the best way to make sure he was still alive while Zuko set out on the long walk back to the village. "Well, feel free to come back to your senses halfway through our walk, if you'd rather do that instead," he grunted, exerting as much strength as he could by holding Sokka upright, walking down the dock as quickly as he could, sorting past the bags with Sokka's belongings without a second thought. They, as well, would have to wait until he could return to collect them later. The snow wouldn't help, neither would the cold breeze. If only Zuko had thought there might be warmer clothing somewhere within Sokka's bags, he would have ransacked them right away to fend off the cold. But if the man was dressed in such a light outfit, the likelihood was that he had nothing better to wear within reach. Snarling and breathing with difficulty as he juggled balance and speed at the same time, Zuko could only hope he'd run into a few other hunters, or that perchance someone would happen to come out to find him before long. Yet, even if no one did, he'd carry Sokka to the very gates of the village, no matter if he barely felt strong enough for the task, but it needed to be done. Hesitating and questioning himself would only make matters worse for the two of them. Even though so many hunters were out, hard at work, several warriors had remained in the village, tasked with guarding the walls that enclosed their people's homes. As so many had taken off to hunt, the least accomplished hunter in the tribe had chosen to stay behind, moping as he wished at least 1 or 2 teams of hunters had elected to go fishing, instead. "You can go fishing with someone tomorrow, can't you?" Haka asked Kino, nudging him with an elbow when the Fire Nation-born man sighed for the umpteenth time that day, as he stood with both Haka and Katon by the wall's watchtower. "No need to be all that miserable and sulky." "I guess I could," he said, glancing at Haka with a slowly growing smile. "Wanna go fishing with me?" No," Haka answered, immediately. Kino pouted, as Katon, beside his fellow water tribe warrior, laughed while keeping an eye on the horizon. Why not? Kino pouted. I'm getting better at it. Or, well, I was getting better, but if I can't get any practice in, I'll just regress to being useless at it, you know. Why can't you ask your usual fishing buddies to help you? Asked Haka, raising an eyebrow. We're only here instead of hunting because the chief asked us to stay and keep watch for today, you know. Well, sure, but I figured you guys might just be refined enough to appreciate the finer points of fishing. Kino said, haughtily, before sighing again, this time with defeat. Okay, the truth is that I doubt I'll get to go fishing with Aang and Katara anytime soon. Those two are taking their training very seriously lately, you see. Heh, yeah. I've noticed, Katon said, and Haka glanced at him in surprise. I needed Katara to give me a hand with that stupid bruise I got when I kicked the cooking pot by mistake a couple of days ago, but she was off training. I went to fetch her the next morning and she was all hasty about treating me. I asked if she had to train again, and she said she did. Must be one heck of a technique they're working on, huh? Haka said, raising an eyebrow knowingly as Katon chuckled and shook his head. Dual bending, or something? He suggested. Haka snorted, and Kino eyed them cluelessly. What, you think they're like, whipping up big rainstorms or something? He asked. With his air bending, and her water bending, it'd be really neat, wouldn't it? Sure. That's what we meant. Of course, Haka said, with a dry grin as Katon laughed again. Kino gasped. Hey, you guys. That's mean. What aren't you telling me? He pouted. Nothing, just, you'll be better off finding another fishing buddy as soon as you can, Kino. That's all I can advise you, Haka said, patting Kino's shoulder as he pouted. Well, nobody wants to go with me. I asked you guys because I hoped you might want to, but... Kino said, and Haka flinched. See? You don't want to go either. What's so bad about going fishing with me, eh? Is it because I talk too much? Yeah, Haka decided, nodding, and Kino gasped in indignation as Haka chuckled and patted his shoulder again. Alright, the truth is just I'm not that big on fish myself, pal, don't take it personally. Absurd. The fish around these parts is much tastier than the meat of whatever prey you guys get to hunt here. Kino said, hands on his hips as he scowled at Haka, who scoffed immediately. It'd be different if you had muso briskets, or so, but... Hey, you take that back. What sort of Fire Nation guy are you, saying you'd rather eat fish than meat? He asked, only for Kino to turn up his nose stubbornly. And what sort of water tribe guy are you, saying you'd rather eat meat than fish? Haka froze, unsure of how to respond to that, as Kino smirked upon knowing he had successfully ensnared the warrior in his own trap. It was his chance, then, to force Haka into a fishing partnership with him, if only to make him prove just how true his water tribe roots were. What the heck is that? Kino froze on the spot, scowling at Katon. The man was squinting, staring at the dark horizon pointedly, attentively. Oh, no. Don't try to pull that sort of trick on me. Kino squeaked. You two will have to be my new fishing buddies, whether you want to be or not. We can talk fishing later, Kino, there's something out there, Katon said, raising a gloved hand and pointing at whatever he'd glimpsed. Both Kino and Haka frowned as they glanced in the direction Katon was gesturing at. The icy wall that enclosed the southern water tribe served as a perfect vantage point for the three men to keep watch, but with the swirling clouds above them, and the inherent darkness of the persistent night, their line of sight was certainly quite limited. Yet, within that shroud of varying degrees of blackness, both Kino and Haka glimpsed movement, just as Katon had. Instinctively, the ever-ready warrior Haka raised his spear, reaching for his boomerang with his free hand. Katon, on the other hand, held off from brandishing any weapons until he could unravel whether whatever he'd seen was a threat or not. That's the settlement's direction, Haka reminded his two companions. Our hunters don't usually go that way. Zuko kind of does, doesn't he? Katon asked, grimacing. Could be it's just him. It better just be him, Haka said, breathing deeply. Otherwise, well, I don't even want to think of it. But if it's him, he's going really slowly, isn't he? Kino said, hands on his hips. Maybe he caught a pretty big creature. He'd be lucky if he had, Haka said, raising an eyebrow. It's either that or he's wounded, said Kino, and the idea was horrific to so much as consider. Either thing means we should go help him, right? Katon said. Haka breathed deeply but nodded. I'll let Nanak know. He'll keep watch while we're out there, Haka said, leaping down the wall quickly. Kino and Katon followed, but they marched towards the village gates while Haka rushed towards the nearby Nanak. The man had been sitting by the enclosure where he kept the village's dogs, and he agreed immediately to watch the wall for any other returning hunters or dangers while the three younger warriors rushed out of the village. After picking up a nearby lantern, Haka rushed to follow Kino and Katon, hoping the light would alert Zuko, or whoever was out there, that they were nearby, and if it wasn't Zuko, hopefully the light would serve to prove that they wouldn't hesitate to strike them down if they continued to approach the water tribe. I don't see well enough yet, Kino said, squinting and struggling to glimpse something, for the lantern's glare barely shed any light deeper into the darkness of the pole. Haka stepped ahead of him, walking across the snow while clutching his spear tightly. Well, there's something there for sure, but Haka started, only for a faint voice to drift from where that dark, distant shadow shifted. Guys! Help! Kino's eyes widened. He didn't hesitate for another instant before sprinting down the snow with far more dexterity than either Haka or Katon had expected of him. They followed the surprisingly sprightly former soldier as fast as they could, though, as weak as that voice was, it had definitely sounded like Zuko. Zuko! Kino exclaimed, rushing towards the dark shape. Now, at about 30 meters away, Kino finally could distinguish him properly, and he could also understand why it had been so difficult to identify his friend until now. Wait. Is someone injured? Zuko. The firebender, stubborn and strong as he had proven to be through this ordeal, had felt his strength fading by then. He did his best to stay upright, despite he could barely raise his foot to take another step forward. It was too cold, even his strengthened inner fire seemed to sputter and struggle against the chill in the air. Carrying a large man on his back could have been doable under any circumstances but the ones he was facing. He struggled to catch his breath, his hands trembling under Sokka's weight, and that was when he glimpsed a light ahead. His breath had caught upon realizing he was near the tribe at last, and he had called for help immediately, not knowing if he'd be heard at all. Kino's urgent questions followed, but Zuko was far too exhausted to answer right away. He cringed as the Fire Nation man stopped before him, and Zuko couldn't even bring himself to look at Kino as he struggled to retain his footing. Please. Help me carry him, I can't. Zuko said, shivering violently. Kino gasped. Why Yuri not wearing your parka? Zuko. I had to give it to him. Zuko said, grimacing as he lowered the man on his back with difficulty. I think he'd be dead by now if I hadn't. Kino reached forward, clasping the unconscious man's shoulder as he helped relieve Zuko from that overwhelming weight. Katon and Haka stepped closer then, and the light of the lantern drew Zuko to it instinctively, seeking warmth he direly lacked while Kino struggled beside him. What happened? Haka asked. Was it a hunting accident, or? And no. Zuko said, as Haka stepped forward to assist Zuko as well. Katon draped one of the unconscious man's arms around his own shoulders, and Kino took the other one. I don't even know how, or why, but I just found him at the docks, at the settlement. Wait, what? Said Katon, frowning as he finally glanced at the unconscious man they were holding upright. Without a second thought, Katon yanked back the hood that covered the man's face. All three newcomers yelped when Katon's action revealed familiar factions they hadn't seen in a long time, far too long in the case of the Water Tribe natives. His face was fuller, though with sharper cheekbones. A properly trimmed stubble grew on his chin. The hair he used to keep shaved around his head had grown out, if just slightly. His wolf's tail was longer than any of them had ever seen it before. Even so, none of those small differences would keep them from recognizing the features of the chief's son. Sokka. Haka said, eyes wide, his jaw dropping slowly. Katon shivered, wrapping his other arm around the unconscious Sokka's chest. gasping as he struggled to give the situation any credit. None of the 4 men could understand the meaning of Sokka's presence, but only one of them had enough time to accept that he'd only understand it after they nursed the nearly frozen man back to health. "We have to keep going," Zuko said, startling the others. "I found him, unconscious, freezing, tried to help him. I don't know for how long he was there, but he's still breathing, so let's just get him to Katara, she'll help him." "She's not home right now," Kino said, trembling as he gazed at Zuko fearfully. "She and Aang are training, they left just after you did." "They, curse those two," Zuko hissed. "Training now, really?" Getting him to stick to schedule with firebending was a chore, but when Sokka shows up out of nowhere, he wants to go training. Aang couldn't have known this was going to happen. Kino exclaimed, before glancing at Sokka again. And nobody could have. "Doesn't matter if we knew or not, Zuko's right," Haka said, snarling before handing the lantern to Zuko. He stepped up and picked up Sokka on his back, relieving Katon and Kino quickly by carrying Sokka the same way Zuko had carried him earlier. "We're getting him to safety first. We can figure out everything else later." Exactly that," Zuko said, nodding as he held the lantern far more closely than might have been safe or reasonable, but he was too desperate for warmth to care. Katon helped Zuko walk as well, wrapping an arm around his waist as the 4 men returned to the village. The lights by the tents and igloos soothed Zuko immediately, but the sight of them also brought a sudden question to his mind, a question he answered out loud, before any of the others asked it. "Take him to my igloo," Zuko decided, startling his current companions. "What?" Haka asked, grimacing as he struggled, as well, with Sokka's towering height and weight. "Suki, she knows a few things about healing," Zuko said, grimacing. "Once I'm better, my bending might help him some more, too. Katara's out there, hell knows where, and the sooner someone tends to Sokka. Kunna is probably in no shape to help by herself on such short notice." Katon reasoned, glancing at Haka meaningfully. "Do as he says." Haka breathed deeply but nodded, speeding up just as they crossed the village's threshold. Nanak climbed down the wall quickly, eyeing the returning 4 men with confusion, and then frowning upon noticing they carried someone else with them. "What's happened? Is he hurt?" Nanak asked, without waiting to confirm the identity of whom he assumed was only another of their hunters. "Probably," Haka said, gritting his teeth as he marched onwards, to Zuko's igloo. "Keep an eye out for now, please, Nanak, and if the chief comes back while we're not here, tell him to go to Zuko's igloo, immediately," Katon said. Nanak blinked blankly but nodded, his eyes drifting towards the rescued man once again. Dark as it was, his features weren't as easy to recognize at a distance as they would have been if this had happened in the light period. Yet every villager nearby watched them marching to Zuko's home with confusion, scrambling out of the way if need be, always eyeing the unconscious man on Haka's back with utter perplexity. No answers would be given yet, not when the situation was still so delicate, but everyone could sense powerful, meaningful changes in the air that blew softly against them, in the light snow that fell upon their homes. Katon sped up, helping Zuko reach the door of his igloo as Haka and Kino followed. Zuko shivered violently as his hand fell upon the wooden door, hearing sounds drifting from within the house he had built with his own hands. "No, Mari, I know you're bored but your sister is napping right now. I teach her firebending. We don't even know if she's a bender yet. Come help clean up lunch instead, will you?" The sound of the sweet voices of his wife and daughter infused Zuko's chest with new warmth. He breathed in before pushing the door open, just as Mari squealed inside the igloo. "Gruff. Mommy, I think Daddy is." As customary, their family dog had rushed to the door to greet Zuko upon sensing his return, but where Suki had been relieved upon recognizing the dog's behavior, her smile froze as soon as she laid eyes upon her husband, bereft of proper outerwear as he was. "Zuko!" she cried out, dropping the dishes she had been wiping clean in a pan filled with soapy water. Mari, as well, gasped at the sight of her unusually vulnerable father, who stumbled inside his own house, helped by Katon. "Goodness, Zuko, what happened?" Had to hand my parka over to someone who needed it," Zuko explained, as Suki collected him in her arms, guiding him deeper inside the house, towards the hearth. He needs it still, Haka, bring him in. Zuko, you're freezing. Suki exclaimed. Mari ignored the other visitors as she approached her father, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. She had never seen her father like this, trembling violently, frost clinging to his dark hair, shaken so deeply by the harsh cold of the South Pole. Gruff's scattered attention switched between his master and the intruders who barged into his home unannounced. He whimpered softly at Zuko's feeble shape before growling menacingly at Haka, who only ignored him as he continued to pull the unconscious Sokka with him. Zuko gestured at an empty space near the hearth, and only then did Suki take a moment to look at whoever Zuko had rescued in the middle of his hunting trip. Haka finished setting him down when Suki gasped with recognition. Her grip on Zuko tightened as the light of their igloo's fire bathed Sokka's currently faint, subtly purplish features. Sokka! Sokka! Suki exclaimed, looking at Zuko as though demanding for an explanation that her husband lacked and wished for, just as much as she did. I found him, at the end of a dock, at the settlement, Zuko said, spreading his trembling hands towards the fire. Oh, it had only been a few moments, but the improvement was almost immediate. He breathed out in relief, closing his eyes as he allowed the heat to chase away the gripping bite of cold that had almost resulted in a rather tragic end to his attempt to rescue Sokka. He was out of it all along. I thought for a second that he might be dead, but how the hell did he even get here? Haka asked, looking at Zuko with disbelief before glancing at Sokka again. It doesn't make any sense. Did you see any ships around? Any sign of? And no, nothing like that, Zuko said, rubbing his hands together to spread the heat faster. Though when I got there, the first thing I noticed were bags. His bags, it looked like. Wait, his things? You mean, his weapons and such? Asked Katon, puzzled. Yeah. I don't know what else there is in there. Maybe there's some clues, something to explain how he ended up like this, but I have no idea. Zuko admitted, swallowing hard. He was, in armor, too. I had to take it off him, he's damn heavy without it already, I wouldn't have even made it halfway here if I'd tried to carry him with it. But he's still alive, Haka said, gritting his teeth as he reached down to take Sokka's wrist in his hands. He bit one of his mittens to remove it brusquely before searching for Sokka's pulse point. Why, you said he was, where is it? It's got to be. Haka grimaced. When he finally felt a pulsation, it was so weak he could only flinch and glance at the others with desperate eyes. Someone get Katara, fast. He said. Kino, who had lingered by the igloo's door, nodded. I'll go. He exclaimed, rushing off immediately upon announcing his intentions. Suki grimaced as she slid towards her new, unexpected guest. Merely touching his face lightly filled her with an unwanted certainty that he had likely been moments away from freezing to death when Zuko had found him. I need some furs, Zuko, Suki called, grimacing as she picked up Sokka's hands, rubbing them insistently against her own, hoping the friction would help. Heat them with your bending, we'll use them to warm him up. I can't really. Zuko said, grimacing as Suki glanced back at him with despair. You're too cold? She asked. Zuko swallowed hard. I don't think I can bend right away. He said, though his eyes shifted towards his daughter. Mari? Mari, dear, can you help mommy? Mari had been sitting beside him, half climbing over his lap, both to offer him comfort and to seek some for herself. Zuko's request seemed to puzzle her, and she gazed at her mother with confusion as Suki did the same, though her eyes were set on Zuko instead. She's still too young to. Suki started, but Zuko shook his head. She's practiced, controlling her body heat, right, Mari? Zuko said, smiling reassuringly at his daughter. You can warm up your hands, and hold those furs, right, Fireflake? For Daddy? Mari asked. Zuko nodded. Some for me, some for Sokka over there. Okay. He asked. Confused by the strange situation as she was, Mari nodded anyway and bit her lip. Warm up your hands, then hold the fur, count to 10, and give it to mommy. Mari seemed to understand the simple instructions easily enough. Zuko reached back towards the cabinets and closets nearby, but his unsteady hands couldn't seem to pull one open when he had yet to reclaim his body heat. It was Katon who moved to the cabinet, and Gruff growled and barked menacingly at him for it. "No, Gruff," Zuko said, raising his voice as best he could. The dog, still displeased, shrank nonetheless upon his master's command, letting Katon rummage through the cabinet until he pulled out several furs, some big, others smaller, all of them suitable for the purpose of warming up the freezing man that lay unconscious by the fire. Katon collected the many furs somewhat sloppily, dropping them by Zuko and Mari unceremoniously at first. Once Mari picked up the first one, Katon took to sorting through the rest while Zuko counted with his daughter. 1, 2, 3, 4. He said, as the child spoke the numbers with him, with evident uncertainty. The fur didn't catch fire, however, as Mari focused on warming her hands and following her father's count until he reached the number 10. This procedure would help, Suki was sure of it, as she pulled Zuko's parka off Sokka's cold body, but they needed more than just warmth to ensure Sokka would survive this near-death experience. Her chest clenched as Mari trotted lightly towards her, carrying the first fur, and Suki smiled before laying it upon Sokka's chest gently. No, this wasn't enough, but she hoped it would help him survive until Katara arrived. So far, though, the waterbender remained utterly oblivious to the strange happenings that shook her hometown. It was always easy to forget the world to no consequence whenever she was with Aang these days. Wrapped in his embrace, sitting behind a large ice cluster they had bent together to shield them from unwanted interruptions, she kissed him carelessly, relentlessly, her fingers slipping through his hair as she held him closely. Innocent as he still was in countless regards, Aang had proven to be a most enthusiastic and proficient learner when it came to romance and affection, something Katara counted herself most fortunate for. As awkward as their first kiss had been, initiated by her when she had feared he might reject her, now they would trade countless of them every day under the excuse of training together. Sometimes they'd only have a few hours, or less than that. Sometimes they could spend whole days playfully rolling together on the snow, testing boundaries with smiles on their faces, learning just how ticklish the other might be. So far, Aang was notoriously ticklish, to Katara's utter delight. Theirs had been a mostly silent relationship so far, though neither one had been quite so foolish as to believe that nobody had noticed their dual absences happened too often for it to be mere chance. Hakata had even shot Aang a few meaningful stares today, right before he and his hunting team took off, but Katara had told the Avatar not to worry about her father. Hakata himself had told her to figure out what happiness meant to her, and after her exchanges with Aang since that very day, she grew more convinced that she had already found the answer to that particular dilemma. "Oh, I could do this forever," Aang said, smiling carelessly as Katara broke off their latest kiss for air. She grinned cheekily right back, pressing her brow to his. "What's stopping you, huh?" She taunted him, and Aang laughed happily, his laughter ringing beautifully across the icy cove that served as their haven. "No one. I'll ask Hakata for your hand in marriage tomorrow," he teased her, leaning close to kiss her neck as Katara laughed in response to his sudden claim. "Shouldn't you ask me first, Avatar?" she teased him. Aang flinched, gazing at her questioningly as she smirked. "What? You think my father gets to decide who I'm allowed to marry, without any say on my part?" Well, no, but I was teasing a bit, is all," he said, smiling wildly. "Do you really want to?" I mean, well, if you were just teasing then it's not important." Katara laughed again, her cheeks reddening. The darkness of the cave was suddenly lit up by Aang, who raised a small plum of fire in the palm of his hand, a bright, eager grin on his face. "Oh, Aang. Okay, maybe I was teasing before, but I'm not now," he said, excitedly. "Katara, would you?" A roar, familiar and daunting, suddenly shook the very foundations of their ice structure, startling both Aang and Katara profoundly enough that their smiles faded, just as Aang's fire did. "What?" Katara said, but Aang frowned knowingly. "Appa," he whispered. "He's calling for me, for us." "Why?" Katara grimaced. Aang reached down for her hand and led her to the narrow exit of their ice structure. They melted the ice together, bending it aside so they could step out into the open, finding light snowfall in the dark night. "Guess, someone's brought him out? Maybe they needed us for something," Aang said, swallowing hard as he unwillingly let go of Katara's hand. She scowled, pouting a little as she resisted the urge to take his hand again. She fished out her mittens from her pockets instead, cladding her hands with them quickly before the cold got to her. "It better be important, if that's how it is," she mumbled bitterly. To think Aang had been about to propose for real. Well, it was true that he'd have to talk to Hakata about it later, and who knew if maybe Hakata would force him to build an igloo without bending, or some equally ridiculous task to prove his worth, though that sounded unnecessary. The point of such trials was to ensure the man was strong and capable of building a home for his family, not to do so without bending. Thus, they were ready for marriage as it was, weren't they? Such thoughts brought emotions to jolt wildly inside her chest, springing about happily as a bubbling brew might. Oh, if only Aang would take that crucial step forward already. But for now, Aang's steps weren't metaphorical at all as they strode together across the long plains of ice and snow, seeking the Avatar's animal companion with his gaze. Katara fell into step beside him, selfishly hoping this would be nothing more than Kino with some really ridiculous question to ask of them, something they could resolve quickly so Aang might return to what he'd been saying within their icy refuge. "There!" Aang exclaimed, pointing at a large figure crossing the sky at a fair distance from them. Aang collected a cluster of snow and tossed it up in the air, far higher than any non-bender could, hoping it would catch the eye of whoever was riding Appa. Sure enough, within moments the large bison groaned again, and he turned directions towards where the two benders stood, uneasy and nervous, until a familiar, desperate voice screamed for them. "Aang! Katara! Ugh, Kino!" Of course it was Kino, Aang groaned, pouting. Katara smiled, rubbing his back gently as her secret boyfriend slouched in place. "I bet he's just going to ask where I put the seasoning for the seaweed or something silly like that. If that's all, then all the better, right?" Katara said, squeezing Aang's shoulder as Appa came closer. Something about how fast the bison was flying felt off to the two benders right away, though. "Kino, you don't have to push Appa like that." But Katara's words would go to waste, not only because Kino had reached them by then, but because he ignored her completely when he pulled the reins and stopped Appa right before his two friends. "It's Sokka." There were no other words that could cause such a sudden shift in Katara's pleasant, dreamy mood. No other words could shatter every instant of gentle bliss she had indulged in across the past months. No other words could trigger back every dark, cold-blooded instinct that Aang's very presence had chased away when she had first found him. Sokka. Whatever had happened with Sokka, it couldn't be good if that was Kino's tone, if that was why Kino had taken Appa to seek them out. "Sokka." Aang repeated, perplexed. "Kino, what? Nobody knows how he got here." Kino exclaimed. "But he needs help, Katara, he needs healing. We're going back. Now." Katara didn't even glance at Aang after making her decision. She crafted a small mound of snow beside Appa, using it as a stepping stone to climb the saddle quickly. Aang swallowed hard but followed, boosting himself with airbending and landing on the saddle just before Kino shook the bison's reins again. "Yip yip!" he exclaimed, pulling the reins with apparent expertise as he guided the creature back to the water tribe. Katara crawled over the saddle, moving as close to the bison's neck as she could, where Kino sat right now. "What do you mean Sokka's here?" she asked, urgently. "Why does he need healing? How is he?" "I have no idea, Zuko just found him in the snow, and he was half frozen or something," Kino said, grimacing as he avoided looking at Katara. "He's been unconscious the whole time, I think." Zuko said something like that, anyways, so. "Unconscious?" Katara repeated, dread building up within her. "Kino. He's still alive." Kino reassured her, glancing back at her at last. "But he needs help, urgently. I'm sorry I ruined your training, but..." No, if it's Sokka, I have to go. I have to." "See, can't Appa go any faster?" Katara asked, glancing about herself desperately. Aang moved closer, placing his hands on her shoulders. "I have to. We're on our way. We'll be there very soon, Katara," Aang said, reassuringly, though he felt no less tense after speaking those words. He hadn't seen Katara like this in so long, perhaps since she had frozen Zuko back in Whaletail Island, upon discovering he had hidden her brother's presence from her. It was undeniably ironic that Zuko happened to be the one who, apparently, had saved Sokka from a freezing death now, but it was also undeniable that Katara's immediate reaction was but the herald of a storm, no matter what the truth behind Sokka's inexplicable arrival might be. If only he were healthy, the story might be different, but if that were the case, he wouldn't need help so urgently that even the typically careless and childish Kino would be acting so seriously, for once. Aang swallowed hard, letting his arms wrap around Katara, offering her comfort he expected her to reject, though he was relieved when she didn't. He wouldn't be able to hold her this way again once they reached the village, and if Kino so much as glanced back, he might feel apprehensive over being caught embracing Katara so intimately, but he wanted to support her however he could right now. It certainly wasn't the time, he decided, to worry about wedding proposals when Katara's beloved brother was in danger. Within less than 3 minutes, their quick flight brought them close enough to glimpse the lights of the tribe. Appa sped up on his way to Zuko's igloo, guided by Kino's spirited steering. Aang only released Katara from his hold to help Kino, taking the reins from his hands so he could slow Appa's descent himself, but Katara leapt off the saddle before the large bison could touch the ground, feeling the impact hard against her knees once she fell hard on the village's icy streets. Her own pain went disregarded and forgotten as she marched fast towards the igloo with the open door, within which she could see several moving shapes even before entering it. She waited for no authorization, no explanations as she entered the small house, seeking only one thing. Shivers overtook her, her breath seemed to escape her, the aching knees now threatening to give way. Her brother's large frame lay covered in warmed blankets and furs, meant to help him reclaim his body heat, though a healthy skin color had yet to fill his face. Katara! Suki called her, breathlessly, eyes glowing with compassionate understanding. The waterbender gasped, tears filling her eyes before she rushed towards her brother mindlessly. She didn't shrug off her boots or her parka, only removing her mittens hastily so she could touch Sokka with her bare hands. "We're trying to bring him back to normal temperatures," Suki explained. "I think Zuko found him in time before the frostbite could get really bad." "Where did you? How did you?" Katara asked, glancing at Zuko almost pleadingly. After months of mostly forced cordiality, product of Katara's persistent resentment regarding how Zuko had acted in Whaletail Island, now she seemed to have put off any such grudges without a second thought. Zuko, for one, was grateful for that. By the docks, the settlement's docks, Zuko explained, his own warmth was finally settling in, and while he kept a warm coat over his shoulders, he no longer trembled violently and his thoughts were much easier to articulate. I had to leave a lot of things behind there, our dinner included. Sorry, Suki. Sokka takes priority, Suki said, without a shred of a doubt, and Zuko nodded. He was in his armor, he brought a lot of luggage, apparently, Zuko continued. I saw no ships, no sign of whoever dropped him off. I have no idea how he got there, why he was lying there, he was unconscious from the moment I reached him. Katara swallowed hard as she touched Sokka's cheek delicately. She didn't notice them at first, but the flickering firelight showed her, eventually, the faded stains over Sokka's face. She frowned over her tears, raising a hand and reaching for her waist's waterskin. A splash of liquid followed. As she struggled to control the water she quickly brought to Sokka's cheek. After focusing briefly, the liquid gained an unusual glow. Her healing skills had been novel back when Kino had just joined the village, but her waterbending healing, inexpert as it might be, was as good as second nature for her by now. She held it for a moment, too eager to hold back from checking the outcome of her attempt to heal her brother. Upon finally drawing back the water, she found the skin's color was evening out. After a deep breath, she took to wielding the water upon Sokka's skin, slowly thawing anything else that might require it, working systematically while disregarding the many gazes that followed her every move. Zuko swallowed hard, glancing at Aang and Kino, who waited outside the already crowded igloo. They had arrived on Appa, who was, Zuko knew, the best method through which to recover Sokka's possessions and his family's dinner before any wild beasts came across them. We should go find everything I left behind by the docks, he said, surprising Suki by his sudden announcement. Mari as well glanced at her father worriedly. She had continued to warm furs for either Sokka or Zuko without being asked to anymore. Won't take long if we go on Appa. Could be, we'll find some more clues to explain why he's like this. Though, hopefully he'll wake up beforehand, right? Hopefully, said Suki, smiling a little before nodding. You'll go with Aang? Yeah, Zuko said, releasing a breath before sliding over the igloo's floorboards to press a kiss to his daughter's forehead. She handed him another warm cloth, and Zuko smiled kindly for it. Thank you. I'll be off for a bit, but keep doing that for Sokka, Mari. Yes, Daddy. Mari said, pouting a little yet accepting her father would have to leave again. He shifted further to press a quick kiss to Suki's cheek before picking up a spare parka and stepping out of the igloo, followed by Haka and Katon, who felt utterly out of place inside the family igloo by now. They closed the door behind them and Gruff was left to whimper by the door, desperate again for his master's return. Do you need any help? Suki asked, quietly. Katara sighed, shrugging. Will it be too awkward to ask you to help me take off his shirt? She asked. I have to try and heal everything I can, all over his body, as uncomfortable as that may be. You're saving his life, Katara, Suki said, gravely. A little awkwardness is a small price to pay to preserve his life, isn't it? Definitely, Katara agreed, swallowing hard as Suki struggled to raise Sokka's body slightly, just enough for Katara to tug loose his sash. She spread his waistcloth open, and his shirt right afterwards, to reveal an abdomen crisscrossed with bandages. Katara nearly dropped the water she had been bending as her eyes fell upon the white fabrics fastened across her brother's body. Again, she struggled to breathe as Suki frowned, unsure of what quality of injuries they might find underneath the bandages, wary, as well, of Katara's potential reaction to said injuries. He was wounded, Katara said, gritting her teeth. But someone tended to him before Zuko found him, Suki pointed out, gazing at Katara with uncertainty. Those bandages wouldn't be there if no one had watched over him. None of this makes any damn sense. Katara said, gritting her teeth as she snarled and shook her head. How is he? Why is he? We'll find out once he wakes up. Calm down, Katara, and keep doing what you're doing. He's improving, for sure, Suki said, smiling reassuringly as Katara's water shifted down to Sokka's chest and shoulders. A soft whimper and a drawn-out baby's cry stopped Suki just before she could start undoing the bandages over Sokka's abdomen. She breathed out and rose to her feet, approaching the crib that stood right outside her and Zuko's bedroom within the igloo. It seemed little Zi's nap was over and she needed attention, as ever. There. Suki whispered, scooping her second daughter into her arms, smiling kindly at her. Mommy's here, Zi, no need to cry. Uncle Sokka needs quiet, okay. Despite being far too young to understand her mother's words, the 3-month-old child still grew quieter upon hearing Suki's voice. Mari watched them intently from where she sat, with many warm cloths around her, almost hypnotized by her mother's tender cooing before focusing again on her task, which no one had asked her to stop with yet. This time, however, she handed the warmed fur to Katara, who was startled when the child crawled around Sokka's body and placed the cloth on Katara's lap. Daddy said I warm it and count to 10. For him, Mari said, softly. She glanced at the shirtless man lying in the middle of her igloo with wary eyes, puzzled by the stranger who had showed up unexpectedly in her world, which had felt much smaller until today. Thank you, Mari, dear, Katara said, smiling gently at the child. Can you put this one up here? Mari nodded and walked around Katara to follow her instructions, placing the cloth over Sokka's chest. Katara lowered her water, moving to Sokka's legs now. She yanked off his armored boots, then his trousers too, and yet again she found more bandages she barely wanted to remove. That she'd have to check her brother this thoroughly for wounds to heal was chilling her soul far more than the weather outside ever could. Who did this to you? Katara whispered, gritting her teeth as Mari ran another lap around her, collecting another fur and warming it as expertly as before. That one, by Sokka's feet, okay. Okay. Mari said, quietly, though she tightened her lips before asking, who is he? Him. Katara repeated, blinking a few times. How odd to find that a man who meant so much to the tribe, to her people in general, was nothing but a confusing, troubling stranger for the young girl. This is Sokka, Mari. He's my big brother, just like your Zi's big sister. Brother. Mari repeated. Yeah, If your mommy and your daddy had another child, and it was a boy, he would be your brother, Katara explained, returning to the task of using the water to heal Sokka's exposed skin. Mari remained silent as she focused on warming the cloth. She then laid it upon Sokka's feet, and Katara smiled at her gratefully. The young girl with auburn hair grinned right back at Katara, no doubt relieved that, at last, some of the adults around her were finally acting more like themselves again. "Why is he asleep?" Mari asked next, without thinking much of her own innocent question. Katara flinched for it, but she hoped the child wouldn't have noticed it. That's something we don't know yet," Katara whispered. "Your daddy saved him, found him on the ice." "On the ice?" Mari asked, puzzled. "But he will be okay, Mari." "He will be okay," Katara said, reassuringly. She couldn't quite convince herself of her own words, not yet. Eventually, once Zi had calmed down fully, Mari was tasked with holding her sister while Suki helped Katara undo the bandages across Sokka's body. If she had already been confused, pained, and horrified before, Katara's whole body pulsated with fury upon glimpsing the patches of damaged skin that were the obvious result of burns. She could ease many of them, smooth over the color as best as possible, to a point where the skin seemed to even out fairly well, but her chest tightened with outrage, nonetheless. "Katara!" Suki called her, softly, as Katara snarled and shook her head. She had healed most of Sokka's skin by now, and she only worked to heal damage around his legs at this point, but her eyes kept drifting towards the burn wounds she had only just treated. "She told me," she stood on that damp pier and looked me in the eye when she told me she'd protect him. She'd keep him safe. She said she loved him, and this is how he returns home? Is this really what her love amounted to? Because if it is, I should have forced him to stay with us after all. I shouldn't have let her take him from Whaletail Island again, damn it. It's not your fault." Suki whispered, though Katara's words stung her in weird places within her chest. She had never expected this, and she hadn't blamed it on Azula at all despite knowing, as ever, that Azula was the likeliest person Katara would blame for Sokka's current state. Suki didn't want it to be her, though. She truly didn't want to think Azula could have had anything to do with whatever had befallen Sokka. "But we also don't know what happened for sure, Katara. I mean, I know you think this is probably her fault, but someone could have kidnapped him, right? Maybe someone else took him away from her, or, heavens forbid, she's freezing somewhere in the pole just as he is and Zuko. Zuko might find her too, now that he's gone to fetch everything he had to leave behind earlier. I know it's wishful, Katara, I do, but you still want to believe in her," Katara finished for Suki, who grimaced and lowered her gaze. "She saved my life when I meant nothing to her," Suki whispered. I have a hard time believing she wouldn't put in 1,000 times as many efforts to save Sokka when she even confessed to you that she loved him." "I guess you'd think so, but just how well did you know her, huh?" Katara asked, through gritted teeth. Suki released a breath slowly. "Just how well did Zuko know her, despite being her brother? Just how well did Sokka himself know her, if he grew to love her enough to choose her above returning here, only to be discarded and tossed back at us as a broken toy of some sort? Is she really just a powerless victim, or was she the perpetrator this time around, same as when she took him from us? How do I know she didn't just get tired of Sokka and tossed him aside because of that?" "We can't know anything, not yet," Suki admitted. Katara sighed, shaking her head as she lowered her hands, for the first time in what had felt like hours. His body was no longer in danger of failing him over unnaturally low temperatures. Even the wounds he had sustained before he had almost frozen to death had been mended, on the most part. It wouldn't be long before he came to his senses, Katara hoped, but so far, Sokka remained unconscious, lying on the wooden floorboards of Zuko and Suki's home igloo. Some of his old clothes have to fit him, even now," Katara whispered. I should go get them. I should." "Katara," Suki said, reaching to clasp her friend's shoulder gently. "You can take a moment to breathe if you need it, okay? Don't force yourself." I have to do something, otherwise I'll just keep blaming her and growing angrier without even knowing what truly happened," Katara said, shaking her head as she climbed up to her feet. Please, keep an eye on him. I'll be back shortly. Of course, said Suki, with a sad smile. He'll be fine while you're gone. For sure. Katara breathed deeply and exited the igloo without another word. Mari followed her with her gaze, still profoundly confused by the strange events taking place in her house. Her sister, wrapped in her arms, wiggled and pressed her dark-haired head against her sister's chest. Is Cat sad? Mari asked. Suki offered her daughter a tight-lipped smile. She's worried, is all, said Suki, reaching out to caress Mari's hair gently. She loves her brother very much, you see, he was gone on a long trip, for a very long time. Since before you were born, even. And now he came home? Asked Mari. Suki nodded, leaning close to press a kiss to her daughter's forehead, and sneaking one to Zi's own brow, as well. Now he came home, Suki said, though she spoke the words without the enthusiasm she would have liked to infuse them with. For years, even longer than she and Zuko had been in the South Pole, Sokka's eventual return had been a hope the tribe's people had clung to. His family had missed him dearly, the warriors he had taught admired him profoundly, and everyone had looked forward to seeing him come home. No one, however, had expected him to return in such shape. Even if the color had returned to his face and most his body's previous wounds had been smoothed over successfully with Katara's healing, there was an alarmingly vacant sensation to Sokka's body right now, as though his soul wasn't in it anymore. As though, even if his body was here, the rest of him wasn't, as though that were the true reason why he couldn't wake up, regardless of Katara's hard work to heal him. Suki gazed at him remorsefully, uncertain of what to do, uncertain of what to think. Whatever the truth behind the mystery of Sokka's sudden arrival might be, it was clear they wouldn't discover it anytime soon. They'd have to exercise as much patience as possible, and to prepare themselves for the worst possible explanations too, come to think of it. She certainly didn't want to believe Angela had any part to play in this outcome, but if she didn't, what on earth could have rendered the princess so powerless as to prevent someone from hurting Sokka as badly as he'd been hurt? Would she come to the South Pole as well eventually, seeking him, providing answers? Or was Sokka here to stay, permanently? Why that sat so ill with Suki, she didn't know, but it was strange that, while being an outsider, she had the feeling this true-born water tribesman might have outgrown the small world he had been raised in. The feeling that perhaps he was fated for so much more than a simple life spent in the comfort and peace of an igloo in the South Pole. Embracing her two children warmly, Suki breathed deeply and waited. She waited for Katara to come back with Sokka's old clothes, for Zuko to fly back with the creatures he'd hunted for dinner, for Sokka to come back to them in more than his body, just as well. Katara ransacked Sokka's room far more violently than she had intended to. His clothes had served Aang well when he had first arrived in the tribe, and then Kino as well. By now, both of them had enough clothes of their own that they didn't need to use Sokka's anymore. She had folded them carefully and tucked them away back then, only to draw them out so roughly now, brow furrowed as she struggled to contain the tears of confusion and frustration gathering in her eyes. She really didn't want to think more about the meaning of Sokka's sudden arrival, she really didn't, but her mind kept racing in all directions, countless possibilities bursting to life in her head only for her to shut them down quickly. To this moment, even after having healed Sokka as best as she could, it was hard to believe any of this was real, that he was finally back with them, in whatever capacity he had returned. It was strange to discover just how used she had become to his absence, how she had learned to cope with it only to lose herself to frantic despair now that she had seen him again. After gathering a full change of clothes, Katara had rushed out the igloo again. She offered Kunna no explanations, fortunate that her grandmother had been too distracted by the stew she was preparing to pay much attention to her movements. She had called for her when Katara had stormed inside the igloo, but upon receiving no answer, Kunna hadn't insisted on speaking with her. She'd likely prefer for Katara to work out her sudden influx of wild emotions on her own and only ask for any necessary explanations later. Halfway down the street to Zuko's igloo, however, someone else did call her name, with a far more intense voice tone than her grandmother had. Katara. Katara turned on her heels, holding the clothes to her chest. Her father's voice nearly sent her reeling. He was still carrying his hunting gear, but if he'd caught any creatures that day, he had left them to the rest of his hunting team while he rushed to Zuko's igloo. Haka and Katon, flanking him, wordlessly answered the question of how Hakata had already found out about his son's sudden, inexplicable return to the South Pole. Katara. Hakata gasped again, as he stopped before her. Is he? Haka and Katan told me, is Sokka. He's still unconscious, or was, when I last checked on him, Katara said, her voice choked up, her fingers tightened around Sokka's clothes as she clenched her fists. I don't know what happened to him, Dad, nobody knows. He just showed up out of nowhere, covered in wounds, nearly frozen alive? I don't get it. I really don't get it, Dad. Then, it's really him. Hakata said, his voice frail and unsteady. I don't understand how this happened, how he wound up here, but, do you expect he'll recover? That he'll come back to consciousness? I hope so. I don't know what we'd do if he doesn't, Katara said, gritting her teeth now. Hakata released a deep breath, reaching to take the clothes Katara had been holding. Was he ill-fitted for the weather? Hakata asked, and Katara nodded. I can dress him up, then, if you'd prefer. If you're all done healing him as best you can, too. I guess I am, Katara whispered, closing her eyes. I don't know what to do, Dad. I don't know what to think. We were already talking about how we'd go to Whaletail Island in a few months, about how you'd come along too. And now this? Now she broke her promise to keep him safe and he was returned to us nearly dead? I don't understand it, I can't believe it, It's okay, Katara, it's okay, Hakata spoke softly, wrapping his daughter in one arm, reeling her in for a gentle embrace. Whatever the circumstances that brought him here, we'll unravel them in due time. For now, what matters is that Sokka has returned to us, your brother is back with his family and we'll look after him, as we always have. He will never be hurt this way again, we will protect him for sure. Katara sobbed and nodded, clinging to her father for comfort and stability where she now found herself direly lacking either thing. The groan of a large beast in the distance revealed Appa was back, but Katara couldn't even bother turning to regard her returning friends, she only lingered in place, pressing her face to Hakata's parka, shaken by the tears she shed for the brother she had never hoped to find in such poor shape, the brother she had hoped she'd never need to reel back from the gates of death, so long as that princess kept her damn promises. Oh, she'd fight to bring him back to life with every ounce of strength inside her, that was for sure, she would keep him safe, heal him every time he needed it, no matter how hard it might be. She would keep him alive, at all costs, and she would keep him with her, in the Water Tribe, where no one would attempt to hurt him in this way, ever again. Katara. A familiar voice spoke behind her. Aang had leapt off Appa and stepped up towards her, though he seemed reluctant to interrupt their embrace. Hakata glanced at him, apprehensive hope gleaming in his blue eyes. Aang swallowed hard but nodded in his direction. If Hakata still seemed hopeful, it had to mean Katara's breakdown wasn't caused by being unable to save Sokka, or anything as dark and unsettling as that. Hakata rubbed his daughter's back gently, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Uncertainty plagued him for sure, nervousness regarding gazing upon his son for the first time in 6 years. Unlike Katara, who couldn't seem to stop thinking of the implications of Sokka's return, Hakata could only think of the return itself. Of course he meant to do his best to protect his son from anyone who might do him any harm, but their broken family had sustained far more losses than they were prepared to face. Getting someone back, rather than taken away, was as good as a miracle, one Hakata had no intentions of wasting. Aang was left to hold Katara once she calmed down again, even if she still needed someone to hold her. Kino joined in too, to their surprise, and to his profound relief, they welcomed his embrace. The three friends held each other in the middle of the snow, with Appa groaning warmly, sympathetically, offering them what little warmth he could by pressing his large snout to his human friends. Zuko promptly returned to his igloo with his hunting gear and the 3 snow hares he'd found. Mari's confusion over Sokka's very existence fell to the wayside when her father entered their home once more, thrilled over knowing they'd have a substantial dinner that night. Just as she and Gruff danced and leapt in celebration around Zuko, who smiled warmly at his daughter and pet, Hakata entered the igloo next, and all revelry seemed to die down instantly when his imposing figure crossed the threshold of the house. Hakata! Suki called him, with Zi on her lap. The tribal chief seldom visited their igloo, typically too busy overseeing everything in the village to drop by and check on Zuko and Suki's home. His presence in the house, thus, felt just as unexpected as Sokka's own. But Hakuda couldn't even think of playing the courteous guest when his son lay, almost fully naked, right next to the igloo's hearth. His eyes were closed, but his chest still rose and fell with each breath he took, with far more strength than when Zuko had first found him, fortunately. Sokka! He gasped, trembling as tears akin to catarrhs surged in his eyes. He took a shaky breath before glancing about the igloo, with the nervousness of a man much younger than he was. Do excuse me for intruding, It's no intrusion, Suki said, smiling gently. Please, come in. You can sit with him, if you want to. Hakuda swallowed hard and nodded, slipping off his heavy boots before making his way towards Sokka, where anyone would see a large, muscular man with a threatening physique, with many faded scars that spoke of how many times he had faced death and proved triumphant. Hakuda could only see the little boy he had loved deeply as soon as he had known Kia was pregnant. The eager youngling attempting to follow on his footsteps to become a fearsome warrior. The proud teenager who had determined his life's purpose was to continue what Hakuda had started, to fight for his people at all costs. The strong man who had sacrificed himself to let the rest of his warriors survive a deadly encounter at the very settlement he had been found at, today. It had taken 6 years for him to finally return, 6 years of consequences since that one mistake Hakuda had warned him against. In those 6 years, it was clear Sokka had become a stronger man than Hakuda could even begin to imagine, and in those 6 years, Hakuda had only loved his son more and more, waiting for that young warrior to finally return home. My boy, he said, his voice as unsteady as the hand that touched his son's cheek. Oh, my Sokka. You've finally come home. Suki swallowed hard, holding Zi tightly as Hakuda failed to restrain his tears. The man leaned down, scooping Sokka up with his strong hands, embracing him as best he could, under the circumstances. Even so, Sokka didn't wake. Mari tugged her father's pants, gazing at Hakuda with even more confusion than before. Zuko leaned down, gathering her in a gentle embrace as well, before whispering in her ear. Be a good girl and let's help make dinner for everyone, okay? He said. For Hakuda, too. Why is he crying, Daddy? Asked Mari. Is the sleeping man sick? No. Hakuda's crying because he's happy, Zuko said, smiling awkwardly at Mari's utter confusion. Today had certainly been a strange day for the child, challenging a lot of what she understood about her world so far. He missed his son, you see. Sokka. But now he's back, and he missed him so much he's really happy he's returned. But if you don't want him to cry, we can make him dinner too, and maybe that will help him stop crying. Dinner is good, said Mari with a small grin. He stops crying. He might, Zuko said, smiling sadly. Frankly, he couldn't blame Hakuda in the least for his emotional reaction. If anything, forging a family he loved as deeply as he treasured Suki and their daughters had taught him plenty about the tightness of the bonds that tied together the Water Tribe's families. He couldn't even imagine how he'd feel if he ever lost one of his children, if they were ever out of reach and he could do nothing but wait for them to return to him. Suki, carrying Zi, snuck closer to Zuko, Mari, and Gruff by then. Suki as well was teary-eyed at the reunion between father and son, but she endeavored to work with Zuko on dinner, tasking Mari to hold Zi for the time being while they prepared a meal that they hoped might ease Hakuda's aching heart. Knowing him, he might even wake up once he smells food. Zuko teased lightly, and Suki sniffed but smiled, nodding quickly. All the more reason to start cooking, then, she said. Zuko grinned and nodded too, squeezing his wife's hand before they took to working on the snow hares he'd brought home. Little by little, Hakuda found the strength to do as he'd promised, slowly dressing Sokka in his old clothes. His long-sleeved shirt barely fit anymore, his son's muscles had grown much thicker across the years, he'd need new clothes sooner than later. Every new layer of clothing he draped over Sokka's body felt like another message that conveyed Sokka had finally come back, and Hakuda could only smile sadly, remembering the years when Sokka had been as small as Mari or Zi, when he had dressed him up just like this, while the trouble-making child made spit bubbles and laughed at his father's goofy faces. You're back, my son. He whispered, leaning close to kiss his brow. You're back. Take as long as you need to recover, as long as you need to rest. You're home now, you're safe. Fully dressed now, Sokka still languished, unconscious, on the wooden floor. Hakuda reached for a nearby cushion, tucking it under his son's head. Next, he reached for one of the many warmed blankets Mari had helped prepare for Sokka earlier, draping it over his son's body. He'd wake up again, Hakuda had no doubts about it, and once he did, he would ensure to say all those words to him again, to welcome his son home as a hero, just as he deserved to be celebrated. Hakuda would endeavor to do better this time around, to be the best father he could possibly be for the strong, smart, courageous man he had longed to see again throughout all these years. Sokka had grown lots since the last time he'd been in the tribe. Hakuda hoped to have grown, as well. Whatever Sokka had endured during his years away was still difficult to fathom, but Hakuda hoped to make sure that, once he woke up, he'd understand just how loved he was, just how proud he was of calling Sokka his son. He hadn't intended to impose, but he wound up eating dinner with the small family regardless, regaining some of his strength thanks to their generosity. He pondered, briefly, if perhaps he ought to bring up moving Sokka to his own home, but with the weather as fickle as it was, it might be for the best to leave him in Zuko's igloo until he regained consciousness. Katara entered the igloo again briefly after dinner ended, having eaten some food of her own at Aang and Kinno's place. The two young men had spoken with Katara, done their best to soothe her, but she remained troubled and afflicted by Sokka's condition. Her father embraced her gently as the two watched over Sokka later, waiting for any sign that he might come back to consciousness sometime soon, but hours after being rescued and healed, the only movement of Sokka's body was that of his natural breathing, an unconscious reflex keeping him alive. As long as he still drew breath, there was hope, yet that thought wasn't enough to reassure his two relatives fully. In the end, Hakuda determined that he and Katara were better off heading home for the night, ensuring they wouldn't inconvenience Zuko's family any further. They would return by morning, but before that, they would attempt to explain to Kunna that their Sokka was back, even if he hadn't returned in the best of conditions. By morning, Zuko would set off on a fishing trip with Kinno, who rejoiced unusually quietly over having Zuko's company. Sokka's sudden return had taken him by surprise. The strange tension that settled across the tribe would do no favors to the nerves of the former Fire Nation soldier. Aang decided against joining their trip, choosing instead to stay with Katara and hopefully bring her some peace of mind by doing so. He meant to meet her at the chief's igloo, only to find that a lot of tribe's people had questions. Rumors of Sokka's return had spread vertiginously fast and there was no one better suited to answer them than the chief or his daughter. The noise at the village sparked even the curiosity and nervousness of Suki, who received no shortage of visitors of her own. First Uro and Siku, soon many other neighbors who had heard Sokka had been brought to their family's igloo. She spoke to them by the igloo's door, leaving Mari within the small building, supposedly watching over Zi, whom Mari had set down by the convalescing man's side while rushing to the door, eager to overhear her mother's conversation with the neighbors instead. If things were confusing for Mari, they were all the more perplexing for Zi, and yet that was perfectly normal for a child as young as her, who had yet to grow used to the world around her. A lot of things alarmed her, and she would cry most tragically whenever anything startled her, but she wasn't startled when that man's face turned slightly, his lips curled into a snarl, eyelids tightening gradually. The words he whispered were just as unintelligible for her as any spoken by all the adults in her life. Nothing he'd done was particularly worrisome or noteworthy. He was simply a sleeping man, in Zi's eyes, and so, she merely laid down on her belly and watched quietly as the unconscious man mumbled, over and over, a word she couldn't quite understand. The warmth lingered within reach. It broke past each fingertip, slipping under the skin and bones, all the way to the shattered, wounded heart that needed mending most direly. As long as that warmth lingered, as long as it continued to take hold, he would be at peace. He would remain calm. As long as he could still feel her, close to him, the eternal connection between their souls bridging the distance between their bodies. A ripple shook him, though. A sudden, unwanted ripple, tearing at the seams of that connection, demanding him to phase out of this cocoon in which he had enveloped himself. He didn't want to let go. He couldn't let go. His heart was still in no shape to continue beating, not if hers wasn't nearby to encourage it. It wasn't nearby? Why, then, could he still feel her? Why could he still evoke the sensations of wrapping his arms around her body, of pressing his lips to hers, of making her his own as many times as he had. Was he simply remembering what was lost? Was he lost within a maze of his own memories and thoughts, locked away just to keep reality at bay? He was better off there, though, he was. If leaving the safety of his mind would mean letting go, then he didn't want to leave it at all. He wanted to stay here, to never open his eyes again, if by opening them he wouldn't find her lying beside him. What was the purpose of living on in a world without color or meaning, a world without brightness and beauty, a world without her? But she had wanted him to try, hadn't she? She had asked him to live on, for she couldn't continue to live either in a world where she knew he no longer existed. He hadn't promised he'd do so, had he? But even if he hadn't, wasn't it his prerogative to find a purpose now? Wasn't she offering him one, through those very words? It meant having to let go, though, he wasn't ready. He didn't want to. Did she want him to? Could she feel him, just as he felt her? Would they be able to bridge their very souls again, at a distance, regardless of how long their separation might be? Maybe she sought comfort in this strange, ethereal, unconscious bond as well. Maybe she needed him to stay, so he'd stay. Whatever the pull of light that sought to release him from this comforting darkness of near oblivion, he would resist it. He had no choice but to resist it for her. But the more corporeal and stable his thoughts were, the more that connection faded. The harder it was to focus on the warmth, on the tendrils of comfort that had linked them together still, because his rational mind was taking control. He writhed, struggling against the pull of awareness, of consciousness, and the more he fought, the harder he resisted, the more that warmth slipped away, the harder it was to evoke the blissful sensations he had indulged in across the years, upon finding, cultivating and protecting the truest love he had ever experienced. He called her name. He called her, and at first, he was sure there was an answer, in her voice, but it was faded, distant, so far away he couldn't reach for her. Then he called again, and the voice was fainter yet, the warmth around his heart was replaced by unbearable distress the further away she felt. Not yet, he couldn't let go yet. Please, not yet, he still needed her, he still couldn't say goodbye, he wasn't ready, he never would be. The ripples were louder, harder, shattering the vacant peace that had settled in his chest, replacing it with turbulent, violent turmoil. He needed her. He had to reach her again, he had to connect to their bond once more before it faded away. But that unpleasant sensation had already chased off what remained of the comfort, of the tenderness, of the bliss he had experienced with his lover. All he was left with now was the emptiness in the place of his heart. Burning tears surged in his eyes, he turned his head, discovering it hurt, badly, just as his chest did, just as every inch of his skin did. He didn't want to move, he didn't want to wake, he didn't want to let go, so he uttered her name once more, almost pleadingly, as a devoted prayer. It was as though she had reached for him, taking his face in her hands to offer him one final, sweet kiss. In an instant, it was gone, and in that instant, his eyes flew open with a start as the final instant of unconsciousness faded away. The reality he had rejected for almost a full day came back into focus, and the one thought on his mind was the first word he uttered, impulsively, immediately. Angela. Chapter 249. Broken Apart. 2. He gasped the name that lingered, ever present, on his mind. Those 3 syllables seemed to jolt his soul back into the body that hosted it, forcing him back into corporeality, into a reality he hadn't been ready to face at all, a reality that, going by how clouded his mind and thoughts were, he still wasn't remotely ready to face. His eyes had opened, though, and he raised his gaze at a ceiling of some unknown abode. He shivered, frowning in utter confusion as he struggled to make sense of his bearings, his current location. It was a dark place, but a weak light shone upon the walls of the spherical, domed roof, enough light that he could sense the curves of the building's structure. His gaze focused gradually until he recognized that what gave the ceiling such a dark color was, in fact, a set of furs distributed neatly over the building's walls to help maintain warmth within an igloo. An igloo? The realization sent a pang of pain shooting through his bloodstream, causing him to shiver in place, eager to push himself up with arms that weighed too heavily to let him move at all. The truth behind his current circumstances battered against him, but he shrugged it off in a panic, rejecting all the reasons why he would wake up in an igloo again. This wasn't where he was supposed to be, it wasn't. He couldn't stay here. He had to go. He had to. He turned on the wooden floor, still struggling to find enough strength to move when every inch of his body was shot with overwhelming pain, and he froze in place upon gazing directly into the large, violet eyes of a dark-haired, round-faced child. He didn't dare move another inch, not under the persistent surveillance of the baby. There was no way she was even half a year old, judging by her size, yet he didn't dare move while she watched him. She seemed perfectly placid and calm, lying on her tummy, eyes never leaving his own, and he could only swallow dryly as, yet again, he found himself wondering where on earth was he, and why this small, innocent child would be right beside him. Who was she? Where were her parents? That second question caused him to glance away from the baby, to detail the rest of the strange location he had no recollection of having visited of his own volition, a normal, perfectly ordinary igloo, with a hearth at its center, 2 rooms at either end of the building, decorative furs on every wall, twin deo swords and golden fans pinned to one of them, sets of furniture where the family that resided in this home would keep all their essential living items. He frowned suddenly before glancing at the weapons one more time. His weak heart, which had seemed ready to stop working any time soon, suddenly sped up as an unexpected realization dawned upon him, a realization soon confirmed by a childish, innocent gasp coming from the direction of the ajar igloo door. A slightly older child stood there, a child with auburn hair, and glowing golden eyes. He could barely breathe upon glimpsing that hue once again. A child who suddenly screamed like a demon was chasing her as she raced out of the igloo without a single intelligible word, dropping the cookie she had been trying to sneak while nobody had been watching. Didonti! He cringed, the sudden noise causing him to shrink in place, newly appreciative of the silence that had reigned in the house before the older child had seen him. The scream did much more damage than he had expected it to. The powerful ringing apparently had bothered the baby beside him, and now the smaller child's face reddened as she began to wail in a most heartfelt, dramatic manner, tears pouring down her cheeks as in a hurry, just as much of a hurry as her sister, at least, he assumed they were sisters, had been on upon leaving the house. And no, don't cry. He grimaced, reaching for the girl with unsteady hands. He had only just touched the small baby's shoulder with a fingertip when another voice joined the cacophony of noise that rebounded all across the igloo, this time, a familiar voice, yet one he hadn't heard in long enough that he had damn near forgotten what it sounded like. Mari, for goodness' sake, why did you scream like that? You made your sister cry again. I've told you to. He turned again, towards the sound of that female voice, one that matched the only person he had ever known who would wield those golden fans in combat. His eyes were wide with uncertainty at the sight of an adult silhouette by the igloo's door at last, the mother of these children, who seemed to have frozen at the threshold of her own home when her violet eyes met his blue ones. Sokka, she called him, and he nearly flinched away from the sound of his own name. It seemed the last thing he'd needed to hear before he couldn't block away the truth any further. Before his mind, painful and forceful, caused him to flinch as thoughts and reason were unleashed inside him. He knew exactly who he was gazing at, he knew these were her children, and he knew exactly where he was, even if he didn't want to accept it. Even if the implications of finding himself inside an igloo meant that everything had happened exactly as she had intended it. Sokka, you're awake. Oh, Sokka, it's me, the woman by the door spoke, stepping closer to him, smiling, though he had no idea why she'd smile at all. He nearly flinched away from her instead, wanting to deflect her attention, to shrink in place, to pretend he hadn't woken up at all and escape all scrutiny as soon as he had a chance. It's me, Suki. You're safe here, okay? You don't have to worry, we've helped you out. You'll be okay, and so will you, Zi, goodness. No need to cry like that, Mari was just being silly. Suki smiled as she reached for her daughter, collecting her in her arms and soothing her as best she could, though Zi only continued to pout tragically against her mother's chest. Suki offered Sokka an apologetic grin, though that she continued to smile did nothing to calm Sokka's ever-growing anxiety. Mari. Suki called, glancing at the door again. The small girl by it shot a wary glance at Sokka yet again, and Suki chuckled before shaking her head. Stop trembling like that and go get Cat. Tell her he's awake. That she'd have permission to leave seemed to thrill the little girl. Frankly, Sokka preferred it if she left as well. If anything, he envied her because he couldn't find the strength to follow. Still, if she was gone for now, all the better. So much better. Those eyes, those golden eyes, he couldn't bear glance at them. It felt as though his chest would be split open with an axe when he did. Take it easy, okay? Suki said, with a reassuring smile as Sokka swallowed hard, drawing his eyes across the igloo once again. I guess you must be confused by all of this, but you're at my igloo, well, mine and Zuko's. He's the one that found you. Found me. Sokka repeated, the huskiness of his voice startled Suki, but she didn't let it deter her. You were lying at the settlement's docks, seems like. Suki said. The word shot a dreadful pang of pain through Sokka, and he flinched as Suki leaned closer, setting Zi down once more. Sokka, are you okay? Did something hurt? If it did. And no. I'm fine, he said, lowering his head, doing his best to keep Suki from seeing the overwhelming, heart-shattering emotions that had overtaken him. He didn't want to think of it, of that blurry final glimpse, of that last chance to hold her, to kiss her, to make promises they might not be able to keep. He didn't want to think of it at all, and yet he wanted to do nothing but cling to every thought and memory of her. Everything that might still make her real, everything that might convince him that this wasn't. That he would wake up again, soon enough, to find her in his arms once more. If only this weren't an unknown igloo, he might have lost himself to panic, fearing that the past years might have been nothing but a dream, a desperate man's delusion as he sought release and relief from a life spent locked away from the world, in the very heart of the South Pole, but he would have had to be hallucinating this place, these people, for that to be the case. Suki, her daughters, and no doubt, Zuko. Zuko. Sokka's fists tightened at the very thought of him, at the memory of one of her last requests, one of the very last teasing jokes they had shared. He was here. Zuko was here, and she wasn't. Why? Why couldn't she have just stayed? All the reasons why this was the right choice, the better outcome, seemed to elude him completely now. He feared he'd forget them all over time, growing convinced that this was, in fact, the worst decision instead. Katara's coming, okay? Whatever you need, she'll help you, I'm sure she will. Suki's continued reassurances brought a frown to Sokka's face. He managed to raise his head with uncertainty, to meet her eyes again as those words sank in. Katara. Katara. His sister knew he was here. Katara. He said, uneasy. She treated you as best she could yesterday, Suki said, biting her lip. You might have taken much longer to wake up if she hadn't. How long? Sokka asked, frowning. How long have I been here? How many days has it been? A little under a day since Zuko brought you. Sokka. Suki answered, frowning when the dark expression on Sokka's face gained an even darker tinge. He lowered his head once more, but not before she could see the pain that had crossed his features this time. Sokka, are you? Sokka. Sokka. The shrieks could be heard a good 5 seconds before the woman responsible for them reached the igloo's door. Suki forgot about her questions then, smiling instead as she wrapped her arms around her daughter again, gazing at her home's entrance, where a desperate Katara had only just crossed the threshold, eyes wider than Suki recalled seeing them before. Despite himself, despite his ongoing, ever-surging misery, Sokka's heart was stirred by a less unpleasant emotion at last upon recognizing his stressed, anxious and affectionate sister. It hadn't been that long since they had last met, but it suddenly felt like a lifetime since their last reunion. Against his better judgment, regardless of how difficult it was to do it, Sokka managed to offer his sister a pained, dishonest smile, that she answered with a gasp of joyful, grateful disbelief, as well as a spree of decidedly honest tears. Sokka! She called again, before rushing hastily across the igloo's wooden floor. She gave him no chance to warn her to be careful, to tell her to mind his wounds, for she had thrown her arms around his neck and hugged him so tightly he lost his breath for a moment. He gasped, but he smiled sadly again, patting Katara's back gently, without the enthusiasm he had displayed during their rencounter in Whaletail Island. Katara didn't seem to mind, however. Clearly, she was more than enthusiastic enough for the both of them. Oh, Sokka, you're back, you're awake, you! Katara exclaimed, pressing her face to his shoulder before pulling away, cupping his face in her hands. His awkward smile contrasted powerfully against her blissful, tearful one. "How are you feeling? Do you feel your body, every finger and toe? You were out in the cold in some ridiculously light get-up, Sokka. Dad had to help change you into your old clothes." "My," Sokka said, swallowing hard. He hadn't even noticed he was wearing anything other than his usual, sleeveless attire. "Dad, he helped? Where is? He'll be along soon, I hope," Katara said, smiling warmly. "Mari came to fetch me just now, when he and I were telling everyone else that you're back. He'll be here any moment, for sure." Sokka nodded weakly, uncertain of what to say. He had feared this moment for years. He had tried to imagine what he'd say, how he'd apologize, what he'd do. Now, faced with meeting his father again, he was at a loss. His emotional heart seemed not to know what to do, whether to rejoice in their reunion or dread it, and the second option was winning, even when he should have known better. But to this day, his father was the man he most admired, and something told him all the pride Hakata might claim to feel for him would fade away once he understood Sokka's circumstances fully. "Do you need something to eat?" "You always do," Katara said, with a weak grin, as Suki shifted behind her. "I can warm up some soup, if you think that's okay," Suki suggested, and Katara nodded promptly. "Sorry for imposing on you guys like this," she said, with an apologetic grin that Suki dismissed with a wave of her hand. "No apologies needed, Katara, please," she laughed. "Whatever I can do for your family, I'll do it without thinking twice of it. It's the least any of us could do for you guys." "Thank you," Katara smiled, nodding towards Suki before focusing on her brother again. Suki made her way to the kitchen area of the igloo with Zi in her arms, and Sokka eyed the child with a wary frown as the baby's violet eyes remained set on him. "Ah, that's Zi, if you don't know yet. Guess you two weren't properly introduced." "She was, staring at me, when I woke up," Sokka said, swallowing dryly. Katara laughed and nodded, patting his shoulder gently. "Yeah, she loves staring at people insistently," she said. "Always does it with everyone. You'll get used to it, don't worry." Her words compelled him to tighten a fist again. He didn't want to get used to anything. No, not in these circumstances, not in these conditions, not in this way. "Does anything hurt?" Katara asked, raising a hand to Sokka's forehead. Your temperature's probably a bit higher than it should be. I guess I'll try to cool you off with my bending if it gets worse, as long as you're okay with that." "You don't have to," Sokka whispered, almost shyly, and Katara laughed. "Maybe I don't, but I will do it, because you're my goof of a big brother," she said, smiling as she clasped his face in her hands again. I don't know how you wound up here at all, Sokka, but I'm so happy you're here, and even happier that you woke up when you did. I was afraid for a while that the healing I did wouldn't have been enough, but you're here, with us. You're safe, at home, and no one will hurt you again, not while we have a say upon the matter." Her words, poised to soothe his fears, achieved no such purpose. They weren't safe, Sokka knew they weren't, and if everyone tried to fight to defend him, he would be devastated even if the enemies didn't so much as touch a hair from his head. His people were in danger. That was the real reason why he'd accepted this arrangement. He needed to warn them. He had to tell them so they could begin the preparations, the defensive measures. "Katara, He started, but he stopped talking when his sister's eyes grew tearful once again. "Katara. I'm sorry, Sokka," she said, with a soft laugh that, yet again, warmed his heart when he hadn't expected it to ever be thought anew. "I'm being crazy, and I'm talking too much, but I'm just so glad you woke up. I missed you so much." Sokka's chest tightened. He knew the grief that dwelled in his heart clouded his judgment and his thoughts easily, but seeing Katara conveying her heartfelt thoughts and words had triggered back his brotherly instincts and impulses, buried deep underneath his dire longing for everything he'd lost lately, everything he might never reclaim. It was strange to experience one positive feeling in the depths of so many negative, unpleasant ones he couldn't seem to shake off, but obeying said feeling, said impulses, Sokka shoved himself up fully to a sitting position before wrapping his own arms around Katara, pressing his face to her shoulder as she whimpered, sobbing quietly in his arms as well. "Why Yuri back, you're home now, Sokka," she managed to say, between sobs. Sokka didn't respond through anything but the tightening of his arms, as well as a few tears of his own. Suki had stoked the fire in the igloo's hearth, but she couldn't take her eyes off the siblings as she waited for the leftover brew from breakfast to bubble and simmer, much as Zi couldn't, ever observing the world she scarcely understood with her large eyes. Suki pressed a soft kiss to her daughter's head before glancing at the door. Her firstborn stood right at the threshold of the igloo, with Gruff lapping at her fingers. There was no sign of the cookie Mari had dropped anymore, no doubt having been snatched off by the clever canine who still sought to collect every crumb off the little girl's hands. "Planning on standing there all day, Mari?" Suki asked, with a teasing grin. Her daughter flinched, glancing at her with wide eyes and reddening cheeks. "Mommy," she mumbled quietly as Suki laughed, stretching an arm towards her, beckoning the child to run into her embrace for comfort and shelter. "It's all right, sweetheart. He's not going to hurt you," Suki said, sweeping Mari against her chest, right beside Zi. "Everything's okay. We'll look after him for a bit, is all. There's nothing to be scared of, all right." "Okay," Mari said, though she still seemed much too daunted by the large man Katara was embracing to look at him. "Let's get some more food ready, dear," Suki said, kissing the top of her daughter's head. Distracting her daughter with small tasks had always proven to be an effective way to contain Mari's whimsical behavior. It was hard to say whether she feared Sokka over how large he was or because he was a total stranger, but it was entirely possible that there would be no rational explanation for it. To this day she would stick her tongue out at Kino on sight, disliking him for no apparent reason and making no attempts to conceal the animosity she felt towards the former soldier. Thus, rather than letting Mari's unpredictable reactions interrupt the moment the siblings shared, Suki asked her to help her sort through some seaweed they had left, so they could offer Sokka something more substantial than reheated broth for food. He had asked for nothing, though. He had spoken of next to nothing so far. At first, Suki had chalked it down to being too shaken up by his near-death experience, but as she cast another glance at the man, glimpsing the twin trails of tears down his cheeks, spilling on Katara's parka, she found he still had kept his silence with his sister, something she'd never have expected from the Sokka she had last seen in the Fire Nation. Moreover, the tears in his eyes were charged with much darker emotions than Katara's own. She had no time to ponder the meaning of all the subtle, yet alarming messages Sokka's behavior conveyed. Another shadow crossed the threshold of the igloo, belonging to another large man, yet one Mari had no qualms with. A man whose blue eyes glistened with tears as well, even before he glimpsed his two children locked in a tight embrace as they were. Hekata stood in place for a long, suspended moment. The knot in his throat tightened, threatening to release with his own outpour of relentless emotion, for his son had woken up. Mari's unintelligible screams earlier had taken the whole tribe by surprise. Katara had stopped all her explanations to the villagers at once before sprinting down towards the child, down the street. Fearful that whatever had happened might be bad news, Hekata had held back at first, a chilling panic flooring him until he fought it off, knowing it was possible nothing bad had happened, knowing it was possible it'd be good news, instead, no matter if the child's screams had sounded like the whole opposite thing. Yet he hadn't heard Katara screaming in heartbroken outrage, as she surely would have if her efforts to save her brother had gone to waste. No urgent voices had reached him as he stepped closer to the igloo. Suki hadn't leapt out of the house to reveal the worst had happened, either. Hope had sprung within his chest for that, as Aang held him upright by clasping his shoulder. They glimpsed Suki and her daughters through the igloo's open door. The tranquility of the Kyoshi warrior had reassured Hekata almost instantly, though Aang had squeezed his shoulder nonetheless, urging him to head inside the igloo and check on his children. That Hekata would glance at the avatar for silent support, needing the encouragement of one so much younger than himself, could have felt out of place, but the soulful young man beside him carried far more wisdom in his heart than many seemed to realize. He knew and understood loss deeply. What wouldn't he give to regain so much of what had been ripped away from him forcefully through a violent war that never should have happened? Hekata, however, had a chance to see his son once again. A chance to protect him, to embrace him, to laugh alongside him after having spent years dreading Sokka was lost to them for good. It wasn't ideal. He had wished to see his son strong and willful rather than hurt as he had been, but it was his son all the same. There was no point in wasting any time hesitating when he had longed to reunite with Sokka after 6 years, if not longer already. Now he stood at the igloo's threshold, paralyzed by what still felt unreal, by the unexpected return of his beloved son who had yet to raise his eyes to see him. Suki and Aang lingered in place, watching the stunned Hakata, uncertain of how to encourage him, but their involvement wasn't necessary once Sokka opened his tearful, blurry eyes to recognize a tall shape by the igloo's entrance. He jumped in Katara's arms, almost pulling away, despite she held him too tightly for him to put any meaningful distance between them. Even so, Katara's hold relented at Sokka's sudden reaction. One glance at him told her the source of his sudden distress stood by the igloo's doorway, and she couldn't help but offer her father a heartfelt smile as Hakata trembled in place, chest heaving with each powerful breath he released. Sokka," he said, with a shred of a voice. Sokka lowered his gaze quickly, wiping his eyes with his bare hand, struggling to see properly when he had cried so much in his sister's arms. But when he gazed up through still blurry eyes, he saw the strong, defined features of the man he had modeled himself after, for most his childhood and teenage years. The man he had defied, recklessly, so long ago, the man whose example he had wished to follow before learning he could craft a path for himself and learn to navigate life on his own terms. Even after everything he had learned, however, his heart burned with overpowering emotions upon recognizing his father, even if he sported more graying hair and a few more wrinkles than Sokka recalled. Those eyes, however, were kind and warm, so much kinder than the last time he had gazed upon them, when he had willfully stormed out of their igloo to lead his men into a battle that none of them had been ready to face. Even now, he expected that kindly expression to shift. He expected Hakata to speak sternly, to scold him, to ask him what kind of man would have been as irresponsible and reckless as he had been. Even now he shivered in place, with Katara's arms still around his body, feeling as bereft of safe harbor as a lone, lost wolf cub in the middle of a snowstorm. Hakata stepped forward. The first step was unsteady, but the second was firmer, followed by a powerful third that could have seen him breaking into a sprint, had they been elsewhere than in a small igloo. With just those 3 strides, he already stood by the hearth, right in front of his son. And just so, he knelt quickly, caring nothing for how the impact against the bamboo might hurt his knees before sweeping Sokka into the strongest bear hug he possibly could give him. Of course, he had always known this was a possibility. He had always known the best-case scenario might happen, always. Katara had told him as much, back in Whaletail Island, just as a certain someone had always encouraged him to face his family, to meet his father, to discover if he was right or wrong about his fears and beliefs while always offering him a place to belong, a home to return to, if his tribe believed him well past redemption. He was shaken by a new, potent sob. He pressed his face to his father's shoulder, shaking violently as he cried anew. The familiar warmth of Hakata's affectionate hugs should have eased his heart, but right now it felt as though it was bleeding him out, instead. If he had been crying quite powerfully with Katara already, it scarcely compared to the outpour of emotion triggered by his father's presence and wordless reassurances, by the knowledge and certainty that the man he most admired, whose approval he had craved all along, had loved him profoundly, unconditionally, regardless of his mistakes. He felt like a child again, cradled in his parents' arms, held gently as he cried, yet Hakata's own tears poured down across his face as well, sobs shaking him deeply as he clutched Sokka, as though to never let him go. After all those years of fearing the worst, of dreading his mistake, his carelessness, might have proven him unworthy of his tribe, of his father's love, today he had woken to find himself in this small igloo, welcomed, cared for, missed and loved by the family that had been his entire world until halfway through the 21st year of his life. The grief in his soul hadn't dwindled, it was the main source of his tears, after all. But for a moment, just for a moment, his miserable thoughts were silenced by the power of his sudden, surging gratitude. He'd had a chance to return to his family. He'd had a chance to confirm they still loved him deeply and wanted him home, regardless of his mistakes. That opportunity, she had granted it to him. She had chosen to offer it to him, at the great cost at which it had come. She had encouraged him to return to his family, she had offered to bring him to them countless times until she finally had done it, and fool he was, he had rejected every offer until there had been no other choice. Always afraid of what he had no need to fear, always scared that those he had loved would deem him too corrupt, too rotten, too touched by the Fire Nation to be part of their community anymore. All those fears had been unfounded, otherwise, how would his father embrace him so affectionately, sobbing quietly against the son he could barely believe had returned home? "My boy!" Hakuda gasped, and the sound of his voice only spurred Sokka's tears onwards. "My son, you're home now." Katara could only watch them with tearful eyes and a tender smile. Suki wasn't better off either, and as much as she wanted to focus on the meal she was preparing, witnessing the reunion between the small, broken family had touched her heart all the same. They had been through so much, nobody even knew what Sokka had been through to wind up here right now, to begin with. But Hakuda stretched an arm out to Katara, encouraging her to join their embrace too, which she followed fit with, wrapping her arms around her brother and father as they wept together, and for a moment, the reasons behind his return barely mattered to Hakuda and Katara anymore. After years of grieving, of hopelessness and anguish, their fractured family had been brought together again, at last. Tall, towering peaks slowly drifted behind the royal barge as it powered north. The mountain range that had once hosted the air nomads had been far too inhospitable for Fire Nation occupation forces to march into those territories and assimilate them into their power and control for good. Wild flora grew in those islands, untamed, unconcerned with worldly events, proving not even the Fire Nation's worst crimes could subdue nature or subject it to their control and demands. Some things had, indeed, defeated the Fire Nation in the past. They now offered a glimmer of hope that the Fire Nation might be stopped in the future as well. Highly ranked soldiers wishing for their nation's defeat would seem unnatural, out of place, but the once royal guards, then imperial guards, and now wanted criminals, had held their personal values well above the Fire Lord's demands. They regretted none of it so far, but they knew, just as well, that the future awaiting them couldn't be promising as long as Oze remained in command of the Fire Nation. Silence had reigned in the barge for the past day. The men would trade words quietly, even those working in the loud engine room would feel most uninclined to raise their voices above the machines unless there was no other choice. Those in the bridge, waiting for their shifts in the kitchen or the engine room, remained utterly silent on the most part, too. Exhaustion finally seemed to take its toll on Ruishi today. He sat on a chair by a corner of the bridge. Tai Wei handled the helm of the ship as expertly as he had so far, sailing past the air nomads' islands while overcoming the powerful currents in the area. Fei Li and Haoran sat together by the map in which they tracked their progress so far. One glance at it indicated they were drawing close to Whaletail Island, the sole air nomad island the Fire Nation had occupied. "Do we have the fuel to head further east?" Haoran asked Tai Wei, softly. "The Navy will come after us immediately if we're seen by Whaletail Island's patrols." "I know. I'm not sure what's the best route to take anymore, though, also because I have no idea where we're really going," Tai Wei sighed, glancing over his shoulder at Ruishi. "Have you managed to learn what our actual destination will be?" Ruishi swallowed hard, averting his gaze from his fellow soldier. He knew a potential answer to that question, the likeliest answer, too, unless the princess had changed her mind sometime through the night, which she probably hadn't. He didn't expect her to give much thought to anything else while plagued by profound anguish and heartbreak. "It's probably impossible to ask her right now, though," said Fei Li, grimacing. "She has friends in the colonies, though, doesn't she?" Haoran asked. "People who would gladly take her in. Hopefully they'd agree to take us in too, but still. It's too great a risk," Ruishi said, surprising the others. There's no telling if anyone she trusts will choose to protect her over serving the Fire Lord. Wherever she might run away to, his forces will follow, for sure. Then what is the plan? I know she's in no shape for talking, but it's still the princess," said Tai Wei, sighing. "I have a hard time believing she didn't figure out a strategy from the get-go." "She did," Ruishi confirmed, softly. All three men within the bridge were startled by his response. "I don't know all the details in full myself, but—" "What is it?" Fei Li asked, frowning. "The sooner we know, the better use we can make of our resources, right?" Ruishi wished to agree, to encourage them to work towards implementing the princess's likely plan as soon as possible. But he knew, deep in his heart, that once they heard what he knew Azula's plan entailed, none of his fellow guards would want to follow through with it. He thought to ask for a little time, to ask them to let him check on Angela once more. He had done as much many times by now, always bringing her tea or food, anything to offer her nourishment and comfort, but she would find neither thing in his gestures. She responded to nothing. She was withdrawn in herself, whether conscious or not, and as much as he had tried to speak to her, to get through to her, he hadn't succeeded, not even once. Part of him dreaded that she would linger in this strange state of numbness for good, and if she did it would be up to them to protect her, although he had no doubts they'd fail to do so once the bulk of Ose's forces caught up with them. If she did come back to herself, though, she would likely tell her guards the very words Ruishi was struggling to utter, under the scrutiny of the other three. His unwillingness to share his thoughts only made matters worse, he knew so. "You're not seriously trying to say that we've come all this way for nothing, are you?" Tai Wei asked, frowning heavily. I agreed, entirely, to help save Sokka. I have no problem with having come as far as we have to make sure he could survive. But if there's nothing else going forward, that just means there's something else, Tai Wei, but it's most likely not what you hope it is, Ruishi confessed at last, raising his eyes to glance at them. I'm not fully certain of what the princess's full plans may be, but I do know she intends to break off from the rest of us and turn herself into the Fire Lord. Tense silence settled in the bridge. Fei Li's jaw dropped with outrage and all three sets of eyes widened as they glared at Ruishi in accusing, utter disbelief. He gritted his teeth. Well, if he could be the one to face their fury at the princess's plan, it would certainly be better than for them to unleash their rejection of this strategy on her. That's bullshit, said Tai Wei, breathless. That's why would she do something like this? And how the blazes would she expect us to go our separate ways? Is she going to climb on her dragon and leave, or something? Why would she do this? We're her men, we've betrayed the Fire Lord because we believe in her. She has only just left behind the man she loves more than anything in this world, Ruishi said, through gritted teeth. Tai Wei's tirade slowed to a halt as Ruishi's tense words hit him squarely in the gut. If she had the strength to separate from someone she intended to spend her life with, is it truly that shocking, Tai Wei? Is it that hard to fathom? I figured she was trying to protect him from whatever came next, Tai Wei said, shaking his head. That we'd charge into battle, 10 men, and a royal, against the Fire Lord's entire army? Ruishi asked, raising his eyebrows. He has probably already strengthened his grip around everyone who might offer the princess any support. If she attempted to start an outright civil war, Tai Wei, we wouldn't last 2 weeks before the Fire Lord kills us all, captures her, and subjects her to whatever indignities he dares for betraying and opposing him as she has. He will do that anyway if she turns herself in. Fei Li exclaimed, throwing his hands up in disbelieving indignation. Our job is to protect her. Our job is to make sure she'll be safe at all costs. We finally did our jobs the right way this time. We fought as hard as we could. We gave her the support she needed, and now you're telling us we can't do that job ever again? That she wants us to abandon her to her fate? That's so wrong, Ruishi. You can't agree with this. I didn't say I agreed with it. Fundamentally, I couldn't be more disheartened, more furious, about everything that's happened by the Fire Lord's doing, Ruishi hissed, furrowing his brow. But I can see why she's doing this. I can understand it. I have faced her most unreasonable orders and demands, and I have protested and fought against them while ultimately forced to follow through with them, every time. Too often, I failed to see the sense in those orders, whether because of how outlandish they were or because I lacked a full understanding of what she intended to achieve. In the end, however, she has never led us astray. She has given her best to protect us in her own way, and that's what enabled us to protect her now, in turn. That's the sole reason why we weren't executed immediately for not giving away their relationship to the Fire Lord. We won't ever protect her again if we refuse to let her go. We will be caught, we will be killed. Every sacrifice we've made to protect them will go to waste. It's difficult to face it, to accept it, but it's fundamentally no different from what Sokka had to accept. He didn't protest anymore. He could tell just how hard this was for her, and he could see the sense in her choices just as well. He will live, however, and that means there's hope that one day he'll be able to reach out for the princess again and fight for her, just as he's done it for all these years. Just so, the only way we'll ever be able to serve the princess again, to fight for her, is if we accept our fate as Sokka accepted his own. If we allow the princess to make the hard decisions that she must, even if we despise that she ever had to make such choices at all. If we stay with her, we'll condemn her, ourselves, even Sokka, to the Fire Lord's wrath. And if we don't, we condemn her alone. Haoran asked, his voice strained with unusual emotion. I'd sooner go down with her. I understand if you'd rather not, Ruishi, you have a lot to live for, some of us just don't, but you'd subject the princess to witnessing your execution? Ruishi asked, bluntly. Haoran froze in place. You'd subject her to further pain, guilt, and grief, rather than give her hope that we'd survive, and the relief of not burdening her conscience with our deaths? Even if we escaped to the Earth Kingdom with her, we would likely be killed by soldiers who would surely track us down to find her. Anyone who gives her any shelter would be deemed a traitor by the Fire Lord for working against him. I don't want to turn her into her wretched father. If I could avoid doing so, I wouldn't hesitate. But none of the alternatives I can think of would be any better for her. Ultimately, she's trapped. Fei Li asked, with a trembling voice. Doesn't matter what happens next, there's no hope for her to overcome this without sacrificing herself. If you can find a feasible, working plan, with the resources we have within reach, please volunteer it, Ruishi said, breathing out as he rose to his feet. I will be most grateful for it, I assure you of that. But if you can't, then, this is all there is for us to do? Really? Fei Li said, his hands trembling. Is this really all her guards can do for her? In the end, are we really this damn useless? Like I said, maybe an opportunity will arise in the future, Ruishi said, shutting his eyes tightly. Maybe we'll find a way to reach her again, to save her from what she's been condemned to endure. But there's no future for us to defend if we don't accept what needs to be done. It's difficult, it's painful, and it feels wrong on all accounts. So did leaving Sokka down south when he wanted nothing but to fight for the princess and continue defending her as best as he could. If he was strong enough to face it, we'd do a disservice to him, and the princess as well, by acting like fools who cannot follow orders, after all these years. His words tasted like bile, and Ruishi feared he'd regret them one day. For now, however, he clung to his resolve, to what few certainties still existed in this unsteady situation. Just like Sokka, they'd be more used to Azula alive than dead even if they were thousands of miles away from her. Perhaps they could find other dissenters of Oze's regime and, with a stronger force backing them, return to Azula's side while helping her regain everything she had already lost and everything else she was slated to lose still upon returning to the capital. The lack of resistance from the others could have felt like a triumph for Ruishi, but it didn't. He raised his eyes just in time for Haoran and Fei Li to gasp and jump to their feet, for Tai Wei to forget the helm for a moment, all their eyes distracted by something past the threshold that led into the bridge. Sitting at a corner as he had been, Ruishi had to step closer to gaze through that threshold properly. Once he did, he discovered, to his surprise, relief, and chagrin simultaneously, that there was an explanation for their sudden loss for words. How she had climbed off a bed she had refused to leave for around 24 hours, Ruishi had no idea. How she had reclaimed control over her own body, and potentially focused anew on the plan she had to put into action at all costs, he didn't know either. Yet there she stood, the princess, unkempt and disheveled, her hair in careless disarray, her face paler than he recalled seeing it, her stance shrunken and unstable. Princess, he gasped, swallowing hard as he stepped back, allowing her passage inside the bridge if she sought it. She couldn't seem to recall how to speak any words. She only stood there, matted hair falling over her features in such careless disarray she scarcely resembled herself. She trembled as she took another step forward. It was still too cold for her to choose to walk barefooted, yet that was exactly what she did right now, startling and horrifying her many guards upon glimpsing her vulnerable feet. Princess, Fei Li said, swallowing hard. How are you feeling? Is there anything we can? He seemed to stumble with his own thoughts while trying to convey that final word. Even so, Angela seemed to know exactly how she intended to answer his question, even if she had to clear her throat half-heartedly before doing as much. The emergency skiff, she managed to vocalize, and even her voice seemed too broken, too frayed, to use properly. Ruishi clenched his fists at her answer, at her most uncharacteristically chaotic aspect, too. Take it. All of you. The hot air balloon, too. Take them, like Ruishi's telling you. That's what you can do for me. She had overheard their conversation, then, and who knew how much of it. Fei Li gritted his teeth and lowered his head, tears springing from his eyes as an overpowering denial took hold of him. Tai Wei snarled as well, as Haoran shook his head, stepping forward. I understand what Ruishi's trying to say. I do, but... Haoran started, gazing at Angela with heartfelt compassion. How can we call ourselves your guards if we leave you to face the worst of dangers by yourself? How, Angela whispered, blinking slowly. I guess, you wouldn't. Not anymore. Her earnest answer seemed to break the hearts of the men that stood watching her. There was no sign of the usual mirth or malice she'd frequently code her words in, she didn't want to push them away any more than they'd wanted to leave. She couldn't seem to look them in the eye, either. It's either, die as my guards or survive as renegades of my father's rule, Angela whispered. He won't have it easy, hunting you down. Not if you're careful. There are places, people, who would welcome anyone who stands against the Fire Lord. I can't say I know where, but they exist. You'd just have to find them, even if it'll take time. Whether you wish to go against the Fire Nation or not, you should be safe from my father with people who only intend to oppose him. We don't care so much about what we'll do, or where we'll go, as we care about you, princess, said Tai Wei, bitterly. You tell us to either die as guards or live as renegades, and you expect us to choose the second possibility. You wouldn't be my guards for another day after we were captured, anyway, Angela said, softly. My father would never allow you to survive for any longer than that. Does that sound like the reward I should offer to the men who have served me, suffered for me, turned their backs on everything for me? Do you really think that's fair to any of you, Tai Wei? Finally, she dared raise her eyes, and the guards seemed to shrink under her miserable gaze. She trembled still, clasping the wall with a hand as she struggled to stabilize herself again. You took action, you saved me, all of you, Angela said, earnestly, bleeding her heart out with every word. I'd have lost everything by now if it weren't for you and your loyalty towards me. I didn't order you to do any of what you did it on your own. So, my final order to all of you, as your princess, is to protect your own lives. To fight for your survival just as hard as you fought for mine. My father, he will try to break me, I know he will. He will only have it easier if he can find you, if he can punish me through torturing or executing any of you. I can't swear I won't be broken by any other means, but I know that, if you're out of his reach, that's less leverage he can use against me. More than that, your lives are valuable to me. They always have been. Whatever loyalty may mean to any of you. I cannot say I'd feel worthy of your long years of service if I caused any of you to die for me, no matter if you're ready to sacrifice your lives. You're all, the best guards anyone could have asked for. None of you could ever deserve dying in vain, and that's what would happen if you stay on this ship now. So please. I beg you. If you're willing to die for me, please, be just as willing to live for me, if you would do one last thing for me at all. Her broken voice finally softened into silence. Tension lingered in the bridge, however, as every horrified guard gazed at her in chagrin, unable to articulate thoughts anymore as the princess's petition dawned upon them. Ruishi breathed deeply as he stepped towards her. The princess averted her gaze from his, it had taken every shred of her willpower to do this. This was but the beginning of her grief, she had forced herself out of bed, down the stairs and to the bridge to convey her new orders after having eaten nothing for the past day, likely nursing a dreadful headache caused by the countless tears she had shed. She stood where she did, trembling, intending to give her orders as many times as it might be needed until they were heeded, even if she appeared weaker, and far more lost, than she ever had been before. For all these years. Ruishi spoke, doing his best to keep his voice firm and steady. For as long as I've served you, I have struggled to understand many of your commands. I have been at a loss, caught between duty and my instincts as your protector, uncertain of which to follow. I've pondered, what does loyalty mean, at the end of the day? Is it a matter of protecting you at all costs, or of understanding what you needed of us, and following your every order without question? Angela shrank in place, her hair hung carelessly at either side of her face. Inevitably, Ruishi reasoned that Sokka was the one who had fixed it for her over the past weeks, that she had lost all motivation and drive to do so herself since he was gone. He gritted his teeth, fists tightened as he lowered his head in a meaningful bow. I've chosen to follow your orders, to trust your judgment, even in circumstances in which I dreaded that would be the wrong choice, Ruishi continued. Whenever abiding by your commands made sense, I always grew to understand the reasoning behind those orders later on. This time, it is no different. As your guards, our duty is to protect you; as your men, our duty is to follow your orders. Perhaps, the best way to protect you is by following your orders. Angela swallowed hard, her grip on the doorframe grew more unsteady yet, and Ruishi gritted his teeth as he raised a hand to her disorderly hair. I'd rather stay with you. I'd rather help you, see to it that you can move forward, he said, softly, cupping her face delicately. Angela's trembling only worsened despite he served as a source of stability, what he always had represented for her, in his own way. Leaving you like this, it's wrong on just about any possible level. So, can we, perhaps, make a deal of a sort, princess? You'll eat. You'll drink water, properly. You'll dress for the harsh weather we have to endure down here. You'll take care of yourself, so that you'll be as strong as possible to stand up to whatever dangers you may face when we're gone. Once you have, we'll take our leave, as you want us to. Ruishi. Angela managed to utter his name, almost pleadingly, almost begging him not to force her to do this. We can't throw away our lives, we don't deserve to die in vain, is what you said? Ruishi whispered. Neither did he, and that's why we've come as far as we have. She shuddered now, causing Ruishi to clasp her uninjured shoulder with his free hand. He had known it might happen when he spoke the words, but his last sentence had reduced the princess to tears, yet again. Neither do you, princess. On any capacity, Ruishi said, raising her head towards his own delicately. Angela shuddered still, unwilling to open eyes she had shut tightly to retain the tears, even if they escaped her eyelids just as well. I will trust your judgment. I will do as you ask. I will wait for the day I can act, for the day we can come for you. All I ask in return, as payment, is the certainty that you'll make your best efforts to survive and endure until we can do so. Please. She hadn't expected an answer of the sort, an answer she wanted to reject immediately, instinctively. How was she to know if he'd ever have a chance to save her, to help her, in the future? Any attempts to reach her might just result in violence, unbridled and chaotic, and she might lose her men to that, for good this time. Being told to stay alive, to endure, it was painful, too. It was what she needed to do, she knew as much, but she would likely fall into an abyss of misery as soon as her father found her again. She didn't know if she had the strength inside her heart to gather herself and face whatever dreadful tomorrow awaited her with proper dignity. But if this was what it would take, if this was the only way she'd persuade her men, so be it. A small nod, almost imperceptible, then a stronger one, after she sensed no reaction from her men. Her affirmative response, however, found Ruishi sighing in relief, and he reeled her into his arms gently. Her trembling was paired with sobs now, sobs filled with regret and overpowering sorrow. Where the guards might have continued to fight back, now they relented, their hearts breaking at the sight of their weakened, helpless princess, once a beacon of unyielding, terrifying and admirable strength. Where they had disagreed with Ruishi before, now it seemed their lots had been cast. The heartbreak of their princess proved far too persuasive to disregard, much as the case had been for a desperate gladiator. She had sacrificed too much, suffered for too long to suffer any further. Perhaps their duty did extend beyond following orders, but for now, the only way to ease the burdens of her mind, if not those of her heart, was by complying with her request. By agreeing to do as she had asked them to, perhaps for the very last time. They would convey the orders to their fellow guards down in the engine room, eventually. It wouldn't be any easier to convince them than it was to convince themselves, for even Ruishi had doubts. Angela had no shortage of doubts and fears of her own. But as the man she had come to rely on as a brother held her in his arms, the princess's certainty that this was the right way forward only surged and strengthened. She had already torn her heart asunder for good when she had said goodbye to the man she loved, saying goodbye to valuable friends, who deserved better than death, better than the lives of renegades she was condemning them to, would sting as a heap of salt poured on her painfully open wound. But as painful as it would be, it needed to be done, and at haste, as well. The sooner the guards were on their way to safety, the better. There was no telling when Ose's forces would catch up with the barge, and Angela intended to ensure her ship was fully empty, barring herself and Xin Long, by the time they did. That was why she had forced herself out of a bed she had never wanted to leave again, why she had forced herself to speak when all she wanted was to shrink in place and allow others to make choices for her, for she could scarcely find the willpower to make them herself anymore. It needed to be done. It needed to be done. The words toiled and turned within her mind over and over as she buried her face in Ruishi's embrace, longing to put a stop to the overpowering, ever-growing grief inside her. Yes, it needed to be done. One day, she guessed, she might learn how to believe those words, more importantly, how to live with them. But for now, she only knew how to cry as her heart resented and punished her for her choices. As she spiraled fast and mercilessly into a dark future, an ever-sprawling, encroaching nightmare. Mouthfuls of hot soup sank slowly through his system, the familiar jolts of his strained stomach, delighted over any sign of nourishment, offered Sokka very little satisfaction nonetheless. The taste of the meal sent him back to his childhood, to many similar soups that had seemed absolute feasts for his young, inexperienced self. This one was delicious, flavored with the local meats he hadn't enjoyed in over half a decade, yet even as his body warmed and his emotions calmed down his heart continued to ache, finding no lasting comfort in a nostalgic meal or in the arms that still embraced him, or the hands that held his own. He had barely spoken so far. His father, it seemed, was just as uncertain over what to say as he was. Hakata, however, had chosen to sit in silence with an arm around Sokka's shoulders as his son ate at an unusually slow rhythm. Katara sat at Sokka's other side, frequently reaching for Sokka's hand whenever he set down the soup bowl, then encouraging him to take another sip of the brew once she believed he'd waited long enough between each swig. "I'm glad your old parka was always that big, though," Katara smiled, patting her brother's forearm gently, clad in the sky-blue outerwear he had favored in his younger years. "It's still a bit on the tight side, sadly, but I guess we can patch it up to suit your size later? Or maybe we can find you another one. Dad probably has a few parkas of his own he hasn't used too often, right?" "Of course," Hakata said, smiling a little. "Then we can make other, bigger clothes for you later," Katara decided, smiling at Sokka. "Might take us a while, but bear with us until then." "I had some clothes of my own," Sokka managed to mumble, despite barely wanting to speak at all. That he dared do so right now startled Katara most joyfully. My stuff. Did anyone?" "Zuko did, yeah," Katara said, nodding. "He went with the others to pick up those bags. We've put them in our igloo for now. We can take you there after you're done eating, if you're up for it." Sokka nodded again before reaching for his soup bowl. Katara's fragile smile dwindled as he drained more of the bowl's contents. His question regarding his bags meant he was fully aware of what he had brought with him, didn't it? He had been, then, conscious or partly conscious through whatever ordeals had brought him here. This knowledge only muddled matters even further, and her uncertainty regarding asking what had befallen him worsened for it. Not yet, she should wait until he decided to volunteer the information. Pressing him for answers when he was in such delicate shape might just worsen Sokka's mood and health. Instead, she should focus on the here and now, on Sokka's presence, his return, and everything good that would come of it. The best thing any of them could do was help him put aside thoughts of whatever suffering he'd been through in the past and encourage him to find peace in his home and tribe once more. "I can do my best to heal you again if anything still hurts," Katara said. "Maybe another round would do you good. I don't know if I got to everything the first time around." "Heal me," Sokka repeated, even now, setting down his bowl slowly, with warm broth pouring down his throat. He sounded choked up whenever he spoke. Katara did her best to ignore that. "You've said that before," But, what do you mean, exactly? Oh, well, I kind of discovered I could heal with waterbending a few years ago, Katara admitted, with an awkward smile. Sokka's eyes widened, one of his eyebrows rose in perplexity. I'm obviously no expert, but I've done my best to heal anyone who's wounded, or ill, through it. Basically, if I focus on the water and on mending a wound, the water begins to glow. With that, I get to mend tissues slowly, though I don't really know how the mechanics of it work in full detail, but... Chi, Sokka said, simply. Katara stopped talking abruptly as Sokka's eyes shifted towards the fireplace. Whatever you're doing, it probably smooths the flow of chi and allows you to treat injuries or illness by it. Once the chi flows properly, you'll have healed your patient, I guess. Well, that makes sense, Katara smiled, shrugging. I probably have been doing that unconsciously so far, then. Sokka nodded before returning to his soup. Hekata smiled affectionately at him, rubbing his shoulder gently. Whatever the explanation for his son's knowledge about chi might be, he couldn't help but feel pride upon learning new things from Sokka. If you know more about it than I do, I guess you could help me figure out how it works then, Katara suggested, biting her lip. So yeah, let me know if anything's still hurting, alright? And if you need anything, really. I guess you'll be wanting a haircut, huh? Your hair's gotten pretty long since. No. The first word he spoke with strength, with certainty, froze Katara on the spot. Even Hekata was surprised by the blunt and immediate delivery, by the sudden tension he felt on Sokka's shoulders as he lowered the bowl just a little, just to speak the word, before taking another sip of soup. For a moment, Hekata dreaded Katara might press the issue. She seldom let go of whatever bothered her, and she certainly was always bothered when her brother's behavior towards her was disrespectful in any sense. Yet there was something different and unique to the way he'd spoken just now. It suggested that, unbeknownst to her, the one incurring in as good as a crime by speaking those words had been Katara herself. All right, then. If you don't want to, that's fine, Katara said, smiling awkwardly and glancing at her father. Suits Dad nicely to have longer hair, nothing wrong with it. Sokka didn't say anything else. As usual, anything he said, or didn't say, seemed to pose 1,000 mysteries that, at this point, Katara grew genuinely unsure she wanted to unravel anymore. Hekata, as well, appeared a little apprehensive, but he patted his son's shoulder gently all the same. Almost done there, are you? Hekata asked, as Sokka lowered the bowl, revealing only a small amount of liquid was left at the bottom. If you want more. Suki made enough for as many bowls as you might need, said Katara, smiling a little. I mean, as big as you are, I have no idea when your last meal was, so, it's probably better if you eat some more. Sokka sighed but nodded. He finished what was left of the bowl before reaching for the cooking pot that lingered above the igloo's fire. Katara snatched the bowl from his hands, though, and took to pouring him more soup herself. Sokka swallowed hard, lips tight as Katara returned to him, and he nodded again in her direction. Thanks, he whispered. Katara smiled more earnestly now. No need to thank me, it's Suki's soup, she laughed. You can eat something else later too, if you want. I'm sure Gran-Gran's cooking up a storm if someone's told her you're awake yet. Gran-Gran's. Sokka said, again. His frozen heart seemed to thaw over the longing of seeing family members he hadn't had the chance to meet for a long time. Is it okay if she cooks that much? Last I knew, things in the tribe weren't, well. We've handled ourselves much better this year, Hekata explained. Hunts have been more successful too. You know how it is, some years are bountiful, others are rife with shortages. Fortunately, we've been blessed with plenty of resources this time around. Enough to throw you a feast tonight, if you're up for it. A feast. Sokka repeated, glancing at his father with uncertainty. Hekata smiled positively at him, and Sokka shrank in place. I don't know if everyone ought to go out of their way like that just for me. I'm sorry to say it's not up to you to decide something like that, Katara said, chuckling softly. You've been missed, Sokka. Everyone's happy to welcome you home and cook all your favorite dishes. She only paused at those words after uttering them. Were they still his favorite dishes? Memories of the ridiculous amounts and variety of food he had ordered for her, Ain, Kino and Zuko and Whaletail Island brought that into question. After everything that had happened, it seemed every minute exchange between them brought Katara to ponder if she still knew her brother as well as she thought she did, a most unsettling sensation, for she hadn't even doubted, not once, that he'd still be the same goofball she'd known and loved all her life when she had met him last year. "If you guys are sure," Sokka said, biting his lip, brushing the bowl with his thumbs. "Leftovers won't go to waste anyhow, they never do in the tribe." "That's right," Katara smiled again, unsure if Sokka had noticed her sudden hesitancy. "So it's nothing to worry about. If anything, it's been too long since we last had any sort of celebrations in the tribe. That you're here with us, safe and sound, is the best cause we could ask for." Sokka closed his eyes at those words. It should be the best cause, perhaps, if the circumstances were any different. If his return didn't signify danger for his people as he knew it did. He ought to speak up now, to tell them what had happened, to warn them that the Fire Lord was bound to retaliate, but finding the strength to do as much proved far more difficult than he anticipated. However troubled he was, saying or doing anything that might erase the smiles on his father and sister's faces didn't sit well with him at all. Sokka opened his eyes and glanced at the igloo's entrance upon hearing noise drifting from that direction. Suki and her daughters had stepped out for a moment, with their faithful dog at her heels, to inform the tribe of the developments. She returned inside now, smiling reassuringly at him, with Zi nestled perfectly within a sling against her chest, and Mari hugging her leg while shooting wary glances at Sokka. Despite knowing he'd do best to speak with the young girl to make sure she understood he was no fearsome monster of any quality, Sokka didn't want to meet her gaze just yet. "No, not those golden eyes, not for now." "Zuko's not back yet," Suki said, with a sad smile. "Guess he and Kino will be pretty happy when they hear Sokka's awake, though. They'll be back safely soon enough," Hakata nodded. "I doubt either of them wants to be away for very long, under the circumstances." Sokka didn't speak at all until his eyes settled on the full soup bowl again. He glanced at Suki almost apologetically before raising the bowl. "I had a second serving just now. If that's okay," he said. Suki laughed softly and nodded. "It's for you, Sokka, no need to worry," she said. "Have as much soup as you need, and stay as long as you like, too, never mind if Gruff is a grump at you, or if Mari is one, too." "I'm not a grump." Mari pouted, hugging her mother's leg tighter as Suki laughed and leaned down to hold her. "If you're afraid because he's a stranger, well, maybe he doesn't have to be one much longer, okay?" Suki spoke to her daughter, urging her to look at the man who couldn't seem to gaze at her. "That's Sokka, and he's Cat-Cat's big brother, like I told you before." "Sokka, this is my firstborn, Mari." Sokka nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the girl almost remorsefully. She shrank in place again, hiding behind Suki when his attention was on her. "Oh, it's going to be a while before she stops being afraid, I guess." Suki sighed, smiling apologetically at Sokka. "This small one is Zi, Mari's little sister." Sokka gritted his teeth as the child's violet eyes fell upon him again. She was no longer crying, though there was some lingering redness on her cheeks, the evidence of her previous emotional outburst. She was the picture of innocence, altogether. "Hi, Zi," Sokka whispered softly, with a half-hearted grin. It's nice to meet you." "Ah, see? He's nice to Zi because she's not scared." Suki smiled back at Mari, who pouted behind her. "If you speak to Sokka yourself, I'm sure you won't be so scared anymore." "I'm not scared," Mari mumbled. Despite himself, Sokka smiled still as he ventured another glance at the child. "Guess she takes after her father," he whispered. "Oh, she does," Katara confirmed, amused. "Though Gruff is even worse than her in that respect. At least Mari gets along with me." "Why wouldn't she?" Sokka asked, and Katara chuckled. "Because Zuko and I, well, you know how that goes already," Katara chuckled, shaking her head. "Gruff, though, he dislikes everyone his master dislikes, out of principle or something. So, you know, if you want to pet him, try to get along better with Zuko from now on." "Heh. I'll try, I guess," Sokka said, biting his lip, Even the thought of animal partners who defended their humans fiercely brought unwanted thoughts, painful memories, to his aching mind and heart. Almost as an answer to his miserable thoughts, a sudden, deep and dangerous roar, someplace nearby, shook the igloo, too deep, however, to belong to a familiar dragon. Sokka nearly leapt to his feet, eyes wide as he grew alert immediately. That no one else would find it alarming confused him, however. Even Mari, scared of Sokka as she was, appeared to find the beastly roar completely irrelevant and not something to be worried about in the least. What the hell was that? Sokka asked, glancing at his sister and father warily, eyes shifting from one to the other immediately. Damn, Katara smiled awkwardly, as Hakata squeezed Sokka's shoulder reassuringly. It's just Appa, no need to worry. He always groans like that when Aang checks on him. Hakata said, reassuringly, that his son would glance at him with utter perplexity upon hearing those names only confused Hakata just as much. The Sky Bison? Wait, didn't you tell him about Appa at all, Katara? I thought. I didn't. Katara admitted. What Sokka identified as uncharacteristic shyness, Hakata instantly recognized as guilt, instead. And you didn't tell me you hadn't told him. Hakata said, as Katara sighed. Well, Dad, you know things are complicated and we've been pretty set on keeping Aang's presence and identity quiet, right? Katara said, with a shrug. I just thought we'd be better off keeping this to ourselves, for safety's sake. It's not like I didn't trust you, Sokka, of course I do. But trust me with what? Sokka asked, blinking blankly. You guys adopted a Sky Bison? How did you even come across a Sky Bison? Are they really that easy to find? I wouldn't say easy, no, took over 100 years to find them, and it could have taken longer yet, Katara said, swallowing hard. 100 years. Sokka repeated, raising an eyebrow. Well, for what it's worth, you don't look a day over 25, Katara. Don't be. I didn't mean I've been looking for a Sky Bison personally for that long. Katara laughed, shaking her head. He'd made a joke. Oh, he'd made a joke. What a damn relief that was. It's hard to explain, and you're probably going to be pretty annoyed that I didn't tell you everything back in Whaletail Island, Sokka, but we really did need to protect the secret as best we could. Even just being overheard in that tavern or by anyone at the docks. Okay. Sokka said, blinking blankly. I'm not particularly upset about a secret I don't understand yet, though it sounds weirder and weirder by the second. Well, alright. I'll just tell you the truth. Better to do it fast, Katara said, biting her lip as she gazed at Sokka, hope gleaming in her blue eyes. You remember Kuzan, don't you? Our other friend. The tall one, Sokka nodded. The one who asked if I had anything to say to you guys. I remember him. Well, we told you he was a soldier who defected from the Fire Nation army, Katara said, biting her lip. That wasn't entirely true, not for him, anyway. It is what happened with Kino, but we just made it seem like the two of them had joined the tribe at the same time, when that wasn't the case. He's not a soldier, Sokka concluded, nodding in Katara's direction. I admit, something about that story didn't feel all that believable. Heh. You think? Katara smiled awkwardly. Pretty sure it's way more believable than reality will be. How so? Sokka blinked blankly, as Katara breathed deeply and bit her lip. Years ago, even before I knew you'd survived, back when we'd still fight with the soldiers in the settlement whenever they attacked, I went to train on my own one day and, while trying to improve my control over ice, I shattered a lot more ice than I intended to. A strange pillar of light shot up to the sky when I did, and once it faded away, I glanced inside that hole of ice to find a Sky Bison, and an air nomad. Sokka's cautious confusion shifted to full-blown astonishment. Katara couldn't hold his gaze as she gathered her thoughts for the rest of the explanation. I got them out of there and brought them to the tribe, Katara said. The air nomad, he was in really bad shape, kind of like you were. But when he woke up, and I told him how I'd found him, he seemed to be desperate to get back to the war, to save his people, and I realized he'd been frozen alive for well over 100 years in the depths of an iceberg embedded in our polar casket. That's crazy talk, Sokka said, shaking his head. There's no way someone can survive being frozen after 100 years. Did you heal him with your bending somehow, or? No, I didn't know how to do that yet, Katara said, grimacing. But the thing is, Sokka, he's not just any random someone. Aang is special. Very special. He's a bender, you see. Yeah, I remember, he bent fire when he had asked the strange man if he was some sort of air nomad, actually. A sudden shiver rushed through his body as Sokka's eyes drifted to the flickering fireplace again. Kyuzen's nervousness over Sokka's casual teasing had only made Sokka warier of the man, up until he raised a hand to bend fire at request. Confirming that his friend hadn't been a bender, and wasn't touching him at the time, had proven it was no indirect bending incident, which had convinced Sokka that he hadn't been lying at all, but Katara's explanations reiterated repeatedly that he was an air nomad. He had lied. His claims that he was from the Fire Nation had been poised to protect himself. His fire-bending display had achieved that, just as well. But who on earth had heard of a fire-bending air nomad? Katara. Sokka said, glancing at her with uncertain, ever-surging fear and dread. Katara grimaced, shrinking in place. He's a firebender. I saw him bending fire. I know it wasn't indirect bending, he did that himself. So, either I saw things that just weren't there, or you're telling me he's both an airbender and a firebender. And a waterbender, too, Katara whispered, quietly. Surely an earthbender as well, though he hasn't learned that, yet. She hadn't dismissed his realization. She had confirmed it, rather, by expanding on his question, by making him face a possibility he couldn't believe he was being told about right now. No way. No way. There was no way. The truth is, he was here, training in the Water Tribe, when Sozin's comet first appeared, Katara said, bitterly. He learned a lot of waterbending. He probably would have moved on to earthbending soon afterwards, but when he was on his way home to help his people in the war, he was caught in a storm. His powers, somehow, saw to it that him and Appa would be preserved in the ice, that they'd stay alive, regardless of being frozen. He was really miserable once he learned the truth, nearly tore down our igloo in this crazy bending frenzy where he lost control of himself, but then we had a chance to talk. He explained everything, and he confessed he was the Avatar. Sokka was grateful he hadn't been holding the soup bowl upon hearing those words. He would have likely spilled it all over Suki's flooring, and he had already inconvenienced her enough to add to her workload in her home. Oh, but it wasn't fair. He hadn't known, he hadn't made sense of the situation through what few clues they'd dropped in Whaletail Island. How could he? Katara was right, it was much easier to believe the man was just a Fire Nation soldier than to ever suspect he could be an air nomad, and more than that, the Avatar himself. The Avatar who had vanished for over 100 years, it was him. The entity tasked with protecting balance and preserving the harmony in their world, the being with the most bending power across the physical and spiritual planes alike. For all this time, that Avatar had been here, hiding with his family. It meant, yes, that he would likely protect them well, just as it meant he hadn't been fighting the Fire Nation as most people had expected the Avatar would, if he still lived on in their world at all. If only that hadn't been the case, maybe none of this would be happening. If this Aang had done his duty. Oh, but who was he kidding? He knew the Avatar alone would not reform their world significantly. Just upon remembering the tall man with the headband, so good-natured even in his mistakes, Sokka's chest ached upon the mere thought of casting someone like him off to battle in the name of a world that wouldn't see him as anything but a hero whose life wasn't more important than their own, or a villain that needed to be defeated at haste. He had no right to judge the Avatar for not taking action, not if he didn't have a proper plan to set in motion to defeat the Fire Lord, either. But curses, if he'd known he was here, if he had, maybe she would have stayed. Maybe she would have believed they stood a chance with the Avatar on their side. It was a single factor, one that might not have changed her mind, for all he knew, but it would have given her pause, for sure. She would have pondered the possibilities, at least, she might have even allowed him to craft a plan or two, strategies through which they could defend the tribe and then strike back at the Fire Lord. If only he'd known. If only Katara had told him, all along. Sokka, I'm sorry, she said, beside him, touching his arm hesitantly. She nearly recoiled when she felt him trembling, but he didn't reject her yet. If he shoved her off and yelled at her next, she'd probably break under the pressure of this situation as well, tell him exactly why she hadn't wanted him to know, the true reason. I know we should have told you, but you had to protect the secret, he finished for her. Bitterness coated his words, and Katara flinched. Sokka. He's the Avatar, Sokka said, gritting his teeth before shaking his head. The fucking Fire Lord has no idea he's alive. If I'd found out, maybe someone else would have too, eventually. If he knew, he'd stop at nothing to kill him, even if it takes burning the whole world to ashes. You made the right choice. Sokka. Katara said, as he breathed deeply, trembling still as he struggled to calm down. I'm surprised, yeah, I wish I'd known, he admitted, nodding. But I can't pretend I could have kept it quiet forever. He was the second waterbender all along, then. I asked you about that, but then we changed the subject, and you didn't tell me anything about him in the end. It was the Avatar. You found the Avatar, Katara. I'm sorry still, Sokka. Katara said, gritting her teeth before pressing her forehead to his shoulder, right next to her father's hand. Hakata, despite wanting to intervene, hadn't dared so far. I do trust you, of course I do, but... It's fine, I said. Sokka whispered, closing his eyes. I get it. I'm not mad at you. Really? You mean that? Katara asked, glancing at him warily. You do understand. Sokka sighed and shrugged a little, the desolation in his eyes shot through her heart, but she couldn't say a word against that resigned, disappointed expression on her brother's face. How could I not? He whispered. He, as well, had kept a secret for years. He had mistakenly, stupidly, become careless and failed to protect it properly when it mattered most. How could he blame anyone else for not making the foolish mistakes he had? How could he expect to inflict Ose's wrath upon anyone else when he had damn near died to it, himself? When his chest ached just to think that the love of his life was sailing miles away, intending to take all that wrath for herself and to shield the rest of the world from its destructive reach. It wasn't Katara's fault. It wasn't Aang's fault, either. That his damn heart would resent them selfishly for staying hidden as they had was further folly, a display of pointless immaturity he intended to shake off as soon as possible, immediately. He hoped, even if it hurt so badly right now, it would have to stop hurting eventually. It wasn't their fault, it was Ose's fault. Nobody should need the Avatar to solve all their problems, nobody should be forced to bear with the world's many struggles on their own, the way Aang would if he attempted to follow the example of his predecessors. No damn Fire Lord deserved to lay waste upon the world, not over puke-worthy ideologies, and certainly not over a volatile, unjustified outrage upon discovering his daughter had loved someone who loved her in return. He breathed a few times, slowly, stilling himself before raising his hand to clasp Katara's. She shivered, and he pressed his head gently against hers. He taught you a lot of waterbending, then? He asked, his voice strained yet again. The healing, was it him too? And no, he had no idea how to do it, Katara said. Sokka, despite himself, smiled a little. So that's something you learned all on your own? That's really cool, Katara. You think so? Katara asked, her voice small as she seemed to be in the verge of tears, and Sokka snorted a soft laugh before shaking his head. Just. I wish you'd learned you could do it sometime before I got a fishhook stuck in my thumb, is all, he said, smiling sadly at her as he raised his hand in her direction, showing her the scar across his thumb. Sokka. Katara huffed before laughing again, hugging him tighter now. Sokka patted her shoulder gently, closing his eyes as he wished he could shake off that damn unsettling feeling that, if he'd been privy to this information all along, so much, or at least, some things, could have turned out rather differently. It was too late now, though. Too late to do anything but accept their reality, too late to be frustrated and displeased that he couldn't keep her with him for a little longer, or for good. He'd have to carry that sorrow deep inside him for as long as he lived, no matter how many things could have turned out differently indeed. "You'll like Ain," Hakata said, smiling gently. "I mean, you've already met him, under another name, as I understand, but still, he's a good man." "I bet," Sokka said, nodding weakly. "If you think so, he's got to be one." Hakata grinned, wrapping his son's shoulders gently with an arm, and his daughter too, reaching out to embrace her fully. To think he had feared these two would fight, that Sokka might lose his mind to outrage over not being deemed worth of such a serious secret, but he had been understanding, instead. He had offered his sister a small laugh, a little relief when she had dreaded she'd disappointed him. He had changed in countless ways, Hakata realized. He had grown into a splendid man, without a doubt, even if none of them could truly imagine the circumstances that had brought him here. Sokka hoped more soup would help appease his aching heart, perhaps his stomach ached too, but his emotional pain still seemed to supersede everything else, especially all of which he'd only just discovered. He drained his bowl for the second time, just as slowly as before, acutely aware of all the attention upon him. Suki hadn't intervened at all in the conversation once it had versed around the Avatar, a fact that Sokka couldn't help but find slightly curious. She seemed preoccupied with the children at the time, however, so he glanced at his father for an answer. "Guess, keeping the secret's also why you guys decided to keep Zuko around?" he asked. "Did he find out somehow? I have trouble imagining Katara accepting him here, no matter how helpless he and Suki might have been." "Suki wasn't that helpless, for a woman with morning sickness," Katara chuckled. "But, yeah. Suki was in no condition to travel, but if they'd never found out about Aang, we would have probably tried to send them off to Kyoshi Island. It's where they wanted to go at first. Still, I'd like to think they've been happy here, to a fault." Hakata smiled at Suki, who grinned back upon being addressed. "Them, Aang and Kino, they've certainly been quite the unexpected additions to the tribe over the past years, but they've adapted fairly well to living here. Aang didn't need to adapt much, though. He'd already been living here for about 6 or 7 years before being frozen. Must have been a difficult change anyway." Sokka whispered, biting his lip. I've visited an air temple. Their way of life must have been nothing like anything we can imagine." "Yeah. Aang took me to the Southern Air Temple, once," Katara said, with a weak smile. "Their buildings are beautiful." "Yeah," Sokka nodded, and Katara grinned. "I think he's made himself a nice home here, nonetheless. He lives with Kino in an igloo right across this one. You can probably drop by to visit them whenever you want." "Huh? They built it themselves?" Sokka asked, and Katara chuckled. "More like Aang built it with his bending, to prove a point to Zuko or something," she said, with a shrug. "It took him about a month or two to make this one a fully functional living space, whereas Aang finished a full dome in less than an hour." "Must be one heck of a bender, then," Sokka said. "Definitely," Katara nodded. "You'll see for yourself soon. You should finish your soup first. We can take you to Appa's little hideout after, if you want." "I think I should go see Gran first," Sokka said. Katara smiled back and nodded. "Whatever you want, big brother," she said, wrapping an arm around his waist as she finally relaxed. No, the mysteries weren't solved, not even a little bit, but his agreeable reaction to the truth of Aang's identity had been such a profound relief that Katara could only believe that everything would turn out just fine. He was Sokka, no matter how strange his behavior might be, her brother, the same goofball who always taunted her about how annoying her bending skills were. He had grown in more ways than she could imagine, but it was still Sokka. He didn't take too long to finish his last bowl of soup. He scarcely had registered his hunger, but the meal succeeded at replenishing the energy he had lacked earlier. His father and Katara sat by him the whole time, whether encouraging him with talk of what awaited him outside. It seemed the whole village had conveyed their wishes that Sokka would recover soon, as well as their hopes to see him once he was healthy enough to leave the igloo. Knowing he'd be welcomed and celebrated as some returning war hero didn't sit particularly well with him, but he lacked the strength to tell the truth yet. He wasn't sure if it would be a cruelty to explain everything, robbing the tribe from the joyful occasion of his awaited return, but he also knew he wouldn't be able to live as the hero he didn't believe himself to be for longer than a day, if he endured even that. "All right, ready to go." Katara asked softly, smiling as Sokka set down the empty bowl at last. Sokka breathed deeply, closing his eyes. Words, spoken in a voice he had engraved in his memory forevermore, returned to his mind, words she had said on a bright, beautiful day when they had been free to love each other without consequences. They'll welcome you gladly when you return, you know? Even if they can't throw you a huge feast, I'm sure they'll try to celebrate, somehow. You're everyone's hero back there, and you'll be even more of a hero once our siblings and their friends tell your tribe about the amazing things you've done, and the brilliant warrior you've become. How he wished she could be here, to be welcomed home along with him. How he wished she could see it. He could imagine her tender, proud and gentle smile as she encouraged him to go forward, to accept the love he had constantly rejected, ever convinced he hadn't done enough to earn it. She had sacrificed so much to bring him home, to give him a chance to live out his days with his people, safe and far away from the darkness and dangers in the Fire Nation. He wanted to face those dangers and darkness with her, even now, but he couldn't turn his back on the final gift she had given him, either. No matter how heavy his heart might be, no matter how difficult it was to gather his resolve, facing his tribe would be the only way to stay true to her wishes, to honor her efforts to fight for him, to defend his right to live in peace, even at such steep cost to herself. I'm ready, he said, even if his tone didn't convey much conviction. Katara still believed him. She rose to her feet, offering her hand to Sokka as Hakata encouraged him to take it. Let's go, then, Hakata smiled, nudging Sokka gently with his hand until his son finally complied. Ah, you'll be off, then. Suki said, though she was startled when Gruff, beside her, started grunting in Sokka's direction, now that he was standing up. Gruff. None of that nonsense, he's already leaving. Oh, this dog. Just hold him down until we're out of here, Katara smiled at Suki and her daughters. Thanks for all your help, Mari, dear. Cat's leaving too? Mari asked, her large, hopeful eyes nearly begging her to stay instead. Katara laughed and nodded. Just for a bit, dear. I'll see you again very soon, she said, winking at Mari before turning to Sokka again. Does anything hurt? Unwilling to give his sister a genuine answer, his main ailment wasn't something her water-bending healing could fix, Sokka merely shrugged. Nothing that won't get fixed unless I move around, he said, taking in a sharp breath. He started on his way to the door, and Gruff's wild, fearful barking resulted in Suki pulling him back so he wouldn't pounce on the warrior somehow. Sokka only ignored him, offering Suki a small wave once he reached the open igloo door. Thanks for everything, he said, softly. Suki grinned and nodded. Anytime. I know Gruff and Mari aren't being all that hospitable, but you're welcome to visit anytime you like, she said. Sokka smiled back weakly and nodded. That's good to know, he whispered. He hadn't fully processed until then that, ultimately, Suki was family too by now, through her marriage to Zuko, not that she would know that yet, but it was the truth, nonetheless. A light breeze brushed against him, drifting through his hair, caressing his face. He glanced out at the pale winter of the Southern Water Tribe, his heart racing as he recognized the scenery, despite being keenly aware of how much had changed in the small village ever since he had seen it last. He took that first step into the snow, letting the cold permeate him again, much as it had engulfed and nearly killed him a day ago. This time he wouldn't be quite so ready to give up his life as he succumbed to his own misery. Oh, she would be so mad if she knew of what he'd nearly done. He couldn't quite believe he was grateful to Zuko for saving him, most of all when the pain in his chest was nowhere close to receding, but it would be one less weight on her shoulders, at least. Had she returned to look for him, only to discover he had frozen himself to death longing for her, oh, she would never forgive him, and she might just lose herself to grief the same way he had. He couldn't be so careless anymore, he'd do his best to live a life that would make her proud, somehow. Lanterns lit up the whole tribe, as they ever did during the dark period. A layer of clouds swirling above them hid away the stars, so all the light that shone in the depths of this everlasting night was human-made, limited and fleeting as it might be. Thus, for a moment, Sokka, Katara, and Hakata stood right outside Zuko and Suki's igloo without attracting any attention, for no one had noticed them yet. That's Kino and Aang's igloo, see? Katara nudged Sokka, pointing at the igloo right across Zuko and Suki's own. The ones in this area of the town are the newest, in general. Sokka nodded, letting his eyes drift across the village gradually. He couldn't see much, but he could tell, regardless, that the tribe had grown in size since he had last been here. There were many igloos and tents he had no memory of. The walls seemed to be further away than he remembered. Having 2 waterbenders meant it would be fairly easy to expand the tribe's territory by pushing out the walls when the village needed to grow any larger. Even though it seemed a bigger town than the one he'd carried in his memories, it still felt small, and it was just as familiar as it was foreign because of all those changes. And all the way over there is Appa's little hut, Katara said, smiling awkwardly as she pointed out one of the largest structures in the village. Sokka raised his eyebrows as he took it in. No wonder his roars are so loud if he needs a house that size, he said. Katara laughed, and she would have answered him if the village hadn't been shaken suddenly by their presence. People down the street gasped and stopped to stare at them, others rushed off, likely to tell someone else that Sokka was awake. But the first to run towards them, however, were faces Sokka only remembered in far more youthful and childish countenances, rather than in the 2 strong men that rushed in his direction. Sokka! Sokka, you're up! Katon gasped, a wild grin crossing his face as he raced down the snowy streets. You're awake! Sokka! Haka exclaimed at the same time, their voices overlapping and bringing an unexpectedly genuine smile to Sokka's face. The 2 men stopped before their great leader. Even now, Sokka towered over them, though not by as much height as he remembered. Each of them clasped one of Sokka's arms, gazing at him in tearful wonderment as they willfully restrained themselves from leaping to embrace their hero and leader. Haka and Katon. Sokka smiled, shaking his head. I can barely tell it's the 2 of you. Guess you just went on ahead and grew up while I wasn't watching, eh? What? Look at yourself, Sokka. Haka gasped, smiling in amazement. We've all grown lots, you included. Katon laughed, leaning closer until he froze and glanced at Katara warily. See, is it okay if we hug him? Be careful not to knock him to the ground and I'll allow it, Katara said, with a weak grin. The 2 young men beamed brightly and lunged to squeeze Sokka tightly, pressing their faces to his shoulders as Sokka gasped, laughing softly while patting their backs gently. You too. He chuckled, shaking his head. For years he had struggled to get either of them interested in a warrior's life. By their teenage years, their initial rejection of his teachings had turned to admiration, but he couldn't help but remember their starting point anyway, reflecting on how far their village's warriors had come, despite everything. Welcome home, Sokka, Katon smiled into his parka. We're going to throw you the biggest feast you ever saw, Haka decided, prompting Sokka to smile as he patted their shoulders. I mean it. Well, I'll be damn lucky for that, he said. He'd witnessed massive, unimaginable feasts in his years abroad, yet most of them hadn't been held for his sake. Perhaps it wouldn't be, materially, the greatest feast, but the enthusiasm and genuine affection of his tribal friends and family would likely make it beautiful and grand, all the same. Now, then. Sokka should get going to our igloo as soon as possible, okay? Katara said, smiling sadly at the other 2. You're welcome to come along as well, though. Sure thing. Haka grinned. Katara couldn't remember the last time the frequently moody young man had been quite so cheerful. The 2 men talked excitedly as Katara and Hakata took to guiding Sokka through the tribe. They retold the story of how they'd helped Zuko collect Sokka and take him to his igloo, how confused they all were, and how fortunate too that Zuko had found him when he had. Sokka's guilt swirled further upon hearing about how he'd been saved, but every new street they crossed meant more faces would smile and wave at him, more greetings, even applause, some cheering, until most the tribe seemed to have gathered to celebrate his return. Indeed, it was impossible to hear or discern any words by then, but Sokka did his best to smile graciously, moved by their enthusiasm, though his heartache wouldn't recede at all for it. Finally, they reached the center of the town. Followed by his father and sister, Sokka stepped up to the igloo he had called home for the longest period of his life, shaken up by the feelings surging inside him. Yes, some of it had changed, no doubt. Whatever Aang had shattered in the emotional outburst Katara mentioned had been patched up since then, but it was, ultimately, his childhood home, the place where he'd grown up. His chest tightened, finding strange, powerful emotions on the rise upon returning to his father's beautiful, masterfully crafted igloo. Come on, now, what are you waiting for? Katara laughed, making for the door and pushing it open before glancing inside the igloo. Gran. Gran, he's here. Sokka breathed deeply, exchanging an uncertain glance with his father, who only offered him that unconditional, genuine smile again. Sokka grinned back weakly before ducking inside the igloo at last, his heart racing. The blissful laughter of his grandmother reached him as soon as he crossed that threshold. His heart pumped blood faster yet as his longing to see her, to hold her, took over his senses. He sped down the stairs quickly, and once he reached the open, common space of the igloo, his eyes fell upon the old lady who stood by the fire, where she had been preparing a concoction of some sort. The house smelled of freshly cooked meals, but also of his father, of his sister, of his grandmother. All those scents he had given up on taking in again while he languished, waiting for death, in the amateur arena, hit him back at full force. This was his home, this had been his home. Despite his certainty on the contrary during his bitter teenage and young adult years, he had belonged here. He had a place here. Sokka, oh, Sokka, come here and let me have a look at you. Kunna's voice reached him. Sokka's chest tightened as he offered a tearful grin to his grandmother. With powerful strides, he stepped closer to her, leaning down so she could take his face in her hands, cupping his cheeks. Tears scurried down their eyes as Sokka laughed softly, gazing into the eyes of the grandmother who had raised him and Katara by herself for a time, the woman who had embodied a beacon of strength and goodness in his life ever since he was born. Gran, he sobbed softly, taking her wrinkled, soft hands in his own. Hell, just look at you. Oh, now, I'm a sack of saggy old bones. You're beautiful, Sokka laughed, prompting Kunna to laugh as well. You look just like you did the last time I saw you. Haven't aged at all since then, I swear. Oh, please, only because I'm already so old that I can't age any further. Kunna declared, amused. Sokka snorted and laughed, wrapping her in an impulsive embrace as he held her closely. Kunna returned the hug while laughing and crying at the same time. Hekada and Katara watched them with gentle smiles, an arm around each other as their small, loving family was fully reunited once again. It had been but a hopeless dream for a long time, and yet it had happened at last, and it was as blissful as both of them had known it would be. Rumor of noise outside the igloo was most expected, for a lot of the tribe would still want to catch another glimpse of Sokka. Someone, however, managed to make it through the cluster of people, climbing down the staircase slowly, quietly, in hopes of not being noticed. His onyx eyes took in the people within the igloo, but more than anything, they sought Katara in particular. She gasped upon noticing him, and the blissful smile on her face told Aang everything was okay. He smiled back and relaxed a little, nodding in her direction as he thought to back off. After having confirmed all was fine, nervous and anxious, he had taken to feeding Appa and talking to him, conveying his fears to his large friend, as he always felt better after sharing his woes with him. But the worst of such fears, what they'd do if Sokka's condition worsened, clearly had been out of place. Mari hadn't explained anything in the least, merely panicking badly and prompting Katara to rush off at haste, knowing something had happened with Sokka. There had been nothing to do but speculate until they finally could confirm whether Sokka was okay or not. His leaving smile, however, was answered by a shake of Katara's head. She reached out with a hand and clasped Aang's wrist. He shook his head quickly. Just as well, this wasn't a scene he should have intruded upon, but his worry for her and her family had been too powerful to ignore. Still, Katara pulled him closer, and Aang near stumbled on the wooden floor, making far more noise than he had intended to. Even so, Sokka and Kunna didn't stop embracing. Whatever the noise had been, it seemed not to matter at all, not while they held each other this way. Hekada, however, glanced at his daughter and her close friend with raised eyebrows, and Katara smiled at Aang before turning to her father. It's probably better that they're properly reacquainted already, right? She said. Hekada laughed softly and shrugged. I suppose it is, he grinned. Aang would need to wait before he caught Sokka's attention, though. He had only pulled away from his grandmother to kneel before her, so now Kunna gazed down at him, still cradling his face in her hands. Oh, you're even more handsome nowadays, my boy, she laughed softly. You sure take after both your parents. Dad takes after you too, Sokka said, pressing his brow to his grandmother's. I'm so glad I could see you again, Gran. And I'm thrilled to see you too, my child. She said, pressing a soft kiss to his brow, and then noticing there was one more person inside the igloo, besides the members of her family. She smiled at Aang before patting Sokka's back gently. When that didn't prove enough for Sokka to notice anything had changed within the igloo, Kunna laughed quietly. Looks like everyone needs some of your time, my handsome grandson. She said. Sokka groaned softly, but he dared glance over his shoulder at last. To find the same face he'd seen back in Whaletail Island, the tall man with the headband who had asked questions without any right to. The man who had raced off so fast, faster than anyone he'd ever seen running before, with no explanation. The one who had seemed inexplicably silly and mysterious, who had earned his respect through the strange honesty Sokka had recognized in him, something that seemed even stranger now, truthfully, for he had been lying to Sokka constantly, back in Whaletail Island. He finally could understand the purpose of the headband. A blue triangle upon his forehead seemed the very tip of an arrow, a tattoo that disappeared underneath the wild black hair that grew over his head. That same innocent honesty from Whaletail Island was present in him now. It was hard to believe that someone so young would have been expected to bear the whole weight of the world on those lanky shoulders. Sokka. The Avatar spoke, and Sokka could only scoff as he rose to his feet, puzzled by the man's reverent tone. I'm not sure the Avatar should be looking at me with that much admiration, he said. Aang froze, paling as he glanced at Katara questioningly. She only responded with a guilty grin. I'm sorry, I guess Katara told you everything now. Aang said, fidgeting as he stepped closer to Sokka. I didn't wish to lie, not to you, but... I get it, cousin, or rather, Aang, not cousin, right? Sokka said, with a weak smile of his own. You've helped my sister in more ways than I can imagine yet, haven't you? And you've become part of the tribe as well. Whatever you had to do to keep yourself and everyone here safe. I understand it. You're incredible, Aang said, prompting Sokka to shake his head. Why would the Avatar find me incredible? He said, but to his surprise, Aang smiled, ready to answer. Because people's worth, it isn't just about their bending, or what their skills may be, or whatever they may be capable of, Aang said. With everything I know of you, if I ever get to be half as strong, brave, and smart as you are. Whoa, now, you're barely getting to know me as it is. Sokka smiled awkwardly, but Aang shook his head. I've heard about you from the moment Katara released me from the iceberg, he said. I've looked up to you for a long time. I dreamt of helping her find her way to you again. But you've come to us, instead, and I can't wait to truly know the man Katara has always treasured as much as she treasures you. Sokka's throat tightened again, his eyes shifting away from Aang's. If only they knew the full truth, would any of the tribe's members still see him in this way, in such a kind light? Or was he, again, being a fool for not giving them all the credit they were due? Would they understand his struggles, much as he understood theirs? His thoughts were interrupted when he felt a hand on his elbow. Kunna had clasped his right arm, and Aang's as well, urging them wordlessly to greet each other respectfully in the Water Tribe's tradition. Sokka's hand wrapped around Aang's forearm first, but it was Aang who smiled brightly, positively, his eyes, full of life, staring into Sokka's heartbroken own. It's an honor to truly meet you, Sokka, Aang said, to Kunna's delight. For now, Sokka heaved out his troubling concerns with a sigh before smiling as well. It's an honor to meet you too, Avatar Aang. Chapter 250, Broken Apart. 3. Motionless under the glaring, weak sunlight, the barge swayed weakly under the occasional subtle waves out in the deep ocean. All engines had stopped functioning well over an hour ago. The blue spread of rivaling skies and seas around the large vessel never felt more unbecoming than it did that day. What a beautiful day it would be if only the tidings were any less distressing than they were. The guards worked together on deck to ensure the hot air balloon would be ready to set out as soon as the time was right, after having done the same with the emergency skiff. Carrying boats for emergencies had been a standard practice among ships of the Fire Nation Navy for well over half a century by now. The skiff aboard the barge had never seen any use until that day. No one had needed to flee from this vessel since it had first been constructed. Ensuring the skiff remained functional was standard procedure before every voyage, so its lack of use in the past should not render it any less effective for their purposes today. That the small ship might sail for the first time brought its future passengers no joy. The guards lingered on deck, silent and uneasy. Ruishi, Feli, and Haoran conveyed Agela's orders half-heartedly to the others, and after some protest, the rest of the guards had complied with the princess's wishes. The barge had been brought to a halt not far from the waters that Whaletail Island's patrolling ships frequented. It wouldn't take too long for them to be sighted, so they'd have to take their leave long before that happened. They had removed their uniforms. They might sell them if they had the chance, for they'd serve them no purpose in a life on the road. All of them were clad in casual, simple clothes that might not mask their identities completely, but as their faces were scarcely known, they found little fear in showing them. Whatever persecution they'd face in the future, though, would be something to worry about then, not now. Not when time continued to tick away and the princess had yet to show herself before them. Xianlong had warmed up enough by now to take flight on occasion. He had perched on the barge's tower carefully, perhaps intending to encourage his rider to do as Ruishi had asked. He descended eventually, rubbing his head against each guard in his path until he reached Ruishi. It was hard to judge whether he sought to comfort him by wrapping himself around the guard's body, or if he simply wanted to convey his appreciation for him. Ruishi sighed this time, no longer as awkward about the dragon's strange displays of affection, for who knew if Ruishi would ever be their recipient again, as things stood? "Is she on her way?" he asked, softly. Xianlong's gentle nod brought the man to sigh of relief and disappointment, all at once. Another minute passed before a shadow crossed the tower's threshold. Every waiting guard rose to their feet, and Xianlong released Ruishi from his hold as his rider finally stepped out, into the open deck. Clad in her black armor, with her hair tamed into a half-knot, albeit not even close to a perfect one, Agela should have appeared reminiscent, at least, of the driven princess, the figure of authority she had always been in the past. Today, however, the armor appeared too large for her, no matter if it had been crafted with her specific measurements. Today, her slow pace and hung head spoke for themselves regarding how little she believed she deserved to be deemed a princess. She did not wear her hair piece, whether intentionally or not. "Princess!" Feli gasped. It was what Ruishi had asked of her, and yet she still looked inevitably broken, regardless of her efforts to the opposite. Xianlong sprung towards her, pressing his head to her chest. Agela clung to his horns, finding support in her dragon's willful assistance, and she kept a hand in his long, flowing mane as she stepped towards her men slowly, each footstep echoing across the metallic ship. She finally raised her head once she stood close enough to the guards. She wished she could hide herself despite everything, to conceal the still red eyes that no doubt alarmed her men and that, she suspected, didn't suit her in the least. How she longed to grieve and mourn the future quietly, alone, unbothered, uninterrupted. She knew she wouldn't be fortunate enough to do that, considering what kind of nightmares likely lurked in the dark fate she intended to throw herself into, to protect her men, to protect him. You're ready now?" Agela asked, her strained voice ever the evidence of her spilled tears. Ruishi nodded slowly, though another guard stepped forward. "Do we really have to?" Han asked, staring at Agela hopelessly. "Princess." "I'm sure Ruishi has already informed all of you of the situation," Agela whispered, softly. "If something's for certain, it is that you have to, Han. Whether any of us like it or not." The youngest of the guards grimaced but lowered his head in defeat. Taro placed a hand on his shoulder appreciatively. He likely would have asked the same question, but it seemed the princess's miserable appearance deterred him, and everyone else, from begging her to choose any road but this one. "Please, be careful," Agela said, softly. "Stay in the least treacherous waters you can. The currents near Whaletail Island are a hazard, as you may know." "We're aware, yes," Taiwei confirmed. "We've traced a route that should take us safely to." "Don't tell me," Agela requested, closing her eyes. "The less I know of your future movements and locations, the better. I trust you'll know how to avoid unwanted attention, and how to ensure the Fire Nation army won't detect your group." "We'll do our best to that end," Ruishi confirmed, nodding. Agela swallowed hard. "You've taken enough food with you as well?" "I know we didn't have much left, but we have enough for the journey and money for the future as well," Ruishi reassured her. Angela breathed deeply and nodded. Then, it seems you're ready, she said, pressing her lips tightly. Travel safely, and live on, as best as you can, all of you. Make the most of the future you have ahead of yourselves. Angela breathed slowly, unwilling and unable to raise her eyes to meet those of her soldiers. She expected her words to sit ill with them, all of them, for they had believed she'd be part of that future. They had hoped their efforts to save her wouldn't be in vain. The truth was that they hadn't been, in the least, even if they had resulted in an outcome so distant from the one her guards had intended. You deserve that too, you know. Faley finally said, breaking that tense silence as he stepped forward. Angela closed her eyes, suspecting they would overflow with tears again with whatever her men would say next. A future worth fighting for, a future worth living out, as best you can. I'm sorry, I know it's the last thing you want to hear right now, but it makes me so mad that you can't have one. I really would do anything if it meant you could be free. All of us would, Haoran agreed, softly. And maybe that's what we'll do with our future. We'll live out each day that comes next in your honor, so that if we have a chance to help you one day, we'll be able to take it. You're too kind in your own way, princess, said Jianghuo, smiling sadly. None of our lives could ever be more valuable than yours, but you don't see it that way. You believe each of us is important, just as you're the most important person for all of us. That won't change, no matter how far away we may be. It was the luckiest day of any of our lives when you decided we were worthy of serving as your guards, said Wuhan, bowing his head solemnly towards her. None of us think any differently, no matter what's happened since then, Shuren finished for him, his voice as earnest as that of his fellow guards. We know now why you did everything you did, why your choices were what they were. Taro smiled, ever as kindly as he was. You were very generous to offer us as potential Imperial guards when you did, but the truth is, nobody here wanted to serve the Fire Lord rather than you, princess. Which, I suppose, made us terrible for the job, and yet they never noticed that until it was too late, huh. Maybe they didn't, but even if they had, I don't think I could have ever pretended to be loyal to him over her, Chiang said, with a proud smile. Why serve a man who sacrifices his soldiers as though they were meaningless, rather than the woman who protects her soldiers because she believes we're worth it? And that's what makes this so hard for all of us. Han said, sniffing and brushing the underside of his nose with a hand. I know there's no way we'll ever serve a better leader than you. Or better causes than yours. Wherever we go next, we'll never find anyone like you. And that's a good thing, Tai Wei decided, strongly. Because that will only encourage us to find the strength and come fight for you, when the time is right, as we agreed to. As you deserve, princess. Angela's fists tightened as she listened to their words. Fei Li nodded soundly at everything they said, while Rui Shi held his calm as best he could, despite his chest tightened at each intervention of his fellow soldiers, who were bold enough to speak words he lacked the strength to voice. If you ever need us, if things ever get so bad that you have no choice but to run away, princess, you and Xin Long should come find us, Fei Li determined, with a fierce frown. If it ever comes to that, we'll protect you, as you've always protected us. As is our duty to you, as it always has been. Imagining such an outcome, running off with her guards, only hurt further. Even so, Angela let herself think of it, allowed herself to believe, however briefly, that there was a chance she could escape. A possible future where she wouldn't be lost to everyone who loved her most. Oh, to think anyone did, truly. To think she had spent years of her life dreading she was utterly alone, that nobody would ever take her side when she needed it most direly, and now she found herself at the receiving end of such fierce devotion. She couldn't pretend to know if they'd ever meet again, but their words and loyalty would be enough even if they never did. Knowing someone, anyone, had meant to fight for her as much as they wished to, would suffice. We were privileged for certain, to serve the worthiest member of the royal family. Rui Shi's intervention came in last, as he gazed at Angela compassionately. His voice, in particular, seemed to shatter whatever strength she had left, whatever firmness she could pretend to retain when everything hurt as much as it did. It doesn't matter where we may go next, it doesn't matter how far apart we may be, Rui Shi continued, fists tightened just like hers. Our loyalty, our faithfulness, is yours for good. You earned it through every lesson we learned from you. Through every glimpse of true greatness we saw in you, from the earliest moments until this very day. Whatever we can do, we shall, and while we cannot act right now, we will prepare for the day when we can. Even if it takes 10 years, or 20, or longer yet, none of us will ever forsake you, because we are your guards. Your royal guards. Your imperial guards. Yours, by duty, conviction and honor, for as long as all of us may live. Angela breathed deeply, failing to calm herself. Tears spilled down her cheeks, yet again she found herself too vulnerable, before far too many people who thought no less of her over the emotions she couldn't restrain. Still, she managed to nod, with as much gracefulness as she could muster, before speaking aloud again. I couldn't have asked for better guards than you all, she said, trembling violently. Thank you, for everything. Faley breathed deeply, tears surging in his eyes as well at the sight of Angela's own. He shook his head powerfully before stepping forward, past Ruishi. I'm going to be very inappropriate now, and I'm sorry for that, he said, swallowing hard. But I think, if I'm allowed one concession, it should be this. See, can I hug you? Angela hesitated briefly. She didn't wish to reject him, but she knew the tears would only worsen for it. Oh, but who cared anymore, at this point? She nodded weakly, and instants later, she had been engulfed in the enthusiastic man's arms. He held her kindly, letting her cry on his shoulder for a moment before pulling away, his heart rendered helpless against her tears. Yours, by duty, conviction, and honor. For as long as we all may live, he repeated, with a gentle smile. Taro boldly stepped forward after him. Faley had only pulled away briefly before the older man embraced the princess as well, patting her back kindly while minding her still injured shoulder. Yours, by duty, conviction and honor, for as long as we all may live, Taro said, as well, with a kindly, familial smile, when he pulled away. Ruishi's words were spoken repeatedly as, one by one, the guards stepped forward to do the unthinkable. Never had they expected to touch their princess other than to protect her from any dangers, let alone had they thought they'd embrace her, outright, while conveying their absolute loyalty to her. Yet Jiang followed after Taro. Then it was Shuren, and Jiang Huo, Tai Wei, Han, who sobbed softly as well, as he embraced Angela kindly, Haoran, Wuhan. The last to embrace her was Ruishi. Naturally, he held her with far less uncertainty and nervousness than the others, for it wasn't the first time he'd done so, and he deeply hoped it wouldn't be the last. Angela cried into his chest while he held her gently, knowing just how deep her pain was, a pain he felt no shortage of, either. Him, Song, Sokka and Angela, all four of them had been torn away from those one they loved. But where Song would be safe where he'd sent her, where Sokka had returned home, where Ruishi would have the rest of the guards. Angela would be virtually alone, fighting the darkest of all battles by herself. That she still had the strength to go forward with this plan, that she wouldn't be desperate to run off, to flee from her father's reach until she couldn't run any further, or any faster, it spoke of how true her heart was, how much strength dwelled inside it that, even when it was breaking, she remained braver than anyone else Ruishi had ever met. Thank you, as well. For leading us by example. For teaching us more than we ever knew we could learn, he spoke in her ear. Angela shuddered in his arms, and Ruishi breathed deeply. Whatever happens, we won't ever stop being your guards, princess, we serve the true and worthy Fire Lord Angela, and we will until we fade from this world. This we vow to you, forevermore. All protocol had been breached and broken, the bond between the princess and her men had discarded all ties with the traditional Fire Nation precepts of authority and dutiful obedience. One man had single-handedly seen to defying said precepts in Angela's heart, and with each passing day, she found herself letting go of countless restrictions she had abided by throughout her life. Doing away with learned behavior wasn't always easy, but he had made it so easy without even setting out to do so. She owed him so much more than she could ever repay him for, without him, this farewell would certainly hurt less, but Angela didn't want it to. She wouldn't only say goodbye to men who obeyed and served her, she said goodbye to friends she would miss profoundly, whose companionship she had grown to prize and cherish beyond all her expectations. Ruishi breathed deeply, twin tears escaped his eyes, dripping down his face, pressed to Angela's hair. It couldn't be the last goodbye. The only way to leave it all was by filling his heart with the belief, the faith, that they would meet again someday. It hurt to pull away, though, to feel her weak hands dropping from his waist, where they had wound up while he held her in his arms. His fingers trailed over her cheek one more time, wiping the trail of tears as he offered her the most fragile smile he could remember having offered someone before. Until we meet again. Princess Angela. She took a sharp breath, nodding weakly before allowing her eyes to gaze up at his, such a stoic, strong, dutiful man, yet he was moved to tears all the same in the wake of parting ways with her. She barely wanted to imagine how it would feel to return to the Fire Nation while knowing her fiercest protectors would be out of reach, unable to aid her, unable to offer her any respite when she might need it most, but their survival, their safety, mattered far more than her comfort. Whatever she'd have to endure, she'd bear with it, so long as all of them lived on. Ruishi turned to the rest of his men, most of whom were just as tearful as him, or worse yet, in some cases. He nodded at Tai Wei, who bowed his head respectfully. Their team would be divided in two, with 4 men flying on the hot air balloon while 6 traveled on the emergency skiff. Tai Wei's expertise made him the better suited for navigating the waters of the Southern Earth Kingdom, while Fei Li's curiosity and interest in the hot air balloons had turned him into the right man for flying himself and 3 more guards out of danger. To ensure the boat could take off without issue, Ruishi and Jiang Huo would head down with the rest of the ship's group first, to open and close the ramp on the barge's hull through which the emergency skiff would take to the open waters. With just a nod from their leader, the men took to their stations. Tai Wei clasped Angela's shoulder gently as he passed next to her. Shuren, Wuhan, Taro, Han and Qiang bowed their heads as they stepped to the tower, and soon they were inside the tower, on their way to the smallest vessel available for their escape. Ruishi and Jiang Huo followed them as well, but Angela would see them one more time once they returned to the main deck. Fei Li and Haoran climbed the hot air balloon, working quickly to start the engine. They would take all the barge's remaining fuel on both their escape vehicles, leaving the large ship to float aimlessly in the ocean until it was found by patrols. There would be enough food left for Angela to survive on, although she lacked the appetite for any nourishment when her heart hung as heavily as it did. The guards would bring their own provisions and bags with them, leaving no trace of their presence on the barge, much as the first passenger to leave the ship had left none of his own, as well. Loneliness clawed at Angela's heart. She simply stood in place, closing her eyes, knowing the very presence of that feeling had changed in nature. Across the years, no longer did she yearn for the companionship and loyalty she had never experienced. Instead, she longed for the one she had cherished and lost, whether over her own careless mistakes or over the cruelty of her father's actions, perhaps over the harshness of inevitable fate and destiny, rolling towards her as ruthless and mercilessly as an avalanche, poised to fulfill a long-spoken prophecy she had disregarded as folly, and that now appeared to take form in the worst possible way it ever could. Still, she wasn't alone. She would never be quite as lonely as she had been before. Her dragon lingered nearby and he slipped closer to her now, pressing his head to her chest once more. Angela sighed, embracing him gently, wishing she could offer him any uplifting thoughts, genuine hopes that might be less overwhelming than her ongoing agony, but the direct connection between their souls could not be tricked or sugar-coated so her miserable thoughts wouldn't affect Xin Long, who experienced no shortage of sorrow of his own over so many goodbyes. What little comfort they could find in each other would certainly lighten their loads slightly, for neither one was alone anymore, and regardless of whatever the future might hold in store, they would always have each other. Within 5 minutes, the whirring sound of the stern's opening hatch, and the ramp that spread out to slide the ship down to the water, shattered the tender silence at sea. Once the boat's hull touched the water, and they buoyed safely for a few moments, Taro undid the chain with which the boat remained locked to the barge. Ruishi and Jiang Huo reeled it back before closing the hatch and returning up to the deck. The hot air balloon was ready to take off once they reached it. Ruishi breathed deeply at the sight of the red fabric, with the Fire Nation's emblem across it. Perhaps it should be strange that a former royal guard would feel so appalled over the sight of his nation's symbol, but he felt he could set the black flame on actual fire just with his glare, powered by his profound frustrations with everything the Fire Lord's ideologies and beliefs had caused in the world. Theirs was but one more tragedy out of countless, one more crime by the princess's forefathers who deserved no honor, no glory, only to be remembered as the true monsters they were, if remembered at all. He glanced at Angela, finding her cradling her dragon in her arms this time, He had already said his goodbyes, but he felt the urge to do so again, if just to extend their time a little longer. There was no point to it, however, he would risk much if they waited another moment. So he followed Jiang Huo, and closed the small door on the hot air balloon's basket behind himself. From there, he gazed at the princess wistfully, fists trembling violently when Fei Li lowered the balloon's lid. They began to ascend slowly, pulling away from the very ship they had struggled to land on safely less than 2 weeks ago. Angela raised her tearful gaze towards her departing companions and friends. The mild breeze that flowed didn't push the airborne balloon away from the barge too quickly. It swayed in place for a moment as it rode higher into the air, aiming for the skies. She could hear the mild sounds of the emergency skiff's engine to her right. The vehicles would take off together, in the same direction, as distant from the patrols as possible. If all went well, they'd go undetected for long enough to evade the likely onslaught of soldiers her father had surely sent after her. If Angela's hopes were vindicated, they'd find some place safe, some place where they would be free to make a living regardless of their past. If the very best case scenario unfolded, there was even a chance they might find true happiness and peace in their new lives, somehow. Both Xin Long and the princess gazed up at the rising hot air balloon, though Rui Shi lingered by the edge, his eyes set on them for as long as possible, for as long as he could until distance made it impossible, until the clouds blocked his eyesight and blurred his princess away from him for good. Tears surged in Angela's eyes once more as he drifted away, as more valuable, treasured people vanished from her life. To think she'd had to push them away, to think she'd had to push away the man she loved as well, when she wanted nothing but to cling to each of them forever. Where she had once craved the devoted companionship they had offered her, now she found her responsibility, her true way to repay their affection and loyalty, meant offering them a chance to fight for their future, to fly into a tomorrow that ought to be much brighter than hers. They deserved nothing less than that. Gradually, the sound of the machinery in motion drifted off until it faded completely. Little by little, that red balloon rose in the sky until it was but a stain of darkness against so many white clouds, and then it was gone. Angela sighed, closing her eyes, trying to restrain the overwhelming, painful emotions. Her arms tightened around Xin Long, and she fell to her knees while still supporting herself against her dragon's body, and she cried, shuddering painfully against her dragon's scales. She pressed her face to his body, to what warmth he could offer her, even though it couldn't seem to offset the frost that clung to her very soul. She had always been grateful for Xin Long, but having him by her side right now proved vital for Angela. His low, gentle groans encouraged her to set herself free from all her burdens with him, to hold back none of her grief, to restrain nothing, for she no longer had to force herself to act for the greater good. The dice had rolled, and everything was well out of her hands by now. There was nothing more for them to do other than waiting for the world to find them, and she could succumb to her frustrations while they waited. Indeed, she had time to do so, surely, even if there was no telling just how much of it. Neither one kept a close watch on the horizon, neither one could tell whether the Whaletail Island patrols were anywhere nearby or if they had been spotted at all. They drifted with no destination for hours, swaying mildly if the wind happened to blow powerfully, or lingering almost statically if it didn't. By the second hour since her men had left, Angela's tears had finally slowed and dried up. The sun burned high in the sky, with more power than it had through the latest days of their journey. 2 more hours saw Angela shifting in position, finding little respite from the sun by resting, face down on her dragon's back. She had forgotten to fix his saddle, in the end, not that she expected her rudimentary sewing skills would do it any good, truly. Maybe I shouldn't fix it at all, Angela mused, speaking with a watery voice for the first time in hours. Xin Long glanced at her with a start, puzzled by her sudden idea. Just. I will always have you, we both know that. It's not the same as everyone else, Xin. Our minds and hearts are connected, so maybe you shouldn't stay with me. Your friends, there. Xin Long as good as harumphed, his first reaction against Angela's lasting misery. There was no way he would leave her alone. His dragon friends, yes, he wished they could have had another chance to see them, but they would be safe still. She had seen to that by not sharing knowledge of their existence and location with anyone else. Meanwhile, Angela was at her lowest, darkest point and she'd be fighting her battles almost by her lonesome. How could she expect him to abandon her now? I don't think you'd be abandoning me, Xin, I just... Angela said, gritting her teeth and pressing her face into his hair. I don't know what to do. Anyone close to me, how do I know my father won't try to hurt you next? It would be stupid if he tried, I know, but he's too furious to think clearly. He was, at least. All her worries, of course, hinged on her father's survival after Sokka had set the royal dome on fire. Somehow, Angela had grown convinced he had made it. Somehow, it would make everything so much easier if he hadn't. Or would it? Without her around, who would have taken the reins of the Fire Nation if her father was gone? The first thought to come to mind was General Xiaofeng. The bastard surely had lingered closer to the dome's exit than everyone else, for he hadn't returned to her balcony after she had deflected him and tossed him into the sand pit. If someone had likely survived the inferno, it was that bastard. Would he waste a single moment before making a play to take control of the Fire Nation? Would the people accept him as their new ruler? No, they likely wouldn't, and he'd make short work of every single person who attempted to remove him from power, just as well. His first objective would be Angela, for sure. Her best chance to outdo him would be with Xin Long, at this stage. He would certainly outmatch the general, and however many goons he sent at him, a dragon saving the royal bloodline that had attempted to eradicate those of his kind was, Angela suspected, a most ironic twist of fate, and she couldn't even say for certain that her bloodline deserved that at all. Maybe, after all this time, the best thing would be for the royal family to vanish completely. The sun was sinking in the horizon, though Angela knew it wasn't all that late yet. Just then, she heard the sounds of parting waves, then, of an engine. She closed her eyes and lingered in place, unwilling to face whoever had come across her barge, and she was quite fortunate that, even after 10 minutes, the crew of whatever ship had come across hers hadn't boarded the barge just yet. Guess they're waiting for reinforcements, huh? Angela mused, sighing as her fingers slid through Xin Long's mane. He grunted softly, letting her know that if anyone or anything appeared dangerous for her, he intended to stop at nothing to protect her. Angela only nodded quietly, aware that she lacked the strength to fight for herself at this point. Another hour drifted by, and more sounds of engines and parting waves broke through the stillness. This time, however, a voice echoed through a megaphone, and Angela cringed at its sound. Surrender peacefully, in the name of the Fire Lord. Angela actually snorted. Her ship had no actual defenses of its own. Was she being asked to put down arms she wasn't even bearing? Utterly ridiculous. You will be boarded shortly. Any hostilities will be answered in kind. All crew is to rise to the ship's deck and await further orders peacefully or face retribution. Threats and more threats, all for nothing, too. There was no crew anymore. If they intended to wait until the crew showed up, Angela guessed they'd leave her to die on deck forever, which frankly sounded like a better idea than facing her father or whoever had replaced him as Fire Lord. After another 15 minutes, though, the perfectly peaceful area had become a hive of activity and, more than anything, of noise. Angela flinched away from it, unwilling to face whatever would come next, but she knew by now that her ship was certainly surrounded, on all sides, by warships in her father's service. Even more than that, she could hear the massive, metal aircrafts the machinist had designed. They whirred up in the sky, furthering her certainty of being trapped, by her own choice and volition, but trapped, nonetheless. She took a deep breath, then another, and then a third one before raising her head. It throbbed, ever the consequence of too many spilled tears, but she didn't flinch away from the pain as she finally dared glance at the scene unfolding around her. Ships of all qualities, albeit most of them were full-blown warships, were stationed around her barge. 2 of them had only just raised boarding ramps, and she flinched once they set them in place, bridging their vessels together before a number of fire-bending soldiers rushed on board, arms raised threateningly as they sought to locate any dangers on the scarcely lit deck of the barge. At first, the darkness made it so they could see nothing. The firebenders eventually conjured fire on their hands to confirm whether their orders had been followed or not, to find nothing on deck aside from a threatening, harsh growl, its source easily pinpointed as the dragon that lay on the metal flooring, wrapped around a most dejected and immobile Princess Angela. "The princess!" exclaimed one man, as the others flinched around him. "The rest of the crew?" asked another. "There's no one else here. Is this some sort of trap?" gasped one more, though none of them seemed to dare speak to the princess yet. They seemed scared, as though it weren't them wielding weapons and threats against someone else. Angela wondered if that was how their army always had acted, committing every conceivable crime against their victims while trembling in their bulky armor and boots, terrified of any sort of retaliation. How pathetic. She whispered to herself, and Xian Long grunted in agreement. The men didn't dare speak directly to her, it seemed. Even now, she appeared to daunt them somehow, causing uncertainty to fester in their hearts as they stood before her. Had her father refused to inform most his people of her heinous crimes, even now? Had he been all that confident that she'd return? The thought seemed to make her sick, and she tasted bile she forced herself to withhold just as another set of sounds reached her, from behind the group of soldiers surrounding and threatening her. She couldn't see properly in the slowly increasing darkness, but she recognized the movement of shadows that drifted down towards the barge, from the sky. Soldiers were dismounting the airships, then. She breathed deeply, scowling as the shapes climbing down the rope ladder descended on her ship. While some of the boarding soldiers might be unaware of the situation, she rather doubted the same could be true for the ones on the airships. The Air Force was a most exclusive, specialized branch of their armed forces, more so now that the airship factory had been rendered useless by Roan's attack. Her father would have deployed these men personally, for sure, and they would likely have a better grasp on the circumstances than the Navy's common soldiers did. Her guess was proven correct when the first of the airship's men to step through the cluster of nervous soldiers was none other than Admiral Zhao. Somehow, her lingering sorrow seemed to fall to the wayside now that she had been found by her nation's armies. Angela frowned heavily, glaring fiercely at the man through her likely unkempt appearance, displaying far more strength of character and resilience than she expected to for a long time. "Princess Angela," Zhao said. He spoke with such bitterness Angela suspected he might feel just as sick as she did right now. "It was about time you turned up, I'd say. Quite the childish prank you and your men are attempting to spring upon us, if you expect this trap to ensure their survival." "No doubt, Admiral," she said, her faded voice lacking the bite she wished it carried. "How pitiful of me to attempt to sabotage your retrieval operation, is it not?" "What is the meaning of this, Princess?" Zhao said, setting aside his dismissiveness quickly. Angela almost smiled upon recognizing he was just as afraid, just as nervous, as every other man aboard this vessel. "Search this ship from stern to prow all you like," she said, simply. "I can wait until you're done. I'd say there's no traps, but I doubt you'd believe me if I did, so I suppose your men will have to discover that for themselves." Zhao scowled, glaring at the soldiers around him. Their cluelessness was apparent, and Angela confirmed through it that they knew very little about this situation, if they knew anything at all. Her father's management of information was truly laughable, if it was still him at the helm of the Fire Nation, of course. "Search the ship. Find the crew, find her men, and bring them here at once," Zhao hissed. The soldiers offered him an affirmative response before sprinting off towards the tower, invading the royal barge as they saw fit. Angela made no moves to stop them. You seem most comfortable with these circumstances, Angela. How elusive you've been, too. Not a single patrol ship saw your barge once you'd sailed past Fire Fountain City. We have searched for clues of your whereabouts for weeks, even, and we were near Whaletail Island by the time we were contacted and told that the barge had been sighted in the middle of the ocean. Ran out of fuel, I take it." "Sadly so," Angela confirmed. There was, indeed, no moving this vessel in any direction by its own power anymore, but her complacent attitude about it only set off Zhao's fury, yet again. "And you're perfectly pleased with that, aren't you?" he asked. Angela, despite herself, shrugged. "I can't say anything pleases me anymore, so no, I'm not," she said, curtly. You're playing a dangerous game here. I don't know what your goal is," Zhao said, raising a hand in her direction as Angela breathed deeply. "But you won't get away with it. You've gotten away with more than enough, as it is. That's a shame. My father will certainly be most disappointed," Angela said. Zhao's lack of reaction told her, then, that her father yet lived, yet ruled. That he had sent Zhao here, after her. "For my sole intentions, at this point, were to turn myself in." Zhao froze, eyes wide. He couldn't believe her words, and in all fairness, Angela barely could believe she'd spoken them out loud either. The man raised a hand, bringing forth a plum of wild orange flames with which he seemed to intend to analyze her expression far more carefully than with the dim light evoked by the few soldiers that stood on deck. You're turning yourself in? Willingly? Zhao asked, scowling prominently. Angela raised her eyebrows condescendingly. Do you see me fighting back? She asked, simply. I'm floating in the middle of nowhere, in a known patrol route, and it didn't occur to you that, of all things, I meant to be found. That makes no sense, the only reason why you'd ever. Admiral, sir, the tower is empty. There's no one here. Zhao froze again, his eyes widened as he raised his gaze to a soldier who, judging by the distance of his voice, had entered Angela's own cabin, searching across the tower hastily for any signs of soldiers or passengers, and he spoke out from the window. What? Zhao said, blinking blankly. Within another moment, a soldier appeared at the bottom of the tower. The bridge is empty, announced the man. Zhao said, eyeing Angela accusingly as she lingered, stalwart, where she sat, with her menacing dragon glaring daggers at anyone who dared approach his rider with the wrong attitude. You didn't sail this ship on your own. You had allies, the whole third squad escaped with you. And him, unless he somehow died across the journey and you tossed his corpse at sea, there's no way the Gladiator isn't. He fell silent suddenly, as a certain possibility sprung to mind. He scowled at Angela, yet again most accusingly, until another soldier marched out of the tower to reveal the latest suspicion that had sprung in the Admiral's mind. The emergency skiff is missing, Admiral Zhao, he exclaimed. Zhao snarled, fists tightened, as he glared at Angela again. This time, however, the nonchalance with which she regarded him was defiant, much as she ever was, by nature. Well, then. You didn't sail on your own, that much was a given. Zhao hissed. But your men have abandoned you to your fate, instead? What astonishing loyalty. You could live 10 times as much as you already have, you'll never come even close to understanding the depths of their loyalty, Angela said, unable to hold her tongue. You won't find them, Admiral. They're too far away for you to reach them by now. They can't be on the run forever, same as you couldn't, Zhao said, scowling. Whaletail Island will be searched, every nook and cranny, until they've all been found. It won't be. Not if you intend to bring me back to my father, as I expect was your actual mission, Angela declared, breathing deeply. The unexpected calm in her behavior and countenance startled Zhao. Call back your ships, order the patrols to return to their usual line of business. Escort me back to the Fire Nation, and I will go willingly, without protest, if you do. Send anyone out to hunt them, and I will climb on Xin Long's back right now. You'll never find me again if I do. We may even take down an airship or two on our way out, as a final parting gift, so choose carefully, Admiral. I have nothing left to lose as it is. Zhao snarled, glaring pointedly at her. That she'd be alone on deck had been a warning sign, a bad omen, strongly speaking for itself regarding whatever unpleasant surprises they might uncover once they boarded her barge. Yet, somehow, he didn't quite imagine she'd be so bold as to send her men away. In all likelihood, they had only left on her orders, and wait to be found by herself, albeit to threaten him out of taking action against anyone she had intended to save. Yet again, he found his old perceptions of the princess questioned and discarded. The woman who sat before him, unkempt, with dark circles around her eyes, could never be underestimated, no matter the circumstances. He knew how capable she was, he also imagined just how fierce she could be if cornered. She was defending her lover the same way he had defended her, by killing Zhao's own gladiator. Again, he wished he had never felt pity or asked for mercy for two people as dangerous as they'd proven to be. You're in no position to negotiate, Zhao said, though his voice lacked conviction. It should be me saying those words to you, Angela whispered. Like I said, I have nothing left to lose. I'm already a public enemy, aren't I? If so, nothing will fundamentally change if I escape now. You, however, will bear yet another stain on your record. Another mission unfulfilled. If my father wanted you to track down my men and slay them all, then feel free to lie to him and pretend you succeeded, if that will make you feel any better. How could I possibly? Zhao scoffed, shaking his head, and Angela shrugged. You'd know, wouldn't you? She cut him off. It wouldn't be the first time you execute innocents to pretend you are more competent than you are. Or would it, Admiral? Zhao's eyes widened under the calm, sharp glare of the princess. Normally, he'd be able to deflect an accusation of that nature without struggling, but this time, the princess revealed an awareness of his actions, of his and Ose's choices, that he had never expected her to have. How had she known about what they'd done with the slaves executed for the riot? Did she have something to do with the escaped ones? The ones that hadn't been found, in all this time? Maybe she wasn't merely trying to sound threatening. Maybe she could indeed escape, winding up well out of their reach just as those elusive slaves had been. I won't lie to the Fire Lord, Zhao said, trembling. Angela huffed, raising her head and eyeing the man derisively. I have a hard time believing that, but suit yourself, she said. Made your choice yet, Admiral? I don't suppose your airship can remain airborne forever, can it? Zhao snarled. She truly acted as though she had lost everything. As though nothing mattered anymore. She was speaking treasonous words far more dangerous than any she had spoken before without batting an eyelash. And while he wanted to rise to her challenges, Zhao knew it was only a matter of pride, and she could easily take that pride and squeeze it dry until he lost everything, just as she had. Just as the countless people whose lives she had deliberately ruined over the past years. You swear that you won't protest? Zhao asked. That, if I bring you to your father, you will accept your fate? You won't attempt to escape again? For, if you do, I will be perfectly entitled to break my promise if you break yours. Just so, if I have the slightest hint that you might break yours, I'll break mine, Angela said, curtly. This is a negotiation, call back the troops and convey no orders to hunt them. I'll be ready to go back once you do that. Zhao closed his eyes, letting her words sink in. For a good, long moment, he lingered in place, uncertain of what to do. By then, the soldiers tasked with searching the barge had returned to the deck, all of them utterly perplexed by how this massive ship had as good as sailed itself for the past 11 days, going by how empty it appeared to be besides the near-empty food stocks and the princess's own possessions. Only the skiff's absence gave away that someone else had been with the princess at any point. Don't make me regret this, Zhao hissed, breathing deeply. Angela's heart soared and sank at once. If he genuinely agreed to her terms, she would ensure the safety of those she loved, at least for a little longer. But it still meant, however, that she was going back to the Fire Nation, going back to the Fire Lord who would surely refuse to be as civilized as Zhao had been just now. He turned towards the soldiers and conveyed his orders. They were to return to their patrolling once the ships he had been sent with retrieved the barge from Whaletail Island's waters. Angela frowned as she assimilated the information. He had likely taken as long as he had to find them because he had been traveling with warships of their navy, considerably slower than her own, and surely not pressed to travel at haste, the way her barge had been. The news of the patrol's discovery of her barge had likely been redirected to a control tower and to Zhao's own airship afterwards. The man had wasted no time coming here, which explained why none of these soldiers appeared to understand her circumstances in the least. Once he was done giving orders, Zhao turned towards her anew. He cast one last glance across the metallic ship, his eyes scanning the menacing dragon, until they settled on the young woman he was wrapped around. You have a lot to answer for, princess, he said, eyes narrow. The severity of your crimes, your father won't allow them to slide without consequence. Not this time. I never expected otherwise, Angela confessed. My gladiator is dead, Zhao said, sharply. Angela breathed deeply and lowered her gaze. My condolences, she said, but he scoffed and shook his head. Save it. As long as yours lives on, everything else is irrelevant, isn't that right? He said, harshly. If you hope to bait me into arguing with you, or into begging for your forgiveness, you're out of luck, Angela said, breathing deeply. Whatever punishment you deem fitting for your gladiator's fate, I'll face it. But I fear your personal vindication doesn't supersede my father's, or does it? You'll wish it did, Zhao said, frowning. You have no idea what you've done, princess. What you've unleashed? Perhaps not. I intend to face it all the same, Angela whispered, so long as her father's wrath was hers, and hers alone to deal with, she could withstand whatever he intended to inflict upon her. The knowledge of everyone she would protect by shielding them from Jose this way was more than enough to keep her resolve firm, even now. Zhao sighed. Despite his better sense, he couldn't help but feel a smidge of compassion for the woman before him. No, she was no less dangerous than he knew her to be, but she certainly seemed broken in more ways than he had anticipated. He knew she might simply be manipulating his perception of her, as ever, but she appeared to have given up, regardless of her defiance of his words. In the end, he had lost a gladiator, an associate, while she had lost a man she loved beyond reason, to a point where she'd sacrifice everything she was, everything she had ever stood for his sake, and she had also lost the men who, in different circumstances, would have protected her until the bitter end. No doubt, it had to be by her choice that they wouldn't do so. If just for now, this would have to do. Jose had made it clear, bringing Angela back was the main priority. Zhao had expected more resistance, but it seemed the daughter understood the father all too well. She knew she was valuable. She intended to use that to keep her father in check, innocently believing Jose could be roped into surrender, not knowing he had his own secrets, his own plans in motion, to ensure his daughter would surrender for good upon their very next encounter. The patrol ships started to take off. Within a short time, a new cluster of warships appeared in the horizon. Zhao's assigned forces for this mission. They boarded the barge, disregarding the princess completely as Zhao informed them of the barge's inoperative condition and how much fuel they'd need to set it in motion. Once he was done giving out commands to ensure the barge could be sailed back to the Fire Nation, though, Zhao turned to the princess once more. "All is as you've asked, princess," he said, curtly. "Now, then, will you be so kind as to stop making me waste time as you have so far?" He gestured towards the airship. The rope ladder still dangled right above deck, and Angela's chest clenched at the thought of climbing up to the large vehicle. Xianlong grunted menacingly, but Zhao wasn't daunted by him. "You made no conditions about traveling aboard your barge," Zhao said, sharply. "You're coming with me, on the airship, now." Despite not appreciating the Admiral's tone in the least, and dreading she would have to endure such tones quite often in the future, too, Angela rose to her feet with uncertainty. Xianlong followed her example, whining softly as he aided her by offering his support. She breathed deeply and nodded at his concern, assuring him she was fine. "It'll make no difference, at this point," she said softly to Xianlong. "I'll be okay, Xian, though I'll make sure to let you know if I'm not." Her threat caused Zhao to frown, but he said nothing as Angela let go of her dragon and marched towards the ladder with an unusually slow gait. He followed until she stopped cold right before beginning her climb. "Is your shoulder still ailing you?" Zhao asked. "Not as badly anymore," Angela said, choosing not to convey that she dreaded it might pain her more persistently once she started her climb. Zhao shrugged. "If so, go ahead," he said, simply. Although the last thing Zhao wanted to do right now was assist someone who, as far as he could tell, had proven to be a hazard of massive proportions, he waited on deck in case her arm gave out halfway through the climb and she needed to be caught as she toppled, somehow. It was a slow ascent, and Angela paused several times, resting her weight on her legs and right arm whenever the left pained her. But she pushed forth nonetheless, rising through the ladder until she reached the landing of the airship, and the hands of unknown soldiers reached down to aid her up, only to threaten her with bending katas or weapons as soon as she stood firmly on the vehicle's walkway, among them. This was what awaited her, then. Being treated as a bomb waiting to blow up, a danger to everyone around herself, curious how easy it was for her father and his forces to dismiss a woman as nothing but a mindless slut until that woman fought back. She wondered how many of these soldiers knew the truth, how many had been deemed worthy of keeping her father's dirty secrets safe and sound. Did they simply hear she was dangerous, maybe? Had they missed out on the first act of her fall from grace? Surely, with a few more weeks or months, they'd hazard a guess or two regarding what had caused the princess's downfall, but it wasn't her business whether they unraveled the truth or not. The dark destiny she had chosen awaited her, and she'd do best to prepare herself for it. The soldiers marched her through the airship all the way to the inner deck. Zhao caught up with them by then and he gave out new orders. They would go back to the Fire Nation at full speed. Angela's heart sank as she closed her eyes, standing still on the deck, feeling her dragon taking flight, intent on pursuing the hot air balloon to the best of his ability, though Agila dreaded that he would exhaust himself if he attempted to keep up with the machine without any brakes. There was no turning back, there had been no chance to do so from the very start. Even so, the awareness of moving further north struck her in the chest as a cannonball might. She could no longer change her mind, change her course away from a most miserable life without him by her side. It was done, regardless of her conflicted feelings on the matter. Her plan had worked as well as it could have, and she'd do her damnedest to ensure it continued to do so in the future. Her whole body seemed torn to shreds in the contradiction between knowing that this was what she needed to do and the last thing she ever hoped she'd have to. The metal doorway that led to the outer catwalks of the airship slid closed slowly. Despite knowing it would do her no good, Agila cast one last glance over her shoulder towards the dark southern ocean, glistening palely under the moonlight. The door shut out the outside world, and with it, the last of her feeble, selfish hopes of returning to Sokka's side ever again were gone for good. As much as Zuko preferred hunting, fishing could result in a much larger haul of food on lucky days, and this had been a fortunate one. Kino would likely chatter endlessly about how successful their fishing trip had been if only his mind hadn't been plagued by concern and uncertainties caused by the latest developments in the tribe. The days when Kino kept silent rather than rambling endlessly were sparse and uncommon, but where Zuko usually was grateful for them, right now it felt like just another sign of too much change, too many unwanted events taking place in the perfectly calm and peaceful village. "We'll split up the haul once we get home," Zuko said, glancing at Kino over his shoulder, tearing his eyes off the looming lights of the Southern Water Tribe. The former soldier nearly gasped upon being addressed before nodding rapidly. "As you say, yes, yes." He smiled weakly, and Zuko sighed. "Look, I know things are tense, but there's very little we can do for the time being," he told Kino. "We'll keep providing food and whatever medicine we can scrounge up for Katara if she needs any for him, and then." "Zuko." Kino's voice tone was typically exaggerated, but Zuko took it seriously this time. Without a hint of a doubt, his friend pointed at the village with a trembling gloved hand, and Zuko glanced quickly too, recognizing the lights were behaving strangely, or the shadows moving around the lights were, rather. "Something's happened," Kino said, softly. Zuko breathed deeply and shook his head before striding fast and long through the snow. "Let's go. Suki will know what's going on, for sure," he said. His wife would certainly have some answers if anything had happened to Sokka. The cluster of people weren't in that area of the village, though. Speeding up their pace, Zuko and Kino reached the wall entrance near which they'd crafted their igloos years ago. Zuko flinched as they entered the unusually noisy village, finding the groups of people were gathered closer to the center of the village, to Hakata's home. He frowned as he scrutinized them, stepping in their direction with uncertainty, only to stop moving upon hearing the sound of laughter. Kino froze on the spot as well, no longer as apprehensive as he'd been earlier. "They're happy?" he asked, glancing at Zuko. He huffed and shook his head, cutting the distance between the entrance and his igloo. Kino followed, unconcerned over Mari and Gruff's likely negative reactions once he showed up at their doorstep. The dog barked and clawed the door, as he ever did when Zuko came home. The firebender pushed the door open carefully, smiling warmly as both Gruff and Mari rushed to greet him. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy!" Mari exclaimed, wrapping her little arms around his leg as Gruff wagged his tail and fell silent, panting happily in Zuko's direction. The big man's gone. Zuko had wanted to greet Mari properly, to pat Gruff's head before kissing Suki properly upon arriving home, as he ever did, but all his intentions fled his very soul when his daughter spoke those words. Even Kino froze in place. Wasn't there laughter in that crowd? How could they possibly laugh if... "Oh, Mari. Don't say that." Suki laughed, shaking her head as she took in the horrified expressions on Zuko and Kino's faces. "He's alive. He's fine, he's just no longer in our house, but he's okay." Zuko nearly toppled over upon hearing the news. Sometimes it was hard to believe his daughter could speak so carelessly, for she was, indeed, a child. Most words were utterly literal to her, and she had no idea people tended to use that very same phrase to refer to death instead of simply leaving a location. "Oh, that was so scary," Kino squeaked, clasping his hair with his hands. But then, he's okay? For real?" You mean, he woke up? Yeah, he did, Suki smiled, nodding positively. Katara and Hakata already talked with him and took him home just a while ago. We're preparing for tonight's feast, and that means you guys arrived at the perfect timing. We've got a decent haul of fish here. Yeah, Zuko smiled and nodded, showing his wife the catch of the day. I'll get to skinning them now, then. Though, if Hakata talked to him by now, does it mean he explained why the hell he was lying half frozen on that pier? Or even just how he got here? I can't say for sure, Suki said, biting her lip. I mean, not in my presence. They might have talked some more when they left, I guess. Then you still don't know what happened to him? Kino asked, grimacing. Did it look like he didn't want to talk about it or something? Actually? Yeah, Suki admitted, her previous enthusiasm was gone now, and Zuko's brow drew together upon her response to Kino's question. I mean, I don't think either Katara or Hakata wanted to push things, he'd just woken up, but, something's not entirely right with him. Beyond, of course, having a near-death experience, but he's a gladiator, Zuko said, shrugging. He's had no shortage of those as it is. What's one more? Clearly, this is something different, Suki concluded, sighing. And I have no idea how different, or why, either, but there were a few things that felt wrong, frankly. The way he acts, it's the kind of behavior you'd expect from someone who just got sold into slavery, not someone who basically broke out of it, if that's what's happening. It may be nothing, but when Katara asked him if he wanted a haircut, he didn't exactly lash out, but he was very harsh when he refused it. I won't pretend I knew him all that well, it's true that I didn't, but somehow, it almost felt like it's not the same Sokka we met in the Fire Nation. Or the one I met in Whaletail Island. Kino asked, grimacing. He was such a nice guy. It's not that he's not nice altogether, Suki said, shrugging. But something bad is weighing on him. Something big. And nobody has the guts to ask about it, huh? Zuko said, bitterly, and he wasn't surprised when Suki fixed him with a skeptical leer. What? You're not going to take it upon yourself to ask anything? Not today, not right now, Suki declared, pointing a finger at her husband. Sokka's probably been through something pretty awful, and just as you were compassionate and thoughtful with me. Oh, I can try to be compassionate and thoughtful with him, after I know what consequences to expect from his sudden arrival, Zuko said, shaking his head. I don't want my sister marching into the South Pole with a retinue of soldiers just to retrieve him. It'd be an all-out battle and I really don't want to fight against Azula. It's good to know you don't, Suki said, breathing deeply. But there's bound to be many possibilities to explain why he's here, Zuko. It doesn't have to be over something terrible that would pit you against your sister, but, we can talk while we work, can't we? Come on, there's no time to waste, we have to get ready for the feast. I help too. Mari exclaimed, beaming. Zuko sighed but smiled, reaching down to pat her hair. We'll find something for you to give us a hand with, Fireflake, he said, kissing her brow. Were you good while I was out? Yes. Well, she stole some cookies, but I'll let it slide this once, Suki said, winking at her daughter who blushed and smiled guiltily. Zuko and Kino set down their fishing gear, and Kino got to work quickly by selecting the better fish for the feast. Mari didn't appear eager to help him, but as he was quieter than usual, she sat beside him and tucked the fish in the proper baskets while Zuko stepped closer to Suki, pressing a soft kiss to her cheek. Would have greeted you properly when I arrived, but being told he was gone as soon as I made it through the door was a little disconcerting, he said, with a tight-lipped grin. Suki chuckled, kissing his lips fully now. It's okay, dear. Welcome home, she pressed her brow to his gently, before encouraging him to get started with the slow, long work of preparing dishes for their upcoming shared meal with the rest of the tribe. Kino didn't often cook with their family, namely because of Mari's typical displeasure with him, but the child seemed to know better than to complain much about his presence today. They worked together while talking about Sokka's circumstances, and Suki attempted to retell everything she witnessed as best she could while Mari occasionally interjected with innocent comments, as well as to accuse Gruff of eating the cookie she had dropped when Sokka startled her. As tense as matters continued to be, Zuko and Kino's stress decreased gradually as they took in every bit of news and information Suki offered them regarding Sokka's awakening. They stepped out of the igloo together once their dishes were ready, with Zi strapped neatly to Zuko's chest while Suki held Mari's hand. Kino and Zuko carried most the food among themselves as their group stepped towards the center of the village, where a powerful fire had been started by the early arrivals for the feast. Occasionally, people would sit out some of these tribal meals if they were suffering from any health conditions, if they were exhausted after a long hunt or too engrossed in a personal project to take even a short break. Today, however, the whole village appeared to have attended the feast. Zuko couldn't remember such high spirits in the tribe since his wedding to Suki, not even after their greatly celebrated return from Whaletail Island. The guest of honor had yet to show up when they arrived. Suki managed to find them spots to sit at near Hakuda's usual place, as Zuko and Kino turned in the food they'd brought to the tribe's members organizing the feast. Afterwards, all of them sat together, waiting mostly silently as the rest of the villagers around them discussed the latest events. Zuko overheard a small, friendly spat between three families who were adamant about having cooked Sokka's favorite meal, set on outdoing each other's culinary talents. It should have felt right, it should have been amusing, even. Why, though, couldn't Zuko shake off the feeling that something about Sokka's sudden, inexplicable return was absolutely wrong? Was it simply because he had been the one to find him, half frozen? Or was it because, out of everyone here, nobody else worried over what this meant for Azula as much as he did? A rumor of excited noise arose suddenly, and the villagers soon joined together in a full applause with no shortage of cheering, directed towards Hakuda's igloo. Katara and Aang had just exited it, and right behind them stood Sokka, with his grandmother holding onto his arm tightly. Hakuda closed the group. Zuko had never seen the chief as fulfilled and blissful as he appeared to be right now. His own personal misgivings only worsened after that sight. Would Hakuda be ready to accept that perhaps Sokka's return wouldn't be permanent, or that maybe his son hadn't come back for the right reasons? Still, it was a relief to see Sokka moving, walking, and even smiling at Kunna with such familiarity. Zuko nearly forgot he had never seen Sokka with his whole family until now. Hakuda clapped his son's back and grinned brightly at the villagers. Some sprung to their feet, hoping for a word with the chief's son, delaying the start of the feast, excited to greet Sokka directly. One of many who stepped up to talk to Sokka was Uro. Kunna smiled, taking Hakuda's arm instead of Sokka's when the youngest of Sokka's warriors stopped right before him, his once bright and youthful eyes clouded with tears of relief upon seeing his hero once again. Uro, Sokka said, turning his smile to the young warrior who had idolized him the most, the young warrior who had been a nervous teenager, and who now stood with a mature strength he had lacked when Sokka last saw him. I'm so. Uro gasped, struggling to contain the tears as he gazed at Sokka in amazement. You're really back. It's really you, Sokka. I can barely believe I recognized you, Uro. Sokka chuckled softly, reaching a hand to clasp his shoulder. You were a kid the last time I saw you. You're a fully grown man now, aren't you? I've tried, I've done my best to follow your example in many ways, but I missed you so much, Sokka, Uro sobbed, breaking at last as he wrapped his arms around Sokka's body, pressing his face to the blue parka that barely fit him nowadays. It's okay, Uro. I missed you too, Sokka spoke softly, patting the young man's back with gentle motions. Uro had always been a sensitive young man, more than most the others, and he had faced terrible tragedies of his own in Sokka's absence, too. Sokka raised his gaze over Uro's head to find a young woman standing nearby. He scarcely had known her in the past, but he identified her as Siku instantly, more than anything because of the warm, heartfelt gaze she kept upon Uro. They were much too young to have faced the hardships they had, Sokka knew. He tightened his grip around Uro slightly, breathing sharply, wishing to be half as strong as those two had been. How had they kept going? How had they continued to live their lives, moving forward while carrying the memory of their lost child with them, while constantly pondering what might have been if only the universe had been kinder, if their baby had survived? Hell, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be crying, Uro sniffed, pulling away to dab at his eyes quickly. Despite himself, Sokka offered him a watery smile. If that's how it is, guess I must have ruined everyone's mood the whole day and nobody's given me grief for it, he said, patting Yuro's head gently. It's okay to cry, Yuro. Don't worry about it. Despite Sokka's compassionate words, Yuro forced a smile and wiped his eyes fully as he bowed his head gently towards Sokka. He motioned to Siku to join him, and the young woman stepped forward nervously, walking delicately over the snow. You may have heard we were married 2 years ago, Yuro said, softly. Sokka smiled fondly and nodded, raising a hand to Siku's shoulder too. I'm sorry I wasn't here to see it, he said. I sure hope the tribe went all out that day, too. Oh, they did, though I think they're even more excited today, Siku said, smiling gently too. Welcome home, Sokka. Once again, Sokka had to smile graciously and nod, pretend his heart wasn't breaking over the very notion of having returned home, when his current home had sailed away from him merely a day ago. Aha! The man of the hour! Exclaimed another male voice now, older and more mature than Yuro's. Nanak stepped forward, clapping Sokka's shoulder with enthusiasm. Look at you, you're taller than me now. I was already taller than you the last time we met, Sokka pointed out, amused, as Nanak lashed out in laughter. And even then, you couldn't persuade me to let you own a pup, huh? You do remember, when you were but a little tyke. I had a whole litter following me about the tribe, yes. Sokka smiled, as Nanak wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Always such a great leader, even when you weren't supposed to be. He grinned. Ah, it's good to see you again, my boy. It's been too long since this tribe's seen the kind of good-natured trouble you always stirred up around these parts. I'm pretty sure other people more than made up for that, Sokka smiled, letting his eyes wander towards the group of foreigners, readying themselves for the feast. His sister and Aang were taking their seats by now, and not far from them sat their closest friends, who stood out like sore thumbs amid the rest of the tribe, despite having a place among them all the same. How strange to think that they fit in perfectly in his tribe while he ached with emptiness that screamed he didn't belong here, that this whole feast was so much more than someone like him could ever deserve. He recognized Kino fairly easily, and Suki's hair color, like her oldest daughter's, was unique in the whole tribe. But he hadn't realized Zuko's body had been angled away from him until he turned again towards his wife. The left side of his face didn't come into visibility immediately, and a flash of Oze's face seemed to replace Zuko's for a split second in Sokka's mind. He flinched immediately, lowering his gaze on impulse, a surge of fear and rage mixing inside him by sheer instinct, misplaced instinct, too. He raised his gaze once more, and he found that scar in place. There was no facial hair, either, and the expression on Zuko's face, kind and placid as he spoke to his eldest daughter, had surely never graced the face of the accursed Fire Lord, utterly incapable of genuine love and affection, of caring for anything but his own wretched ambitions, ideologies, and goals. Sokka, Yuro, Siku, and Nanak had still been nearby, as well as others who had stepped up afterwards. Sokka swallowed hard, paling under their scrutiny before offering them a forced smile. I'm sorry, I probably need some food. Got dizzy there for a second, he lied, unsure if he'd spoken with enough naturality to mislead anyone. Oh, we can talk with you some more later, of course we can. Nanak grinned, helping him towards the seat of honor, right by Heikuda's side. Sokka slowed to a halt moments before reaching the spot he was supposed to take for the feast. It only dawned on him then that, barring the outdoors meals held on his birthdays, there had never been any reason for him to sit there, to be the guest of honor in any of these celebrations. He swallowed hard. Once again, it didn't feel right. Once again, he found his whole soul resisting the notion that his return ought to be celebrated, and once again, his heart warred against his soul when the bright smiles of each tribe member ushered him to join his father at the head of the feast. Maybe this was wrong, but it would be wrong to disappoint them just as well. Heikuda grinned too once Sokka reached him. A moderate applause rang around the fire again, as the father and son bowed gratefully towards them, with Heikuda clasping Sokka's hand. My brothers, my sisters. Heikuda grinned brightly, raising Sokka's hand above their heads. My son has returned to us. A much louder cheer rose now, and Sokka's eyes burned with tears, for that applause sent him back to a whole other world, a whole other life, where he had stepped out into a golden ring to fight for someone's sake. His chest tightened as Heikuda lowered his hand, and once he released Sokka from his hold, He took his seat while the chief continued to address the rest of the tribe, still on his feet. For many years, we've waited and prayed for Sokka's well-being and safety, Hakata spoke with candor, and Sokka's ongoing pain worsened for it. Even at the lowest points, there was always a tiny speck of hope that Sokka would return to us someday. That he would overcome his challenges through the true mettle of a water tribesman. Not anyone could have survived the hardships he faced, yet Sokka did. My son, who I'm deeply proud of. Hakata smiled, waving a hand in Sokka's direction. He sat with slouched shoulders, but he raised his head upon realizing Hakata had gestured at him. There's so much we can say, but there will be sufficient time for that later, I'm sure, Hakata said, softly. For now, all that's left for me to say is, welcome home, my son. Sokka held Hakata's gaze as the tribe launched in all-out applause again. No one seemed to clap as excitedly as Katara, who wiped her tears awkwardly whenever she stopped clapping. No doubt, she had looked forward to this moment for as long as she had known Sokka had survived the battle in the settlement. Yet Sokka should have offered his father enthusiasm equal to the one Hakata displayed instead of the gaze of a lost cub. Hakata didn't fail to notice it, but he continued to smile as he took his seat. The feasting began promptly after the chief's speech. Kunna, at Hakata's other side, nudged him to hand Sokka one of the dishes she had prepared for him. They're all going to demand he eats theirs, he'd better make sure to have some of his grand sea prune stew first of all, Kunna declared, smiling cleverly. Hakata chuckled and nodded, handing a bowl of stew to his son, who clasped it carefully. Eat slowly, all right. Hakata said, as kindly as ever. I'll do my best, Sokka nodded. By Sokka's other side, however, Haka was passing him another dish already, grinning proudly as he told Sokka his mother had prepared it especially for him. Oh, to think there were days when the whole tribe trembled whenever Sokka was hungry. Katara recounted with amusement, and Aang chuckled beside her. Her family smiled too at the memory, though Sokka namely offered her a grin with raised eyebrows. I'm not kidding, you know? He could have 10 sets of meals for lunch and still ask what was for dinner. And eat dinner, too, Kunna pointed out, prompting the others to laugh as well. I'm just saying, it's no chance he ended up being taller than the rest of us, Katara said, shrugging. All those years of eating everything he could find, and now look at that, the whole tribe's eager to feed him. Things have come full circle, huh? Oh, they had in more ways than Katara knew, Sokka thought, in many more ways than he dared speak aloud just yet. He couldn't even tell his sister that she was right, though. More and more tribes people stepped up to him, offering their dishes, wishing him good health and welcoming him home, one by one. It hurt to deflect their kindness with smiles that weren't heartfelt, but he couldn't think of anything else to do when his chest seemed to split open every time their words appeared to indirectly suggest that this was where he had to be, that this was where he belonged. That this was his life, that it would be from this day onwards. It was almost as though everything else had been a dream, as though it had happened to someone else. He could barely breathe at that thought, but then that dreadful pain in his heart reminded him that all of it had been real, and he was almost grateful to the agony for that. He ate slowly, sampling each dish, unsure that he'd be able to stomach more than 2 mouthfuls of each water tribe delicacy brought to him. The food was great, nostalgic even, but even that brought thoughts to mind that he wanted to block away, however possible. He had told her they'd find good seasoning somehow, so she could have meals to suit her tastes, and her response, the response that filled him with unfounded hope, was that she didn't need the seasoning, she didn't need those spices if she could be with him. She should have been. Curses, she should have been. Had she allowed herself to be a little more selfish, it could be her and all her guards here with Sokka and his people, celebrating their survival and looking forward to the future. If only he had known all along that the Avatar was here, maybe he could have persuaded. Sokka. His father's voice broke him out of his thoughts, and Sokka nearly jumped upon hearing him calling his name. He had stopped moving with a bowl in his hands, without tasting the 5-flavor soup that Tarkik's family had offered for him. Hakata's gaze was kind, as it had been ever since Sokka regained consciousness. It seemed he had waited to speak to Sokka quietly during the feast once everyone else was busy chatting and eating their own meals. I am fine, just. I spaced out for a moment, Sokka said, knowing he wouldn't cover up successfully for anything by saying those words. It's okay, Sokka, Hakata said, reaching out to clasp Sokka's hand gently in his own. Take your time. It's better if you don't rush through the meal anyway. Yeah, it should be, Sokka nodded, glancing at Hakuto with guilty unease. Hakuto breathed deeply, squeezing Sokka's fingers gently. I'm sorry. I know I'm not acting the way you or everyone expected me to. That's not something to apologize for, Hakuto smiled kindly. I much prefer it if you're true to yourself, son. That's the thing, I'm nothing like what you remembered of your son, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. I don't really act like I used to either, so. You've been through hardships I can barely imagine, so yes, you've changed, Hakuto said, nodding gently. We have all changed in many ways. Our circumstances have certainly shaped us, whether for good or ill, it makes no matter. But this tribe wouldn't be what it is if we forced each other to suit our personal ideals just because it would make reality more palatable, now, would it? I guess not, Sokka whispered, the knot in his throat tightening. I love you, Sokka, no matter what your experiences may shape you into, Hakuto smiled, kindly. You are my son. And even if you don't understand it, or even if you reject it, the truth is I'm proud of you. Proud. Sokka repeated, his tearful eyes finding Hakuto's again. How have I ever made you proud, when all of this started because I messed up? Dad. Because you messed up. Hakuto said, his smile waning. Back when you launched that attack on the settlement, you mean? If I'd listened to you, none of you would have been through so much pain when you thought I was dead, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. And maybe a lot of things would be different. Maybe he wouldn't have met her at all. She wouldn't have ever seen the world differently, she would have simply become her father's perfect puppet, scared of her true self, rejecting kindness, fearing she would never be loved. How to regret helping her find a path different from that one. Yet that different path had brought them here, it had brought them to the worst of heartbreaks. If given another chance, would he listen to his father? Would he do as Hakuto had told him? Oh, Sokka. Hakuto whispered, shaking his head with a heartfelt smile. Where you could have taken your men to their deaths, you sacrificed yourself to save their lives. Look at them now, Uro, Katon, Haka, they're all fully grown men, strong like you were, ready to defend their tribe, understanding the cost of defeat far better than they did until that day. How could a man like me even consider scolding you, when there were countless men I couldn't save? When I failed to protect those I treasured. I don't know, son, whether I was right or wrong about telling you not to attack that day, but I do know you proved to be 10 times the leader I could have ever hoped to be on the very first time Destiny dared challenge you. Maybe it isn't what you wish to hear, but I truly am proud of you, my son. If anything, it should be me, instead, who should try harder, much harder, to make you proud of having me for a father, No, you're the best father there ever was, what are you even talking about? Sokka said, shaking his head quickly as Hakuto chuckled softly. If I'm a great father at all, that can only be determined by the children I raised, right? He said. You and your sister, you have meant the world to me, Sokka. You have grown into splendid adults, being your father has been the greatest of all honors. But if I'm to be worthy of the title you bestow upon me, I only know how to be a good father by giving you space when you need it. By being understanding, even when I'm not expected to be. I, too, made terrible mistakes when I was your age, I made many of them when I was older than you are now, too, and never could I hope to amend them as you did throughout the years you've been away from us. I don't know the full story myself, only what Katara shared with me after she found you last year, but you protected your own, faced consequences you never deserved to, and you still had the strength and cleverness to fight for us even when we weren't aware of it. If you thought I'd be angry, I'm not quite sorry to say I can't be, Sokka. You achieved things I could only dream of, yet what matters the most to me, son, is that I missed you. I wanted nothing but to see you, to talk to you again. I've been blessed with that opportunity now, so I'll make the most of it while I can, on your terms, of course. My terms. Sokka repeated, lowering his gaze. I am your father, and fathers are quite irritating when they're nosy and meddlesome, Hakuto smiled. So I'll be quiet if you'd rather I stop being so mushy. All I want right now, though, is for you to know and understand that you're loved, Sokka. You always have been, no matter how long and difficult your road back to us may have been. Sokka gazed at Hekata again, the sincerity and clarity in his father's eyes conveyed that unconditional love perfectly. He had missed him and had hoped deeply that he'd come home one day. He had been prepared, perhaps, for countless terrible scenarios where Sokka either died before reaching them or chose not to return at all, so even this opportunity to share a meal with him was more than enough for Hekata. Being with Sokka was enough, being his father was enough. If only Sokka could have simply rejoiced in that knowledge, if only he could have thrown his arms around his father and cried of relief. If only that constantly growing pit of guilt in his gut wouldn't continue to grow with every kind word anyone sent his way. Did he truly deserve any of this? Would the unconditional love outlast his explanations, once he gave them? Would everyone look at him with that same glowing admiration once they understood? Perhaps they would. Perhaps they wouldn't consider him a traitor, like Katara had said in Whaletail Island. It was entirely possible that his people would be 1,000 times more understanding and agreeable than he had feared they'd be. His guilt wouldn't recede for it, however, a small part of it over shame for doubting his tribe as he had for years. A much greater part, however, obeyed wholly different motives. More than anything, it pained him to hear Hekata speaking with such affection when he knew Angela was returning to a father who would never say words like these to her. Not for the first time, he wished they could swap places. That she could be here, healing and taking in a new, peaceful, and loving life, while he faced off against Ozai on his own. That she could be safe with people who would appreciate her and learn to love her while Sokka fought against the monster that intended to destroy her, yet that wasn't the case. He was here, safe and sound, with people who might not resent him even after understanding the true nature of his relationship with the Fire Nation's crown princess, while she marched with her head held high into danger, with no one left to stand between her and Ozai, no one to shield her from the misery he would no doubt inflict upon her once his daughter was within reach once again. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. She deserved the words Hekata had spoken to him. She deserved a father who could accept her for who she was, who could be patient, who could be kind, not a thrice-damned bastard who thought inflicting pain on his children was his prerogative, who believed he had the right to control her every choice in life, who would destroy her very soul if that was the only way to make her submit. Hekata didn't speak this time, but he couldn't ignore the way a shadow of grief crossed his son's visage. Whether he had misspoken, or whether Sokka's demons were far more complicated than he could understand, he didn't know. Impulsively, he wanted to reach out to wrap his son in a hug, but as Sokka slouched, grimacing as though someone had stabbed his stomach and twisted the dagger, he held back, his hand trembling as he stopped it from reaching Sokka. Sokka! He called him softly, worriedly, despite himself. His son flinched, rubbing his eyes quickly with the back of his gloved hands. I'm sorry, Sokka said, shaking his head. I'm glad you feel that way, Dad. I am, it's too many things. I think I need a moment. It's okay, Hekata said, clenching his jaw with uncertainty. Take all the time you need, son. Sokka lingered on his seat, eyes closed, waiting for the flare of panic inside his chest to subside. Focusing on his environment, on the sensations around him, did nothing to help his aching mind. The scent of the great meals before him could not tempt him, and the icy breeze surrounding them only seemed to take root in his chest and spread across his heart, reminding him that he would never share any of this with her. That he had spent his life attempting to grow stronger so he could protect those he loved, even accepting the darkest parts of his soul in order to do so, only to find himself annulled, useless, foregone when the one he loved needed him most. How could anyone be proud of him? How could he ever feel worthy of their admiration when he was as good as an empty husk? I can't, he blurted out breathlessly, surprising Hekata. I need to step away for a bit. I'm sorry, I'll be back. It's all right, son. Hekata swallowed hard. Sokka slid away from his seat, crouching in the snow for moments before rising to his feet. He strode off, kicking specks of white, leaving deep footprints in his wake. His whole body trembled, his head spinning with the worst self-deprecating thoughts he had ever known. and he had been plagued by dark thoughts countless times through his life. He couldn't do this. He couldn't sit there and pretend everything was okay, he couldn't play along and act as though he were worthy of this celebration. Even if his tribe's people somehow continued to believe he was worthy once they knew the full truth, he didn't expect he'd ever agree, not until she was safe. Not until he could do something, anything, to help her. But what the blazes could he do, stuck in the South Pole again as he was? The life and dreams he had longed to make a reality were out of reach right after they had been closer than ever, after experiencing them for 4 years, after shaping the world alongside the most extraordinary person he had ever known. He stumbled past one of the tribe's entrances, slowing right past the opening in the wall. He took a deep breath, then another, then he sank, knees first, in the snow, lacking the strength to stand tall anymore. Fool that he had been, he had lost himself to grief, nearly freezing alive when she had sailed away. She would be furious if she knew what he'd done. If Zuko hadn't showed up when he did, Sokka might have truly died, frozen solid, and then Azula's fight to keep him alive would have gone to waste completely. Even when it came to such things, he had failed her. He had failed to uphold his vow from countless years ago, when she had begged him not to be so ready to discard his life anymore. I don't know what it will take to stop you from being ready to discard your life so easily. I don't know what you need to hear so you can understand your existence matters. But if everything you've affected in the world ever since we joined forces can't convince you, then the love you pledge to me might be what will do the trick. Because I need you. She needed him. She had told him so, directly, on a dark night when he had nearly frozen to death as well. She needed him now, more than ever, and he couldn't reach her. He might never have a chance to reach her, ever again. Muffled footsteps on the snow behind him alerted him that he was no longer alone. His shoulders shook as he choked down a sob, dabbing at his eyes again, struggling to regain his composure before whoever had come after him could see him crying. Word would certainly spread across the tribe eventually regarding how delicate and frail his emotional state was, but not today, he hoped. Not just yet, even if he knew that the longer he delayed explaining the whole truth, the worse things would get. You okay? He had heard that voice a lot more recently than those of most warriors and tribespeople. He was almost relieved to know Zuko had been the one to follow him. He surely expected nothing from him, he certainly didn't admire him. It would be so much easier, Sokka hoped, to talk to him than to most everyone else. Just needed some air, Sokka said, his hoarse voice giving away his tears. Zuko, however, didn't seem to give that factor much importance. Well, as long as you don't drop on the snow to wind up half frozen again, I guess you can get all the air you want, Zuko said. But I'll probably stick around in case you decide to do exactly that, if you don't mind. Can't say it was particularly fun dragging you across the tundra while it was snowing, so. I'm sorry, Sokka said. Zuko frowned upon realizing, immediately, that Sokka had never directed those words to him before this day. I didn't mean for that to happen. I never thought you would have meant for it to happen, but all right, Zuko responded, puzzled deeply by Sokka's word choice, by his lack of clarification regarding whatever he was sorry for, too. It's just a good thing I got to you when I did, I guess. Everyone here would have been pretty pissed if you'd frozen to death, no point trying to sugarcoat it. And I don't think my sister would have been fine with it either. Sokka flinched, Zuko's eyes narrowed. Discerning whatever was happening in Sokka's troubled soul would prove no easy matter, but that instinctive, impulsive reaction when Azula was mentioned spoke for itself. She had something to do with this. For better or for worse, Sokka's return had an explanation behind it, and it certainly involved her. Look, I get if something bad is going on, something you're not ready to talk about yet, Zuko said, breathing deeply. But the thing is, this is a really weird way to visit your family, if that's all it is. Something tells me it's not. Sokka's figure seemed to shrink in the snow as he lowered his head further. Zuko breathed deeply, choosing, despite himself, to step forward. He had kept an eye on Sokka cautiously through the meal, and he hadn't been too surprised to see him stepping away from the feast without warning. Katara's pleasant mood had shifted into concern right away, and she had taken to questioning her father about Sokka's sudden departure while Kunna looked utterly perplexed by it, too. Zuko hadn't wanted to sit around waiting for everyone to decide whether or not they'd stop dancing around the important questions anytime soon, though. Suki hadn't encouraged him to follow Sokka, but she hadn't stopped him either. He only hoped he wouldn't regret that decision now, but they needed answers that only Sokka himself could provide. "Why have you come back?" Zuko asked, point blank. "And what does it mean for the tribe, for your family, and mine?" He slowed to a halt merely a few steps away from Sokka. He waited in silence, impatiently, uncertain if Sokka would dare answer his questions or not. It was taking him every ounce of willpower to hold back from pulling Sokka up forcefully, to yell in his face much as Sokka had once done to him, to ask if his wife and daughters, if his closest friends, were in any danger because of him. Just as he was about to cave into that violent impulse, though, Sokka's voice rang in the darkness anew. "I didn't want to come back." Zuko froze in place at the sudden, blunt confession. At the words he knew nobody within the village's enclosure would want to hear. Sokka had dared admit them to him, perhaps because he was an outsider? Did he think Zuko would understand? If so, he had been sorely mistaken, for Zuko could never imagine genuinely wanting to be anywhere but in the village that had become a home to him over the past years. "I can't tell them that, though, can I?" Sokka continued, with slouched shoulders. "It's not like I never wanted to return, of course I did. I wanted to see my father again. To hug my grandmother, my sister, to see all the boys I tried to raise into becoming strong warriors, making lives for themselves and forging their own paths. I did want that. How could I not want it? But, and not on these terms, damn it. Not this way. Not because there was no choice. Not when I can't accept their kindness properly, because they'll be so disappointed once they know that all I really want is, to be right beside her, no matter what." Zuko's stomach lurched at all of Sokka's words. He had never seen the goofy, careless yet strong and daunting gladiator acting this way. He had always seemed someone who could figure out how to navigate whatever life threw at him, and Zuko had subconsciously assumed that was the entire reason why he had always handled himself so well in the Fire Nation. Yet he had returned to the stability and familiarity of the Southern Water Tribe and confessed to wanting nothing other than returning to the Fire Nation? No, to Azula, in particular. Why aren't you with her, then?" Zuko asked, his voice shaking now. He wasn't sure he truly wanted to hear the answer to that question. "Because Sokka started, but again his heart seemed to break so powerfully he could barely utter another word. He nearly crouched upon himself again, shrinking into a ball, but the pain wouldn't recede if he did that. Instead, he snarled furiously, tears blinking in the corners of his eyes before they dropped on the snow. He struck out a fist, slamming it hard into the blanket of soft whiteness, wishing it had been ice instead. Maybe physical pain would chase away the one that dwelled in his chest, maybe he could have answered Zuko more easily that way. But who was he kidding, at this point in time? There was no point in lying, nothing worth denying, no, not when she had spoken the truth proudly, defying a merciless man with no regard for her well-being, albeit to save Sokka's life. If she could do that, how could he be quite so weak as to fail to speak the truth now? He rose to his feet slowly, breathing deeply, letting the cold air slap against his face. More muffled footsteps approached. Well, it was better to have an audience. Everyone ought to know the truth. They would all find out in due time regardless of what he did. Anyway, why not cut to the chase? Why delay the inevitable, allowing them to imagine 1,000 explanations that might run opposite to reality? He turned around, and his tearful eyes turned to Zuko, to the burned face of a man who resembled the one Sokka despised more than anything in this world. With trembling fists, while focusing only on the uneasy scowl Zuko had fixed him with, ignoring the many new arrivals, Sokka held his head high, no matter if his whole body shook with unbridled emotion as his secrets finally spilled out. Because he found out the truth, Sokka finally said, with a thread of a voice at first, but with more power, conviction, and fury right afterwards, because your damn father learned the truth about me and Azula. Zuko's lips parted, but he couldn't utter a single word. It was his turn to fail to find an answer, a way to respond to Sokka's confession, but perhaps it wouldn't be up to him to speak out about it. What's that supposed to mean? Katara said, breathlessly. Sokka clenched his fists, closing his eyes tightly as she stepped closer to him, close enough to clasp his strong arms with her own shivering hands. Sokka, what did you just say? I said. Sokka spoke through gritted teeth, with harshness intended to steel himself, and not to push away his sister, that the fucking Fire Lord found out about us. About me and Azula. How? What do you? Katara said, eyes shifting recklessly from side to side. Behind her, Aang called her softly. Katara, maybe give him some space. The Avatar suggested, but his words went ignored. You're back with us, Katara shook her head, fingers clenching tighter. How would you ever be back with us if he found out, whatever he found out? If you were with her in whatever way you were, if he didn't like it, wouldn't he have killed me? Sokka finished for Katara, who flinched at his interruption. He sure as hell tried. Katara's grip on Sokka loosened up, all the wounds she had healed upon his body suddenly gained a new, terrifying meaning. The silent, bottled-up fury, the unexpectedly rash reactions, the bluntness, they made more sense now, for sure, and yet. You two weren't. Katara said, shaking her head. You and her, you both knew he was a monster. The Fire Lord. Zuko said, ages ago, that you two couldn't have an actual relationship because it would be too risky. Because she'd know better? Sokka asked, with a humorless laugh. Because she should have been ambitious, smart, capable of thinking with a clear head, not swayed by emotions she should have never felt for someone like me. I didn't mean it that way, Sokka. Well, you should mean it that way. Sokka nearly shouted now, the sudden despair in his eyes took every onlooker aback. Because I shouldn't, I told her to not regret a damn thing, but I sure as hell regret that. I regret I couldn't do it in any other way. I should have found another way to show her she could be loved. I should have found another way to make her happy. Anything else, anything to prevent this damn nightmare. I should have been more careful. I should have been less impulsive. I should have known better. But I didn't. I needed her just as much as she needed me. I still need her, more than I can even explain. But if she'd never needed me, I'd never have doomed her. I wouldn't have caused her all this damn grief, all this hell wouldn't be happening at all, and she'd be safe. But instead, He couldn't handle the onslaught of emotion anymore as tears broke past his eyelids, rushing down without respite. He stumbled back in the snow, as good as losing his footing, unstable in every sense. Katara raised a hand, as though to help him, but she held back, despite herself. Instead she's going to face him all by herself. By herself, while I'm here, while I can't do anything to help her. She brought me here, damn it, so I could live on, Sokka sobbed, shaking his head. As though I could just sit here, grow old and pretend none of it ever happened? As though I could just play the fool, and ignore every memory that breaks me whenever thoughts of her come to mind? As though I could resist the urge, to just find a ship of my own and sail to find her, no matter if it'll kill me? As though I deserved to be at peace, to live out the rest of my days carelessly, while she's tortured by her own damn father. Heavy breathing shook him now, as he leaned forward, the hole in his chest only grew larger as he spoke. The pain got worse and worse, as though he were summoning every broken promise, every wishful hope that would never come true anymore. As though the agony that plagued his heart hemorrhaged out of his system in a torrent he could no longer put a stop to, a torrent he almost wished would put a permanent end to the misery he knew he'd have to endure for however long he had left to live. It wasn't Zuko or Katara who stepped forward this time, despite Aang had spoken. Sokka hadn't even processed that he stood there too. He hadn't paid any mind to others who had arrived with him, and Katara as well. Hakata, despite his willingness to be patient with Sokka, had decided to follow him after asking the rest of the tribe to continue eating while they spoke to Sokka. Yet it wasn't him, either, who stepped up now. Sokka! Suki called him, softly, and he flinched upon hearing her voice. I'm sorry. You don't deserve this, neither of you did. The Fire Lord, he's just a true monster, no matter how anyone looks at it. What did he do to you? And to her? Why is she going back, if she could have just stayed with us too? I'm sorry if you thought maybe she wouldn't be fine here, but we could have helped. We would have, if. Sokka shook his head, unable to contain another onslaught of tears as Suki brought up one of countless reasons why his heart had shattered irremediably. If only he had convinced her. If only. She thought she could shield us all, Sokka finally said, gritting his teeth. That if she went back, turned herself in, that piece of shit would take out all his wrath on her and leave the rest of us alone. I didn't want to let her do it. I tried to stop her, to convince her to come with me, to live with me, to stay here. But she was right to say the Fire Lord would have just sent all his damn troops at once if she never returned. He would have decimated the tribe if that's what it took to find her. Still, the truth is he might still try, no matter if she returned now. He wanted me dead, he might stop at nothing to make sure the job is done. So my being here. I'm a warning to you all. I'm here, to help you fight back if they do come. To let the tribe know, that I might have doomed you all, when my crimes should be my own and I should pay for them myself. They're not crimes, Suki said, firmly, stepping closer. That you loved her isn't a crime, Sokka. That I killed my own executioner probably is, Sokka blurted out, bitterly. By now, everyone listening to him froze cold, staring at him in disbelief. That I escaped, when he wanted to burn me alive with his own wretched hands, probably is one in his eyes, too. I don't regret surviving. I don't regret escaping. But none of you deserve to face consequences for actions that weren't yours. For a relationship that only belonged to us. And even then, it should have been me. It should have all been me, not her. Never her. Suki swallowed hard, resisting the urge to reach for Sokka. She could recognize his behavior, his turmoil, the despair that tore gashes across his battered soul. She had experienced a similar pain in many ways, long ago, a kind of pain that caused someone to shield themselves, to retreat instinctively, to fear instead of trusting. A pain that could even lead someone to think death was preferable to the nightmare they had been forced to live through. You have to be ready. All of you, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. I don't know when they'll arrive. Maybe they'll take their time, but maybe they won't. Maybe they'll send 100 ships to find me. They'll definitely try to kill me. They probably won't stop there. I should have told you all from the start. Shouldn't have just played along. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't find it in me to say it. I couldn't. Why were you lying there, in the snow? Katara's voice rose again, for the first time since Sokka's biggest reaction so far. There was pain in her eyes, pain Sokka had never wanted to inflict upon her. Pain, and fear. You've just said this is all the Fire Lord's doing. That he's why you were hurt, that she brought you back here herself. Katara said, frowning heavily. Why, then? Why were you nearly dead when Zuko found you? If it's not her doing, if it wasn't whoever brought you here who beat you up that way, why the hell didn't you just come back to us, to the tribe? Why didn't you, Sokka? She had finally asked the worst possible question, and Sokka closed his eyes, failing to retain the tears as he relived that moment in time, the last glimpse of his princess, crying aboard that large ship, watching him in utter heartbreak as he lingered behind and she sailed away from him. Why? Because all I wanted was to go back to her, he answered, truthfully. Katara's tears spilled as well now as she gasped, in sheer horror and chagrin, in betrayal, Sokka suspected. So be it. At least this way she'd know the truth of who her brother had become. Because she sailed away, and I stood there, begging them to turn that ship around so she could come back to me. Because once I realized I'd never see her again, I couldn't even think properly. I couldn't see the sense in going anywhere. In doing a damn thing. What is the point of living on if I'm living without her? Even now, with every damn memory of her, I just want to die when I realize I won't see her again. Katara shook her head, stepping back until she collided with her father, Heikuta caught her shoulders, leaning close to whisper soft words to his daughter. Her eyes widened, and she shook powerfully in her father's hands as Heikuta released her from his hold. Sokka watched it happen, trembling just as much, the burning tears spilling down his cheeks. In the past days he had wept more than he remembered crying throughout his whole life. How he wished he could stop the pain, to stop inflicting any of it upon others, too. Son. Heikuta called him, and Sokka flinched again, shivering painfully before shaking his head. You can't be proud of me, he said, immediately. You shouldn't be proud of me. It isn't the man I want to be. It isn't the man you deserve to call your son. I wanted to be better, to be stronger when I saw you again. I wanted to be worthy, but I'm not. I can't even imagine I could be, when I can't protect those I love. I'm the one who should be protecting others, not the other way around, damn it, and instead, she's. Heikuta breathed deeply, nodding gently at Sokka's words, at frustrations that he understood all too well, far better than his son seemed to realize he did. I don't deserve to live out my whole life freely when she can't do the same thing, Sokka said, shaking his head rapidly. I don't deserve a father who loves me for real, when hers might fucking kill her for all I know. I can't let it happen, damn it, I can't. He nearly crumpled on the snow, but Heikuta caught him, pulling him strongly into an embrace he held tightly. For the second time, Sokka seemed to come undone in tears in his father's arms, but this time, Heikuta understood his son's heart better than before. She is certainly brave, and very strong, Heikuta said. Sokka shuddered in his arms, clinging to Heikuta with desperation. Much stronger than I can imagine, perhaps much stronger than either you or I ever could be, huh? To face that monster of a man by herself and help us as best she can by returning you to us, so you could tell us what the Fire Lord might attempt to unleash upon us, it's nothing short of heroic. I'm sorry she had no other choice. I'm sorry if she believed we might not accept her here. I won't lie and pretend everyone would have been welcoming, but I would have gladly gotten to know her, to understand why she's become so precious to you, Sokka, and to help you protect her as best I could. Sokka's tears were inevitable, overpowering as he clung to his father, scarcely strong enough to stand up anymore. Heikuta held him firmly, though, refusing to let him fall, offering him what little stability he still could when his son's whole world seemed to have fallen to pieces. I'm sorry, my boy. Heikuta whispered, rubbing his back comfortingly. I'm sorry. You deserve better, like Suki said, both of you did. It will hurt, son, for a long time. For all your life, most likely, grief never truly goes away. We just learn to live with it, as best we can, because others need us. Because our pain, it can overtake us, but we still have reasons to live. Maybe we think we are worthless. But in the end, as long as a single person needs you alive, it's possible that one day we'll grow to learn that life, as difficult, and devastating, and painful as it may be, is still worth living. The words dawned heavily on the tearful Sokka, who knew Heikuta spoke them for his benefit, just as he knew that he spoke them from experience. Was that why he had returned from the war? Sokka had asked him many times, he had demanded for explanations that Heikuta had offered half-heartedly. The comet had rendered every effort of rebellion futile, and no force remained strong enough to overcome the might of the wretched Fire Lord, not unless every front stood together to fight back. So why had he returned? Because his children still lived. Because he still had a family, because he had lost his wife, and later his best friend, to the Fire Nation, and he could have lost so much more still if he had kept going. He could cause no end of sorrow to the 2 children he would have left behind, orphaned, if he'd been another war casualty just the same. Was that what he was supposed to do, then? To let go of Azula, just as Heikuta had to let go of Kia? To forsake the memories of every friend he'd made, of everyone who had ever counted on him, just as Heikuta had to forsake a dying Bato when he sacrificed himself to ensure the rest of the warriors could escape a losing battle? How on earth had Heikuta ever learned to live with that kind of grief? How? Sokka's conviction that his father was a stalwart man, strong in ways he barely understood, only increased now. He couldn't do it. He couldn't let go. He had no idea how. I can't. He blurted out, through gritted, chattering teeth. I can't live on. I can't move on. I can't go back to this life. I don't know how. I don't deserve to, You deserve every good thing in this world, Sokka, no matter if you don't think you do, Hakata said, and Sokka shivered painfully. Those words, he had spoken similar ones to Azula, without ever realizing they were words he had heard someplace else before. Had Hakata spoken them to him? To Katara? Perhaps even to Kia, at some point? He shivered at the realization, at words he had internalized without his awareness, words he had used on someone else who had been plagued with feelings of inadequacy, much like his own. Feelings that Hakata wasn't unfamiliar with, either, even if Sokka had never even suspected his father, so strong and larger than life, could ever believe himself a failure on any levels. His father understood. Even if he didn't know yet why Azula meant so much to Sokka, he understood Sokka's grief, for he had experienced pain of that nature himself. In all these years of striving to become a man like his father, perhaps they had always been more similar than Sokka, in all his admiration and idolizing of Hakata, had ever realized they were. I know, son. I know it hurts. It's alright to hurt, Hakata whispered. When something you love is broken, it's only human to cry. To grieve, and to want nothing but to change the past, to rewrite the stars themselves, if that's what it takes, so don't force yourself to heal and to live a life you are not ready for. Let it out, let yourself feel it. Losing love it's devastating. But it was love, for certain. You were loved, and you loved with all your heart, just as well. That's something you should never regret, my son. That's something to treasure for as long as you live. For it means your life was valuable for someone, and sometimes that's the only reason why you can carry on, even if that person is gone for good. Again, it rang so true to Hakata's tragedies, and Sokka could only wonder if his own father had ever been tempted by death after finding Kia's lifeless body in their igloo. If maybe he had shielded him and Katara from the very worst of his grief somehow, if his attempt to fight in the war had been but an impulsive way to release his frustrations and sorrows, to achieve something of value in this world before joining Kia once again. His love for his wife had brought him no end of sorrow after her demise, but perhaps it had also convinced him to live on even if giving up on life could have been easier. Hakata didn't ask Sokka to cling to them. He didn't ask him to live for him, for his sister, for his grandmother, for the countless tribespeople who saw in him a hero. He didn't tell Sokka they needed him to, just as much as Azula might. He knew those words would sit ill with a man who had been forced to say goodbye too soon to the love of his life. He knew that sorrow was selfish, and that selfishness itself could only be human. Just so, he knew that the very memories that tormented Sokka were the best means to keep him going. That reminding him of how important he had been to Azula might be the key to convince Sokka to live on, to endure life, as miserable as it might be, until he could finally rejoin her, whether while living or in death, whether in this life or the next. Just as he, himself, waited to find Kia's soul once more, when his own time came. There were still so many answers he hadn't given. There was so much he needed to explain, so many tribespeople he had disappointed on that day, so many more he'd likely disappoint in the future as well. The cheerful kindness he had been received by might be replaced by unease and distrust over the bond he had shared with the one who should have been his worst enemy, and who instead had become the brightest star that had guided his path. Her light, to which she herself was blind, had glowed upon him, changing his world for the better. How could he ever explain it to his people? How would it ever sit right with them? Perhaps it never would, perhaps nothing he did would ever help mend the rift he had known would shatter his world, his very soul into 1,000 fragments, for he was the only one who could put the pieces together again, and he couldn't find the strength to do so. But he had owed them the truth, and he still did, in many ways. Maybe one day, he'd be able to speak without breaking. Maybe he'd find it in him to share his past, and help them understand him, but for now, that Hakata understood was enough. That Suki empathized with him was enough, too. Maybe others would feel similarly, maybe others would despise him, instead. Still, he wouldn't live a lie. He wouldn't put on a brave face and pretend he was any man but the one he had become over the last years. For no matter what had happened in the past month, the truth was that his heart belonged to Azula and she had sailed away with it in the darkness of the pole's eternal night. Even now, clinging to his father for the support he direly lacked, his chest still could swell with pride. Time and distance wouldn't change the truth he intended to live by, the truth that had filled him with strength in the years in which their partnership had thrived and strengthened. Even after his final, dying breath faded from this world, he would always be Princess Angela's gladiator. Check the description for the links to the author.